Chapter 55. Everyone refrains from learning. As the incense was lit, Su Yuan calmly stood aside and waited. Shortly thereafter, within less than a quarter of an hour, a disciple began to emanate fluctuations of spiritual power, which rapidly intensified. Su Yuan looked over in astonishment. This speed of cultivation was simply astonishing. It was a male disciple who, upon rising, immediately approached Su Yuan and clasped his hands in salutation. Guyo pays his respects to Su Guju. Indeed, your talent is remarkable. To break through to the refining cheese stage so swiftly is truly impressive. Su Yuan praised. Guyo spoke earnestly. With my innate spiritual root, may I now enter the ranks of disciples under Su Guju? Hearing this, Su Yuan was momentarily speechless. You are quite straightforward, but there is truly no need. The knowledge I possess has been placed in the library. You may learn it directly. However, please Guju continue. Guyo inquired. However, you ought to weigh whether you wish to learn. I must confess, I was exaggerating earlier. I am barely at the threshold of the golden core stage. So, take my words with a grain of salt. After all, I never draft my boasts. Su Yuan smiled slightly, his expression radiating pride. Guyo's eyes widened in shock. What? Guju, you are only at the half-step golden core stage? I felt your demeanor was far superior to that of the sect leader. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. It is merely an illusion. Do not take it to heart. Is it true or not? While Guyo questioned his life choices, 8 more disciples consecutively broke through to the refining cheese stage within a quarter of an hour. These disciples were all endowed with exceptional spiritual roots. It was rare to see even one, yet now there were 9. Among them was Nangong Xianwang, standing at the periphery, appearing rather inconspicuous. Guyo still found it hard to believe. Guju, you are not deceiving me, are you? If your abilities were so mediocre, how could you have written 630 scriptures? Su Yuan shrugged. There exists a phenomenon known as water literature. It is entirely normal for 10 scriptures to yield 1,000. He glanced at the 9 exceptional spiritual roots and said, You best refrain from studying the nonsensical scriptures I authored. They were intended to bamboozle the ordinary disciples. Focus on your own path, and achieving the nascent soul stage will be well within your grasp. Xiangying blinked in surprise. Guju, you are so young. How old are you? Su Yuan gave her a speechless look. I am merely 2 years your senior. I joined the sect just 2 years ago, which means I am essentially your senior brother. That is why I needed to keep my identity secret. Remember, do not study those scriptures. They are meant for the self-important disciples with superior spiritual roots. Once they begin, they question their very existence, and then they will strive doubly hard in their cultivation. You need not worry about such matters. Your talent is already evident. Several disciples with exceptional spiritual roots exchanged glances, filled with confusion and astonishment. When Guju was boasting earlier, they had thought they encountered a great master, only to discover he was merely a half-step golden core cultivator, which meant he was still at the foundation establishment stage. Such a Guju boasting about becoming an immortal or transforming divinity seemed utterly ludicrous. One of the exceptional spiritual root disciples shook his head. So that's how it is. It wasted my anticipation. Forget it. I have a family legacy to uphold, and I'm too busy studying my own material to be foolish enough to learn from you. Not learning. I have no interest in the materials from the nascent soul elder, let alone those of a golden core cultivator. Am I a fool? Several of the exceptional spiritual root disciples shook their heads vigorously, expressing their refusal to learn and lamenting that Guju was leading them astray. Guyo sighed. Guju, I am misunderstood. My previous request to become your disciple was an impertinence on my part. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan looked at them with great satisfaction. I understand your feelings. You believe I have deceived you. Do you not? I concede this point. Thus, if you can break through to the 4th layer of refining chi by the time you leave the valley, I will personally grant each of you a resource worth 10,000 spirit stones. Though it is not much, it will certainly aid you in your early cultivation. Thank you, Guju. Xia Yingying promptly exclaimed. Thank you, Guju. The other disciples echoed their gratitude. Although Sun was only 2 years their senior, his strength far surpassed theirs, and showing the most basic respect was a quality every cultivator in the realm should possess. Those without such qualities met swift ends. Su Yuan waved his hand, signaling them not to be overly courteous, and then he calmly continued to wait for the other disciples to absorb their spiritual energy. The several exceptional disciples began to chat amongst themselves, quietly deriding the unreliability of Su Yuan and expressing disdain for the scriptures, showing no desire to study them. Each of them spoke with sincerity, which alleviated the tension in their hearts. Su Yuan followed the teachings of the previous Guju. He effortlessly completed the initiation ceremony for the new disciples. The inner sect disciples would have lectures organized by the sect's officials. After Su Yuan finished the opening, he clapped his hands and nonchalantly departed. He returned to the trial secret realm to play with Xiao Li and Xiao Cai, though he remained attentive to the outside world. With the ability of Xian Hui Xiang, Su Yuan could observe the disciples remotely, making his physical presence unnecessary. Nangong Xianwen witnessed Su Yuan enter the secret realm and waited a full 3 days without seeing him emerge. While secretly cursing Su Yuan's laziness, he felt a surge of delight. Since Su Yuan was indifferent, he could act boldly. He hastily made his way to the entrance of the library. 3 days was ample time for an exceptional genius to advance to the second layer of refining qi. Upon entering the library, he found 8 disciples already engrossed in their reading. The 70 scriptures were prominently displayed, easily visible at a glance. Before these scriptures, the 8 exceptional spiritual root disciples were diligently studying. Nangong Xianwen walked in, and the 8 disciples lifted their heads. The gazes of the 9 individuals crossed in the library, creating an incredibly awkward atmosphere. Observing their actions, Nangong Xianwen's lips twitched. He could not hold back from asking, "Did you not say you would not study these scriptures?" Guyo cleared his throat and replied, "I am not studying. I merely came to take a look. I possess a heavenly spiritual root. Do you know what that means? I learn quickly and have plenty of free time. It is essential to broaden my horizons by reading during this time. You wouldn't understand. Haha, my grandmother sent me to study. I feel that since she sent me, I must learn a bit. Otherwise, I might get scolded when I return." Xiang Ying playfully smiled at Nangong Xianwen. Nangong Xianwen remained speechless, clearly realizing that some of these disciples had received guidance. Ahem, if you wish to read, come back when you reach the second layer of refining qi. Inqin seemed to be roused from his slumber by the commotion, yet he kept his eyes closed, reclining in his rocking chair. "I have already reached the second layer of refining qi." Nangong Xianwen replied calmly. Inqin opened his eyes in surprise, looking at Nangong Xianwen. "Oh, you resemble one of my old servant companions. By the way, where has that old servant been lately? He hasn't informed me of his whereabouts." Inqin murmured, then produced a jade stone. "Press your palm upon it." Nangong Xianwen sighed. This young man had a penchant for idle chatter, which could invite trouble. He naturally complied, placing his hand on the jade stone, which emitted 2 beams of light, leaving Inqin momentarily entranced. Incredible! This is already the 9th one. Has this cohort stirred a nest of geniuses? Truly remarkable. Inqin found the situation utterly bewildering. Nangong Xianwen formally stepped into the library, surveying the disciples within. Among them was a descendant of the Wang family, possessing exceptional dual spiritual roots, and another. Wait! Nangong Xianwen exchanged a glance with a female cultivator, both their eyes betraying a hint of awkwardness. Having previously overlooked this detail, it was only now, under the scrutiny of his spiritual sense, that he discerned the concealed aura of this female cultivator. This individual was also an elder of the Qi Juezong, known as in Uma. To his surprise, she had coincidentally shared the same intention as Nangong Xianwen, both eager to arrive early and observe Su Yuan's groundbreaking new techniques. While there was nothing inherently wrong with this, the discomfort arose from being caught in the act. The two tacitly turned their faces away, refraining from uttering a single word. Nangong Xianwen approached a scroll and began to peruse its contents. Qixing Xuanjin Lian Tiju Di Isu, Learning Foundations. Beidou Qixing Zhentui Yi Suxing Xiang Shuefuin Tiani Rumin Pian Xuanjin Yan Tian Shujianla Banlian Tichu Jisu Yuan Huabian. Ignoring the Learning Foundations prompt, Nangong Xianwen immediately delved into the first volume's content. Soon, lines upon lines of incredibly complex body refining techniques captivated Nangong Xianwen's attention. As he read, his brows furrowed. He comprehended roughly 5 or 6/10 of the material, yet 4 or 5/10 remained elusive. After flipping through for some time, he accumulated numerous questions, compelling him to follow the Learning Foundations prompt and explore other texts. The more he read, the more astonished Nangong Xianwen became. The difficulty was indeed considerable. For Qi refinement cultivators, mastering these techniques posed a monumental challenge. Yet, remarkably, the inheritance provided by Su Yuan was extraordinarily detailed. To what extent? Within the text Lian Tichu Jisu Yuan Huabian, a total of 365 body refining techniques were cataloged, each accompanied by a comprehensive introduction and the intended insights. Every step was meticulously indexed, clearly indicating which section of the library shelves one could explore to find the pertinent text for further study. Thus, as he dissected each component. Merely completing the reading of Lian Tichu Jia, Su Yuan Huabian could require the consultation of a staggering 1,080 related volumes. The detail was indeed profound, yet the difficulty was equally significant. These 70 texts were essentially 70 directories. If one were to master them all, it would be tantamount to having perused a substantial portion of the entire library. Nangong Xianweng's eyelids twitched, momentarily a loss on how to evaluate Su Yuan's so-called ultimate techniques. This was the first time he had encountered such a meticulously detailed and accessible system of techniques, systematically categorized and explained step by step, yet the challenge was undeniably formidable, exceeding that of other ultimate techniques by tenfold or more. It was foreseeable that those lacking in comprehension might falter along the way, yet Nangong Xianweng felt that this inheritance was profoundly worthy of exploration. It promised significant enhancement to a cultivator's comprehension, deduction skills, perceptive abilities, and capacity for endurance. A smirk crept upon Nangong Xianweng's lips. But this is merely a challenge. It shall not defeat me. Yet, what does Su Yuan mean by dividing these teachings into 9 volumes? This particular volume seems remarkably complete, capable of facilitating cultivation beyond the foundational stage, does it not? Nangong Xianweng sensed an underlying disquiet, yet he could not pinpoint what felt amiss. Chapter 56. The Allure of Profound Knowledge. In the lecture hall, Yi Bufan occupied the position designated for instructors, imparting knowledge to the newly admitted disciples. At present, he had reached the 8th layer of qi refinement, standing at the pinnacle of his strength, and was recognized as an exceptional disciple of the inner sect. Naturally, he was qualified to lecture in the immortal Seed Valley. Upon hearing that Su Yuan had become the Valley Master, he was taken aback and decided to visit the immortal Seed Valley to ascertain the circumstances surrounding Su. However, since arriving, apart from witnessing Su Yuan's ostentatious entrance on the first day, he had yet to see him again. That concludes today's lesson. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Yi Bufan addressed the disciples below. Immediately, numerous hands were raised, including those from the front row. Notably, Guyu, a disciple with a heavenly spiritual root, posed a question, prompting Yi Bufan to gesture curiously. This disciple, what inquiry do you have? Greetings, Master Yi. I'm Guyu. She began. I have recently been studying the essentials of instantaneous spell casting. The text states that low-tier spells require achieving instantaneous casting, where thoughts materialize into action, before they can be deemed practically usable. Yet, you just mentioned that as long as one can utilize hand seals and employ spiritual tools or talismans, they can be deployed in battle within a few breaths. Does this not seem rather hasty? Upon hearing her words, Yi Bufan expressed his confusion. Whose writings are these? Instantaneous casting is a feat achievable only after profound comprehension of spells. How can one attain such mastery without dedicating 3 to 8 years to understanding ordinary spells? Delaying entry into battle for so long would result in one's cultivation surpassing the relevance of those spells. This text was authored by Valley Master Su Yuan, Guyu replied. He has compiled a summary of the 3,000 commonly known spells and identified 118 commonalities among them. If one can grasp these shared characteristics, achieving a rudimentary understanding of the spells should suffice to attain instantaneous casting. I believe Master Su's assertions are not unfounded. I have heard that you are a disciple of the Peak of Techniques. Surely you are aware of this matter? Yi Bufan fell silent for a moment, momentarily taken aback as he recalled the teachings from the Golden Core Elder. Upon finding similar content, he responded, "This delves into the realm of celestial truths. The cultivation world currently categorizes celestial truths into realms of techniques, momentum, intent, and spirit, among others. Among these, the realm of technique requires cultivators to comprehend the essence and significance of spells to achieve mastery. Attaining this level allows one to establish a foundation and condense a path of at least medium or even high quality." He paused before continuing. "The commonalities of spells you mentioned must pertain to those 118 realms of technique? For an ordinary person to comprehend, even one may require decades. To discuss instantaneous low-tier spells at that stage seems rather misplaced, does it not?" Guyu, upon hearing this, experienced a moment of enlightenment. Is this what the master meant by the realm of technique? I had not realized that Valley Master Su had summarized 118 categories. No wonder I found the learning curve so steep. It has taken me several days just to grasp the basics. Yi Bufan nodded. Do you understand what you have said? You have grasped the fundamentals? He exhibited a clear expression of astonishment. Indeed, I have gained a nascent understanding, and I find myself with several inquiries regarding this realm of mastery. I humbly request Master Yi to elucidate these uncertainties. Just as Guyu was about to pose his question, he observed Yi Bufan suddenly rise, soaring away on his sword from the lecture hall. My apologies. I have urgent matters to attend to. I shall address your queries in the next session. Guyu watched as Yi Bufan's figure faded into the distance, a smirk gracing his lips. Xie Yingying curled her lip in disdain. Were you doing that on purpose? Is it amusing to provoke the senior disciples? Guyu's expression hardened at her words. What do you mean? I do not comprehend. As a novice, is it not reasonable for me to be unfamiliar with such matters? Xie Yingying dismissed him with a huff, turning her attention to Nangong Xianwang, inquiring curiously, Nangong Shanyu, I seem to recall you previously delving into that scripture. Have you discerned any commonalities in the spells? Nangong Xianwang cast a sidelong glance at Guyu, whose demeanor was somewhat perturbed, and replied nonchalantly, I have gleaned a few insights, 5 varieties to be precise. Guyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Surely you jest. With calm assurance, Nangong Xianwang raised his palm, his spiritual energy visibly dancing upon his fingertips. It coalesced into the form of a mountain, transformed into a bird in flight, and then into the shape of falling leaves, each manifestation imbued with vitality, precisely as described in the foundational teachings. The faint smile that had lingered on Guyu's face froze in disbelief. He gazed at Nangong Shanyu, his expression shifting to one of gravity. To think, there are such masters among us. Guyu fixed his gaze on Nangong Shanyu. Nangong Xianwang remarked coolly, do not overlook Xie Yingying. She has already grasped 3 forms herself. What? Guyu turned to Xie Yingying, who wore an innocent expression, her large eyes wide with surprise. A flicker of flame occasionally danced within her gaze, lending her an air of mystique. 3 forms? But I have never even perused that text. Try simply condensing your spiritual energy into the forms of a firebird, a volcano, and flames, Nangong Xianwang advised. Oh, Xie Yingying, perplexed, extended her palm, her fingers shimmering with a hint of spiritual energy. Following Nangong Xianwang's guidance, she successfully transformed her energy, her graceful forms surpassing even those exhibited by Guyu and Nangong Xianwang in their vibrancy. It was evident that Xie Yingying had made considerable progress in these 3 realms of mastery. Guyu rose abruptly, hastily making his way outside. He resembles that Master Yi, does he not? Xie Yingying chuckled. The nearby elite disciples, observing this scene, lowered their heads and quietly slipped away as if fleeing from an impending storm. Nangong Xianwang chuckled softly before departing. Wait for me, Shanyu, Xie Yingying called out. Catching up with him, her curiosity piqued. How'd you know I had mastered those 3 forms? I was unaware myself. Unaware? Nangong Xianwang raised an eyebrow. Were you not constantly showcasing your skills before me? Manipulating spiritual energy to tease the small creatures? I was merely playing. Xie Yingying protested. I always believed you were diligently practicing. Is that so? Indeed. I am diligently practicing. Nangong Xianwang shook his head and continued towards the library, while Xie Yingying followed closely behind him. Do not follow me. I am merely passing by. Upon reaching the scripture hall, several individuals with exceptional spiritual roots congregated once more. They no longer paid heed to the gazes of others, each engrossed in the scriptures before them, as if they were all harboring a singular determination. Among them, Yi Bufan was notably present, holding a tome entitled Essentials of Instantaneous Spell Casting while furrowing his brow in contemplation, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Is this scripture written by Su Yuan? Impossible. Though he previously surpassed me to some extent, there shouldn't be such a vast disparity, should there? Who truly possesses the exceptional spiritual roots? I cannot even comprehend a single volume he has penned, and there are hundreds more of such scriptures. Yi Bufan found himself engulfed in a state of existential dread. Just as Nangong Xianwang was about to step into the library, he paused, noticing a figure materializing by the entrance, none other than Su Yuan. Su Yuan felt both amused and speechless. During these days in the secret realm, he had been observing the progress of each disciple, having assumed the role of the Valley Master of Xianyao Valley. Through mental resonance, he periodically assessed their learning pace, cultivation inclinations, character traits, comprehension, and perseverance, meticulously recording each observation in his notebook. However, when he turned his attention to Nangong Shanyu, he quickly discerned something amiss. With a simple deduction based on facial features and name simplification, He effortlessly confirmed that Nangong Shanyu was indeed the Nangong Xianwen he had encountered once before. Upon recognizing him, he felt compelled to meet him personally. This old fellow seemed to enjoy a bit of theatrics, preferring to delve into books rather than simply reading. With a resigned expression, Su Yuan bowed to Nangong Xianwen and inquired, "Would you care to join me for a cup of tea in my abode?" Nangong Xianwen, maintaining his composure, promptly replied, "Since the Valley Master has extended an invitation, how could I dare decline?" The two stepped out together, heading to another location. Xia Yingying widened her eyes in astonishment at this scene and promptly followed suit. Neither Nangong Xianwen nor Su Yuan paid any mind to her trailing behind. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at the Valley Master's cave dwelling. This was Su Yuan's temporary residence, already tidied up by his Song Kai's staff, ready for immediate occupation. In the courtyard, Su Yuan poured a cup of tea for Nangong Xianwen and another for the eager Xia Yingying. Afterward, Su Yuan finally asked, "What do you think of my unique skills?" "Exceedingly exquisite," Nangong Xianwen remarked after taking a sip of tea. Su Yuan responded, "Personally, I believe my unique skills should only serve as a reference for the disciples." "Oh, is that so? I hope you all do not become ensnared by them," Su Yuan cautioned. "Oh, and why is that?" Nangong Xianwen inquired, taken aback. "How should I put it? Those who emulate me shall thrive, while those who imitate me shall perish. To comprehend my supreme art, the first volume merely serves as a foundation. Subsequent texts will become increasingly challenging. Mastering the essence is undoubtedly a commendable achievement, and it is quite natural to be invincible within one's realm. However, for those unable to grasp the essence, forging a path of their own will prove exceedingly arduous, as they will remain constrained by my teachings." Su Yuan sighed, stating that his observations of Yi Bufan and Gu Yu's discourse only reinforced this notion. "Wait." Nangong Xianben abruptly interrupted Su Yuan. "Were you eavesdropping on a lecture hall?" He inquired with a furrowed brow. "Not eavesdropping. I merely glanced out of curiosity. I was simply assessing my students' learning progress." Su Yuan defended himself. "Yet I was unaware of your scrutiny," Nangong Xianwen replied, his tone tinged with astonishment. "Oh well, that pertains to the more profound aspects of the supreme art." Su Yuan coughed lightly, inadvertently revealing too much. The effects of certain entries may appear mundane at first glance, yet it is in the subtleties that their true uniqueness emerges, a detail Su Yuan himself had overlooked. Nangong Xianwen grew increasingly intrigued by the advanced teachings of the supreme art. As a cultivator on the verge of transcending to the golden core stage, it seemed utterly absurd that a practitioner could evade his perception and spy on him. Returning to the previous topic, Su Yuan remarked, "I believe my supreme art is most suited for disciples with superior spiritual roots. They can glean much from it, and as they struggle to delve deeper, they will eventually abandon their pursuit, thereby avoiding entrapment and establishing a solid foundation. However, those with exceptional spiritual roots present a conundrum. They can extract considerable insights from the first volume and become increasingly enthusiastic. Yet, upon reaching the second volume, they will find themselves ensnared, facing escalating difficulties. I hope you can dissuade them. I've already offered my counsel, but they did not heed it." Nangong Xianwen responded, "Your supreme art is so extraordinary that how could anyone resist learning it? Ultimately, it depends on their own karmic ties." Su Yuan candidly added, "In truth, I also wish to caution you, Nangong, to avoid becoming ensnared. After all, I do not wish for our sect to suffer significant losses." Nangong Xianwen, finally coming to his senses, realized, "So you have been hinting at me all this time?" He glanced at the wide-eyed Xia Yingying and paused before continuing, "Just you wait. I shall return to my studies now. Farewell, sect leader." He rose and strode toward the library. After walking for a while, he sensed an oddity and furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, he turned around to find that Xia Yingying had not followed him this time. Instead, she was resting her chin in her hands, inquisitively questioning Su Yuan. Su Yuan wore a look of exasperation. Nangong Xianwen's expression softened. At last, "This little girl is not trailing me." He shook his head and continued on his way. After taking several steps, he turned back to glance at the courtyard. Sensing something, Xia Yingying turned to Nangong Xianwen, lifted her skirt, and hurried after him. "Shan, you wait for me." Nangong Xianwen remained unfazed. "I have no interest in waiting for you." He ambled toward the library, while Xia Yingying hastened to the side of Nangong Xianwen, chattering incessantly around him. Nangong Xianwen occasionally responded with a few words, his expression betraying a hint of impatience. Chapter 57. The Budding of Celestial Sprouts. Returning to the secret realm, Su Yuan felt quite helpless. Beside him, the little raccoon inquired curiously, Su Yuan, what is the matter? I did not anticipate the gravity of the situation. Su Yuan replied, there are issues with my supreme skill. What kind of issues? You've been overly concerned about the influence on Senior Nangong. That seems rather exaggerated. You're only at the, so-called Golden Sand Realm. The little raccoon remarked dismissively. Su Yuan shook his head. You don't understand. The problems are too intricate to elaborate. Within his supreme skill, the primary concern lay in the elements of terminology. He had taken many things for granted when inscribing them, but he soon realized that the matter was far from simple. For instance, Tao follows nature. The innate array prohibitions within his supreme skill, even in their simplified form, encapsulated profound and terrifying insights into the universe. It is exceedingly challenging for an ordinary person to master. Similarly, the seemingly innocuous work and rest balance had his comprehension soaring to new heights during his cultivation state, resulting in descriptions like easily attained if one follows the intended meaning. Those lacking sufficient understanding would face considerable hardships. Take 7 stars shine bright. Without the aid of terminology, grasping the myriad applications of the Big Dipper would require years of contemplation. Thus, his supreme skill was, in essence, a culmination of the partial teachings of the 10 absolute hermits, combined with the extensive texts and systematic terminologies housed within the library. Crucially, the 9 volumes still reflected his past classics. Once he re-engaged with work and rest balance for further cultivation and insight, he could potentially produce another volume, if not more. Ahead lay an endless sea of tribulation, awaiting the leap of the gifted. Why are you worried about them? The Tao is a personal journey. They will choose their own paths. The little raccoon remarked nonchalantly. If they can't comprehend this, what are they even cultivating? It then urged, hurry, continue the game. Transform into another creature, and I will find you. This game is not enjoyable. Su Yuan tortif. Play or not? Play. Su Yuan instructed the little raccoon to close its eyes. In an instant, he darted into Silver Light Lake, transforming into a spirit fish and frolicking with Shao Kai. Upon opening its eyes, the little raccoon began searching for Su Yuan throughout the secret realm. It passed by Silver Light Lake numerous times, but each time Shao Kai would nonchalantly obstruct Su Yuan's presence, complicating the raccoon's search considerably. Su Yuan was surprised to discover that Shao Kai's intelligence had significantly increased since their last parting with the spirit fish. It had grown considerably wiser and somewhat cunning. Eventually, the little raccoon found Su Yuan. Well, Shao Kai, you're aiding Su Yuan, aren't you? And here I thought you enjoyed the treasured spirit fruit I gave you. The little raccoon said, staring at Shao Kai in annoyance. Shao Kai covered its eyes with its fins, signaling that it had not seen anything. But the frantically wagging of its tail betrayed its true thoughts. The 2 little creatures immediately began to play merrily in the lake. Su Yuan, during this time, casually perceived the profound truths of the silver spirit waterfall, accumulating insights while discreetly observing the condition of his disciples. The 3 months swiftly elapsed, and once again, all the disciples engaged in intense study gathered in the square. The 7 peak masters made their grand entrance, instantly igniting admiration among the disciples. In contrast, Su Yuan opted for a more understated approach, taking his place beside the peak masters. Wang Siming remarked with a smile, Su Yuan, there is no need for you to conceal yourself any longer. The sect has completed its restructuring, and you may officially declare your identity as the master of the 3 absolute peak. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively, replying, I prefer to remain low-key. I am not one to seek the spotlight. Wang Siming's smile faltered. He had heard of the grand spectacle Su Yuan had displayed upon establishing his valley, which hardly aligned with the demeanor of a low-profile individual. At this moment, Yu Chunli, the master of the divine absolute peak, inquired curiously, Su Shidi, among this batch of disciples, are there any promising candidates suitable for the divine absolute peak? Please introduce them to me. Su Yuan responded, I know a few, but whether they wish to join the divine absolute peak is beyond my control. Yu Chunli waved her hand reassuringly. No need to worry. Our divine absolute peak excels in spiritual cultivation, and any disciple with such a talent will undoubtedly come to our side. Su Yuan maintained his composure, stating, all right, I will introduce a few. Li Yuexin, with her exceptional spiritual root, is most suited for spiritual cultivation, and for those with superior spiritual roots. There are Qiandefa and Zhongjia. Oh, I see. Yu Chunli nodded in understanding. Tao Yaoyao, the master of the pill Absolute Peak, then inquired with a smile. Are there any promising candidates for alchemy? Upon hearing this, Su Yuan replied, there are indeed some, but I cannot guarantee whether they will wish to join the pill Absolute Peak. Tao Yaoyao chuckled. You are quite amusing, Su Didi. Only my pill Absolute Peak specializes in alchemy, so any talented disciples will surely come to me. Indeed, among the alchemy talents, Meng Changle with his exceptional spiritual root is intriguing, and I will introduce others with superior spiritual roots to you as well. Tao Yaoyao nodded vigorously, signaling her understanding. Following this, Shi Jian, the master of the artifact Absolute Peak, inquired about the situation, to which Su Yuan responded somewhat uneasily. As he introduced candidates for the technique Absolute Peak, Spirit Absolute Peak, and Profound Absolute Peak, his expression grew increasingly solemn. It was not until he conversed with Lei Ming, the master of the Thunder Absolute Peak, that Su Yuan appeared more at ease. Wang Siming had been attentively observing Su Yuan's changing demeanor, sensing an inexplicable unease. Yet he could not pinpoint its source. Once Su Yuan concluded his discussions with the various peak masters, he addressed all the disciples present, declaring, Now I, Su Yuan, announce the commencement of the exit test for the Immortal Seed Valley. All disciples shall proceed with the testing in the order of their scores from the first round. The disciples immediately adopted serious expressions. Guyu was the first to step forward and began the testing process. At this moment, Wang Siming cast a sweeping glance over his disciples, gauging the fluctuations of their spiritual energy. He remarked in astonishment, the progress of this cohort of disciples is truly remarkable. Su Yuan Dao added, perhaps it is due to the exceptional spiritual roots working diligently. The disciples with superior roots, witnessing this, feel compelled to exert even greater effort. Consequently, the disciples with medium roots dare not slacken their pace, while those with inferior roots find themselves with scarcely any time to rest. After all, when those endowed with higher talents are striving so hard, the average cultivation level of these disciples naturally rises significantly. Wang Siming couldn't help but inquire why then. Do the disciples with exceptional roots work so hard? Su Yuan shook his head, knowing the answer but deeming it unnecessary to elaborate at the moment, as the peak masters would eventually learn the reason. Guyu's assessment was swift, soon revealing her cultivation level to be at the pinnacle of the fourth stage of qi refinement. This astonishing progress elicited gasps of amazement from the peak masters and disciples alike. Achieving such a feat in merely 3 months was extraordinary, a level of accomplishment that ordinary disciples might not attain even after a decade of effort. Guyu's performance was nothing short of breathtaking, and it was no surprise that she was invited by the various peak masters. This time, it was Huang Shanbua, the master of Lingjue Peak, who extended the first invitation. With a warm smile, he said to Guyu, I'm the master of Lingjue Peak. I have heard of your profound mastery in body refinement techniques during your time in Xinyao Valley, as well as your commendable talent in spiritual energy. Our Lingjue Peak specializes in such practices. Would you be willing to join us as a core disciple? Upon hearing this, Guyu replied, I have heard that upon exiting the valley, there is a selection process, and becoming a core disciple here allows one to apprentice under the peak master. Is that true? Indeed, this has always been our tradition at the 7 Absolute Sects, Xinyao Valley. Huang Shanbua responded with a smile. Then, may I choose to join another peak instead of Lingjue Peak? Guyu inquired. Oh, you are most suited for Lingjue Peak in your cultivation. If you do not choose it, which peak would you select? Huang Shanbua asked, puzzled. Guyu then turned respectfully to Su Yuan and asked, May I inquire which peak you preside over, Su Valley Master? Su Yuan calmly replied, I am the master of Sanjue Peak. Upon hearing this, Guyu's eyes lit up as she promptly declared, I wish to join Sanjue Peak and become a core disciple. Please, Master Su, grant me this opportunity. The other peak masters were momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Wang Siming finally grasped the underlying predicament. Chapter 58, A Rush to Sanjue Peak. Su Yuan responded nonchalantly. I have no interest in accepting disciples. You are welcome to come to Sanjue Peak, and I can offer you some guidance, but I cannot guarantee your success. I suggest you choose Lingjue Peak, as it truly aligns with your cultivation. Guyu shook her head and replied, I still choose Sanjue Peak. The vast inheritance of Master Su is something I greatly desire, and I will not forego the opportunity to join Sanjue Peak. Su Yuan sighed and looked at the other peak masters, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. He is quite stubborn. There is little I can do. Then he instructed Guyu to stand behind him. Guyu promptly moved to stand behind Su Yuan, filled with joy. The peak masters exchanged glances, and two of them began to wear solemn expressions, while the others remained indifferent. Next, the second disciple was called to undergo the test. It was none other than Xie Yingying. Her test results astonishingly reached the fourth layer of qi refinement, albeit in the later stage, not yet at its pinnacle. She approached amidst the anticipation of the peak masters. Wang Siming, the master of Sanjue Peak, was the first to speak. Xie Yingying, I am Wang Siming, the master of Sanjue Peak, renowned for our expertise in the art of communication with the essence of all things. Your proficiency in fire techniques, when cultivated under Sanjue, will enable you to commune with the fire spirit, forging a deeper connection that will greatly aid your comprehension of the nature and essence of fire. Among all the peak masters, I was the first to grasp the essence and to open the path to the nascent soul, precisely for this reason. Therefore, choosing to join Sanjue Peak is undoubtedly the right decision. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan smiled, thinking it was nothing more than a mediocre version of the principle of natural law. Moreover, this method seemed challenging to learn, with results that paled in comparison to the true essence of natural law. Xie Yingying blinked in confusion and replied, I can already communicate with the fire spirit. So why do I need to learn? Wang Siming was left speechless, taken aback by such exceptional talent. Such a gifted individual rendered the profound teachings of Sanjue Peak seemingly obsolete. Before he could elaborate further, Xie Yingying immediately bowed to Su Yuan and sweetly declared, Valley Master, I wish to join Sanjue Peak. Su Yuan waved his hand, instructing her to stand behind him. Oh, Xie Yingying joyfully leaped to stand behind Su Yuan, turning to beckon Nangong Xianwang, inviting him to join Sanjue Peak as well. The third participant was another young woman named Li Yuexin, with a naturally stronger spiritual awareness. Li Yuexin held an advantage in her cultivation, having also reached the mid-stage of the fourth layer of qi refinement, which was indeed remarkable. This time, Yu Chunli, the master of Sanjue Peak, took the initiative to speak. Little girl, come by my side. However, Li Yuexin showed no signs of moving. I'm sorry, Master Yu, but I cannot go to Sanjue Peak, she replied. Yu Chunli, puzzled, asked, aren't you interested in pursuing the path of spiritual awareness? Why not choose Sanjue Peak? Li Yuexin explained, in the teachings passed down by Master Su, there exists a volume titled the first volume of the 7 Stars Mystical True Refinement Method that is exceptionally intricate in the realm of spiritual awareness. Additionally, there is a secret technique known as Sword Chant, Su Yuan's revised edition, which encompasses methods for spiritual attacks. I believe that mastering these 2 texts would be sufficient for me to navigate the immortal cultivation world. Yu Chunli looked at Su Yuan with a hint of skepticism. You possess profound teachings in spiritual cultivation? It seems unlikely that our revered ancestor would have divided 2 equally esteemed teachings. Su Yuan cleared his throat and replied, this scripture is my own creation, a method of spiritual cultivation and not an ancestral teaching. Therefore, your teachings are the authentic lineage, while mine is not. He turned to Li Yuexin, saying, you may see my scripture, but it does not necessarily surpass the ancestral teachings. Rushing to choose my lineage for cultivation may not be the wisest course of action. Li Yuexin, instead, revealed a smile and remarked, Master Su, prior to joining the sect, I perused numerous texts and practices. I can assert that your lineage is remarkably exquisite. Moreover, since the scriptures are of your own creation, it is certain that you will innovate further and surpass the revered ancestors in the future is not beyond possibility. Yao Chunli, intrigued by this, addressed Su Yuan. Let us engage in a contest to ascertain the current state of your spiritual awareness. Su Yuan, upon hearing this, waved his hand dismissively. I truly lack any formidable prowess. Are you afraid of injuring me, sisterly, or do you fear I might harm you? Yao Chunli retorted with a cold huff. Neither. I merely have not extensively utilized my spiritual awareness and possess little experience. Su Yuan explained. Then let us conduct a simple trial. We shall each employ 1% of our spiritual awareness for a clash. Yao Chunli proposed. Very well. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Under the curious gazes of the onlookers, Su Yuan and Yao Chunli ascended into the air. The two stood at a distance, parallel to one another. Su Yuan turned his focus inward to his sea of consciousness. Unlike the hazy seas of awareness typical in others, his resembled a pitch-black night. Yet within the darkness, 7 stars shone brightly. The glimmering starlight represented Su Yuan's spiritual awareness, while the 7 stars were manifestations of his condensed soul. Humanity possesses 3 souls and 7 spirits. Su Yuan utilized each spirit as a foundation to form a diagram resembling the Big Dipper, constantly drawing in external energies to transform into the stellar light of spiritual awareness, gradually illuminating his entire sea of consciousness. Surrounding the Big Dipper were smaller fragments of stars, composed of abundant condensed spiritual awareness, radiating a strength that was evidently superior to ordinary spiritual awareness. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan summoned 1% of his spiritual awareness and prepared for the impending clash. Yao Chunli then declared, "We are ready to commence." "Proceed." Su Yuan focused intently. With a mere thought, the 1% of his spiritual awareness surged forth from his sea of consciousness, rapidly charging towards Yao Chunli's own sea. In a similar fashion, Yao Chunli unleashed her spiritual awareness to assault Su Yuan's consciousness. In their eagerness to compete, neither opted to evade, and almost simultaneously, both fell victim to each other's strikes. On the periphery of Su Yuan's sea of consciousness, Yao Chunli's spiritual awareness manifested as a unique plant with hundreds of tendrils, assaulting the depths of Su Yuan's consciousness. In response, Su Yuan's 7 soul stars emitted a copious amount of starlight, activating the Big Dipper diagram to safeguard his core essence. Yao Chunli chuckled. "You only protect your soul. Are you not concerned for the integrity of your sea of consciousness? Should it be damaged, your soul would suffer as well." As she manipulated the tendrils to lash against the sea of consciousness, Yao Chunli was astonished to discover that Su Yuan's consciousness was as resilient as steel. Her attacks inflicted no harm whatsoever, and the entirety of his sea of consciousness remained steadfast. As she probed into the sea of consciousness, Yao Chunli, utilizing her spiritual awareness, finally discerned faintly visible patterns of formations. With successive strikes at the same point, more intricate designs emerged, impeding her attempts to disrupt the sea of consciousness. The complexity of those formations left Yao Chunli, a third-tier master well-versed in certain arrays, gasping in astonishment. What level of formation is this? It is impossible. How can this be? As she scrutinized closely, despite her inability to comprehend the function of the array patterns, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. After several attempts at breaching the barriers, she finally recognized some familiar transformations in the formations. Her pupils constricted as she exclaimed, "Isn't this the natural array prohibition of the Yuanpan Valley? How did it find its way into the sea of consciousness?" Su Yuan, taken aback by her recognition of his array prohibition, responded, "Sisterly, your eyesight is remarkable. When I broke through to the foundation establishment stage, I felt that utilizing the natural array prohibition to solidify my spiritual orifices was exceptionally suitable. Thus, I endeavored to integrate them within my body, constructing a natural array prohibition internally. I had always believed that their effects would merely concentrate spiritual energy, but I never anticipated they would also possess defensive capabilities." Yao Chunli, filled with incredulity, exclaimed, "This is impossible. What you've done is simply outrageous. It's astonishing, truly astonishing." Su Yuan replied, "During the foundation establishment phase, one may receive heavenly assistance. At that time, the forces of heaven and earth worked in concert, and I was merely fortunate to achieve success. Sisterly, are you going to continue your assault?" Taking a deep breath, Yao Chunli ceased her attempts to attack the sea of consciousness and instead commanded hundreds of vines to directly assault Su Yuan's Big Dipper formation diagram. Her spiritual assault was exceptionally sharp. With just a few movements, the Big Dipper formation began to tremble, its starlight noticeably dimming. As a peak golden core cultivator, Yao Chunli's spiritual strength far exceeded Su Yuan's, and even a mere 1% of her might would be unbearable for him against her relentless onslaught. However, at that moment, the natural array prohibition within the sea of consciousness emitted a brilliant glow, activating a certain array effect. The formation swiftly drew upon the true essence from within and the natural spiritual energy from the outside world, rapidly converting it into Su Yuan's spiritual awareness, replenishing the Big Dipper formation diagram. The diagram, which had previously suffered significant depletion, quickly regained its original brilliance. Both Yao Chunli and Su Yuan were momentarily stunned by this scene. They marveled at the astonishing speed with which the sea of consciousness restored spiritual awareness. Su Yuan himself had never expended such a vast amount of spiritual awareness, and although he had anticipated the natural array prohibition's rapid recovery capabilities, he was astounded by its remarkable efficacy. In less than a breath, he had restored nearly 40% of his expended spiritual awareness. The efficacy of the natural array prohibition of the Yuan Pond was indeed monstrous. This was precisely why Su Yuan had invested over 100 million spirit stones to create the 118 orifice natural array prohibition. Its power was simply extraordinary. The sea of consciousness, akin to the spiritual orifices, was similarly influenced by the natural array prohibition, much like the Dantian. Yu Chunli was naturally taken aback by this revelation. At this moment, the mental energy she employed in her attack had been significantly depleted, and she was acutely aware that her efforts were ultimately futile. Had it not been for the initial agreement to test their mental defense capabilities, it was likely that Su Yuan could have easily annihilated her consciousness with a mere flick of his hand to activate the natural array's restrictions. Although the primary function of the natural array was not offensive, the accompanying pressure from the formation alone was sufficient to obliterate her mental essence. Yu Chunli promptly dissipated this mental assault. Meanwhile, within the depths of Yu Chunli's sea of consciousness, Su Yuan's mental energy transformed into the formation of the Big Dipper sword array, launching an attack toward her. The array was imbued with a powerful mental shock that surged toward the interior of Yu Chunli's sea of consciousness. Yet, Yu Chunli had fortified her mental realm with an impenetrable defense, encased within a golden tower that safeguarded her soul. Surrounded by a dense grove of mental trees that provided additional protection, Su Yuan's mental onslaught advanced only a short distance before being extinguished by her defenses. Though several trees in her outer grove were felled in the process, these minor injuries would heal swiftly, but they nonetheless indicated that Su Yuan had indeed inflicted some damage. Thus, their simple contest drew to a close. Yu Chunli opened her eyes and immediately inquired, "Is that method of mental defense inscribed in your inheritance?" Her tone was laced with eagerness and urgency. "You mean the natural array's restrictions? It is indeed quite challenging. I only managed to condense it by chance. However, I have recorded it within my lineage, specifically in the 9th volume of my scriptures," Su Yuan responded. Yu Chunli expressed her delight. "May I attempt to learn it? I can exchange contribution points for it." "Certainly. I will place it in the scripture repository where it can be exchanged for contribution points. Nevertheless, I would advise against learning it, as it relies heavily on luck. However, if you're truly determined, you may start from the 1st volume," Su Yuan suggested. "All right. Thank you very much," Yu Chunli exclaimed eagerly. Their conversation left the several peak masters below somewhat bewildered. How had the battle turned into Yu Chunli desiring to learn Su Yuan's inheritance? What was the true outcome of their confrontation? Wang Siming could not restrain himself from asking. "Yu Chunli, what was the result of your battle? How skilled is Su Yuan in mental arts?" Regaining her composure, Yu Chunli returned to her seat and sighed. "I cannot fairly compare Su Yuan's techniques to the grand mastery of my ancestors. However, I believe that Su Yuan's expertise in mental defense surpasses that of our ancestral teachings. If combined, it may elevate the mental inheritance of the 7 Absolute sect to new heights." She paused before continuing. "Of course, this reflects Su Yuan's current state. His realm can still be enhanced, and his techniques optimized. I dare not speculate on the limits of his potential." Hearing this, Su Yuan gestured dismissively. "I have just lost. My mental energy has been depleted by 50%, while the damage I inflicted on Yu Chunli was merely a fraction of 1%. There is no basis for comparison." Yao Chunli's complexion darkened as she remarked, "What realm you possess is of no consequence. If I can be harmed by you, then I am indeed defeated. Yet, the wounds I inflict upon you are as inconsequential as mere scratches in your eyes." The several peak masters exchanged glances, each perceiving the astonishment reflected in one another's eyes. Just moments ago, when Master Su Yuan had demonstrated his prowess in mental defense, they presumed his mental attacks to be feeble. However, the damage he inflicted was undeniable, indicating that Su Yuan indeed possessed a commendable level of skill in mental attacks. Thus, it appeared that his mental inheritance was hardly inferior to that of the ancestral master, at least at levels below the Golden Core stage. Yao Chunli then turned to Li Yuexin and said, "You should go to the Sanjue Peak and diligently cultivate Su Yuan's methods. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek me at the Sanjue Peak, where I can offer guidance on mental cultivation." "Thank you, Master Yao." Li Yuexin expressed her gratitude. Subsequently, she positioned herself behind Su Yuan, who was already flanked by 3 disciples. In stark contrast, the other peak masters had yet to attract even a single disciple. At that moment, the previously paused cultivation assessment resumed. The fourth disciple to step up for evaluation was Meng Changle, who astonishingly possessed dual spiritual roots of fire and wood, making him exceptionally suited for the alchemical path. Tao Yaoyao beamed with delight and addressed Su Yuan. Brother Su, it seems this one is beyond your grasp now. I have never heard of your experience in alchemy. This disciple is rightfully mine to accept. Su Yuan nodded with a smile. After Meng Changle's cultivation level was assessed as being at the initial stage of qi refinement, he joined the ranks of the Peak Masters. Tao Yaoyao laughed, saying, I am a master of Sanjue Peak. I have heard you aspire to pursue the path of alchemy. We would gladly welcome your presence at Sanjue Peak. However, Meng Changle did not immediately bow in thanks. Instead, he gazed in Su Yuan's direction. This action startled Tao Yaoyao. What could this mean? Clearing his throat, Su Yuan instructed, Meng Changle, why do you look at me? Quickly pay your respects to Master Tao. One must uphold proper etiquette. Meng Changle clasped his hands towards Su Yuan and declared, I wish to join the Sanjue Peak. Tao Yaoyao, perplexed, queried, why do you wish to go to Sanjue Peak when Master Su does not practice alchemy? I find that hard to believe. Meng Changle shook his head and responded, in Master Su's teachings. There exists a compilation titled Preliminary Alchemy compiled by Su Yuan, which elaborates on the crafting of various elixirs and expounds upon hundreds of alchemical techniques. After 3 months of study, I have only grasped 5 techniques, yet I feel my alchemical skills have ascended to a new level. Although I have not formally begun alchemy, I am confident I can concoct mid-grade yellow-tier elixirs. Tao Yaoyao looked at Su Yuan in confusion. You truly do not practice alchemy? Su Yuan explained. I have merely perused some texts on herbal medicine and alchemical literature, mentally simulating the techniques of alchemy. I meticulously documented my conjectures, clearly stating that these are mere hypotheses, and I cannot guarantee their efficacy. In truth, I have never concocted a single elixir. Thus, I should not be regarded as an alchemist. He added, my primary aim is to delve into the profound truths of the universe. The transformations within the essence of elixirs are likely imbued with these truths as well. I have infused a portion of my own insights into the crafting of these elixirs, which has rendered my conjectures increasingly dubious. Therefore, while they may serve as references, there is no need for serious study. Both Tao Yaoyao and Meng Changle were left in stunned silence. Meng Changle widened his eyes, exclaiming, are all of these your conjectures? That cannot be. I find them quite reasonable, albeit somewhat challenging. Tao Yaoyao immediately insisted, quickly, let me see that book. With a sigh of resignation, Su Yuan produced a jade tome, a copy he had previously transcribed. Just take a look at it, he said. The volume titled An Initial Understanding of Alchemy fell into Tao Yaoyao's hands. Her expression shifted from disbelief to tentative acceptance, and as she continued reading, her astonishment grew. At times, a glimmer of realization shone in her eyes. The content within the initial understanding was relatively accessible for her. Yet the intricacies it contained opened her eyes to new perspectives. Su Yuan's many unconventional views on alchemy, upon careful comparison with her own practices, revealed a startling truth. For instance, it was noted that certain auxiliary materials used in the alchemical process do not actually become part of the final elixir. These substances act as catalysts, facilitating the fusion of other medicinal properties. Initially, they must be integrated into the mixture, only to be expelled in the end. This assertion appeared as a revolutionary concept, expanding Tao Yaoyao's understanding as she validated it against her past experiences, only to discover that many of Su Yuan's insights were indeed accurate. These seemingly trivial details could mean the difference between success and failure in the crafting of elixirs. Tao Yaoyao, feeling as if she had discovered a treasure, became oblivious to the matter of accepting disciples, immersing herself instead in profound contemplation. Su Yuan cleared his throat. Ahem. He reminded her to exercise some restraint, as the disciples were still observing. Tao Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively. You all continue. Pay no mind to me. With a resigned glance at Meng Changle, Su Yuan said, Please, Master Su, take me in. Meng Changle bowed respectfully. Stepe Said, Su Yuan Diplaith. Naturally, Meng Changle positioned himself behind Su Yuan, becoming a prospective disciple of the 3 absolute peaks. The other peak masters, eyeing the situation with a hint of longing, were eager to witness the teachings of Su Yuan's legacy, glancing between the engrossed Tao Yaoyao and the 4 exceptional disciples behind Su Yuan, exchanging looks filled with uncertainty. Su Yuan cleared his throat once more. Let us proceed. The fifth disciple stepped forward, possessing dual exceptional fire and metal spiritual roots, typically destined for the weapon peak. However, at this moment, Master Su Yuan did not extend an invitation. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan maintained a stoic expression, remaining silent. I wish to join the three absolute peaks. I implore Master Su to grant his approval. The disciple, with unwavering resolve, bowed before Su Yuan. May I take a look at it? Is this the title? Su Yuan inquired suddenly. Su Yuan was at a loss for words, surprised that his naming convention had been discerned by the peak master, Su Yuan. Here you go. Su Yuan handed over a substantial tome, comprising over 1,000 pages. Su Yuan accepted it and began to peruse it casually. There is some substance here, though not much, Su Yuan remarked, engrossed in his reading. The others observed as, predictably, yet another disciple approached Su Yuan from behind. At this point, Su Yuan had already gathered 5 exceptional spiritual root disciples, individuals he had personally recruited to the Sanjue Peak, effectively his core subordinates. As they developed, they would naturally align with Su Yuan's faction, proving far more useful than the current disciples at Sanjue Peak. Hence, Su Yuan welcomed them without hesitation. After all, he merely needed to spare some time to guide these disciples. Unlike other peak masters who were pressed for time to cultivate, he could accumulate inspiration during the process of mentoring while also enhancing his reputation. The next 3 exceptional spiritual root disciples, as expected, joined Sanjue Peak. One disciple, disguised as an elder of the transformation god stage, indicated that they had other commitments. Consequently, Su Yuan ended up with a total of 8 exceptional spiritual root disciples. He felt a tinge of regret that none of them possessed the thunder spiritual root, leaving him without a means to remedy that deficiency. Nangong Xinwang, originally meant to abandon the guise of a disciple, inexplicably continued to maintain it, thus becoming Su Yuan's nominal disciple. Su Yuan watched as Nangong Xinwang bowed before him, pondering inwardly. Is this transformation god elder undergoing a trial in the mortal world? I have heard that many transformation god cultivators refine their Tao heart and comprehend the essence of the universe by experiencing mortal life, such as masquerading as an ordinary stone carver, spending decades in a shop crafting sculptures, living the entirety of a mortal life from youth to old age, ultimately grasping the profound truths of heaven and earth, thus elevating their state of mind. Perhaps Nangong Xinwang is doing something similar, albeit through a renewed journey of cultivation. He concluded that since Nangong Xinwang chose to act, he might as well play along. Should enemies pursue him in the future, he could simply send out his disciples to confront them. To eliminate him, they would need to contend with at least his disciples, Nangong Xinwang, a transformation god cultivator, else they would be unworthy of even approaching him. Chapter 60, The Secret of the Secret Realm. A radiant beam swiftly approached from the main peak. Gu Qingzhu materialized before the assembly of peak masters. Who sent the message? What has transpired? Master Gu queried, casting a puzzled glance at the various peak masters. Several of them did not pay attention to Gu Qingzhu. Some were engrossed in books, while others were absorbed in the scenery. Su Yuan involuntarily twitched at the corners of his mouth. Someone had clearly reported on him. Gu Qingzhu surveyed the 8 exceptional spiritual root disciples behind Su Yuan and noted the empty spaces behind the other peak masters. Raising an eyebrow, Master Gu remarked, Su Yuan, have all these disciples behind you indeed joined Sanjue Peak? This is entirely their own choice. I truly did nothing. Su Yuan promptly declared. Gu Zhongmin rubbed his temples and said, all right, I have a general understanding of the situation. The position of the leader of the Ximiao Valley was a misjudgment on my part. You are now the master of a peak. This identity is inappropriate for you. We shall appoint someone else for the role in the future. The other peak masters sighed in relief, grateful that the exceptional spiritual roots would no longer be entirely seized by the Sanjue Peak. Only Wang Siming pondered deeply. The recent events were not mere coincidences. It was not simply a matter of the Valley Master's identity, but rather the allure of Su Yuan's legacy. It was likely that the next generation of exceptional spiritual root disciples would also flock to the Sanjue Peak. However, upon reconsideration, he realized his worries were unfounded. He was already preparing for the Yuanying stage. Such matters could be left for the next peak master to grapple with. The exit examination continued, though the excitement had waned. The peak masters and the sect leader lingered for a while before departing. Su Yuan continued to oversee the tests, confirming the results of all disciples before instructing the steward to organize the records of the outer disciples. He then led 8 exceptional spiritual root disciples to the silver portal deep within the valley. This is a trial secret realm arranged by our ancestor, offering you a rare opportunity to experience the trials. You may enter and explore, Su Yuan announced. One of the disciples inquired, Peak Master, I've heard there are legendary skills within the trial. Can we still obtain them now? Alas, no, Su Yuan replied, shaking his head. All the legacies within have been taken. However, there exists a wondrous sight, the Silver Spirit Waterfall, from which those of exceptional comprehension may glean some profound truths of the universe. You may still visit it. It won't be a wasted journey into the secret realm. Thank you for the reminder, Peak Master. Guyu promptly responded. Su Yuan gestured for them to enter. One by one, the disciples stepped into the secret realm, leaving only Nangong Xianwing outside, unable to enter. Su Yuan looked at Nangong Xianwing in confusion. Aren't you going in? Nangong Xianwing's expression darkened. I am not a true new disciple. I cannot enter. Oh, I assumed that a Huashan cultivator could enter. Then I shall go in first, Su Yuan said. He clasped his hands in salute and stepped into the secret realm. Nangong Xianwing fell silent, muttering to himself, this kid, humph. He then retrieved a book. Its cover titled the 7th volume of the Beidou 7 Stars Formation. As he perused it, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Understanding the concepts at this level required a shift to a more profound comprehension. Such an outrageous skill was prepared for the Qi refinement stage. And there were still 69 other texts of similar difficulty. Why did Nangong Xianwing suddenly lose the desire to leave? It was not due to any trivial romantic entanglements, but rather the realization that the foundation he had laid in the past was woefully inadequate. Over the years, his progress in cultivation had slowed to an infinitesimal crawl, and he could not ascertain the reason until he beheld Su Yuan's legacy. It was then he realized that the foundational base he had previously constructed was woefully rudimentary. Although it was of the highest quality, when juxtaposed with Su Yuan's notion of a perfect foundation, it was unworthy even to serve as a mere accessory. Thus, the venerable Nangong Xianwang conceived a bold idea to reconstruct his foundational base. However, the challenge lay in the fact that he already possessed a primordial spirit. How could he reshape this foundation? His plan was to transmute his existing primordial spirit into a secondary one, and subsequently forge a new primordial spirit to replace the original as the primary spirit. Such a strategy would render the endeavor flawless. The secret method of the second primordial spirit, known as the 7 Absolute Sect, was indeed available. He had perused it before, yet had never considered practicing it due to the exorbitant materials required for constructing a secondary spirit. However, the circumstances had now shifted. By utilizing his original primordial spirit as the material for the secondary spirit, he would have a ready-made solution, significantly alleviating the need for most of those rare materials. This approach to employing secret methods was relatively uncommon and required immense courage. Transitioning the primary spirit to a secondary form meant that the secondary spirit could not surpass the primary spirit's realm, indicating that he would be unable to advance his cultivation for an extended period should any misstep occur during the reconstruction of his foundation. Having made his decision, he resolved to cultivate. Nangong Xianwang declared with determination, though Su Yuan's current realm is low, he is indeed a master at the level of opening meridians, and following his path could provide me with future opportunities for guidance, sparing me from the current plight of being lost and ensnared in a bottleneck without direction. He had witnessed Su Yuan's astonishing achievements over the course of 2 years, and truthfully, he was taken aback. The other transformation experts would not dare to believe the extent of Su Yuan's prowess if they had not seen it with their own eyes. With a swift motion, Nangong Xianwang transformed into a beam of light and returned to his dwelling, preparing to transmute his primordial spirit into a secondary one and formally begin his reconstruction. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yuan was unaware of Nangong Xianwang's intentions. Upon entering the secret realm, he began to observe the progress of his disciples. Guyu had chosen martial combat and demonstrated exceptional fighting capabilities, overcoming 8 challenges before ultimately faltering at the 9th. However, he had managed to engage in a fierce exchange for a quarter of an hour before his defeat, which attested to Guyu's level being exceedingly close to that of a master of opening meridians. This left Su Yuan greatly impressed. Part of this was attributable to the strength of Su Yuan's legacy, yet Guyu's innate talent and diligent efforts were undeniable. After completing the trial, Guyu did not depart, but proceeded to the central area of the secret realm, the Silver Spirit Falls, where Su Yuan was also present. Upon seeing Su Yuan, Guyu paused momentarily before promptly bowing and addressing him as Peak Master. Ah, you have arrived. Go and contemplate the Silver Spirit Falls. It harbors 18 profound truths of heaven and earth. See if you can discern one for your enlightenment. Su Yuan instructed. Yes, Guyu responded earnestly, nodding his head before positioning himself by the lake's edge, gazing intently at the distant Silver Spirit Falls. Little Li appeared beside Su Yuan, her curiosity piqued. Is this your disciple? She inquired. Sort of, Su Yuan replied. He is quite impressive, possessing considerable talent, and nearly succeeded in the martial competition. Little Li wagged her tail, but remarked, however, it is impossible for him to comprehend the ultimate truths of the universe. Not necessarily. Su Yuan shook his head. He possesses strength. He paused, choosing not to continue the discussion about you, and instead asked, Little Li, do you wish to go outside? Huh? Little Li exclaimed, quickly adding, of course I want to, but as a spirit of the secret realm, I cannot leave. Su Yuan's gaze turned inquisitive. I have been observing for quite some time, and I've come to realize that this entire secret realm is, in fact, a treasure. You are not merely a spirit of the secret realm, but rather a spirit of this treasure. Su Yuan spoke slowly. What? Little Li widened her eyes in disbelief. How can this be possible? Su Yuan nodded. At first, I too found it hard to believe. For the past few months, I have been exploring the secret realm, and I possess a unique talent that allows me to sense subtle fluctuations in the rhythm of the universe. Gradually, I discovered that the cosmic rhythm within this secret realm is incomplete, as if artificially constructed. Aside from the Silver Spirit Falls, the entire secret realm is a cohesive entity. In simpler terms, it is an extraordinarily large storage treasure, designed specifically to house the Silver Spirit Falls. Su Yuan concluded. I thought you were merely playing with me. I never imagined you were engaged in serious matters all along, while still willing to indulge my whims. Little Li expressed admiration, her eyes sparkling with hearts. Su Yuan, you are truly remarkable. Su Yuan coughed lightly, unwilling to admit that he had indeed been playing, only to stumble upon the peculiarities of this realm. It was purely a passive discovery, influenced by the principle of the Tao follows nature, coupled with the enhancement of his cultivation, which naturally led to his awareness. What should we do now? Little Li asked anxiously. Su Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. Since it is a treasure, it can naturally be refined. However, the process of refinement is not simple. Little Li blinked expectantly, eager for Su Yuan's next words. Firstly, you must be wholly cooperative. As a sentient being, once refined, all that you are will become a part of another. This is a fundamental instinctual resistance of sentient beings. This step will be a significant hurdle, Su Yuan sighed. Huh? Little Li hesitated, saying, if it is you, Su Yuan, then I might be willing to give it a try. Su Yuan gently ruffled Little Li's fur, shaking his head. This resistance cannot be easily suppressed. It touches upon the essence of life itself. Your instincts will rebel, as will your true self. Upon hearing this, Little Li gritted her teeth and declared, if my true self resists, I will confront it. Let us give it a try. Her eyes were filled with longing for the outside world. Su Yuan waved his hand. Moreover, the core of this treasure is bound to be filled with intricate formations and restrictions. To refine it, one must also comprehend these elements, the difficulty of which I am currently unable to gauge. Now, tell me, are there any places within the entire secret realm that you have never visited or cannot access? The little raccoon scratched its head, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, its eyes sparkled with realization. Of course. The place where the ancestral master had concealed treasures and passed down legacies was a small palace. At that time, the master had cautioned me against entering, fearing I would disrupt the rules. Thus, I had refrained from stepping inside until this very moment. Su Yuan nodded in understanding. That must indeed be the core of the secret realm. This entire realm is your body. There is no place you cannot access. The master merely employed rules to deter you, but if you wish to enter, it is quite effortless. Come, let's go and take a look. All right. The little raccoon instantly leaped with joy, soaring towards the small palace alongside Su Yuan. Chapter 61. The little raccoon's choice. Guyu immersed himself in contemplation before the Silver Spirit waterfall, yet he struggled to grasp the essence. Just as frustration mounted, a wave of water splashed upon him. Guyu's expression shifted to one of surprise as he hurriedly attempted to evade it, but it was too late. He was drenched to the core. Looking closely, he noticed a fish head emerging from the lake's surface. It was a two-colored fish, its hues alternating mesmerizingly. Its large eyes sparkled with evident amusement as it opened its mouth, shooting forth a jet of water that drenched Guyu once more as he tried to evade it. Observing the irritation rising on his face, the spirit fish promptly flicked its tail and darted away. Initially, Guyu intended to retaliate against the spirit fish, but he soon sensed the immense aura emanating from it. Goodness, it's a top-tier first-grade spirit fish, seemingly at the pinnacle of its level. Not worth the trouble. Guyu sighed in discontent, shaking off the lake water. He then noticed that his body was adorned with a shimmering dual-colored aura. Seeing no harm, he chose to disregard it. He sought another spot on the lake's surface and resumed his contemplation of the silver spirit waterfall. As his mind delved deeper, the dual-colored radiance gradually integrated into his being, bringing clarity to his thoughts. In a mystical sense, he began to perceive the secrets of a universe unfolding before him. However, this sensation soon dissipated. Frowning, Guyu returned to awareness, glancing down at the fading dual-colored light on his body, his expression contemplative. Within those luminescent hues lay a profound understanding of the world, seemingly imparted by the spirit fish. With a flash of insight, Guyu turned his gaze to the lake and quickly spotted a curious spirit fish peering above the surface. Upon noticing Guyu's attention, the fish promptly submerged again. Guyu chuckled softly, rummaging through his pocket until he uncovered some tasty snacks. Since they lacked spiritual energy, he could bring them into the immortal seed valley. He had some on hand to enhance his meals from time to time. He tossed a piece of the snack in the direction of the spirit fish. Before long, a fish head bobbed up, devouring the treat. Guyu smiled, waiting for a moment until the spirit fish returned to his side, shooting another jet of water at him. This time, Guyu did not shy away, allowing himself to be drenched once more. The spirit fish erupted in laughter. Guyu remained unperturbed, instead chuckling. How about you keep watering me for a while? I shall contemplate the waterfall. Ling Yu cast a puzzled glance at him and nodded in agreement. Guyu promptly resumed his meditation upon the silver spirit falls, and this time, inspiration indeed flowed forth once more. He gradually began to grasp the essence of the golden force. Whenever he sensed that feeling of inspiration waning, Ling Yu would spray him with water, rekindling that state of mind. After numerous iterations of this exchange, Guyu finally succeeded in comprehending a wisp of the heavenly and earthly forces. An aura flickered around him, causing ripples in the fabric of the cosmos, exerting a pressure that extended 10 meters in all directions. Ling Yu was momentarily lifted by this surge of energy, flipping onto its back in annoyance and retaliating by spraying water at Guyu. Regaining his composure, Guyu laughed heartily. "Thank you, little one." He crouched down and inquired, "Are you a spirit beast from this secret realm? Do you find it dull here? Would you care to accompany me outside? I shall offer you an equitable contract." Ling Yu regarded him with surprise, its expression wavering. "Do you have family? We both share a golden affinity. We would make splendid partners." Guyu continued, "And I have endless honey jerky." After a moment's hesitation, Ling Yu dove into the lake. Guyu stood by the shore, feeling a twinge of regret. At that moment, the spirit fish had already swum to the lake's bottom, where it roused the slumbering Xiao Kai. "Xiao Kai Awik," gazing at Ling Yu with confusion. Soon, a clandestine conversation ensued between the two fish. Initially, Xiao Kai was incensed, but then it hesitated, sending a thought to Su Yuan. At that moment, Su Yuan was inside the small palace, scratching his head before the intricately layered cores of forbidden formations. Upon receiving Xiao Kai's transmitted thought, he was momentarily taken aback. "Xiao Shisan wishes to leave with a human cultivator? Should I consent?" This unexpected inquiry left Su Yuan momentarily dazed. He had nurtured those spirit fish with genuine affection, yet he had never anticipated that one day they would choose to depart on their own. This realization stirred a sense of melancholy in him, akin to a father watching his daughter embark on a new journey. However, when he glanced at the eager Xiao Li beside him, a flicker of understanding emerged within his heart. Just as with Xiao Li, it seemed the ancestral master had never considered granting her autonomy. Ling Yu, too, likely yearned for freedom, for the allure of the outside world. They possessed their own thoughts, yet he had suppressed them. His nurturing had indeed been a kindness, but could not impose an obligation upon these spirit fish to remain by his side for eternity. If it desired to leave, then let it depart. That was its choice. Su Yuan communicated his thoughts to Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai glared at Xiao Shisan with a puffed-up demeanor, but ultimately, it patted Xiao Shisan's head, turning away with a reluctant gaze. Not wishing to see Xiao Shisan any longer, Little 13 slowly departed, glancing back to see a group of spirit fish waving their fins in farewell. After a brief pause, it ultimately turned away and left. Guyu was waiting by the lake when, to his astonishment, the spirit fish reappeared, leaping into the palm of his hand. His face lit up with surprise. "Are you willing to accompany me?" Little 13 nodded its head. At that moment, a voice resonated in Guyu's ear. It was Su Yuan. "You rascal, you've stealthily taken my spirit fish. You must treat little 13 well from now on. Do you understand?" Guyu was taken aback and promptly bowed in acknowledgement, saying, "Disciple understands." Subsequently, an equal contract was established between the person and the fish. Little 13 hopped into Guyu's pocket, peeking out to gaze at the lake surface. Guyu felt a sudden wave of rejection emanating from the secret realm. Soon, when he regained consciousness, he found himself outside the portal of the secret realm, with little 13 curiously observing the surroundings. Guyu gently stroked little 13, smiling as he said, "Come, I have a large spirit pond at home. You shall never worry about food and drink while you're with me." Little 13 pouted, clearly skeptical. Within the secret realm, in a small palace, the little raccoon overseeing the entire domain observed this scene with contemplation. If a fish could determine its own fate, why couldn't it? Although the ancestral master had nurtured and even created it, was it destined to remain confined within the secret realm? The task assigned by the ancestral master had been fulfilled, thus it was free to choose its own destiny. Just as Su Yuan had granted the spirit fish the opportunity to thrive, it, too, could seize a chance to shape its own fate. Initially, the little raccoon had hesitated, uncertain in its resolve, yet the spirit fish's choice served as a perfect example. Perhaps little 13's boldness had sparked inspiration. For when several extraordinary spiritual roots arrived at the pond to contemplate the truths of heaven and earth, more spirit fish chose to forge contracts with these elite spiritual roots. Upon sensing the unique abilities of the spirit fish, these prodigious roots expressed goodwill and solidified their contracts. In total, 7 spirit fish, including little 13, departed after signing agreements with the elite disciples. In the palace, Su Yuan, examining the core of the secret realm, sighed, "The child has grown up and spread its wings. Though well-fed and cared for here, it longs to venture out. Do you not oppose their actions?" The little raccoon inquired curiously. Su Yuan sighed again. "The outside world is fraught with dangers. Their departure might lead to a path of no return. I even conveyed this to them. Yet they remain resolute. In the future, I might have to collect their remains. Then why do you not dissuade them?" The little raccoon asked. "Their hearts are no longer here. What use is my refusal? Moreover, they are independent beings, and I respect their choices. As sentient beings, they possess the right to make their own decisions, although I have granted them the opportunity to transform into spirit fish and provided them with the most favorable conditions. This cannot serve as a justification for me to impede their choices. I merely hope that they will not harbor regrets in the future." Su Yuan shook his head. Despite his sigh, he showed no intention of stopping them. Upon hearing this, the little fox nodded, gradually solidifying its resolve to choose its own destiny. Even if it were to fall in the future, it would be a consequence of its own making. If spirit fish can choose, why not it? Su Yuan's attention was fixated on the core of the secret realm, and he momentarily overlooked the little fox's psychological transformation. In truth, even with deliberate observation, it will be challenging to discern the little fox's inner changes, for it was a being of ancient prowess. How intricate! As Su Yuan gazed at the layers of formations and restrictions within the core, a sense of headache washed over him. Although it appeared somewhat familiar, it was merely a fleeting recognition. He sensed that the complexity of this secret realm's core could only be comprehended by those above the divine transformation stage. He grew uncertain about balancing work and rest, not due to a lack of confidence in the term itself, but rather because of insufficient rest time. Only 93 days remained. The little fox inquired, "How is it? Can it be refined?" "Quite challenging, but let us give it a try. Prepare yourself, little fox. We shall test it." Su Yuan turned to the little fox and asked, "Are you truly willing to follow me? If you remain here, you could survive for a very long time. But if you leave with me, you may encounter dangers in the future." The little fox chuckled. "No worries, I understand." Su Yuan asked curiously, "What do you understand?" "I won't tell you." The little fox's 9 tails swayed playfully. Su Yuan regarded the little fox with a deep gaze before activating the term, balancing work and rest. In an instant, the world became significantly clearer. Without hesitation, he activated the second and third enhancements, compressing the training time to 130 minutes. Natural law activation. The rhythms of the universe became visible, clear, and distinct. 7 stars shined bright activation. The Big Dipper in the starry sky ignited its brilliance. 7 beams of starlight descended, passing through the gate of the secret realm and merging into Su Yuan's eyes, sharpening his perception of the world. Su Yuan looked towards the core of the secret realm. What was once a chaotic mass transformed into a clearly delineated structure, revealing a total of 118 layers of restrictions before him. Su Yuan's eyes widened. Is this the natural array restriction of the Yuan pool? He was astonished to discover that the core's restrictions were merely a variant of the natural array restrictions. The natural array restrictions within him bore an inherently high compatibility with those of the secret realm's core, allowing the true essence transformed from his unique spiritual acumen to refine it with significantly reduced difficulty. What an extraordinary coincidence. Initially, he merely aimed to observe the complexity of the core's restrictions, intending to return when his cultivation improved, yet it now appeared that refining it might indeed be feasible. Su Yuan felt a moment of dazedness, as if fate had orchestrated this encounter, but upon reflection, he realized that it might not be mere coincidence after all. To accommodate the Silver Spirit waterfall, ensuring its eternal vitality, a formation capable of continuously replenishing spiritual energy must be established. What formation could surpass the efficacy of the natural array of the Yuan pool? He had previously wondered why the waters of the Silver Spirit waterfall flowed incessantly and how their energy was replenished. Now he realized that everything had its reasons. Chapter 62. The Floating Light and the True Sun and Moon Gourd. Little Li, let us begin, Su Yuan declared promptly. All right. Little Li nodded immediately, albeit uncertain of what to do. Within Su Yuan, 118 spiritual orifices simultaneously released both consciousness and true essence. Among them, the 36 orifices led by the Sea of Consciousness unleashed a torrent of consciousness, transforming into 36 streams of power that surged into Little Li's body. Little Li's expression froze. In that instant, it felt as though its body had been completely laid bare to another's gaze. For the first time, it realized the peculiar structure within itself. Those 36 streams of power coursed through ethereal meridians, forming a grand diagram of circulating energy. Within it, there were also 118 concealed spiritual orifices, each activated by Su Yuan's consciousness. This process was filled with an utterly unique sensation. Little Li instinctively wished to halt Su Yuan's actions, but restrained itself, exerting great effort to control its instincts. After traversing the circulatory path, Su Yuan's power finally reached the Sea of Consciousness, swiftly penetrating into Little Li's mind. This was the first time Little Li beheld a purple, ethereal crystalline core floating within its consciousness. It had never encountered such a phenomenon before. It seemed to have appeared only after Su Yuan completed the energy circulation. How do you feel? You may experience some discomfort shortly, but it will be over quickly. Not a problem, Little Li affirmed confidently. Su Yuan nodded, his gaze fixed upon the ethereal purple crystalline core, which bore 118 layers of intricate patterns, forming a mysterious diagram that was dizzyingly complex. Yet, amidst this complexity, Su Yuan discerned clear traces of the natural array's restrictions. By deconstructing the 118 constraints of the natural array, he began to grasp the logic of its operation, and his consciousness began to flow swiftly along these patterns. Su Yuan, what am I to do? Little Li inquired, feeling a pang of discomfort in its consciousness, the quivering purple core slightly disrupting Su Yuan's carving actions. Open your mind and accept my consciousness. Fret not. It is not too daunting. Su Yuan's voice, for once, bore a gentle tone. Little Li found solace within, striving to assist Su Yuan in refining the purple crystalline core. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's 82 spiritual orifices centered around the Dantian orifice released a substantial amount of true essence, infusing it into the core of the palace's secret realm. Here, the core of the formation, composed of 118 layers of formation inscriptions, was equally intricate under normal circumstances. Refining it would require at least the strength of the God transformation realm. However, due to the remarkable compatibility of Su Yuan's power, the demands for refinement were significantly reduced. Su Yuan's true essence surged into the formation, traversing the most accurate path, and seamlessly entered the core of the first formation. Here, his true essence imprinted a mark that belonged to him, and everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. He exhaled in relief before commencing the refinement of the second and third formation cores. During this process, the considerable supply of spirit stones prepared beside him was rapidly consumed, extracted by his 118 natural formation restrictions, and directly transferred into the refinement process. Both the formation core and the core within the little raccoon SC of consciousness were being refined simultaneously. No unforeseen events occurred. In this incredibly safe and undisturbed secret realm, it was indeed unlikely for additional unforeseen factors to arise. With methodical precision, Su Yuan completed the refinement. After 118 minutes, he finally achieved the simultaneous refinement of both the little raccoon's core and the palace formation core. In an instant, an extraordinarily close bond was established between Su Yuan and the entire spiritual treasure. The little raccoon opened its dazed eyes, gazing at Su Yuan with a look of utter dependence. At that moment, a transformation occurred within the little raccoon, initially possessing only a spiritual form. It began to attain a physical manifestation under the supply of Su Yuan's essence, energy, and spirit, allowing it to transition between both spiritual and physical forms. The little raccoon marveled at its transformation, exclaiming in astonishment. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, with closed eyes, swiftly absorbed a torrent of information. Fortunately, he still had some time left on his current entry, and with his exceptional comprehension, he rapidly grasped this information and began to preliminarily understand the efficacy of this spiritual treasure. This treasure's true name was Floating Light, True Sun, and Moonpot, a pinnacle 6-tier cave heaven spiritual treasure, fully controllable only by those at the void refinement stage. One of its functions is to store items, capable of accommodating the wondrous essences of heaven and earth, currently occupied by the silver spirit waterfall. The second function is suppression. With the power of the entire cave heaven, it can suppress cultivators, rendering those below the spirit transformation stage utterly powerless. And even those at the void refinement stage can be suppressed to the extent of 70% of their strength, which is extraordinarily formidable. However, Su Yuan could not activate it, as he lacked sufficient magical power. At present, it could at most suppress those at the golden core stage, affecting only lower-tier nascent souls. The third function is spirit gathering, which aligns with Su Yuan's previous conjectures. As a cave treasure constructed upon the foundation of the natural formation restrictions of the Yuan pool, it inherently possesses the ability to accumulate spiritual energy. This capability, besides being a relief, also provided Su Yuan with a significant surprise. He could fully utilize the floating light pot once. Although it would require a century to naturally accumulate energy for the next use, it was already sufficient. Su Yuan's most substantial trump card at present. In addition to these three functions, there are many more, but they need not be elaborated upon. In truth, Su Yuan speculated that the ancestral master had likely reached the 7th stage of the harmonization realm. For him, this treasured item might merely serve as a storage artifact, albeit an outdated one, hence it was reserved for the purpose of inheritance. The ancestral master did not leave behind a legacy merely upon his demise. Rather, he departed only after ensuring the transmission of his teachings. If this spiritual treasure held significant value for the ancestral master, he would not have left it behind so casually. At that moment, a melodious voice interrupted Su Yuan's contemplation. Su Yuan, you have succeeded. Little Li leaped into his arms, nuzzling against him. Su Yuan affectionately patted Little Li's plump body, exclaiming, "We did it. From now on, you shall accompany me. There is no turning back now. I have no regrets," Little Li declared, raising her small face. Little Kai also poked her head through the doorway, peering in. Su Yuan commended, "Little Kai, you performed admirably, aiding in my protection." Little Kai twirled joyously. Little Li then, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, remarked, "Su Yuan, I feel as if I have been reborn. It's time for me to choose a new name. Little Li is far too casual." "Oh, do you have something in mind?" Su Yuan asked, momentarily taken aback. "No, you choose one for me. How about Su Li?" "Still Li." "No, ite Su Li." Su Yuan shared his thoughts with Little Li, who brightened at the suggestion and nodded in agreement. "That sounds acceptable," she admitted, casting a proud glance at Little Kai, who gazed back innocently. At that moment, Su Yuan became aware of several particularly potent thoughts resonating around him, ones he had previously overlooked while refining the floating light pot. Resonance of thoughts activated. Following these powerful thoughts, Su Yuan's consciousness swiftly traversed a vast expanse of the sect, arriving at the peak of Sanjue. Here, within the inner courtyard of Sanjue Peak, several newly initiated disciples, including Guyu, were engaged in a series of challenges against elder disciples. Numerous disciples had already been defeated, sporting bruises of varying hues. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, following the fluctuations of thought, bypassing these disciples to reach the core disciple area, where he sensed whispers concerning him. Before long, he swept past the core disciples, arriving at the true inheritance disciple zone, ultimately focusing on a particular true disciple of the Golden Core stage. How intriguing! Su Guangwen, the former chief disciple of the Hidden Peak, at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, aspired to seize the position of the Hidden Peak's master. The sect's peak masters, upon achieving sufficient contributions and stepping down, could enjoy resources that facilitate a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. This coveted resource was something Su Guangwen greatly coveted. Thus he set his sights on the position of Hidden Peak Master, while I have now become his greatest obstacle. Su Yuan understood this clearly. He could ascertain that Su Guangwen likely remained unaware of the true implications of the Hidden Peak Master position. Such a secret was known to very few among the elders, and although it could be uncovered in the library, many practitioners were often too pressed for time to peruse unnecessary texts. Su Yuan once again activated the resonance of his thoughts, and scenes within the sect unfolded before his eyes. Ultimately, he focused on a hidden realm, where he witnessed dozens of nascent soul elders and several transformation stage elders engaged in a heated discussion regarding the allocation of resources for his future. The resources were categorized into 3 tiers. The lowest tier, designated for the nascent soul elders, and the highest tier, reserved for the elite supplies of the transformation stage elders. The elders of the council argued fervently over which tier to choose, with one elder mentioning Su Guangwen from the 3 Absolutes Peak, hoping to discern Su Yuan's true potential before deciding on the resource tier. As Su Yuan observed these scenes, he gradually grasped the full scope of the situation. He pondered how such a cliché scenario of senior disciples bullying newcomers could arise, only to realize it was intrinsically linked to his future resource distribution. The resonance of thought, though seemingly inconspicuous, it proved remarkably useful at times. Su Yuan used. While he scrutinized the transformation stage elders, he did not attract their attention, showcasing the hidden efficacy of the resonance ability. Without this skill, he might not have felt compelled to assist those newcomers. After all, a bit of hardship could ignite their zeal for cultivation. Su Guangwen was at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. These old codgers truly held me in high regard. Su Yuan stroked his chin. I shall depart from the immortal Seed Valley. Once I reach the 3 Absolutes Peak, I will release you, he said to the 2 small creatures. The little raccoon perked up with excitement, inquiring, what is the outside world like? Su Yuan smiled. You will know soon enough. In a flash, he exited the trial's hidden realm. Upon reappearing, he found himself outside the portal of the hidden realm. With a wave of his hand, a jade vessel of azure hue materialized in the air, adorned with intricate patterns of sun, moon, and mountains, shimmering with ethereal light. The jade vessel flew into Su Yuan's grasp before vanishing from sight. The portal to the hidden realm remained intact, within a certain radius of the luminous vessel. He could freely open and close the portal. His departure from the immortal Seed Valley would not affect its accessibility. For now, it would remain as is. Su Yuan Turnith, stepping forward, leaving behind trails of starlight, radiant as the Milky Way. Chapter 63. Su Yuan emerges within a certain area of the inner gate of the 3 Absolutes Peak. 7 senior disciples confronted 7 newcomers with an air of arrogance. 4 of the newcomers bore visible injuries, clearly suffering from the encounter. Are you even capable? With such exceptional spiritual roots, is this the best you can do? One senior disciple sneered contemptuously. Li Yuexin retorted angrily. Do you have no shame? You have been cultivating for years longer than us, bullying newly admitted disciples. Can you not show a modicum of dignity? When you venture out into the world, encountering demonic cultivators or malevolent practitioners, do they care whether you are a novice or a seasoned practitioner? Defeat means death. We as senior disciples are merely allowing you to experience the harsh realities of the cultivation world ahead of time. You elite disciples with your lofty ambitions and arrogance. We are doing this for your own good. The senior disciple continued, delivering his lecture with unwavering conviction. Humph! Meng Changle laughed heartily. You dare to act in such a manner. There must surely be someone behind you orchestrating this. If you wish to teach us a lesson, why not reveal yourselves directly, instead of putting on such a charade? Several senior disciples exchanged glances before turning their attention back to the 7 new disciples. One of the recently injured elite spirit root disciples could no longer bear it and shouted, 24, you should join in too. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a fish head emerged from the sleeve of this disciple, which opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of water in the form of a sword. Do you have a spirit pet? The inner sect disciple at the 7th level of Chi refining looked astonished, but remained calm as he cast a defensive spell. How formidable could a mid-Chi refining spirit pet truly be? No, wait. The spiritual pressure is far too intense. As the water sword approached, he instantly sensed something amiss. He hastily reinforced his defenses and activated the magical artifact on his person. With a piercing sound, the water sword tore through his golden shield, which proved utterly incapable of withstanding the attack. The water sword continued its relentless assault, crashing into the disciple's magical robe. The robe flickered erratically, dimming in mere moments before the water sword pierced through it, sending the disciple flying and showering the air with a spray of blood, rendering him gravely wounded. Hiss! The other senior disciples gasped in shock. One of them quickly regained his composure and soared over, crushing a medicinal pill and scattering it over the wounded disciple's injury. The wound healed rapidly, yet the disciple's breath remained weak and feeble, clearly lacking the strength to continue fighting and requiring a period of recuperation. You! The other senior disciples glared furiously at the elite spirit root new disciple. Are you trying to kill your fellow sect members? That was far too severe. The new disciple flushed crimson with embarrassment. Guyu interjected, you were the ones who were aggressive. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Moreover, we are merely newly initiated disciples, unaccustomed to the rigors of battle. Is it not natural that we struggle to control our strength? Is it uncommon for those who lack skill in the cultivation world to suffer fatal consequences? If you dare to attack us, you must be prepared for the possibility of injury or even death, using spirit beasts to deliberately harm others, causing severe injuries to fellow disciples and endangering their lives. It seems you will be heading to the confinement cliff for a visit. One senior disciple immediately sent a message requesting the Foundation Establishment Enforcer to address the matter. Before Guyu could fully grasp the situation, a squad of black-clad enforcers appeared in the sky, led by one with the early-stage Foundation Establishment Cultivation. What do you intend to do? Xie Ying exclaimed indignantly. Fully aware of the atmosphere within the sect, such events were entirely out of the ordinary, indicating that something fishy was afoot. The captain of the enforcement squad hovered in midair, surveying the 14 individuals below, and declared, all of you, come with us. Sensing the anger and frustration of the 7 new disciples, fish of various kinds began to emerge from their sleeves. They executed the 7 stars mystic leap, their figures soaring through the air, leaving shimmering traces of starlight with each pause. 7 ethereal fish converged midair, forming a formation that unleashed water blades towards the squad leader. Dare to resist? This will only add to your transgressions. The squad leader bellowed. The 7 water blades coalesced into a formidable Big Dipper sword formation, encircling him with intent to attack. Wait, the leader's expression changed, and he promptly retaliated with a flying sword. To his astonishment, the power of the water blades surged tremendously, locking in a stalemate with his sword in the air. Guyu and his companions were left speechless, astounded by the cooperation of the ethereal fish in forming the Big Dipper sword formation. From their agile movements and the sword formation, they distinctly recognized Su Yuan's influence. Evidently, these ethereal fish were not native to the secret realm, but were raised by Su Yuan. However, now was not the time for such reflections. 13. Return. Guyu commanded urgently. They could endure a brief confinement, but defying the law enforcement would escalate the situation entirely. 13 shot the squad leader a fierce glare, but ultimately obeyed Guyu and descended. The other ethereal fish followed suit. The law enforcement leader's expression darkened as he ordered, take them all away, seal their cultivation, and impose strict supervision. Just as the enforcers were about to act, a voice resonated through the skies. Everyone turned their gaze upward. 9 vividly lifelike, true dragons emerged from the clouds, pulling a throne. Upon the throne sat a strikingly handsome youth, cradling a silver-white spirit fox. Gazing down upon the peaks like a celestial being, the dragons roared, and the sound of swords echoed throughout the 3 absolute peaks, leaving all cultivators who heard it feeling as if their minds were struck, akin to the toll of a grand bell, shaking their very souls. This spectacle left the disciples in a state of shock. The astonishment was not merely due to Su Yuan's dramatic entrance, but rather the fact that the peaks were shrouded in formations and restrictions, making it impossible for even an infant soul elder to descend so brazenly from the summit. Su Yuan clearly was not the sect leader, nor was he an elder of the transformation stage. The only plausible identity left was that of the newly appointed Peak Lord, who had yet to reveal himself despite being appointed for months. In a secluded chamber somewhere within the three absolute peaks, Su Guangwen opened his eyes, frowning as he remarked, "I have only been in seclusion for a few years, and yet there appears a golden elixir master so unfamiliar to me. This aura is merely that of the early golden elixir stage. How can he possibly hold the position of Peak Lord? However, the infant soul elder mentioned that I could contend for this position. Thus, I must fight for it." Guyu exclaimed with delight, "Peak Lord, please, Peak Lord, uphold justice." Su Yuan cast a glance at the crowd, disregarding them, and directed his attention towards a certain location on the three absolute peaks, stating, "Su Guangwen, come forth. Haven't you been seeking me all along?" Upon uttering these words, the entirety of the three absolute peaks was shaken. An elder of the Golden Core stage soared into the sky. Some of the Golden Core elders immediately bowed in respect to Su Yuan, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Peak Master." Observing this, Su Yuan's expression softened slightly as he remarked, "A few days ago, I dealt with matters concerning the immortal Seed Valley and did not appear at the Three Extremes Peak. Today, I officially take residence here. If anyone has objections, they may voice them now. Otherwise, after today, any who threaten the harmony of our sect shall face severe punishment without exception." The remaining Golden Core elders, who had been merely spectators, exchanged glances filled with confusion as they looked towards those who had quickly aligned themselves with Su Yuan. Clearly, this was the consequence of ignorance. The library pavilion had explicitly documented the protocols, yet these elders remained oblivious. At that moment, Su Guangwen emerged from his secluded chamber, ascending to the same height as Su Yuan in the sky. In surprise, he inquired, "You know of me?" His expression turned serious as he continued, "I am Su Guangwen, and indeed, I instigated this matter. That is my fault, and I shall accept punishment at the law enforcement hall. However, I must express my discontent regarding your appointment as Peak Master. I have labored at the Hidden Peak for many years. My contributions and merits are substantial, and I have reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. By both reason and sentiment, I am the most qualified candidate for the position. Yet, a Peak Master has been abruptly appointed without due process, and naturally, I cannot accept this." Su Yuan smiled gently, replying, "Had you been in another peak, your claim to the position would be unchallenged. However, in the Hidden Peak, there are complexities. Of course, it is not impossible for you to assume the role. After I have served for a while, I could hand it over to you." "What do you mean by that?" Su Guangwen furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying implication in Su Yuan's words. Curiously, Su Yuan inquired, "Do you often immerse yourself in cultivation? How many years did it take you to reach the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage?" With pride, Su Guangwen declared, "I possess an exceptional spiritual root, and in merely 98 years, I reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Furthermore, I do not solely confine myself to secluded training. I frequently venture beyond the sect to gain experience, having slain several Golden Core pinnacle beasts and defeated numerous notorious demon and evil cultivators. I have faced life and death, braved perilous challenges. By any measure, I far surpass you." Listening to this, Su Yuan nodded nonchalantly, stating, "You are indeed remarkable, yet some matters must adhere to established protocols." "Protocols?" "The requirements for a Peak Master in our sect are threefold: sufficient contributions, nomination by a nascent soul elder, and profound cultivation at the same realm. I satisfy all three criteria. Let's assume you meet the first two, then I can test the third. The greatest rule in the cultivation world is power. Allow me to test your capabilities. Do you dare challenge me?" Su Guangwen proclaimed loudly. Around him, a number of Golden Core elders rallied to his side, positioning themselves closer to Su Guangwen, creating an impression of parity with Su Yuan. The Golden Core elders beside Su Yuan exchanged incredulous glances. Was this a matter of strength? The position of Peak Master was not merely a question of cultivation level. This could potentially alter the very name of the sect. They gazed at Su Yuan with concern, apprehensive that a confrontation might ensue. Even as an ancestral master, the time spent cultivating was still far too short. Upon hearing the words, Su Yuan calmly nodded and said, "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. However, let it be known beforehand that should I defeat you, you may choose to leave the three absolute peak for another peak, or remain here, but your punishment will be doubled." And if you are defeated? Su Guangwen inquired immediately. Su Yuan smiled lightly. Defeated? Quite simple. The position of the Peak Master shall be yours. After all, I've already held that title for 3 months. Su Guangwen furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying peculiarity in Su Yuan's words, as if he had overlooked something significant. After pondering for a while, he concluded that there were no substantial errors in the matter, and he felt a sense of calmness return. He maintained a facade of indifference, saying, "Very well then. Let us battle under the witness of all." Su Yuan chuckled, nodding in agreement. In the palm of his hand, a small jade pot emerged, seemingly inconspicuous. It was arguably the most valuable item in the 7 absolute sect at present. Would it be disgraceful to employ a 6th-tier spiritual treasure against a 3rd-tier golden core? Su Yuan thought not. The spiritual treasure was a manifestation of his power. Moreover, no one would discern that he was using a 6th-tier spiritual treasure in combat. With the possession of this 6th-tier treasure, Su Yuan felt a surge of confidence. Within the sect, he felt it was finally time to make a bold statement. Chapter 64. Resigning from the position of Peak Master. Su Guangwen hovered in midair, extending his hand towards Su Yuan. "You may strike first." Su Yuan smiled. "Then I shall not hold back." From his sleeves, 9 flying swords burst forth. He then channeled a higher grade of true essence from the 9 golden sands in his dantian into the flying swords, imbuing them with greater might. The Big Dipper 7-star sword formation, 7 stars falling. The 9 flying swords ascended into the sky, intertwining to form a grand formation resembling the Big Dipper, with 2 swords concealed within, only the 7 swords visibly apparent. As the 7 flying swords descended, the metallic spiritual energy of the heavens was drawn by the essence of gold, converging upon the surface of the 7 swords, giving them the appearance of being coated in dazzling golden light. Essence. Su Guangwen instantly recognized the significance of the spiritual energy manifesting in such a manner. The might of the heavens could only impose pressure, while the essence of heaven and earth could amplify power and summon the spiritual energy of the cosmos, further enhancing one's strength. Facing an opponent of mere initial golden core cultivation who had already comprehended such essence, what remarkable talent this was. Su Guangwen realized that he had acted hastily. Such aptitude warranted the title of Peak Master. However, since the battle had commenced, it was only natural to proceed. Su Guangwen pointed a finger, and a flicker of flame erupted from his fingertip, rapidly expanding into a vividly lifelike firebird, which soared into the sky. The firebird collided with the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation midair, causing a violent tremor that rippled outward as brilliant golden light and radiant flames clashed and dissipated. In the end, the 9 flying swords retreated, and the sentience within the swords conveyed a sense of discomfort to Su Yuan. Reflecting on Su Guangwen's situation, although the fiery bird has dissipated, it seems the outcome was well within Su Guangwen's expectations, and it is even possible that this was the result of his precise control. Su Guangwen's mastery at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage is undisputed, his prowess unrivaled in the Hidden Peak, which explains his persistent desire to become the Peak Master. Now it is my turn. From the sleeve of Su Guangwen, a flying sword emerged, its crimson hue infused with a formidable aura. This was undoubtedly an artifact of great value. Artifacts, spiritual tools, and treasures. Treasures are items utilized by those at the Golden Core stage, signifying rarity and preciousness. Each treasure holds immense worth and is cherished beyond measure. Even some in the nascent soul stage continue to employ treasures, underscoring their rarity. Go! The sword ignited with flames, shooting forth in an instant. And Su Guangwen's strike was astonishing in its power. Su Yuan maintained a calm demeanor as the sword approached. At that moment, he summoned the jade pot in his hand, unleashing an invisible force of suppression that enveloped both Su Guangwen and the fiery sword hovering before them. In that instant, the crimson sword appeared as if seized by a colossal dragon, suspended mid-air, its terrifying flames unable to be unleashed. The spirit of the artifact had reached an elevated level, and it conveyed a profound sense of fear, helplessness, and utter panic to Su Guangwen. However, Su Guangwen too felt this emotion acutely, sensing a force descending upon him, directly affecting his body, sealing his consciousness and dantian. The golden core within him felt as though it had been locked away, stripped of all power. He perceived a palpable malice emanating from the heavens, an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis that made his heart shudder and his pupils contract. He found himself unable to maintain his suspended position, Yet that suppressive force held him aloft, preventing him from falling. Suddenly, the sensation of suppression vanished. Su Guangwen returned to normal. Then he beheld his crimson treasure sword, its formidable might colliding with Su Yuan, causing the Peak Master's robe to dim significantly. Su Yuan, unable to withstand the impact, was propelled backwards, crashing into the forest below. Wait! Su Guangwen's eyes widened. He attempted to summon back the flying sword. And this time it returned effortlessly, its spirit conveying a sense of relief from a near calamity. He realized that the experience just undergone was no mere illusion. He had indeed been subjected to some form of attack by Su Yuan, without the slightest capacity for resistance. Had anyone merely gestured with a sword finger, he would have met his demise, incapable of activating the defense of his robe. At that moment, Su Yuan emerged, adorned with leaves and broken branches, appearing somewhat disheveled. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Su Guangwen, I concede. Your strength far surpasses mine. I willingly relinquish the position of Peak Master." With a wave of his hand, a Peak Master token and a pristine set of Peak Master robes appeared in his grasp. Su Yuan immediately severed his claim and threw them to Su Guangwen. As Su Guangwen remained in a state of bewilderment, Su Yuan continued from now on. "I shall be an ordinary elder of the Sanjue Peak. I hope that Peak Master Su can extend his benevolence towards me and refrain from assigning me any tasks." After speaking, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and swiftly soared into the distance. His speed was so great that leaves and branches fell away. Yet keen-eyed cultivators could discern that Su Yuan bore no injuries, and his garments were free of even the slightest wrinkle. Su Guangwen was still in a daze when the golden core real person approached him. "Congratulations! Congratulations! I extend my heartfelt felicitations to Peak Master Su on your ascension. From now on, we shall rely on your leadership." The voice of the surrounding Golden Core elders jolted Su Guangwen back to reality. Frowning, he gazed at the token in his hand and glanced at another group of Golden Core elders. They did not rush forward to congratulate him. Instead, they wore expressions of peculiar hesitation. Su Guangwen looked at the Peak Master token in his hand, ultimately suppressing the urge to return it. What has transpired? I should have already been defeated at that moment. Did Su Yuan deliberately lose to me? Why? How long has he held the position of Peak Master? It's hardly enough time to accrue merit. Does he not require the resources of a Peak Master? Su Guangwen pondered in confusion. At that moment, within a secret realm of the Seven Absolute Realm, members of the Nascent Soul Elder Council were reflecting on the recent battle. One Nascent Soul Elder could not restrain his curiosity, asking, "What was that technique just now?" I found it utterly incomprehensible. It appeared to be a form of manipulating the heavens, yet to exert control over a Peak Golden Core cultivator. How was that accomplished? Many Nascent Soul Elders turned their gaze towards the few transformation stage elders seated at the head of the assembly, particularly focusing on the venerable Nangong Xianweng, who was most familiar with Su Yuan. Nangong Xianweng furrowed his brow and shook his head. This should be a form of suppression, activated by Su Yuan through some treasure. However, it is not a disposable item or talisman, but rather a genuine manifestation of his own power. Upon finishing, he exchanged glances with several transformation stage elders, all of whom nodded in agreement. The expressions of the dozens of nascent soul elders varied. I propose that we elevate Su Yuan's resource allocation to the highest tier. Do we agree or disagree? Nangong Xianweng stated. The assembly of elders commenced their voting, with each nascent soul elder casting one vote. Each transformation stage elder's vote counting as 10, and the sect leader's vote also counting as 10. After a final tally, Nangong Xianweng announced 128 votes in favor, 32 abstentions. This proposal is hereby passed. Thus concluded a high-level meeting. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, observing from a distance, revealed a subtle smile. As for the position of Peak Master, let those who desire it take it. What mattered to him was that his resources were assured. At that moment, within the meeting, Gu Qingzhu frowned and remarked, "Is the position of Peak Master of Sanjue Peak to be so casually transferred? Isn't that rather frivolous?" Clearly, he sought to assist Su Yuan in reclaiming the title of Peak Master. As Su Yuan observed the scene from afar, he was filled with a sense of indignation. "Thank you, Master Gu." A group of Yuaniying practitioners began to discuss amongst themselves. Nangong Xianweng, unfazed, remarked, "It is of no consequence. The appointment of the pulse opening ancestor as the Peak Master is merely a formality. Having served in the role is sufficient." Historically, after the pulse opening ancestor has passed on their legacy, They soon venture into the external world for training, and a successor will emerge within the peak in due time. This does not pose any issue. Did you not notice that Su Yuan himself does not desire to be the peak master? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingzhu chose to refrain from further discussion. Su Yuan, witnessing this, breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, "It seems I can finally relax. Moreover, I have no intention of venturing out for training. I shall wait until I genuinely reach a bottleneck." He soared through the Three Extremes Peak and soon arrived at a brand new cave dwelling. This was one of the rare fourth-tier caves within the Three Extremes Peak. A future residence he had secured in advance with the Peak Master's token. Hovering in the air, he gazed down upon a petite, exquisite hill, approximately 700 meters tall, adorned with waterfalls, valleys, gorges, cliffs, forests, rivers, and meadows, all present in abundance. The entire hill was encircled by a comprehensive fourth-tier formation, safeguarding Su Yuan's cave. He pressed his token against the formation, officially claiming the dwelling as his own. Upon crossing the formation and entering the mountain, he was immediately enveloped by a rich influx of spiritual energy. Indeed, this was a fourth-tier cave, and the concentration of spiritual energy was astonishing, sufficient to meet the cultivation needs of Yuanian practitioners. Scattered across the mountain were already constructed buildings, and Su Yuan made his way directly to the summit. There, he beheld a vast expanse of spiritual fields, suffused with pure and potent spiritual energy, yet devoid of any crops at that moment. Such a waste, he lamented. In this high-grade spiritual field, it is utterly squandered not to cultivate any spiritual plants. His heart ached at the sight of 10 acres of fourth-tier spiritual fields, 300 acres of third-tier fields, and even more second-tier fields, while first-tier fields were conspicuously absent. Such valuable resources lay in neglect. Previously, at the Sanjue Peak, upon seeing those 2 acres of first-tier spiritual fields, he had contemplated planting some spiritual flora, but sensing he would not remain there long, he refrained. Now, estimating that he would be residing in this cave for a considerable time to come, his desire to cultivate the land grew increasingly irresistible. Chapter 65. Su Yuan cultivates the land. Surrounding the spiritual fields was a river rich in spiritual energy, formed by the mingling of the spring water from the spiritual spring at the mountain's peak with other sources, making it ideal for irrigating the spiritual fields. With a thought, 35 spiritual fish and Shao Kai fell from the air, splashing into the river. Shao Kai, with a look of wonder, soared from the water into the air, swimming around Su Yuan. "From now on, this shall be your new home." Su Yuan chuckled as he gently patted Shao Kai, then glanced at the condition of the spirit fish, nodding in satisfaction. "You have been nourished by the third-tier spirit water quite adequately. Now, all that remains is to gradually refine and absorb the spiritual energy to ascend to second-tier spirit beasts. Shao Kai, lend them a helping hand. Once they transform into third-tier beings, I shall have numerous aids at my disposal." Shao Kai nodded eagerly, tapping its fins to indicate it was ready to assist. With a thought, Su Yuan summoned Shao Li, and a small silver-white fox suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Its bright eyes surveyed the surroundings, and upon noticing the absence of people, it expressed its confusion. "Su Yuan, where are we? I barely caught a glimpse of those individuals before you summoned me back. You will have the freedom to explore your leisure in due time, so fret not." Su Yuan placed his palm on his sect token, and with a flash of light, a slightly smaller token materialized in his hand, which he then hung around Shao Li's neck. With this, you will have access to most areas within the sect. The sect is vast, home to over 100,000 disciples, ample enough for you to explore for quite a while. There are also contribution points you can use to acquire items you desire. Shao Li joyfully played with the token, using its tiny paws, clearly exhilarated. "Come, let me show you around the 3 absolute peaks, and we shall procure some spirit herb seeds along the way." The little fox nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Su Yuan cradled Shao Li and departed from the 3 absolute peaks. In a short while, he returned with the necessary items, only to find that Shao Li had slipped away to frolic. Su Yuan paid it no mind. Though Shao Li appeared to be an ordinary creature, it was in fact the spirit of a spiritual treasure, as long as its essence remained unharmed. Shao Li would be safe. Allowing it to play freely was a promise Su Yuan had made, and he would not deceive it. Descending into the spirit field, Su Yuan retrieved his spirit hoe and began to till the soil. While employing spells might yield better results, the hands-on experience of farming was far more engaging. For him, this labor was hardly exhausting. As he continued to work, he glanced back at the tilled earth. The soil had become loose. Yet the flow of spiritual energy had grown chaotic, seemingly resulting in adverse effects. Interesting, it appears that farming is not as simple as it seems. Turning back, Su Yuan resumed using the spirit hoe to cultivate the land. Each strike sent his true essence coursing along the patterns of the hoe, penetrating the earth and colliding with the spiritual energy of the ley lines below. The energy in the spirit field became somewhat more vibrant, but it remained disorderly. Some areas thrived while others remained stubbornly lethargic. Raising an eyebrow, Su Yuan checked the system panel and noted that despite his efforts, the rest period timer had not ceased. It seemed that tilling the land did not count as cultivation. Intrigued, he began anew, wielding the hoe to organize the chaotic energies. The ley lines beneath the spirit field were infused with rich elemental energies, predominantly of the earth element, yet their vitality surpassed the languid energies present in the air. Each strike of the hoe acted as a conduit for his true essence, drawing forth these ley line energies, forming streams of earth energy to nourish the spirit field, which would, in turn, foster the growth of spiritual plants. It may appear that tilling the land is a simple task. However, the difficulty is unexpectedly great. Much to Su Yuan's surprise, it is no wonder that these spiritual fields remain unused. Even the second-tier fields pose a challenge. And caring for the fourth-tier fields requires a level of cultivation that is unattainable without sufficient prowess. Additionally, Su Yuan possesses the Tao follows nature attribute, allowing him to effortlessly discern the flow of earth energy, while other cultivators rely solely on intuition to till the soil. Understanding the rhythms of earth energy is indeed a profound art. Thus, the cultivation of spiritual plants is not just a skill, but a significant aspect of cultivation. Reflecting on the agricultural texts he had previously perused, Su Yuan found himself deep in thought. The growth of spiritual plants necessitates not only the earth energy, but also the absorption of spiritual energy from the atmosphere. Utilizing the purity of heavenly energy to neutralize the turbid essence of earth energy embodies the principle of yin and yang harmony. The energies of heaven and earth are always discussed together. It is rare to hear of the exclusive absorption of either type, as most special spiritual plants alone draw in particular spiritual energies. Here, the earth energy within the ley lines is abundant. Yet the heavenly energy may not be as readily available, Su Yuan mused. The ley line energy can be continuously supplied without requiring the spiritual plants to exert effort in absorption. A mere intake yields considerable results. In contrast, heavenly energy must be actively absorbed by the plants for them to thrive. This is precisely why spiritual herbs are designated as such. Many plants do not autonomously absorb heavenly energy, akin to how mortals cannot absorb spiritual energy, and thus, they cannot evolve into spiritual plants or attain higher quality forms. Pondering these thoughts, Su Yuan gazed upward towards the sky. The sunlight persisted, yet he could discern the presence of the Big Dipper in the celestial sphere, the stars enduring, albeit dimly during the day. Fixating on the Big Dipper, he found himself enveloped in contemplation. The 7 stars shine bright, a tribute, illuminated on his system panel, simultaneously accompanied by the activation of the work and rest balance attribute. Though his rest was brief, it was sufficient. Upon entering the attribute state, Su Yuan's thoughts became significantly clearer. At that moment, the Tao follows nature attribute also glowed with vibrancy. The Big Dipper is indeed a manifestation of the mysteries of heaven and earth. As the 3 attributes harmonized, Su Yuan, inspired by his recent insights from tilling the earth, gradually conceived a notion. He seized the hoe once more and forcefully thrust it into the soil, channeling the essence of gold through his true energy, which swiftly and uniformly resonated with the ley lines' spiritual energy, rendering the pathways of earth energy much clearer and invigorating its flow. Most crucially, on the surface of the spiritual field, Su Yuan delineated a miniature formation of the Big Dipper using his true energy, intertwining the formation with the ley lines' pathways, thus creating a unified whole. The energies of the earth and heaven converged at the 7 nodes of the Big Dipper formation, establishing 7 optimal regions for the growth of spiritual plants. Swiftly, Su Yuan produced 7 spiritual herb seeds, placing them in these designated spots. Subsequently, he summoned the spiritual water from the river, transforming it into a fine mist of spiritual rain that gently nourished the seeds, fostering their growth. Su Yuan unleashed his purest essence of wood, drawing upon the force of nature to transform it into a vibrant life energy, which he infused into the seeds. Under Su Yuan's watchful gaze, 7 tender sprouts gradually emerged from the soil, ultimately reaching a length of about an inch, their delicate green leaves brimming with vitality. The starlight of the Big Dipper cascaded down upon the earth, guided by the array, and converged upon these spiritual plants. This celestial light, infused with the purest essence of heavenly spirit, nourished the plants in conjunction with the earthly energy from the ley lines. The growth of the spiritual plants visibly accelerated. However, Su Yuan's brow furrowed as he noted that the impact of the ley line energy was gradually dissipating the array on the ground. He estimated that his essence could sustain itself for only 3 days before it would dissipate. After all, this miniature Big Dipper array was condensed from Su Yuan's own essence. This shortcoming was not entirely a flaw, as the flow of ley line energy was not static. Periodic changes would occur, necessitating the re-establishment of a new Big Dipper array to adapt to these shifts. Su Yuan stroked his chin and mused. I shall name this method of cultivation the 7 Stars Farming Secret Method, emphasizing its grounded and all-natural approach, which can later be incorporated into a legacy. The profundity of Su Yuan's recent toil with the hoe was sufficient for ordinary cultivators to study for years. Observing the ley lines, the 7 stars, guiding starlight, adjusting the ley line energy, and determining the positions of the planting array. All these intricate details were indeed no easy feat. Su Yuan produced a jade slip and quickly organized his insights into a compendium, recording them within the slip. He then retrieved 9 blank books, dividing the knowledge from the jade slip into several volumes, inscribing them into the tomes. Afterward, he neatly stored the items away, planning to place them in the library of the 3 absolute peaks later. He anticipated further insights might arise, so he was in no rush to store them away. The concept of work and rest balance dissipated swiftly. Su Yuan revisited the jade slip, shielding his own memories while perusing its contents. In an instant, he felt a wave of dizziness. Damn it, I must be a fool. This contains knowledge of the natural prohibitions of the Yuan pool. No wonder the starlight and spiritual energy gather so effortlessly. It's exceedingly complex. Su Yuan frowned as he examined the knowledge within the jade slip, which appeared exceedingly obscure without the aid of the concept. Shaking his head, he released the shielded memories and displayed an expression of sudden enlightenment. So that is how it is. Alas, it is still somewhat challenging. As he resumed his manipulation, he discovered that this time, hoeing the ground was not as effortless as during the conceptual state. His control over the essence had diminished slightly. His sensitivity to the ley line energy had waned a bit, and his ability to attract starlight had also lessened. With each successive reduction, Su Yuan found the task increasingly arduous. Consider it a leisurely activity, he thought, unperturbed, as he slowly began to hoe the earth and cultivate the spiritual herbs. Su Yuan did not overlook the spiritual fish, enlisting their assistance in watering the plants. With the aid of the 7-star farming secret method, the growth rate of the spiritual vegetation doubled, consequently increasing their demand for spiritual water. Thus, the spiritual fish lined the riverbank, spraying spiritual water to nourish the plants. Su Yuan specifically instructed them not to spray too much at once, but to disperse it like mist. This left the spiritual fish utterly exhausted. Xiaokai, parading imperiously atop the spiritual fish, kept a watchful eye, punishing any fish that dared to slack off with a swat of her tail, sending them splashing back into the water, a true overseer in action. Once submerged, the fish would hide to avoid work, only resurfacing after sufficient rest to resume their tasks. Xiaokai paid no heed to the slacking fish. Instead, she focused on those that attempted to rest after completing their duties, as if she were playing whack-a-mole. Xiaokai and the spiritual fish reveled in the game, though perhaps only Xiaokai found joy in it, while the fish reluctantly honed their resilience and agility, resulting in a mutual, albeit reluctant, satisfaction. Chapter 66. Casual conversation. Su Yuan paused in his hoeing, turning his gaze towards the foot of the mountain. The array of the cave and the heart-thought resonance activated simultaneously, allowing his main body and divided consciousness to perceive the scene at the mountain's base. The overlapping perspectives filled Su Yuan with a sense of wonder. He discerned that heart-thought resonance remained a more advanced power. Through this viewpoint, he could sense the prying gaze of the array. He engaged in a mental dialogue with the perception of the array. Yet the array could not locate the source of the thought, while the thought could distinctly sense the array's scrutiny. This sensation was quite extraordinary. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, He directed his attention to the entrance. Four disciples stood at the cave's threshold, engaged in animated discussion. Is senior brother Su living here? One disciple hesitantly inquired, gazing at the mountain before them. This cave must be at least 4th tier. It is surely the residence of a nascent soul elder. Could we be mistaken? Another disciple questioned, perplexed. Indeed, Zhoge Jian interjected. I just inquired with the sect leader, and this cave is precisely what they referred to. I'll go knock on the door, Nangong Huiyu declared, stepping forward. As she approached the portal of the array, it automatically opened a passage. Su Yuan's voice resonated from within the array. Ah, it is you. Come up to the mountaintop. Zhoge Jian and the others were momentarily taken aback. Understood, senior brother Su. Zhoge Jian responded hastily. The group exchanged glances before promptly ascending the steps. A stone pathway led them directly to the summit. They chose to walk respectfully rather than taking to their swords. Upon reaching the top, they beheld Su Yuan still diligently tending to the fields. The four were somewhat bewildered, clearly not anticipating that Su Yuan would be engaged in farming at this hour. Setting down his hoe, Su Yuan emerged from the fields, smiling as he ushered them into a vacant courtyard. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a tea table and several chairs. You all arrived quite swiftly. Please, take a seat. Su Yuan smiled as he guided several individuals to their seats. Zhuge Jian and Nangong Huiyu quickly bowed in respect before taking their places. Su Xiaowei. Do not rush. Su Yuan interrupted, waving his hand. He produced tea leaves and placed them into a teapot. With a flick of his wrist, the spiritual water from the spring atop the mountain soared into the teapot. Su Yuan then opened his left hand, and a flame appeared out of thin air, settling beneath the teapot and gradually igniting. Nangong Huiyu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the flickering flame, feeling a spark of enlightenment within. Zhuge Jian noticed Nangong Huiyu's state and was immediately intrigued, focusing intently on Su Yuan's tea brewing process. He seemed to perceive a profound essence of the universe, with the burning flame refining and the gentle vitality flowing. In that small space, fire and wood intertwined, embodying boundless Tao insights. Zhuge Jian was captivated, as was Nangong Huiyu, while the other two disciples remained oblivious to Su Yuan's actions, instead curiously surveying the 4th-tier cave dwelling. Su Yuan cast a glance at the two disciples and shook his head slightly. After a while, the tea was finally brewed, and Su Yuan poured it for each of them. Thank you, Su Xiao. The four exclaimed in unison. Su Yuan nodded with a smile. As Zhuge Jian and the others sipped their tea, their turbulent emotions gradually settled. Su Yuan leisurely remarked, You sought me out regarding the matter of the Blackwood Forest. Did you not? Upon hearing this, Zhuge Jian's previously calm demeanor reignited with excitement. Is it truly you, Su Xiao, who intervened? We are immensely grateful. Today, the four of us have come specifically to express our thanks. We should have done so earlier, but alas, the rules of Ximiao Valley prevented our entry. Nangong Huiyu also displayed admiration and gratitude. The other two disciples appeared somewhat astonished, clearly skeptical that it was indeed Su Yuan who had acted. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. I observed the celestial phenomena that night and predicted you would encounter trouble. Thus, I employed the power of the Big Dipper, making an earnest attempt to assist you in your predicament. Fortunately, you left me 2 strands of hair for location, which proved to be your good fortune. Zhuge Jian sighed in relief. I see. It was fortunate we consulted you before our departure. We indeed faced peril within the secret realm, and the circumstances match your description perfectly. We successfully evaded disaster and even gained benefits from the ordeal. He exchanged glances with the 3 others, then solemnly retrieved a purple-sealed wooden box from his pocket and handed it to Su Yuan. The box was adorned with intricate patterns, seemingly bound by an exceptionally sophisticated seal. This is a treasure obtained within the secret realm. The seal upon it is quite complex, and we have yet to open it. We humbly request that Su Xiao accept it. Su Yuan glanced at it and replied, We are all of the same sect. When I see my fellow disciples in danger, I will naturally lend my aid. The consumption of a few spirit stones is a trivial matter. Zhuge Jian was taken aback, his hand holding the wooden box stiffening. Nangong Huiyu shot Zhuge Jian a knowing look and communicated through thought. Spirit stones. Zhuge Jian, suddenly enlightened, promptly set down the wooden box and retrieved a storage bag. Our lives were saved by our senior brother. How could we allow him to bear the expense? He declared, This is the spirit stones we have collectively gathered. As a token of our gratitude, Su Yuan coughed lightly, There is no need for such extravagance. As he extended his consciousness into the storage bag, he discovered an abundance of spirit stones. Upon meticulous counting, he was astonished to find over 9 million stones within. Previously, the refinement of the cave heaven spiritual treasure had consumed a considerable amount of spirit stones, leaving the bag barren. Now, these stones arrived just in time. So many spirit stones? Have you all decided against foundation establishment? He inquired, noting that the four had yet to embark on this crucial step. Zhuge Jian shook his head. Foundation establishment requires a mere fraction of spirit stones. Around 20,000 will suffice. The most critical component, the foundation spiritual object, we acquired from the secret realm. We plan to adjust accordingly and proceed with our foundation establishment soon. Only 20,000 spirit stones? Su Yuan's expression turned peculiar. Zhuge Jian paused, then asked hesitantly, Senior Brother Su, having just established your foundation, how many spirit stones did you expend? After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan replied, I spent 200 million spirit stones. 200 million? Not 2,000? Nangong Huiyu's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape. The others were equally astonished, momentarily questioning their own hearing. Su Yuan took a sip of tea. I am not like you. I aim for a perfect foundation and set up an internal formation, which naturally required more spirit stones. How is that even possible? What distinguishes the perfect foundation you speak of from a top-tier foundation? Zhuge Jian could not help but inquire. However, upon completing his question, he quickly realized his faux pas. My apologies. I should not pry into senior brother's secrets. Su Yuan pondered for a moment. How old are you? 30, Zhuge Jian replied. That's acceptable, Su Yuan continued. I have left my teachings in the scripture pavilion on the 3 absolute peaks. It encompasses the concept of a perfect foundation, a method I developed myself. He glanced at Zhuge Jian's dantian, slightly sensing his foundation, then added, I advise you to spend another 30 years studying my secret technique. Establishing your foundation at 60 will still be timely. I would not urge the others, but you have guided me in the past, aiding my cultivation. I cannot bear to see you establish a foundation with such an ordinary basis. Zhuge Jian's lips twitched. This is already a top-tier foundation. I have even prepared a third-tier spiritual object. Is that still considered ordinary? You should take a look before you speak. Su Yuan paused, of course. Completing the first 3 volumes will suffice. The subsequent scriptures are unnecessary. The first 3 volumes will be adequate. The 4 exchanged curious glances at his words. Just then, Su Yuan turned his gaze toward the foot of the mountain. Zhuge Jian remarked in surprise, Senior Brother Su, do you have a guest? Should we take our leave? Not at all, Su Yuan waved dismissively. His gaze remained fixed on the foot of the mountain, where he discerned a figure, Su Guangwen. At that moment, Su Guangwen's heart was truly tumultuous. Upon successfully succeeding to the esteemed position of Peak Master, Su Guangwen immediately inquired about the background of Master Gu, Su Yuan. To his astonishment, Master Gu presented him with a tome, instructing him to peruse its contents. What book was it? Biographies of the Ancestors. After merely glancing through a few pages, he seized upon a crucial term, the Reserve Peak. The inaugural Peak Masters of the 7 Peaks were all esteemed founders. In that moment, he was utterly astounded. He finally comprehended why, despite his considerable contributions and formidable prowess, he had never ascended to the position of Hidden Peak Master. It became clear to him that the Hidden Peak served as the Reserve Peak designated for the founders. What sort of individuals were the founders? The biography stated that they possessed innate talent, comprehension, fortuitous encounters, unparalleled skills, and auspicious fate, marking them as extraordinary beings destined for greatness. Throughout the annals of the 7 Absolute sect, its 7 periods of flourishing coincided with the legendary ascents of each generation of founders. Such figures transcended conventional judgment. And now, the 8th founder had emerged. Though still in the early stages of development, the next leap for the 7 Absolute sect was imminent. At this juncture, seizing the opportunity to closely align with the founder was paramount. How could he dare to vie for the position of Peak Master against the founder? Su Guangwen hastily bid farewell to the master. He then arrived at the entrance of Su Yuan's dwelling. Master Su, what brings you here? Su Yuan's voice resonated from within the formation. Su Guangwen clasped his hands in respect. I have previously overstepped my bounds. I feel unworthy of the Peak Master title, and I implore you to retract it, Master Su. No, this matter is not open for discussion. You are the newly appointed Peak Master of the 3 Absolute Peak. I will not take on this role. However, regarding the extraordinary skills, I have already placed the extraordinary skills in the scripture pavilion. But I am not capable. Su Guangwen lamented. It's simple. You can learn, can't you? Su Yuan replied. Su Guangwen paused, lost in contemplation. It seemed reasonable. Yet something felt amiss. May I meet with you for a detailed discussion? Then come up. The formation opened. Su Guangwen took a deep breath and swiftly ascended to the summit. He noticed several Qi refinement disciples from Zhuge Sword were present, which surprised him momentarily. He then bowed and said, I pay my respects to the founder. This scene left the Zhuge Sword disciples utterly dumbfounded. They dared not remain seated and hastily rose, standing aside with bewildered expressions. Founder? What is this? Su Yuan was nearly taken aback by Su Guangwen's gesture. What are you doing? Su Yuan rolled his eyes. What founder? I am merely 18. Chapter 67. The Industry. 18. Su Guangwen fell silent. What had he been doing at that age? It seemed he was engaged in a battle of wits with a rat demon. The revelation of his age rendered the assembled disciples, including Zhuge Sword, speechless. Su Yuan's strength and composure almost led others to believe he was an elder powerhouse, yet he had only joined the sect a little over 2 years ago. You are well suited for the position of Peak Master. It is yours, so do not make a fuss. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively, regarding the profound arts. Might I request Elder Su to accept a few disciples and impart some knowledge? Su Guangwen in Guit. Elder Su Yuan pondered for a moment. I shall establish a course, delivering lessons once a month, inviting interested disciples to attend. Su Guangwen sighed in relief. I understand. I will make the necessary arrangements. He paused, casting a glance at Zhuge Jian and the others. The four of them, understanding the cue, immediately clasped their hands in respect. Elder Su, we have matters to attend to. We shall take our leave. Su Yuan nodded. You may depart at your convenience. The four quickly made their exit. On the way, Nangong Huiyu transmitted a thought. Would you like to learn from Elder Su's teachings? Zhuge Jian replied promptly. Did you not hear? From now on, we shall address him as Elder Su or Master Su. Of course, we shall learn. It was evident that Zhuge Jian was aware of the tales surrounding the Master of Meridian Opening. Back in the courtyard, Su Guangwen continued. Elder Su, the 3 absolute peaks are now officially open, and there are numerous matters to attend to, the most critical being the issue of resources. Oh, please elaborate. Su Yuan nodded in interest. I have learned from the sect leader that, as per tradition, whenever a new peak is established, the existing peaks allocate a portion of their resources to the new peak. These resources include marketplaces, shops, minerals, forestry, fisheries, cultivation cities, mortal realms, as well as defense against demonic sects, border security, celestial demon battlefields, guardianship and exploration of secret realms, management of affiliated factions within the territory, maintenance of order, territory expansion, training of new disciples, retraining of older disciples, and delegating tasks to elders. Additionally, there are matters concerning neutral associations, alliances, negotiations with equally ranked sects, and connections with higher sects, all of which require diligent attention. A flicker of relief flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. How fortunate! How fortunate indeed! The position of Peak Master is truly remarkable. The sheer volume of these responsibilities is overwhelming. His gaze towards Su Guangwen shifted, filled with newfound appreciation. You are a good person, a truly commendable individual. Anyone who dares to speak ill of Su Guangwen's rightful position shall face my ire. Ahem, Peak Master Su. Now that you hold the title of Peak Master, these matters fall upon your shoulders. Proceed with confidence. Su Yuan gestured grandly, his eyes brimming with trust. However, Su Guangwen also felt the weight of responsibility. These resources are far too numerous, and we lack sufficient Golden Core elders. Moreover, we do not have a single nascent soul elder. The demonic sect has recently shown overt hostility towards our sect. Therefore, we shall require more personnel for defense. Elder Su, could you perhaps devise a solution? Su Yuan rolled his eyes. What can I do? I cannot summon nascent soul elders. Once these resources are transferred, will the disciples from other peaks simply withdraw? Indeed, with the transfer of power comes the transfer of responsibility. I am curious how previous masters of Meridian Opening managed these affairs, Su Yuan inquired. I have just perused a biography that detailed how the esteemed Master Kaimai, upon assuming control of the reserve peak, found himself ensnared in a myriad of complexities. The endeavor to establish a prosperous industry was fraught with challenges, compounded by persistent external disturbances. The masters acted with resolute vigor, and through their endeavors in managing industrial affairs, they experienced remarkable advancements in their abilities. They encountered serendipitous opportunities, gleaning profound insights during battles, even facing adversaries of the nascent soul stage in seemingly insurmountable circumstances. Victorious in successive confrontations, they ultimately emerged transformed, transcending into the ethereal realm, and departed with a sense of freedom. After a moment of silence, Su Yuan spoke. "Let me have a look." Su Guangwen promptly retrieved a tome titled Chronicles of the Ancestors from his storage ring and handed it to Su Yuan. As Su Yuan leafed through the pages, he rolled his eyes and exclaimed in exasperation, "This account is utterly exaggerated. Is it really so outrageous? Golden core battling nascent soul against transformation, and even defeating 5 opponents consecutively. This is sheer fantasy. It is undoubtedly embellished. These figures are hardly human. The previous generation of masters dates back 9,000 years. This is a heavily revised edition. It must be erroneous. You know, your pace of breakthroughs and comprehension of profound truths seems to corroborate the records within," Su Guangwen observed. Su Yuan, momentarily at a loss for words, restrained his retort. "Indeed, they have achieved remarkable breakthroughs, brother. But do you really think these masters possess some sort of cheat system? Certainly, I believe these masters ultimately transcended to the void refinement realm and ventured into higher planes, possibly even crossing boundaries, though I suspect those boundaries were merely minor. It is merely a glorification by posterity," Su Yuan suggested. "Perhaps you could convey to the other peaks that they might allocate a smaller portion of resources to us. We do not require so much. They have already allocated it." Su Guanwen Wheatspa. Already? That was swift. Su Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Perhaps they were eager to establish rapport with you, Master Su. Thus they completed the transfer before I could even voice it. They await only for us to send disciples to receive the resources." Su Yuan shook his head. "I am no longer the peak master." Su Guangwen, in a flurry of urgency, bowed deeply. "Master, you cannot turn a blind eye. The output from those resources include the share for you." At this, Su Yuan's expression shifted. "How much?" Su Guangwen paused, quickly calculating. "Our sect, the 7 Absolute Sect, possesses a vast array of resources. Roughly estimating the allocations from various peaks, we could yield 370 billion spirit stones annually. After accounting for various expenses, contributions to the sect, and supporting disciples, typically around 100 billion spirit stones remain for distribution by the peak master. These resources, however, can be directly granted to you should Master Kai might require them." 100 billion? Are you certain you haven't misspoken? Is there truly that much? Su Yuan's tone grew urgent. "Indeed, while 100 billion spirit stones may seem substantial, it equates to merely 100 top-tier spirit stones. To those below the golden core stage, it is a fortune, yet to nascent soul cultivators, it is merely a commendable yield. These are not the substantial assets of the sect. I have heard that those who have attained the Yuaniing stage guard even more precious enterprises, where the yield is astonishing." Su Yuan was aware of this and fell into contemplation. He cast a glance at the Beidou Qixing array diagram in the spiritual field, becoming lost in thought. Su Guangwen also looked towards the spiritual field with curiosity. He noticed that several tender shoots of spiritual plants had already emerged, and with his spiritual sense, he perceived that the surface of the soil seemed to bear intricate array patterns, appearing exceedingly profound. "How can I reduce the consumption of distant energy?" Su Yuan murmured to himself. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the imprint of a jade pot in his palm, and upon looking back at the patterns on the ground, he began to ponder intently. "Is there a blank array disk?" Su Juaning Wei. Yes." Su Guangwen promptly produced a blank array disk. Su Yuan beckoned for it, then activated his true essence, swiftly imprinting it within. Soon, a Beidou Qixing array diagram manifested inside the array disk. With a slight activation of the disk, a faint beam of starlight descended from the Beidou Qixing in the sky. This beam of starlight was minuscule, its effect seemingly trivial. Yet it served as an excellent spatial locator and transmission pathway. Su Yuan handed it to Su Guangwen. "Take this array disk and depart from the sect. The farther, the better. When you feel you have distanced yourself sufficiently, activate this disk while calling my name. I will attempt something," Su Yuan instructed. Su Guangwen was puzzled by Su Yuan's intentions, yet he complied. "I understand. I will do it right away." Su Guangwen flew from Su Yuan's cave abode and made his way outside the sect. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, at the peak of the cave, arranged a Qixing altar. This time, He employed more than just the 9 stars convergence sword to establish the array eye. He summoned the jade pot and placed it at the position of the Yuheng star, the brightest star with the fastest response time. The moment the 6th grade spiritual treasure was positioned on the altar, the status of the Qixing altar instantly ascended several great realms, reaching the level of 5th grade. Through this altar, Su Yuan felt the clarity of the Beidou Qixing as never before. It was even clearer than in a state of balanced cultivation. He had not anticipated such a pronounced effect. This was merely the result of one spiritual treasure. If there were 7, the impact would undoubtedly be even more remarkable. However, the status of the 6th grade spiritual treasure was sufficiently high, and he sensed that the effect would be astonishing. He began to wait. After a full 2 hours, a resonant thought echoed from afar within the sect. The call was exceedingly evident. Su Yuan immediately activated the resonance of thought. In an instant, a portion of his consciousness traversed vast distances, arriving at a desolate mountaintop. At that moment, Su Guangwen was reciting the names of the ancestors while simultaneously activating the array disk in his hand. Although the call was directed towards the ancestors, the intention unmistakably pointed to Su Yuan, allowing him to perceive this connection. The names and aliases were inconsequential. What mattered was the ability to indicate Su Yuan. Observing Su Guangwen's array, Su Yuan noted that it was indeed guiding a sliver of starlight from the Big Dipper to descend. While feeble and seemingly ineffective, it nonetheless illuminated the direction and transmission path for Su Yuan. Standing before the altar, Su Yuan promptly released his intent towards the Big Dipper, transmitting his attacks and means through the spiritual treasure and the formation towards the celestial constellation. In an instant, the altar erupted with immense power, as a pillar of starlight surged upward, infused with his strength. The spiritual stones he had prepared were scarcely consumed. Relying solely on the inherent rank of the 6th-tier spiritual treasure, his power was transmitted to the Big Dipper without loss. The 7 stars shine bright, illuminated brilliantly. The Big Dipper responded to his request. In the distance, Su Guangwen could only watch as the constellation in the sky suddenly flared to life. Following this, 7 beams of sword light, accompanied by overwhelming celestial might, descended from the heavens. Su Guangwen was taken aback, hastily dodging, only to realize his panic had caused him to misstep as the attack struck a neighboring summit. Boom! 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 A small mountain was reduced to ruins under the onslaught of the star swords. Su Guangwen stared wide-eyed at this spectacle, glancing towards the heavens, then at the array in his hand, and finally towards the direction of his sect. He murmured, the descriptions in the chronicles of past ancestors were indeed overly conservative. Chapter 68. The Subtle Uses of Fame Value. A Broken Bowl. Ding, Fame Value 60. Su Yuan was astonished as he gazed at the system panel. Since discovering he could filter out fame values below 10, the notifications had significantly decreased. The sudden appearance of this fame value alert left Su Yuan utterly surprised. At that moment, in a state of echoing intent, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a white light flickering over Su Guangwen. If he was not mistaken, that was the mark of fame value. This fame value originated from Su Guangwen, and, astonishingly, it amounted to as much as 60 points. Was this a deeper level of recognition? This revelation indicated that the internal potential of the 7 Absolutes sect was still vast. Simultaneously, Su Yuan realized that each increment in fame value activated the echoing intent, and upon activation, it could likely pinpoint the individual providing the fame value. This was quite reasonable. The person contributing the fame value was undoubtedly contemplating Su Yuan at that moment. If the mental connection was also active at the time of the fame value notification, he merely had to identify the instant of intense mental fluctuation to lock onto his target. Though this function might seem of limited utility, it could yield remarkable effects at times. For instance, it would allow him to ascertain who the major contributors of fame values were. The unknown is the true source of concern. Knowing the origin of danger would enable him to respond with composure to many situations. Su Yuan immediately set about to experiment with this newfound capability. He released the system notification sound. Ding, fame value 1. In that fleeting moment, Su Yuan activated Echo of Thought, not opting to select a target, but instead fixating directly on the system prompt indicating a fame value of 1, and to his astonishment, he succeeded. In an instant, his consciousness traversed space, arriving in an unfamiliar market, in a secluded corner of a narrow street. A loose practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi refinement was joyfully stroking a pill bottle in his hands. What a fine elixir. I finally managed to snag it. This is the elixir from Su Yuan's shop, renowned for its quality and affordability. This time, I shall certainly break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. May the esteemed Su Yuan bless me with a smooth transition. The practitioner murmured a few words toward the shop's plaque before leaving, filled with excitement and trepidation. Su Yuan scratched his head, puzzled by the scene before him. Where am I? He sensed his surroundings and confirmed that he was indeed 5,000 miles away from the 7 Absolute sect. In a small market where the goods available were primarily of the early to mid-Qi refinement level, exceedingly low end, with little trading activity. Yet within this humble market, Su Yuan's shop was thriving remarkably. Su Yuan observed numerous individuals clamoring to purchase items from his shop, swiftly depleting the shelves, which often stood bare. The sales staff, in a state of resignation, frequently explained that they would replenish their stock as soon as possible. Su Yuan furrowed his brow. Is the business truly this booming? Isn't this akin to encroaching upon others' livelihoods? Surely, they cannot idly watch as their customers are drawn away. Positioned conveniently beside the 7-star altar, he began to employ the 7-star propagation technique. Starlight descended from the heavens, bestowing upon Su Yuan insights of foresight. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, astonishingly. No trouble had arisen in the short term. After a moment of contemplation, he understood. The shops he had established were primarily within the territory of the 7 Absolute sect, and the market administrators were largely connected, either directly or indirectly, to the sect. Naturally, they would look out for Su Yuan's establishment, as long as they did not infringe upon core interests. After all, it was merely one shop, hardly capable of causing significant upheaval. Simultaneously, Su Yuan noted that the shop was still operating under his esteemed reputation, that of a true disciple. A shop with such a pedigree was sufficient to deter many unscrupulous individuals. While the profits were modest, these establishments proved quite advantageous for Su Yuan. There was certainly potential for further development. Su Yuan glanced at the system panel. Name, Su Yuan. Region, Qingku Continent. Level, Renowned 49, 875, 100. Realm, Initial stage of Foundation Establishment, 60, 100 mid-stage of Gold Sand Realm. Entry 1, Balance of Work and Rest. Current rest time, 115 hours. Entry 2, Natural Law. Entry 3, Blessings of the 7 Stars. Entry 4, Echo of Thought. Unbeknownst to him, his reputation had surged to 50,000, of which 10,000 points were derived from the renown of Su Yuan's shop. Though seemingly inconspicuous, the low-level rogue cultivators were numerous. If even 1 in 10 could contribute to his reputation, then among 100,000 individuals, it would amount to 10,000 points. The number of rogue cultivators was indeed vast, and more significantly, each rogue cultivator would engage a multitude of mortals. Under their influence, Su Yuan's fame would reach even the most ordinary of people, who could likewise contribute to his reputation. Influence proliferates, as long as the shop remains open. Su Yuan's acclaim will continuously ascend. With a slight droop of his eyes, Su Yuan mused, unintentionally nurturing willows leads to shade. A faint smile graced his lips as he resumed his seat and calmly sipped his tea. Merely an hour later, Su Guangwen hurried back, arriving at the mountaintop with palpable excitement. Elder Su, is this akin to a curse? How far can it be unleashed? He inquired hastily. Su Yuan gas this worth, pointing towards the Big Dipper. As long as the 7 stars are present, I can strike. To the Big Dipper, the billions of miles on Earth are of no consequence. This is the might of the Big Dipper. Su Guangwen internally marveled at the profound power, with so many stars in the sky. How had he never witnessed others employing such methods? It was not the strength of the Big Dipper, but rather the prowess of Su Yuan. Su Guangwen promptly smiled. I understand now. Elder Su, if you create a formation disk and distribute it to disciples on missions, they can invoke your name for remote assistance in times of peril. Su Yuan shook his finger. Firstly, I will not personally craft the formation disk. This formation is outlined in the first volume of my ultimate technique. Seek someone to produce it. Secondly, utilizing this method incurs a cost, spirit stones. He glanced at the recently expended spirit stones, totaling 1,000 low-grade stones. A result diminished by the enhancement of a 6th grade spiritual treasure. I comprehend. Su Guangwen remarked, eyeing Su Yuan's raised finger. 100,000 spirit stones? Su Yuan paused, contemplated, and finally replied, let it be 100,000 spirit stones. So little? Su Guangwen's eyes widened. We cannot allow Elder Su to squander time without compensation. for disciples to assist. At least 200,000 spirit stones, or equivalent contribution points, are requisite. We must ensure Elder Su is not at a loss. Su Yuan waved his hand. Just 100,000. It is all for the sect. Su Guangwen expressed admiration. Su Yuan's selflessness profoundly moved him. However, do not assume I have ample time to respond promptly. I too must engage in cultivation. I understand. Su Guangwen not that. Su Yuan, as if struck by a thought, continued. However, should anyone encounter a place of extraordinary mystery, they may also invoke my name. This will be a reward task, and I shall provide compensation to those who complete it. Su Guangwen immediately stated, there is no need for Elder Su to provide any compensation. This shall be considered an expense of the peak. I will certainly do my utmost to cooperate with the tasks assigned by Elder Su. Very well. Let be settled thus. If there is nothing else, I shall return to my cultivation, Su Yuan remarked. Then I shall not disturb Elder Su any further. Su Guangwen responded as he rose to his feet. As he walked towards the courtyard exit, he noticed Su Yuan following him out as well. There is no need for Elder Su to see me off, Su Guangwen said. I'm not seeing you off. I merely happen to be going the same way. Su Yuan multiplies. What? Once Su Guangwen stepped out of the courtyard and onto the narrow path by the spiritual field, he observed Su Yuan had already entered the field, taking out a hoe to begin tilling the land. He stood there, dumbfounded for a quarter of an hour, and upon realizing that Su Yuan was indeed serious, he fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that farming is a profound method of cultivation? Su Guangwen departed, still perplexed. Meanwhile, Su Yuan recalled something and returned to the courtyard, scrutinizing the wooden box on the table. This was an item brought by Zhuge Jian, which he had previously unconsciously overlooked. Not only him, but Su Guangwen also seemed to have paid little attention to its existence. Although Zhuge Jian and his companions had solemnly presented it to him, they appeared to regard it with little significance, merely a supplementary gift, with the primary token of gratitude being spirit stones. This situation surprised him. He examined the wooden box closely and directed his spiritual consciousness to draw it into the 6th-tier cave treasure. Shaoli, come back for a moment. Su Yuan silently murmureth. Instantly, Shaoli, the little fox, teleported back from afar, appearing beside Su Yuan. What is it, Su Yuan? I have acquired a treasure. You assist me in keeping watch. Su Yuan said earnestly. All right. Shaoli glanced curiously at the wooden box before nodding. Su Yuan began to study the sealing restrictions on the surface of the box. It was somewhat intricate, yet within the realm of his understanding. Having previously studied the thousand array technique, his mastery of formations was already quite commendable. He quickly analyzed the restrictions on the wooden box. He infused his true essence cautiously into the restrictions of the box, following the intricate patterns, gradually spreading throughout every corner, meticulously completing the unsealing. Su Yuan distanced himself instantly, ready to flee at any moment. The box slowly opened, revealing a gray bowl with a missing corner. It appeared utterly ordinary, reminiscent of a bowl used by commoners for their dogs. Upon closer inspection, there were no markings on the bowl, and its material did not seem to possess the quality of fine ceramics or jade. If it were found anywhere in the outside world, Su Yuan would not have glanced at it twice. However, since it was retrieved from a sealed box within an ancient relic, it sparked his curiosity. Su Yuan's eyes widened. This shabby bowl? Chapter 69. The Incomplete Universal Cauldron of Treasures. Learning Alchemy. Who are you calling a shabby bowl? A tender yet oddly aged voice emanated from a broken bowl. Su Yuan, astonished, gazed at the bowl and exclaimed, You possess intelligence. Are you a spiritual treasure? You exhibit some discernment. The broken bowl huffed. Little Li, intrigued, approached the bowl for a closer inspection. Oh, you too possess a spiritual treasure, and of no low grade. You, my dear fellow, possess something remarkable. No wonder I have fallen into your hands. The bowl responded in surprise. Pray tell, what manner of spiritual treasure are you? And what potency do you wield? Su Yuan inquired with keen interest. The bowl, brimming with pride, declared, I am known as the Wanbao, Qinquan Ding, capable of gathering the effects of myriad treasures within. Every time you refine a treasure, I gain a portion of its spirit, enhancing my own efficacy. The more treasures you create, the stronger I become, and their powers can synergistically augment my might. Wait, Su Yuan abruptly interrupted, his expression peculiar. What grade are you at present? 7th grade. I am a 7th grade spiritual treasure. Impressed, are you? The bowl replied with pride. What level of power can you currently exhibit? Su Yuan continued to inquire. The bowl paused for a moment before answering, perhaps a low 1st grade. This indicates my substantial potential for growth. Su Yuan was taken aback and asked, why must I personally refine treasures? Your crafting of treasures allows me to absorb their spirit, which is also part of the process of refining me. Otherwise, with your current cultivation, it would be utterly impossible to refine me. Once the refining begins, I would only be able to absorb your spirit, the bowl explained. But I lack the ability to craft items. Su Yuan raised his hands in surrender. How is that possible? What cultivator lacks even a modicum of skill? You must surely be a master in some regard. The bowl expressed disbelief. Su Yuan chuckled softly. I do not deceive you, yet I can certainly learn. Huh? You truly cannot craft anything. Then I am doomed. My current state is so poor that without a significant infusion of spirit, I may very well dissipate. This cannot be. I had carefully deduced that those who could acquire me would be the most suitable beings of this era. How could you possibly lack a craft? The bowl, clearly perplexed, found itself in a state of existential doubt as reality contradicted its predictions. Quickly, help me find a master, one capable of refining fifth-grade treasures, preferably of a cultivation level above the transformation stage. Hurry, do not dawdle. The bowl insisted urgently. Do not rush. Su Yuan waved his hand. What is your name? It sighed. The past is settled. There is no need to mention my former name. Then I shall call you Su Qian. That name will suffice, the bowl acknowledged. Is there any lineage of skills associated with you? Su Yuan asked again. You cannot expect a spiritual treasure to autonomously learn the art of crafting treasures, can you? Though I have observed the process of crafting numerous times, it was merely as a spectator, the bowl replied. Su Yuan was at a loss for words, confronted by the bowl's limitations. After a moment of reflection, he proposed, I understand now. Can alchemy, magical tools, and talismans suffice? Essentially, any tangible items will do, and the more precious, the better, the bowl responded. Understood. Su Yuan departed from the cave of spiritual treasures, soaring towards the peak of Danju. In the main hall of the peak, Tao Yao Yao unexpectedly received him. What a rare guest. I hear you've relinquished your position as the peak master? She inquired with a smile. Indeed, being the peak master is quite exhausting. If someone wishes to take on the role, I naturally must step aside, Su Yuan replied. What brings you here today? Tao Yao Yao asked with curiosity. I wish to learn the art of alchemy from you, Su Yuan stated directly. You wish to learn alchemy? Tao Yao Yao exclaimed in surprise. Isn't there a wealth of alchemical techniques within your own expertise? That was merely fabricated. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. I have never practiced it, which is why I specifically came to seek your guidance, Peak Master Tao, when I attempt the refining process. I hope you can offer some pointers. If you are unavailable, perhaps you could send an elder to assist me. If I have the time, I certainly will. Tao Yao Yao replied, still in disbelief. Is what you wrote truly fabricated? That seems implausible. I couldn't discern any flaws. Su Yuan remarked. I have some understanding of the art of deduction, so it may appear flawless. However, I cannot guarantee its accuracy. Tao Yao Yao's lips twitched slightly. If you truly have never refined alchemical concoctions, you ought to prepare yourself mentally. Alchemy is no simple task. The refining, merging, proportioning of materials, mastery of flames, and timing are all crucial. You must be ready for your first attempt to fail. I am well aware of that, Su Yuan affirmed. Then follow me. I will arrange for you to use an alchemical chamber. Su Yuan followed Tao Yao Yao and soon arrived at an exceedingly sophisticated alchemical room. He curiously surveyed the central alchemical furnace, meticulously observing every detail. This is a third-tier furnace, which offers numerous enhancements for alchemy. Familiarize yourself with it, Tao Yao Yao remarked, nearly unable to contain her amusement at Su Yuan's expression of wonder. He is truly a novice. Tao Yao Yao retrieved 100 portions of materials for refining the pill of abstinence, along with its formula. Begin with the pill of abstinence. It is one of the simplest concoctions. Is this the material for the pill of abstinence? Su Yuan exclaimed, gazing at the three components, spiritual grain, ordinary ginseng, and spiritual spring water. Indeed, Tao Yao Yao confirmed. Su Yuan pointed at the ginseng and remarked, surely the bitterness of the pill of abstinence stems from the ginseng? But that cannot be. It makes no sense for these three materials to yield such a poor flavor. Tao Yao Yao coughed lightly. That is not important. Flavor is indeed significant. Su Yuan insisted. Surely we can add some sweetening materials to the mix? Tao Yao Yao fell silent. I've never encountered someone critiquing the formula for the pill of abstinence before. She sighed, rubbing her forehead. Beginners should reduce the variety of spiritual materials. Adding even one more could increase the difficulty exponentially. Focus on successfully refining this pill of abstinence first. True enough, Su Yuan nodded. Then I shall commence the refinement, he declared earnestly. Pi Xiaoyao nodded, standing to the side, filled with curiosity as to whether Su Yuan would succeed in his alchemical endeavor. After all, he was a figure of the ancestor level, and should he fail, it would surely become a tale for future generations. Su Yuan infused his true essence into the alchemical furnace, and at once, a tongue of flame erupted from the depths of the earth. This was the earth fire. Su Yuan attempted to manipulate the earth fire with his divine sense, and the flame responded to his will, morphing into various forms. With an innate understanding of the power of fire, these maneuvers felt instinctual to him. He glanced at the alchemical formula, which was astonishingly simplistic, leaving Su Yuan momentarily speechless. Add a portion of spiritual grain, refine the essence from it. Add a portion of ginseng to extract its essence, and then mix in a small quantity of spring water, condensing it into pill form. Such was the formula, remarkably plain and unadorned. However, it left many questions unanswered. How much was a portion of spiritual grain? How heavy was a portion of ginseng? And what exactly constituted a small quantity of spring water? What size should the pill be? Everything seemed shrouded in ambiguity. Su Yuan's lips twitched. Fortunately, Pi Xiaoyao had measured the ingredients for him. Yet, upon inspection, he noticed the quantities varied significantly. One portion contained an excess of 50 grains of spiritual grain, while another had double the amount of spring water compared to the others. Su Yuan suspected that Pi Xiaoyao had done this intentionally, yet he had no proof, for according to the texts, this was the norm for alchemists. And thus it began. Without hesitation, Su Yuan took a portion of spiritual grain, approximately 120 grains, and cast them into the furnace. He manipulated the flames to gently sweep over the spiritual grain, causing the husks to fall away, consumed by the fiery tongue. The remaining white grains gradually melted under the caress of Su Yuan's flames. At that moment, he added the ginseng into the furnace, directing a portion of the fire to scorch it. The remnants of the ginseng were quickly reduced to ash, leaving behind a pool of medicinal liquid. In the span of mere moments, the white grains had transformed into a semi-liquid essence. Su Yuan then introduced the spring water. The flame first scorched the spring water, raising its temperature, and then he allowed the three components to meld together. Using his divine sense as a stirring rod, he ensured thorough amalgamation. As the flames continued to burn, the mixture gradually began to solidify. Su Yuan swiftly severed the mixture with his divine sense, dividing it into 10 portions, each spinning to form into spherical shapes. Unbeknownst to him, the pills took form. Su Yuan lifted the furnace lid, and 10 pills soared forth, landing gracefully into a jade plate beside him. Simultaneously, a glimmer of divine resonance, imperceptible to the ordinary eye, entered the broken bowl concealed within Su Yuan's chest. At that moment, he established a faint connection with the broken bowl, crudely refining it. Not merely a broken bowl, but the vast treasure Qian Koan cauldron. At last, he tasted a fragment of the divine resonance once more. The voice of little Qian emitted a sigh of astonishment, followed by a teasing remark. Did you deceive me earlier? To concoct 9 superior grade pills and 1 extraordinary grade pill in one breath. Even if it is a fasting pill, it cannot possibly be your first attempt. Xiao Qian spoke with utmost certainty. At that moment, Tao Yao Yao expressed her astonishment. You actually succeeded in refining it on the first attempt. She picked up the exquisite elixir for inspection. Its properties were uniform, gentle, and rounded. Given such quality, one might easily believe you had refined 1,000 batches of the fasting elixir before. Is this truly your first time? Su Yuan replied helplessly. My training trajectory at the sect should be relatively easy to trace, right? I hardly have time to study alchemy. Tao Yao Yao fell into silence. Do I need to improve in any way, Tao, Peak Master? Su Yuan inquired once more. Tao Yao Yao coughed lightly. Just practice more. The insights gained from other suggestions are never as profound as those we derive ourselves. Su Yuan nodded in understanding, casting a glance at the array of common spiritual herbs positioned beside the alchemy room. He approached, took a sprig of fragrant leaf grass, and returned. What are you up to? Tao Yao Yao asked, puzzled. Of course, I am refining the fasting elixir. Su Yuan replied. He communicated telepathically with Xiao Qian. Is it true that the 10,000 treasure cauldron cannot absorb the divine resonance of the same type of treasure a second time? Indeed, Xiao Qian responded. Then, if I modify the fasting elixir, can you absorb the divine resonance again? It is possible, but the effect will gradually diminish. After all, it remains a fasting elixir. Moreover, there is little need to absorb too much from low-tier elixirs. A single high-tier elixir is equivalent to 10 low-tier ones, Xiao Qian cautioned. No, I believe the opposite is true. Only by fully absorbing the divine resonance from low-tier elixirs can we maximize the benefits when we move on to high-tier ones. Su Yuan explained. Consider this. People inevitably encounter bottlenecks, and during such times, they cannot refine higher-tier items. The divine resonance must be obtained from refining items of the same tier, which will undoubtedly present considerable challenges. Attempting to refine low-tier items at that point would likely fail to meet the demands of the 10,000 treasure cauldron, resulting in prolonged periods without divine resonance. Xiao Qian seemed swayed by Su Yuan's reasoning. But how many varieties of low-tier items can there be? Have you heard of the 100-flavor fasting elixir? Su Yuan asked. Chapter 70, Master Alchemist. 2/4 of an hour later, 10 more elixirs appeared in the jade plate held by Su Yuan. Their pale, azure hue did not resemble that of the ordinary fasting elixirs, and they emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance. A slightly weaker divine resonance than before emanated from the elixirs, merging into the broken bowl. Xiao Qian smacked his lips, muttering, "This indeed tastes a bit better." Nearby, Tao Yao Yao curiously picked up one of the elixirs for closer examination. "Is this a fasting elixir? You have introduced an entirely new ingredient. And not only has the efficacy remained intact, but the total quantity of elixirs has also increased to 2. Su Yuan inquired, "Do you think, Tao Peak Master, that there is a market for this fasting elixir?" Tao Yao Yao shook her head, saying no. The cultivators who would purchase fasting elixirs are typically at the qi refinement stage. For them, spirit stones are limited. Fasting elixirs are merely sustenance, and the cheaper, the better. You have added fragrant herbs, undoubtedly increasing the cost. The complexity of the refining process has escalated, leading to a decrease in the quantity of the final product, and, consequently, the price must rise. Naturally, the market for such an item is non-existent. As an alchemist, she is well aware that the fasting elixir is unpalatable. However, over the years, the realm of cultivation has seen attempts to improve this elixir. Yet the results have proven to be laborious and unsatisfactory, resulting in a lack of buyers. Thus, the unappetizing version has persisted through time. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan pondered. Fragrant herbs belong to the category of spiritual herbs, thus their cost is elevated. If one were to incorporate ordinary materials, altering the flavor without significantly increasing the expense should pose no issue. Tao Yao Yao inquired curiously, "What is your interest in this research?" "The profit margin for the fasting elixir is negligible, rendering it hardly worth your efforts. You could attempt to refine a first-tier, mid-grade elixir instead." Su Yuan, shaking his head with a smile, replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Master Tao, but I wish to delve deeper into the study of the fasting elixir. I will trouble you once more. Call me Sister Tao," she retorted playfully. "Ah, yes, Sister Tao. Well, if you wish to study, I shall not disturb you further. Just inform the disciples at the entrance of any materials you require." Evidently disinterested in continuing to observe Su Yuan's refinement of the fasting elixir, Tao Yao Yao departed. She did not believe that Su Yuan's endeavors would yield any fruitful results. Su Yuan persisted in his attempts to refine a new variety of fasting elixir. Thus, he consecutively endeavored to create over 20 different types of fasting elixirs. However, the efficiency of his refining was exceedingly low. At that moment, he glanced at the work and rest balance entry and discovered that it remained in a resting state, which surprised him. It seemed that from the system's perspective, his current method of refining elixirs still fell under the category of rest. This presented an opportunity for experimentation. Su Yuan promptly ignited the furnace to refine a first-tier, mid-grade elixir. Yet, halfway through the process, he halted the refinement, observing that the work and rest balance timer remained unchanged. He continued his experiments until he began refining a second-tier upper-grade elixir, at which point the timer for work and rest balance instantly reset to 0. With clarity of thought restored, he refrained from proceeding with the refinement of the second-tier upper-grade elixir, mirroring his prior approach of halting the process, and instead turned his focus to comprehending the refinement process of the fasting elixir. Mind resonance activated. In an instant, his consciousness traversed across various alchemical chambers, where he observed individuals engaged in refining elixirs. Many spoke of him, noting that a significant figure had come to the alchemical chamber, even prompting the Peak Master to attend to him. Who could it be? I don't know. but surely it's not someone for us to speculate upon. Let us resume our refining. Indeed, within the alchemical chambers, several disciples at the Qi refinement stage were attempting to refine first-tier, lower, and mid-grade elixirs. Each refining process was witnessed by Su Yuan, whose alchemical experiences were absorbed and comprehended. He had perused numerous theoretical texts, yet lacked substantial practical experience. Thus, he needed to leverage the experiences of others to enhance his own alchemical techniques. He observed numerous ordinary alchemists in their crafting processes, witnessing their failures for reasons beyond Su Yuan's imagination. Turning back, Su Yuan commenced the creation of the fasting elixir once more. Lifting the lid of the furnace, he tossed the materials one after another, the quantity swiftly escalating to dozens. "What are you doing?" Xiao Qian inquired, puzzled. "I am concocting the fasting elixir," Su Yuan replied. "But isn't the amount of materials you're adding a bit excessive? Is this still the fasting elixir?" Xiao Qian retorted. "This is what I call quantity without increased cost. No matter how many ingredients I add, it remains the fasting elixir," Su Yuan chuckled. After introducing 100 components, he began to merge them together. The entire process was exceedingly meticulous. He divided his consciousness into 100 strands, adeptly controlling each potion to intertwine. As the medicinal properties interacted during fusion, they transformed. Yet Su Yuan steadfastly maintained the essence of the spiritual grain as the core to amalgamate these auxiliary materials. The essence of the spiritual grain expanded, and as more auxiliary materials were integrated, its hue became increasingly peculiar. Ultimately, he fused all the auxiliary components into one, resulting in a kaleidoscope of colors. Su Yuan then spun the concoction and ejected 1,000 pills of the fasting elixir, which the furnace's fire expertly scorched, solidifying them perfectly. As the lid was lifted, thousands of fasting elixirs soared forth, forming a small mountain before Su Yuan. A broken bowl flew out, preparing to absorb a portion of the spiritual essence, but in that moment, its exclamation rang out. "My goodness, how did you accomplish this?" Among the thousands of fasting elixirs, each pill radiated its own unique essence, all simultaneously converging into the broken bowl. At that moment, Xiao Qian felt as though he had consumed a nourishing delicacy. The surface of the broken bowl shimmered with brilliance, instantly repairing a previously chipped corner, its colors becoming more vibrant, resplendent like a low-tier magical artifact. "How did you manage this? This batch should contain only one type of elixir, yet you produce thousands of variants?" Xiao Qian, having digested the situation, eagerly questioned. By this time, Su Yuan had emerged from his meditative state, smiling as he explained, "I told you, I am crafting the 100-flavor fasting elixir. Each type of elixir randomly generates its own distinct flavor. They may appear identical, but their component ratios differ fundamentally. Thus, they are all diverse varieties of elixirs. You are truly a genius. How did you conceive of this idea? It's remarkable." Xiao Qian marveled at Su Yuan's methods. Curiously, Su Yuan asked, "What effects do you possess now after absorbing so much essence?" "I have now gathered the effects of numerous fasting elixirs, enabling me to emit various fragrances. And I can also transform spiritual energy into a fasting spiritual liquid, which, when consumed, allows for fasting. The effect is potent. I could go 100 days without food." Xiao Qian responded promptly. "And then?" Su Yuan continued to inquire. "Nothing more," Xiao Qian replied. "Is that all?" Su Yuan expressed his astonishment. "It appears I have simply absorbed the essence of the fasting elixirs, which should logically grant these effects," Xiao Qian murmured. "What is the true grade then?" Once again, it was merely a low-grade elixir. Primarily, the divine essence was utilized to mend the cauldron's body. "Very well, I shall refine it once more." Su Yuan opened the alchemy chamber, approached the disciple on guard, and requested additional spiritual herbs. He then commenced the refinement anew, still focusing on the myriad flavors elixir. This time, however, the process did not flow as seamlessly as during his cultivation state. Nevertheless, he was still capable of utilizing 80 different materials for the concoction. Once the elixir was formed, over 700 flavors elixirs soared from the furnace, accumulating into a small mound. Within this mound, 600 varieties of divine essence emerged, merging into the Wanbao Qianquan cauldron. Upon the cauldron's surface, a multicolored elixir manifested, perpetually shifting in hue. Xiao Qian exclaimed in delight. "It's a low-grade mid-tier elixir. How swift! This is simply extraordinary." Yet, Su Yuan furrowed his brow. "Is there already a duplication at such a rapid pace?" "Let us continue." "Huh? I've already reached a low-grade mid-tier elixir. Is it of any use to refine such a low-grade elixir again? Xiao Qian inquired. Can it be absorbed? Indeed. Then refrain from speaking. Xiao Qian fell silent. Su Yuan continued to refine the flavor's elixir within the chamber. 7 days swiftly passed. On this day, Tao Yao Yao once again arrived at the alchemy chamber. She was taken aback to discover that Su Yuan had remained there for an entire week. Knowing he was refining low-tier elixirs, she felt no apprehension about disturbing him. After knocking lightly, she entered. What met her eyes was a landscape of small mounds of elixirs encircling Su Yuan, leaving only half of his head visible, the rest obscured by the stacks of elixirs. Staring in astonishment at the vibrant array of elixirs adorning the chamber, she exclaimed, Su Yuan, what are you concocting? Ah, Sister Tao, you've arrived. I'm refining flavors elixirs. This is the final batch, almost done. Tao Yao Yao soared into the air, alighting beside Su Yuan. She then observed him meticulously adding various refining materials into the furnace. With a single glance, she noted dozens of ingredients. Soon, the count reached 100. Subsequently, Su Yuan began to manipulate these materials for fusion under her astonished gaze. What grade of elixir are you refining, and why do you require so many spiritual herbs? Tao Yao Yao couldn't help but inquire. Flavors elixirs. Just a moment, it will be swift. I am quite experienced in refining flavors elixirs now, Su Yuan replied. With adept precision, he ignited the fire, controlled the flames, and condensed the heat, his true essence pouring forth from his body into the furnace as if it were inexhaustible. His consciousness seemed boundless, finally tuning the 100 materials with the utmost precision. The entire process flowed seamlessly, reminiscent of a grand master of alchemy, crafting an unparalleled divine elixir. Tao Yao Yao even sensed the fluctuations of fire and wood elemental energies in the world responding to Su Yuan's movements under his guidance. These two forces harmoniously integrated into his alchemical process, enriching the properties of the herbs within the furnace with newfound transformations. Such changes can easily lead to failure in refining and variations in medicinal properties. Yet, Su Yuan finds joy amidst it all, remaining composed. His alchemical techniques are profoundly intricate. His consciousness seems to merge with the essence of gold, akin to the sharpest and most precise of blades, delicately sculpting the medicinal liquid as if carving flowers. This process lasts merely a quarter of an hour. With a surge of fervent flames, 1,000 pills of the pill of abstinence solidify. As the alchemical furnace opens, Su Yuan casts the 1,000 pills aside, forming yet another small mountain of elixirs. At that moment, Tao Yao Yao begins to scrutinize the quality of these pills. Flawless. Flawless. Indeed, they're all flawless. These are flawless pills of abstinence. Tao Yao Yao is utterly astounded. The highest tier, known as flawless, signifies pills devoid of any toxic properties. This represents the pinnacle of low-tier elixirs, and while high-quality pills may possess intricate patterns, the pill of abstinence is too low in rank for such traits, with flawless being its utmost quality. Most alchemists rarely produce flawless pills even a few times in their lifetime, regarding each one as a treasure gem. While she has also crafted low-tier pills of flawless quality, witnessing an entire batch of flawless quality is a first for her. Wait. She scans the entire alchemical chamber, realizing that nearly all the pills of abstinence are flawless. Chapter 71, Master of the Pill of Abstinence. Su Yuan glances at his final batch of pills of abstinence. 3 portions of essence soar forth, entering the Wanbao Qiankuan cauldron. What grade has it reached now? What efficacy does it possess? It has already attained the status of a top-tier first-grade elixir, capable of simulating various flavors and aromas, while enhancing the efficacy of the abstinence spirit liquid to last for a year. Xiao Qian hesitates to speak, finding this functionality somewhat lacking. You fail to comprehend. Su Yuan replies calmly. Should we find ourselves in a place devoid of food and spiritual energy, this spirit liquid can sustain us for an extended duration. Such utility is essential. It is prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. You truly possess a sense of foresight, Xiao Qian remarks with a hint of sarcasm. At this juncture, Tao Yao Yao interjects, Su Yuan, I have just observed your alchemical techniques, which have reached an exceptionally profound level. Have you considered participating in the upcoming Alchemy Grand Assembly? Su Yuan waves his hand dismissively. What are you saying? Tao Peak Master, I have no desire to leave the sect. It is not about going elsewhere. The Alchemy Grand Assembly will be held within our 7 absolute sect. Every 5 years, our sect invites alchemists from various sects and factions to participate. Any cultivator under the age of 100 may enter. Tao Yao Yao size, our 7 absolute sect often claims victory, though it does not always succeed. The upcoming Alchemy Grand Assembly is set to commence in 6 months. With your skills, you will surely secure the top position. Su Yuan Guidis. What significance does securing the top position hold? Certainly, there is significance. Tao Yao Yao responds. Fortune is an elusive concept, yet bears great importance for cultivators. The Alchemy Grand Assembly gathers the young generation of alchemical prodigies. Those who claim victory will amass a portion of alchemical fortune, facilitating smoother cultivation and enabling the crafting of higher quality pills. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan ponders thoughtfully. The phrase peach blossoms blooming reminded Su Yuan of his own fame and reputation system. In a certain sense, this too is a means of gathering fortune from the masses, albeit in a more straightforward manner. After some contemplation, he thought it prudent to showcase his alchemical skills at the Alchemy Conference. He did not aspire to attain the title of champion. Rather, he merely desired to gain some recognition, which would consequently yield a substantial amount of fame points. Moreover, he conceived an excellent strategy. Who is more likely to garner fame than a self-made alchemist rising from humble beginnings? At that moment, he recalled the transformation technique he had previously comprehended, and suddenly saw a practical application for it. After pondering, Su Yuan shook his head and sighed, "Apologies, Sister Tao. The path of alchemy is not one I seek to pursue. I did not intend to delve too deeply into it. My recent endeavor to concoct the fasting pill was merely driven by curiosity, hence I shall not participate in the Alchemy Conference." Tao Yao Yao encouraged, "It's quite all right. This conference is held within the 7 absolute sect, so there is no danger involved. I truly lack interest. Perhaps, Sister Tao, you could provide me with some information regarding the conference? I shall review it first," Su Yuan replied. "Certainly." Tao Yao kindid agate sleep to Su Yuan. As he received the slip and glanced at it, he exclaimed in surprise, "There is also a weaponry conference?" Indeed, the weaponry conference is scheduled around the same time as the Alchemy Conference, although it will take place 3 months later, also hosted by our sect. Additionally, there are the Array Conference and the Talismans Conference, but those will be held by other sects, Tao Yao Yao nodded. Su Yuan understood, EC. While others must be selected from various locations, should you choose to participate, I can arrange for you to enter the official competition phase directly. Tao Yao Yao smiled. Whether or not you achieve victory is secondary. The experience itself is quite valuable. Yes, I will consider it, Sister Tao. Thank you for your advice. Su Yuan smiled back. Tao Yao Yao glanced at the surrounding pills and inquired, "What will you do with these pills? Could you assist me in handling them, Sister Tao?" Su Yuan replied, "These fasting pills are of high quality, and their flawless nature makes them particularly suitable for disciples at the peak of chi refinement. At this stage, it is best for them to avoid consuming impure food and pills. Your flawless fasting pills would serve as a special supply for those in the later stages of chi refinement, allowing them to exchange them, and the contribution points will be directly credited to you." Su Yuan was taken aback by her words and hesitated. Should they consume them? Wouldn't that be somewhat inappropriate? What is the matter? Tao Yao Yao asked, puzzled. "Well, you see, these fasting pills have a rather unique taste." Su Yuan explained. What kind of taste could a fasting pill possibly have? Tao Yao Yao casually took out a pill, scraped off a bit of powder, and licked her tongue against it. Su Yuan immediately shut his eyes. In an instant, Tao Yao Yao's face contorted, her eyes nearly bulging out. She hurriedly attempted to spit out the powder, but the flawless quality of the pill was too potent, and she absorbed it instantaneously. She quickly produced a bottle of spiritual water and poured it into her mouth to rinse. However, what she did not anticipate was that such a minuscule amount of powder delivered a flavor that penetrated the very essence of her soul. Despite consuming a copious amount of spiritual water, she found it impossible to eradicate that exceedingly peculiar taste. After a considerable while, the flavor finally began to dissipate. Tao Yao Yao gazed at Su Yuan as if he were a devil. Upon opening his eyes, Su Yuan noticed that Tao Yao Yao was seated, rubbing the muscles of her face, which appeared to twitch slightly. Su Yuan cleared his throat and inquired, "Are you all right? What is that flavor? It is indescribably strange." Tao Yao Yao sighed. "I feel it is unsuitable for those disciples to consume." Su Yuan's eyes twinkled as he remarked, "In truth, I deliberately concocted such a flavor." "Oh." Tao Yao Yao responded with curiosity. "Why?" Su Yuan explained, "For those at the peak of chi refinement wishing to establish their foundation, not only must their base be solidified, but they also require a steadfast mindset and resilient character. This fasting pill is precisely designed to aid them in cultivating endurance and enhancing their mental state. Consequently, their breakthroughs in cultivation will proceed with greater ease. You make a compelling argument. Tao Yaoyao nodded thoughtfully. While the breakthrough in Qi refinement is secondary, the pivotal moment is during the Foundation establishment when they face the trial of inner demons. This fasting pill can serve as a valuable exercise, allowing them to test themselves. Su Yuan coughed lightly and added, "Just don't disclose that I was the one who concocted it." "I understand," Tao Yaoyao replied with a bright smile, her countenance radiating warmth and charm. Su Yuan beheld a captivating beauty in her expression, a visage so sacred and benevolent that he instinctively took a step back. "It is getting late. I shall return to my farming," Su Yuan declared as he rose, leaving behind a room filled with flawless fasting pills and a contemplative Tao Yaoyao. Before long, Su Yuan returned to his cave dwelling, resuming his agricultural endeavors. As for alchemy and weapon forging, there was no hurry. His previous week-long endeavor of crafting fasting pills had merely served to refine and stabilize the Wanbao Qianquanding. Now that it was secure, he felt no urgency regarding alchemical pursuits. Su Yuan tended to his fields with tranquility, oblivious to the affairs beyond his window. 7 days later, he completed his cultivation of the spiritual field. Ding, reputation value 50. Suddenly, a potent thought resonated alongside the system notification of his reputation value. Su Yuan's expression brightened as he activated mind resonance. In the next moment, his consciousness transported him to a secluded area within the sect. To his surprise, he encountered a familiar face. Old Gu Master? Su Yuan was taken aback. Damn it, which old fool concocted this ghastly thing? At that moment, Lanz was grotesquely clawing at the ground, his strong fingers leaving 5 deep scratches, with faint traces of blood seeping forth. His brow furrowed deeply, resembling a labyrinth of crevices, as he frantically consumed spiritual water in an attempt to dilute the flavor. Yet, that taste, rich with a medley of sour, sweet, bitter, salty, and numbing sensations, rendered him momentarily dazed. He seemed to momentarily recollect the myriad scenes of his past, each life experience replaying within his consciousness, only to be shattered by that peculiar scent. He struggled on the ground for a quarter of an hour, eventually collapsing, his expression finally softening. Gazing up at the ceiling of the seclusion chamber, he fell into profound contemplation. Is this truly the flawless great elixir that Dan Juefeng claimed could enhance the success rate of my advancement? How could I have believed it? Lancelot felt as if he could weep without tears. His stomach felt uncomfortably full, while his body was utterly drained. How could he hope to break through to the golden core in such a state? This effect seems to be counterproductive. He continued to curse the alchemist who concocted such an absurd elixir, a sense of powerlessness overwhelming him. No, I cannot bear this torment alone. I shall share this elixir, and then return to strive for the golden core. Otherwise, my thoughts are bound to be obstructed. Lancelot rose and opened the door to the seclusion chamber, hastily departing. Su Yuan watched this scene with confusion, as Lancelot's thoughts swirled within his mind. All Su Yuan perceived was Lancelot rising with a strange smile before leaving. The scene abruptly cut off. Su Yuan fell into deep thought. Could this elixir truly affect one's consciousness? Surely not. Apart from its odd flavor, its efficacy was quite potent, capable of staving off hunger for a month. He held great confidence in the fasting elixir, having refined so many batches and understood its properties thoroughly. No one knew the fasting elixir better than he did. So, the old Valley Master has returned. I hope he succeeds in breaking through to the golden core. Su Yuan wished him well. A day later, a beaming Lancelot returned to the seclusion chamber, resolutely commencing his breakthrough. Outside his door, several disciples with grim expressions were intently staring at the door, their fingers cracking audibly. They had waited at the entrance for a full 10 days, their resolve unwavering. They wished to see him alive, or, if fate willed it, to witness his demise. Suddenly, a wave of golden core energy emanated from the seclusion chamber. The disciples froze, exchanging bewildered glances. Could it truly be effective? Chapter 72. The Old Valley Master Encounters Setback. Within the seclusion chamber, hundreds of golden lights burst forth, converging at the entrance to coalesce into Lancelot's form. His technique of transforming light into shape had reached an extraordinary level. He had practiced this spell countless times, perfecting it to appear more natural and dazzling when displaying his prowess. This very technique had also granted him an unexpected chance for survival during his prior trials. and his understanding of the realm was derived from such experiences, allowing him to break through the threshold of the golden core and return to his sect. Now, this spell had been integrated into his golden core, evolving into his innate technique, making its application more effortless, reaching the pinnacle of its essence, and laying the groundwork for innovation. Lancelot glanced at the 5 individuals before him and smiled. "What brings you here? Are you here to congratulate me on my breakthrough?" "Indeed." The 5 nodded, albeit with a sense of resignation. Lance nodded with a cheerful smile and remarked, "Those flawless fasting elixirs genuinely possess the efficacy to enhance one's success rate in breakthroughs. You have all reached a bottleneck. Take a moment to truly comprehend that sensation, and perhaps you too may achieve a breakthrough. Is it truly effective? That feeling is merely torment," a core disciple recalled, still haunted by the memory. Lance's expression turned serious as he continued. "As cultivators, we consume spiritual food and delicacies, savoring exquisite flavors. This peculiar experience may be the first of its kind in a century of cultivation. The greater the disparity, the deeper the comprehension. When you can consume those elixirs without a frown, your state of mind will undoubtedly surpass mine at present. Breaking through to the golden core will be effortless." The 5 disciples exchanged glances, feeling as though Lance might be leading them astray. Naturally, Lance could not divulge that he had once tricked others into consuming elixirs, bringing them suffering, which inadvertently allowed him to achieve a breakthrough in overcoming his mental demons. This behavior aligned with his somewhat mischievous nature. However, he believed the elixirs themselves truly had the potential to cultivate one's state of mind, even if he had not personally benefited from it. "Then let us trust one more time. In that case, shall we exchange for another?" One suggested. "A single elixir costs 1,000 contribution points or spirit stones. Quite expensive. Ordinary fasting elixirs are only 2 shattered spirit stones each. Considering this, such elixirs may indeed possess extraordinary effects. Otherwise, how could the sect deliberately sell them for 1,000 spirit stones each and recommend them to cultivators at a bottleneck? Indeed, the more we ponder, the more sense it makes." The 5 departed, while Lance flew away with a smile. He circled the sect and, before realizing it, arrived at the entrance of Su Yuan's cave dwelling. Su Yuan sensed Lance's arrival and was somewhat surprised. He opened the array door to the cave. Lance transformed into a streak of golden light and swiftly ascended to the mountaintop. "Old Valley Master, it has been a long time." Su Yuan greeted him. The old Valley Master smiled and walked several steps in the air before Su Yuan, each step illuminated with golden light, like a radiant lotus. "Su Yuan, I heard you took over the position of Valley Master after my departure. What prompted your sudden resignation?" The old Valley Master, having just returned from seclusion, learned from a few former disciples during his reemergence that Su Yuan had assumed his role, which led him to seek out Su Yuan. He curiously scanned the surroundings and asked, "Is your master present?" "My master?" Su Yuan was taken aback. "Yes, this is indeed the cave of the nascent soul elder, right? Now that you are in the foundation establishment stage, being here must mean you have been accepted as a disciple by the nascent soul elder." The old Valley Master stated matter-of-factly. Then, he glided a few more steps in the air before deliberately swaying in front of Su Yuan. The entire process devoid of any magical fluctuations, relying solely on the characteristics of the golden core for levitation. Su Yuan, perplexed, inquired, "Old Valley Master, would you not like to take a seat?" Lance cleared his throat and remarked, "Su Yuan, although you possess considerable potential, it would be wise for you to immerse yourself in literature. Have you not noticed what sets me apart?" Su Yuan levitated to Lance's height, circled around him, then settled down with a cup of tea, shaking his head in response. "I haven't discerned anything. Please, enlighten me, esteemed elder." Lance's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape. He retrieved a calendar and calculated the passage of time, murmuring, "Indeed, merely 2 years have elapsed, not 20, nor 200. A smile danced upon Su Yuan's lips. The old man was amusingly attempting to impress him. Though he had not yet reached the golden core stage, he was nonetheless at the golden sand realm, a noteworthy achievement in its own right. "Have you truly broken through to the golden core?" Lance questioned skeptically. "I am 200 years old. How could you have achieved the same pinnacle?" Su Yuan shook his head. "I have not reached the golden core. I am currently at the golden sand stage." "What? The golden sand realm? Are you jesting?" Lance waved his hand dismissively and plopped down beside Su Yuan, taking a hearty sip from his teacup, the bitter taste gradually unfurling in his mouth. He sighed. I had intended to recommend an exceptional elixir to you, but alas. It seems you have surpassed the need for it. Su Yuan's lips twitched. Thank you for your kind intentions, Elder. Lance mumbled. I recall that your contemporaries, Yi Bufan and Lung Yuan, seem to be in dire need of such an elixir. Perhaps I shall recommend it to them. Suanis eyelids flackered. Elder, I have yet to congratulate you on your breakthrough to the golden core. He called out, Shaoli, please fetch a vial of silver radiance dew. Certainly. A melodious female voice chimed from within the room. Lance looked on in confusion. Soon after, a small silver-white fox bounced into view, cradling a jade vial in its paws. Shaoli presented the vial to Lance. For you. Lance gazed at Shaoli, astonished. Is this a spirit beast? Its aura seems even more potent than mine. Su Yuan nodded. Indeed, you may find it quite formidable. Lance fell silent for a moment, accepting the jade vial. He opened it casually, only to exclaim in astonishment. Third tier spirit water? And so much of it. Yes, Shaoli's bathing water is perfect for solidifying your foundation. Take it home and refine it thoroughly. It shall be of immense benefit, Su Yuan said, sipping his tea. Lance's lips quivered. Whom have you learned this from? Su Yuan gazed intently at Lance. The elder's face flushed as he rummaged through his storage pouch, finally producing a piece of wood, roughly the width of a finger. Ahem. This is a sapling of the 10,000-year soul nourishing wood, the most valuable item I possess at present. I bestow it upon you. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the golden core. Lance handed the dark wood to Su Yuan. Upon hearing 10,000-year soul nourishing wood, Su Yuan instinctively reached out but halted midway, silently questioning Lance. Are you jesting with me? The old valley master coughed lightly and said, Well, I have just made a breakthrough, and my realm is still somewhat unstable. I shall take my leave. He brushed off the blue-patterned robe of the golden elixir elder and, with a graceful flourish, soared into the sky. Shaoli chuckled softly. This old valley master is quite amusing. I have heard many talented disciples express their grievances about him, but meeting him in person reveals an even more interesting character. Let us not forget to honor our elders and cherish the young. I shall honor the elders, while you cherish the young. Su Yuan whispered. Oh, the old valley master. Not far off, perked up his ears and turned his head in puzzlement towards Shaoli and Su Yuan. Su Yuan smiled at him and waved goodbye. A flicker of curiosity sparked in the old valley master's heart, and he suddenly perceived a sense of mystery surrounding Su Yuan. After departing from the cave dwelling, he promptly sought to gather more information about Su Yuan. Upon learning that Su Yuan had once held the position of the hidden peak master, enlightenment dawned upon him, and he straightened his posture, suddenly brimming with confidence. I was the enlightening mentor of the Pulse opening ancestor. Do you understand what it means to be an enlightening mentor? Heh, who in the sect would dare to provoke me henceforth? Reveal my identity, and it will terrify anyone. The old valley master, filled with pride, made his way to the immortal Seed Valley, eager to return in glory and resume his role as the valley master. Do not question it. I simply enjoy it. After the old valley master departed, Su Yuan examined a piece of black wood in his hand. The Wanbao Qinkuan cauldron emerged, and a youthful voice with an air of elderly wisdom remarked, Indeed, this is genuine soul-nourishing wood. Although it is in its juvenile form, it possesses ample vitality. With careful nurturing, it may serve as a refuge when your physical body is destroyed. Su Yuan rolled his eyes. Could you not anticipate something more positive? At that moment, Xiao Qian added, My spirit-restraining elixir should also yield results for it. Su Yuan, taken aback, replied, Oh, soul nourishing wood typically requires cultivation with soul power and feminine spiritual energy. However, my spirit-restraining elixir can mimic the essence of feminine spiritual energy. Thus it should also be effective. Xiao Qian pondered. Is it truly possible? Su Yuan was genuinely surprised. Let us give it a try. I have witnessed too much death and have experienced the power of Yin spirits countless times, coupled with the myriad flavors of the spirit-restraining pill, which can replicate various auras. It is worth a shot. Intrigued, Su Yuan approached a fourth-tier spiritual field and designated a small, isolated area. Dark Veil, Sunshade Formation, activate. He set up a relatively simple second-tier formation to obscure the glaring sunlight, transforming the small area into a realm akin to night. Big Dipper Star Formation, rise. On the ground, he erected a Big Dipper Formation, linking it to the subterranean meridians. Carefully, Su Yuan planted the soul, nourishing wood into the earth. Then, connected to the heavens, 7 beams of starlight descended, traversing through the sunshade formation, shedding a portion of their solar energy. and pure starlight gathered upon the soul-nourishing wood, causing it to emanate a faint glow of black luminescence. Xiao Qian praised. The star power is pure and the energy gentle, making it particularly suitable for the soul-nurturing wood to absorb. Your cultivation technique is sufficient to secure a place in the realm of immortality. Su Yuan chuckled softly. The initial difficulty of this technique is rather high. It won't garner much recognition. Now, let us simulate the spiritual liquid. Very well. A bowl of pale gray liquid coalesced within the small bowl, and Su Yuan sensed a profound aura of yin energy. The unique essence of this spirit liquid, tailored for fasting, was unmistakably the essence that reaches the soul. He poured the liquid into the spiritual field, which transformed into a delicate mist, enveloping the soul-nurturing wood. The wood stretched its branches and leaves, appearing exceedingly comfortable as it slowly absorbed the energy within the liquid. Su Yuan released his consciousness, merging it with the soul-nurturing wood, which gradually began to emanate a presence akin to Su Yuan's own. Xiao Qian gazed in bewilderment at the seemingly endless supply of spiritual power from Su Yuan. His mouth agape in astonishment. How is your consciousness so abundant? It feels equivalent to that of 10 initial-stage golden elixir practitioners. Su Yuan shook his head. It is not that my consciousness is abundant. Rather, my recovery speed is remarkable. My sea of consciousness is akin to a natural array. That is impossible. Xiao Qian exclaimed in shock. Chapter 73, Surge in Reputation. Su Yuan allowed Xiao Qian a glimpse into his sea of consciousness. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Qian finally spoke. Who exactly are you reincarnated from? How can such a natural array be integrated within one's body? This is utterly unprecedented. I have never witnessed anything like it. Your natural array seems to possess the essence of the 6th tier. Did you not fear exploding from within? Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. During my foundation establishment, it felt as if the heavens and earth conspired together. It was merely a stroke of luck. Extraordinary. No wonder I find myself in your grasp. Xiao Qian appeared to take delight in his predicament. I have one too. Xiao Li finally found an opportunity to interject. I also possess a natural array within me, quite similar to yours, Su Yuan. Xiao Qian responded with surprise. You, too? Aren't you just a storage artifact? What need have you for a natural array? I am a cave heaven spirit treasure. Do you not comprehend what a cave heaven is? Xiao Li huffed angrily, tossing her head in disdain as she walked away. Su Yuan merely smiled, paying no mind to her outburst. He continued to supply his consciousness, and the aura of the soul-nurturing would grew ever more vigorous. This soul-nurturing would seem to thrive like a parched land, receiving much-needed rain, voraciously consuming not only the fasting spirit liquid and the light of the Big Dipper, but also eagerly absorbing Su Yuan's consciousness. After an entire hour, the soul-nurturing would finally cease its fervent state, having grown tenfold in size from the size of a palm to a full meter in height, with a visage resembling Su Yuan etched into its bark, though adorned with intricate tree patterns. This is a century-old soul-nurturing wood, not merely one that has grown for a year. The old valley master misjudged. Su Yuan chuckled with glee. Without your substantial supply, this soul-nurturing wood would be unable to return to its prime state. It has now fully merged with your consciousness, retaining a fragment of your soul within. Should you unexpectedly perish, this fragment can gradually restore itself into a complete entity, regaining the soul power of the golden core stage, thereby enhancing your ability to survive. Xiao Qian marveled. Su Yuan also nodded in satisfaction. This serves as a trump card for survival, and naturally, Su Yuan desired to amass as many as possible. If he could cultivate the soul-nurturing wood to a millennium old, it could then restore itself to the soul body of the nascent soul stage, which would be even more exquisite, as a nascent soul-level entity would possess the qualification to leave the soul-nurturing wood and seize another life. Thus, the value of a 4th-order millennium soul-nurturing wood surpasses that of a century wood by 100-fold or more. In the realm of cultivation, soul-nurturing wood is exceedingly rare. Even a year-old specimen holds considerable value. It would more than suffice to repay Su Yuan's debt of gratitude for the gifted spiritual water. However, the current specimen is a century-old soul-nurturing wood, now possessing initial practical value, akin to that of a life-bound treasure. Is my fortune truly this favorable? To effortlessly acquire valuable possessions from others? Yet, such entanglements in causality can be troublesome. Su Yuan pondered briefly, his gaze sharpening. What if there are intricate causal connections? As long as my cultivation is sufficiently high, no matter how profound the causality, I shall endure it, with a calm demeanor. Su Yuan looked at the soul-nurturing wood before turning back to the courtyard, serenely sipping tea. His perspective was half filled with the silver cascade from the floating light pot, and half immersed in the myriad scenes resonating within his thoughts. He observed the mysteries of the universe, comprehending the natural laws, while simultaneously witnessing the myriad facets of the world, reflecting on its vicissitudes. Each sip of the spiritual tea allowed him to taste both sweetness and bitterness, as countless spiritual energies instinctively penetrated his being, transformed by the natural array into his own spiritual power, merging into his body, soul, and true essence. With every passing moment, Su Yuan grew stronger, even in a state of rest. After accumulating for a while, his strength would surge once again. The Wanbao Qianquan Ding sat beside him, casting a peculiar gaze upon Su Yuan. Is he training, enlightening, or merely slacking? This new master feels particularly unusual, yet undeniably formidable. 10 days later. Ding, fame value, 5,000. What? Su Yuan awoke in shock, quickly glancing at the system panel. Name, Su Yuan. Region, Chinka Continent. Level, renowned, 8942510W. Realm, initial foundation establishment, 70,100 late golden sand realm. Entry 1, balance of work and rest. Current rest time, 223 days. Entry 2, natural law of Tao. Entry 3, 7 stars shining brightly. Entry 4, resonance of thought. Heavens. Without realizing it, my fame value has increased by around 40,000, nearly reaching 90,000. Su Yuan's attention immediately fixated on the fame value indicator. In the next moment, the resonance of thought abruptly transported him to a secluded chamber. With a face clouded in displeasure, the venerable Nangong spat out a mouthful of saliva, which bore the appearance of a pill. With a sullen expression, he cursed, "This is the elixir that supposedly enhances the success rate of any breakthrough by 10%. I was foolish enough to believe such nonsense. This is merely an ordinary fasting pill, albeit with a peculiar taste. Who on earth crafted this? And who was the imbecile that brought this to my attention? I was truly deceived." With a wave of his hand, the filth before him turned to ash. He recited a mantra, sending his voice to a distant location. Soon, Nangong Huyu hurriedly arrived. Bowing respectfully, "I pay my respects to the ancestor. I ask you, who informed you that this pill could enhance the breakthrough success rate?" Nangong's hand manifested a multicolored fasting pill. "Nangong Huyu gasped, How did you know, ancestor?" Nangong's expression stiffened, momentarily forgetting that he had eavesdropped. "I'm asking you a question." He glared at her. I heard it from the old Valley Master. He highly regards this pill, and indeed, many disciples have successfully broken through their realms using it. Compared to previous data, the success rate has indeed improved by 10%. This is evident to all, not merely based on the old Valley Master's words. Nangong's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Is that true?" "Yes, it is true." Nangong Huyu nodded earnestly. Furrowing his brow, Nangong sensed that the situation could not be so simple. He immediately communicated with the array spirit of the Seven Absolutes sect. The array spirit promptly appeared, and as per Nangong's request, presented a series of images depicting recent events within the sect. Thousands of scenes played out simultaneously, yet Nangong scrutinized each one with precision, calculating and deducing the reasons behind the changes of late. Gradually, various tomes recurred within the imagery. Nangong's eyes gleamed with insight. Fixating on those books, Introduction to Qi Refinement, Su Yuan's Enhanced Edition, 7-Star Profound Truths Body Forging Technique, Su Yuan's Simplified Edition, 7-Star Profound Truths Spirit Refining Technique, Su Yuan's Simplified Edition, Introduction to Arrays, Introduction to Runes, Introduction to Alchemy. One volume after another coalesced into the image of a serene young man with a gentle smile. Nangong fell into silence. Nangong Huyu was taken aback, as if she too began to grasp Nangong's deductions. With a trembling voice, she queried, "Could it be that all of this is the result of Su Yuan's exceptional teachings?" Nangong slowly nodded. "Indeed, it is not the strange-tasting fasting pill that has wrought such remarkable effects. Well, it would be remiss to completely dismiss it. It does cultivate the mind to some extent. However, the greater influence lies in the profound teachings of Su Yuan. He elucidated in detail the realms of Qi refinement and foundation establishment, as well as various disciplines such as body forging, spirit refining, alchemy, artifact forging, arrays, runes, spells, sword techniques, and the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. This comprehensive instruction has empowered the disciples who have studied these teachings to navigate their breakthroughs with greater ease. Thus, it is the remarkable achievement of Su Yuan, yet it has inadvertently been attributed to a single elixir. The venerable Nangong sage spoke slowly. I must inform the old Valley Master to cease spreading these rumors. I shall restore Su Yuan's reputation, exclaimed Nangong Huiyu immediately. Wait, Nangong sage shook his head, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his eyes. Originally, our sect's ratio of disciples breaking through realms was already substantial. An unexpected increase of 10% would undoubtedly arouse the vigilance and interest of other sections. However, with the emergence of the peculiar elixir, the bizarre flavor pill, it could misleadingly direct other sects to receive false information, thus concealing the true essence of Su Yuan's extraordinary skills. He is still quite young. It is not yet the time for his talents to be fully revealed. This excuse comes at an opportune moment. It is nothing short of exquisite. Nangong sage nodded in satisfaction. I must seek out the alchemist responsible for this elixir and request that he concoct more of it. The timing of its appearance is impeccable. The old Valley Master's promotion has been timely and effective, as if everything were preordained. Nangong sage once again commanded the array's spirit to reveal the identity of the disciple who crafted the peculiar flavor pill. Soon, a familiar young figure appeared before them. It was indeed Su Yuan. Nangong sage was taken aback. Again, Su Yuan? I'm not surprised that he could create the flawless flavor pill, but why has he produced so many? How many could possibly be in that alchemy chamber? In the scene displayed by the array's spirit, he searched for the old Valley Master's figure and soon witnessed the moment the Valley Master visited Su Yuan. Although the interior of the cave was obscured, it was evident that after leaving Su Yuan's abode, the Valley Master intensified his promotional efforts, even making special trips to other peaks, frequently claiming to be Su Yuan's mentor. Everything has a traceable origin. This is the master of the meridian opening, a subtle revelation of truth from the minutiae, a long-term strategy, profound contemplation, serendipitous planning, and exquisite craftsmanship. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Nangong sage exclaimed in admiration. Nangong Huiyu was equally astonished. So it is. Nangong Huiyu expressed her admiration, astonished that Elder Su had considered such long-term implications. I had no inkling whatsoever. I could not have fathomed such depth. After a moment's hesitation, she added, I can't shake the feeling that this is all a coincidence. I know a bit about the Valley Master's character. It is precisely due to his nature that this plan is so seamless. Moreover, if it truly is a coincidence, that would be even more terrifying. Nangong sage focused intently, stating that this indicates Su Yuan's fortune has grown so potent that he can attract good fortune while avoiding calamity, turning misfortune into fortune and multiplying blessings. An auspicious sign indeed. Quickly, prepare me a meal. I desire a roast chicken, one of exquisite flavor, to invigorate my senses. Very well, Nangong Huiyu replied, naturally inclined to heed Nangong sage's words, although she felt that the elder was merely seeking a reason to indulge in fine cuisine. Chipter said this at Chitri, Su Yuan's teachings. So is that old scoundrel Nangong Shanyu. Su Yuan suddenly. Nangong Shanyu has thus garnered a second acknowledgement, resulting in a tenfold increase in his fame value compared to before. Consequently, only 10,000 fame points remain for him to obtain another entry. This sparked in Su Yuan a fervent desire to quickly accumulate fame points. 10,000 fame points, while not an insubstantial sum, is also not an overwhelming amount. Suddenly, Su Yuan recalled his promise to Su Guangwen to give a lecture to the disciples within the peak. With this in mind, he decided to test the effects of his teaching. With a flicker of thought, Su Yuan retrieved his token and sent a message to Su Guangwen, requesting assistance in promoting his upcoming lecture and arranging a suitable venue. Understood, ancestor. I will arrange it shortly. The lecture can commence in half a day's time. Su Guangwen ziplit li. Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction with a smile. Thank you for your help. It is my duty, Su Guangwen responded. Despite Su Guangwen being the peak master, Su Yuan found it quite effortless to direct him, and Su Guangwen felt no unusualness in their interaction. At this moment, Sanjue Peak had taken on a more organized appearance. The Golden Core elders each attended to their responsibilities, and various affairs within the peak were managed by disciples. Having operated within Sanjue Peak for quite some time, Su Guangwen had smoothly stabilized the situation following his takeover. However, as a result, many disciples remained unaware that the previous peak master was named Su Yuan. Though some disciples had heard of the availability of remarkable skills for study, they remained indifferent. Previously, disciples from Hidden Peak could learn extraordinary skills from other peaks, so the addition of another lineage of extraordinary skills did not particularly stir their interest. Although it had become quite challenging to freely study extraordinary skills from other peaks since the establishment of Sanjue Peak, those who had previously learned were still able to continue their studies. Therefore, the most significant impact was felt by the new batch of disciples entering Sanjue Peak. They had all learned Su Yuan's extraordinary skills, but merely scratched the surface, failing to create any substantial waves. Within one of the inner courtyard residences, Gu Yu, Xie Yingying, Li Yuexin, Meng Changle, and 4 others were engaged in a discussion about Su Yuan's extraordinary skills, each wearing an expression of distress. It's so difficult. I found the first volume of the extraordinary skills initially seemed simple, but progressively became more challenging, until it became utterly perplexing. I'm completely at a loss now. Xie Yingying lamented, I can't help but wonder if Master Su misconfigured the first volume. It shouldn't be this hard. Li Yuexin sighed. I am currently focusing on just 5 texts, which is significantly fewer than Gu Yu's 71, yet my progress is still slower. This is truly challenging for me. Meng Changle, perplexed, inquired, Wait, what do you mean by 71 texts? Gu Yu explained, Junior Brother Meng may not have noticed, but recently, the first volume of Elder Su's extraordinary skills has added another text focused on cultivating spiritual plants. Meng Changle shook his head, saying, I shall concentrate on the text related to alchemy. Elder Su has certainly proven to be quite versatile. I often find myself under the illusion that my pace of learning pales in comparison to that of Elder Su's spellcasting. A gifted disciple with exceptional spiritual roots lamented. The others had no rebuttal. Even Gu Yu, possessing a heavenly spiritual root, found himself in a state of exasperation, having reached only 2/3 of the first volume. Although his progress surpassed that of his peers, he felt a suffocating pressure as 8 additional volumes loomed ahead. If only someone could offer guidance. Another disciple with exceptional spiritual roots sighed, expressing that discussions among themselves could hardly resolve the intricate challenges they faced. Before them lay a pond where 7 spirit fish frolicked and playfully employed the 7-star secret technique, attracting the attention of the new disciples. This spectacle allowed them to advance far beyond their contemporaries, even eclipsing the progress of the previous 2 sessions' disciples, Yi Bufan and Lu Muwan. Consequently, they could only engage in mutual exploration, as others were no longer on the same level. Brother Gu, do you believe your strength now surpasses those elder disciples? Xie Yingying suddenly inquired. Gu Yu shook his head, stating, I am confident I could contend with 1 elder disciple, but I cannot handle all 7 of them. It is only with further advancement that I could hope to face multiple opponents. The group sighed, clearly recalling their past experiences and yearning to redeem themselves through their burgeoning strength. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Gu Yu, perplexed, opened it. Fellow disciples, the Peak Master has announced that Elder Su Yuan will deliver a lecture on profound techniques in the Jiazi Lecture Hall in 2.5 hours. Anyone interested is welcome to attend. I have delivered the message. Farewell. An inner gate disciple finished speaking and turned to leave. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu and the other disciples were filled with elation. An opportunity. Let us go. We cannot miss this. We must secure our seats immediately. The 7 disciples hastily gathered their belongings and rushed from their cave dwelling toward the Jiazi Lecture Hall. Upon arrival, they discovered a considerable number of disciples had already assembled, predominantly those from the latest cohort at the Sanjue Peak, along with some elder disciples who were contemporaries of Su Yuan. Xie Yingying, with keen eyes, spotted a familiar face and approached with excitement. Shanyu, where have you been these days? Nangong Xianwang, noticing Xie Yingying's eager approach, wore an expression of resigned amusement. I ventured out for some practical experience. Ah, why didn't you invite me along? I have become quite formidable, Xie Yingying declared, igniting a flame in her clenched fist. Nangong Xianwen glanced at her and nodded. Indeed, you've made progress. Having completed half of elementary spell unveiling. Keep up the hard work. Xie Yingying, taken aback, asked, How did you discern that so quickly? Her gaze toward Nangong Xianwen became notably different. He inwardly chided himself for being overly showy, turning away and choosing to ignore her entirely. Amidst the crowd, Yi Bufan of the Sanjue Peak arrived, having frequented the Sanjue Peak lately and thus fortuitously heard the news, prompting him to attend the lecture. Persuaded by Yi Bufan, Yuan also commenced her studies of Su Yuan's esoteric arts and was present as well. At this moment, Yuan's emotions were exceedingly complex. She had never anticipated that one day she would attend a discourse delivered by a peer. Once, she had even surpassed Su Yuan, yet in the blink of an eye, he had ascended to the rank of elder, transcending the foundation establishment stage to reach the golden core level, an astounding feat. She had contemplated leveraging their camaraderie to visit Su Yuan, not necessarily to become his disciple, but to seek some guidance. However, her pride held her back. As she surveyed the interior of the lecture hall, she noted that the majority were Qi refining disciples, primarily from the most recent 1 or 2 cohorts, with a smattering of older disciples at the Qi refining stage attending. Yet, when her gaze fell upon the seats ahead, she was taken aback to see numerous individuals clad in blue robes. Blue robes? Upon closer inspection, her heart raced with astonishment. Those were the garb of golden core elders. Some bore 1 stripe, others 2 or 3. She even spotted a 4-stripe elder, a figure at the pinnacle of the golden core realm. When her eyes landed upon a 5-stripe robe, her mind became even more bewildered. The 5-stripe blue robe signified a special status, that of a peak master or a former peak master who had stepped down. In any case, they belonged to the most formidable ranks among the golden cores, and she directly counted 10 such 5-stripe robes. Moreover, upon closer scrutiny, the sheer number of golden core elders was staggering, exceeding 1,200. So many golden core elders had come to attend the lecture, and so early? Her mind spun. She realized that her understanding of Su Yuan was utterly lacking. A mere lecture could attract such a multitude of golden core elders, making it abundantly clear that Su Yuan was extraordinary. Not only her, but the other disciples entering the hall also gradually became aware of the golden core elders awaiting at the front. Their murmurs fell silent, replaced by expressions of astonishment. Some disciples, awakening to the realization, hurriedly sent messages to their acquaintances, urging them to come quickly for the lecture. However, the lecture hall had a maximum capacity of 3,000 seats. With over 1,000 occupied by golden core elders and many new disciples present, fewer than 1,000 seats remained available. Foundation Establishment Core disciples rushed in, utilizing acceleration spells to secure the remaining seats at the back. Consequently, the Qi refining disciples arriving later found themselves entirely unable to gain entry. Thus, a peculiar arrangement of seating emerged within the lecture hall, ordered from front to back as golden core, Qi refining, and foundation establishment. The doors of the lecture hall were firmly shut. The appointed hour had arrived. At that moment, 7 beams of starlight illuminated the sky. The 7 stars of the northern dipper shone brilliantly, as if 7 fallen stars descended from the heavens, embodying a ferocious fire and golden might, heralding an apocalyptic arrival upon the world. The explosive flames and fierce shockwaves stirred up circles of fire in the sky, as the air crackled with intensity and the thunderous blasts shattered the heavens. Boom! 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 As the falling stars approached, they grew increasingly colossal, with diameters reaching hundreds of meters, striking fear into the hearts of the Qi refinement and foundation establishment disciples. These celestial bodies seemed to target the lecture hall directly. Should we flee? Lives are at stake. The terrifying force caused some Qi refinement disciples to collapse in terror, while others shut their eyes, awaiting their fate, as the meteors descended at an alarming speed, leaving them no chance to escape. However, astute disciples noticed that the golden core elders remained unperturbed. Realizing that this was not an attack, 7 stars, imbued with overwhelming cosmic intent, descended upon them. As 1,200 golden core elders observed the intricate movements of the meteors, hoping to glean profound insights. Some elders displayed expressions of enlightenment, while others beamed with joy, and a few remained deep in thought. Clearly, for the golden core practitioners, the lecture had commenced. Yet, the meteors fell with such rapidity that their moment for comprehension was fleeting. When the first meteor reached the pinnacle of the lecture hall, its speed diminished swiftly, contracting rapidly until it landed in the hand of a young man in the front row. The 7 fallen stars danced in his palm, as if he were a celestial being plucking stars from the heavens, exuding an ethereal grace. The Big Dipper shines upon the starry firmament. The 7 stars descend, bridging the depths. Meditating beneath the silver waterfall for 300 nights, I have grasped the essence of the Big Dipper's 7 stars. Fellow practitioners, I am Su Yuan. and today I shall expound on the Big Dipper's teachings. Chapter 75, The Link of Terms. The True Big Dipper. A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. The elder Nangong felt a tempest brewing within. The first two lines of the verse spoke of the unparalleled power of the Big Dipper, while the latter two revealed that Su Yuan, through 300 days and nights of contemplation, has attained enlightenment, grasping the essence of the Big Dipper. What immense confidence this demonstrated! While he did not believe that Su Yuan had truly mastered the Big Dipper at this moment, he recognized the immense self-assurance emanating from him. He had heard legends that even immortals gaze upon the celestial bodies, and here was a mere golden core practitioner with such lofty aspirations, truly a worthy disciple of the ancestral master of meridian opening. Su Yuan gazed at the assembly, his expression as calm as still water. Today marks my inaugural lecture. I shall briefly discuss 9 volumes of esoteric knowledge, elaborating on one volume, specifically the 4th and 9th. Let's commence. The core of my legacy is the Big Dipper. It serves as both foundation and fruition. Man follows earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows nature. The heavens and earth consist of wind, fire, and clouds, each embodying profound truths. Yet, wind has its stillness, fire its extinguishment, clouds their dissipations, and the continent its rise and fall. The Big Dipper, however, hangs high in the firmament, immortal and undying, indestructible and eternal. To comprehend even a fragment of its true essence is to traverse the expanse of existence. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with longing, and the elder Nangong was struck with realization as to why Su Yuan's teachings were interwoven with the principles of the 7 stars. This was indeed the direction of his future path. His transformative cultivation was indeed directed by fire, yet what profound fire could one find in the mortal realm? Without fire, the path is obstructed, the road ahead is closed. Yet the Big Dipper hangs high, its 7 stars eternally illuminating the way. The path is now clear, radiating brilliance upon the journey. In terms of intent, this concept far surpasses any other countless times. This path leads directly to the celestial realm, perhaps upon achieving immortality. It could serve as a route for continued ascension. What great goodness indeed! The eavesdropping elders of transformation and those of the nascent soul exhibited expressions of enlightenment and admiration, while many sighed in regret, openly lamenting the difficulty of the path and their lack of fortune for the immortal journey. Meanwhile, the other transformation ancestors couldn't help but reflect on Nangong's choice. This matter could be likened to burning bridges. They'd yet to decide whether to alter their course, which would depend on Nangong's subsequent developments and Su Yuan's future achievements. Time was needed for proof, and with the longevity of transformation practitioners spanning thousands of years, they could afford to wait. As Su Yuan expounded upon his teachings, 7 small stars continued to orbit rapidly above his palm. Numerous golden core practitioners diligently sought to comprehend the principles he illustrated, aiming to grasp some truths of heaven and earth. Su Yuan, in turn, articulated the essence of his unique skills. He categorized his expertise into 7 distinct types, named after celestial bodies, each capable of standing alone. Beginners could choose portions to contemplate, with the celestial pivot star being of utmost importance, essential for connecting heaven and earth, a mandatory subject. The focus of my lecture is the celestial pivot, which can be approached through formations and runes. Su Yuan commenced his explanation, systematically unraveling his theory of the 7 stars. He bore no concern that others might master his unique skills. In truth, the core of his expertise resided in the entry, 7 stars shining brightly. This entry is one of the fundamental aspects of Su Yuan's craft. Whether it be balanced labor and rest, natural way, or resonance of thought, these 3 serve functional roles, whereas 7 stars shining brightly is a capability-based entry. Founded upon system entries, his unique skills were destined to remain inaccessible in their true essence to others. Even Su Yuan himself struggled to articulate the internal rationale behind many of his abilities. Since they came to him so naturally, how could he expect others to learn them? Thus, Su Yuan spoke openly, exerting his utmost effort to elucidate, withholding not a shred of knowledge. This openness captivated the audience below, entrancing them. Many golden core realists were moved, astonished that Su Yuan shared the core of his unique skills without any barriers or demands, prompting admiration for the master's broad-mindedness. At this moment, Nangong Xianweng had already progressed to the 8th volume. As he absorbed Su Yuan's teachings, Many of the questions he had encountered during his studies began to resolve themselves, revealing previously overlooked details. By the midpoint of the lecture, he had comprehended much of the 8th volume and embarked upon understanding the 9th. However, he still grappled with the most challenging aspect: how to communicate with the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, whether through formations or runes. He could only achieve a peripheral understanding. How could he attain the acknowledgement of the stars as described in the scriptures? This remained a mystery to him. During Su Yuan's sermon, he suddenly discovered that the terms Beidou, 7 stars, and echo of thoughts illuminated simultaneously, exhibiting a remarkable interconnection. This revelation puzzled him. As he multitasked, delivering his discourse while investigating the nature of these 2 terms, he activated their essence. In the next moment, it felt as though his consciousness transcended an infinite distance. Arriving in a celestial river, his awareness seemed to attach itself to a supreme star, vast and unfathomable, like an abyss or a boundless ocean. Its expanse beyond comprehension and form elusive. Yet, Su Yuan experienced an epiphany. This was the celestial pivot star. Gazing into the starry expanse, he beheld 6 other brilliant stars shimmering with radiance, alongside 2 dimmer stars obscured within the Beidou constellation. This scene momentarily jolted Su Yuan's consciousness. Work and rest in harmony. He invoked, activating it for the 5th time. Natural law, ignite my spirit. In an instant, countless insights surged into his mind. The fleeting 19 seconds of contemplation were brief. Yet Su Yuan exerted his utmost effort to grasp all he beheld. His understanding of the Beidou 7 stars surged dramatically. The momentum of the stars took shape instantaneously. Then, like a fierce gale, it surged into the realm of artistic conception, racing forward unimpeded. Within the Beidou 7 stars, the essence of fire's incandescence and wood's renewal also surged rapidly at this moment. The momentum of both realms escalated. The fire's force first breached the domain of fiery intent, while the wood's force, in the final moments of comprehension, stubbornly advanced into the realm of wooden intent. The time for insight soon dissipated. An overwhelming sense of urgency pressed upon him, informing him that his consciousness could linger only for a few seconds. He gazed toward a certain direction, and in an instant, his intent descended to the earth, traversing boundless distance, where he beheld a peak of the 7 absolute sect. There, a primordial spirit stood at the center of a 7 stars altar, seeking to establish a connection with the celestial pivot star. It was the immortal Nangong. He was simultaneously listening to teachings while actively practicing with his own primordial spirit. As he communicated with the Beidou 7 stars, he occasionally murmured Su Yuan's name, even momentarily considering Su Yuan as one with the Beidou constellation. Thus, inexplicably, the effects of Su Yuan's 2 terms were triggered. At that moment, Su Yuan felt as though he possessed a subtle authority, seemingly able to grant others the opportunity to connect with the celestial pivot star. His previous boast of mastering the 7 stars was indeed a mere exaggeration, but now, the effect of 7 stars shining bright appeared to offer him yet another surprise. Could he act as a steward of the celestial pivot star? He attempted to do so, but found he could not. He could only decide whether to bestow Nangong with the permission to connect with the Beidou 7 stars, an elementary privilege that many star cultivators could achieve through their own practice. Yet, it required an exceptionally high level of star cultivation. However, Su Yuan could assist Nangong in obtaining this trivial permission ahead of time. Suddenly, Su Yuan recalled a previous incident where he had remotely utilized the Big Dipper to attract the attention of 17 divine transformation cultivators, each with a notoriety value of around 500. This detail had lingered in his memory. Now, if he were to secure the recognition of the celestial pivot star for Nangong Xianwen, it seemed plausible that should anyone come seeking him, Nangong Xianwen could take his place. With this thought, Su Yuan made his decision to grant the recognition. Instantly, his consciousness was expelled from the celestial pivot star and returned to his earthly body. At that moment, he remained astounded. His consciousness had traversed an unimaginable distance of light years, reaching the true celestial pivot star. Aided by the attributes of echo of thought and 7 stars shining brightly, he felt as though he had stepped beyond the realm of mortals. The potency of these attributes had far exceeded his expectations. The synergy of these 2 attributes, combined with the effects of another pair, had led to unprecedented gains. He had witnessed the 7 stars of the Big Dipper with his own eyes and even touched the celestial pivot star, as if he had glimpsed the very essence of the Tao itself. This profound experience significantly solidified Su Yuan's foundation, which had been primarily cultivated through the teachings of the Big Dipper. His previous contemplations regarding the creation of techniques were instantly clarified. The path for cultivation beyond the Golden Sand realm, namely the Golden Bean, Golden Pearl, and Golden Star realms, now lay before him, as did a precise conception for constructing the perfect Golden Core in the final Golden Core realm. Not only Su Yuan, but Nangong Xianwen was equally astonished, for it felt as though a beam of starlight from the Big Dipper had penetrated his mind. An imprint settled upon his brow, and, in that moment, a flicker of enlightenment dawned upon him. He had received a humble acknowledgement from the Big Dipper, and with this recognition, his power and various techniques associated with the Big Dipper would multiply immensely. Both consumption and potency would experience exponential enhancement, making it entirely normal for his final strength to be increased several-fold. Nangong Xianwen envisioned that when he embarked on his new path of cultivation and reached the divine transformation realm, his prowess would surpass all others atop the 7 peaks. Indeed, it would be accurate to say he would be the foremost figure beneath the Grandmaster. The discourse continued, with Su Yuan's primary consciousness and the consciousness from echo of thought remaining unaffected. Externally, Su Yuan appeared calm and composed, while internally, his heart brimmed with joy. As he concluded his lecture, Su Yuan proclaimed, "From this discussion, I have gleaned immense insights. Upon the completion of my seclusion, I shall introduce 9 additional tomes of supreme learning. Those disciples who have comprehended the 9th tome will be eligible to pursue the 10th through 18th tomes." Nangong Xianwen, who had been smiling broadly, suddenly froze, his gaze fixated on Su Yuan. "What nonsense is this? 10th to 18th tomes? You discern this from a mere lecture? Surely, you jest." Chapter 76, The New Attribute. Su Yuan transformed into a beam of starlight, soaring skyward. The 7 fallen stars encircled him, growing ever larger, until Su Yuan vanished entirely, leaving behind only the 7 colossal fallen stars, shooting into the clouds and disappearing without a trace. Numerous cultivators etched this scene into their consciousness, preparing to delve into profound contemplation during their subsequent seclusion. The seemingly exaggerated exit effect encompassed an abundance of cosmic truths, rendering it unforgettable. The lecture hall fell into silence for several moments before some cultivators slowly roused from their reverie. In the next instant, others gradually awakened as well. Many Golden Core elders exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Such profundity, truly mesmerizing. I feel that my current cultivation is riddled with flaws. My foundation is unstable as shifting sands. What should I do? My progress has taken a minor step forward, perfectly aligning with Master Su's exceptional techniques. I wish to apply for the training of Master Su's unique methods. Having been in the sect for only 2 or 3 years, I have already surpassed the accomplishments of those who have cultivated for 200 or 300 years. I find myself lacking in comparison. The Foundation establishment and Qi refining disciples in the back row were similarly struck by waves of emotion. However, the Foundation establishment disciples appeared quite bewildered, as most of the newly arrived cultivators had not studied Su Yuan's unique techniques, leaving them somewhat lost. They gleaned some insights, but not many. Conversely, the Qi refining disciples reaped even greater benefits, with many resolving the doubts they had accumulated during their previous contemplations, experiencing a sensation akin to enlightenment. Gu Yu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Within them, 7 stars twinkled. All the scriptures he had previously studied coalesced during this lecture, revealing the trajectory of the Big Dipper. Guided by the 7 stars, 7 categories of techniques intertwined in perfect harmony, solidifying his foundation to an unimaginable extent. He felt confident that, through this comprehension, attaining a supreme Tao foundation would pose no challenge, perhaps even surpassing a typical supreme Tao foundation in depth. He could scarcely fathom what flaws such an exquisite foundation might possess. It seemed utterly perfect. Yet, he was aware that the first 9 volumes of Su Yuan's unique techniques corresponded directly to the Qi refining realm, which was rather absurd. Recalling his thoughts, he glanced towards Xie Ying and the others, stating, "It is time for us to reclaim our dignity." The other disciples, equally enriched by the experience, nodded in agreement. The 7 new Qi refining disciples swiftly departed from the lecture hall, soon locating the older disciples they had previously sparred with. "What do you want?" The inner sect disciples regarded Gu Yu and his companions with disdain. "What, do you wish to fight us?" We are at the 7th level of Qi refining, while you are merely at the 4th or 5th level. Move along. I have no interest in playing with newcomers. Clearly, these inner sect disciples, no longer under anyone's instructions, had no desire to engage in battle with Gu Yu and his peers. Gu Yu decisively declared, "Behold my sword." With a flick of his fingers, a flying sword soared into the air. 7 stars, transforming shadows. As he altered his incantation, the flying sword split into 7, weaving together in an instant to form the constellation of the Big Dipper. A faint glimmer of starlight descended from the heavens, augmenting the array's might. Swiftly, in the next moment, the formation surged toward several inner sect disciples with great speed. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they instinctively retaliated. Each invoked superior yellow tier spells, alternating between offense and defense in a bid to withstand the onslaught. Within merely 2 breaths, their attacks collided with one another. The 7 stars, sword light, effortlessly shattered several offensive spells and struck their defensive barriers with tremendous force. The might of the sword light was unparalleled, directly dismantling their protective enchantments. Gu Yu, transitioning from a thrust to a sweeping motion, sent the 7 inner sect disciples flying, each crashing to the ground and wailing in despair. Gu Yu's complexion paled momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Upon introspecting his dantian, he noticed a significant depletion of spiritual energy and mused silently. The power is indeed formidable, yet the consumption is alarmingly excessive. I have discerned a flaw in Elder Su's ultimate technique. The expenditure cannot keep pace. He turned his gaze to another side, where Xia Yingying, Meng Changle, and Liu Eshin had each triumphed over an intersect disciple. Remarkably, the remaining 4 elite spirit root disciples found themselves without an opponent. This sudden skirmish concluded with Gu Yu and his companions emerging victorious. Numerous onlookers gasped in astonishment. How could this be? They are merely at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, yet have defeated those at the late stage. Disciples, perplexed by the unfolding events, wore expressions of disbelief. I am unaware, but I just saw them emerge from the lecture hall. Could it be that their strength surged after attending the sermon? I heard that the recent lecture attracted over 1,000 Golden Core elders. Is that true? Indeed, it is. Who exactly is Elder Su? How can he be so formidable? These new disciples exhibit remarkable prowess. Many onlookers engaged in animated discussions. Gu Yu felt a surge of inspiration and addressed the surrounding seniors with a respectful gesture. Esteemed brothers and sisters, we have merely grasped the surface of Elder Su's ultimate techniques. Our combat prowess is entirely attributable to his guidance. Just as he intended to extol Elder Su's virtues further, a group of black-clad, disciplinary disciples encircled them. The team leader of the Foundation Establishment Squad regarded them with a grim expression. It's you again, causing trouble without cause warrants 3 days of confinement. Gu Yu and his companions exchanged glances, offering wry smiles and raising their hands in surrender. The disciplinary disciples escorted them away. Only the Foundation Establishment team leader remained. Deep in thought, is Elder Su's ultimate technique truly that powerful? Not long ago, these individuals were no match for those senior disciples. How is it that in such a brief time, they can overpower them? Even elite spirit root disciples shouldn't possess such strength. It seems I must learn from this. Otherwise, my position as team leader may be in jeopardy. In Cave 6, Su Yuan sat in a tranquil chamber. The system notification sounds incessantly bombarding his ears. Ding. Fame value 50. Ding. Fame value 7. Ding. Fame value 500. Ding. Fame value 90. Upon hearing the resounding notification, Su Yuan turned his gaze and discovered that the figure associated with the substantial amount was not a transformation stage cultivator, but rather an elder of the nascent soul stage, indicating that the secondary recognition had indeed been activated. His sermon marked a definitive debut within the sect, showcasing his profound comprehension of the Tao before the esteemed elders of the nascent soul and higher realms. It was only natural for them to be astonished, considering he had merely been part of the sect for 2 or 3 years. Yet, the insights he exhibited transcended mere handfuls. His gains from this experience were substantial. Having glimpsed the true visage of the Big Dipper, albeit briefly, it was sufficient for him to attain enlightenment. With the realms of metal, wood, fire, and stars enveloping him, Su Yuan predominantly embraced the star realm while intricately weaving in the other 3, thereby advancing his prowess further. These were tangible improvements, yet at this moment, Su Yuan was more captivated by the increase in his notoriety. Finally, At a certain moment, Su Yuan's eyes lit up as he stared at the system panel. Name, Su Yuan. Region, Chinka Continent. Level, Renowned, 10001100W. Realm, Early Foundation Establishment, 95,100 Pinnacle of Golden Sand Realm. Entry 1, Balance of Work and Rest. Current rest time, 5 hours. Entry 2, Tao Follows Nature. Entry 3, The 7 Stars Shine Bright. Entry 4, Echo of Thoughts. Entry 5, Awaiting Selection. Su Yuan instantly focused on Entry 5 and mentally clicked on it. 3 lines of text materialized before him. Manifestation of Might. You have initially prepared a powerful demeanor, awakening a divine talent that emanates an aura surpassing that of others, rendering you immune to the majority of pressure-based damage. Seamless acquisition. You have initially prepared a thief's demeanor, awakening a divine talent that allows you to penetrate prohibitions to procure items, unnoticed and undetected. Survival. Through sacrifice, you have initially prepared a weakling's demeanor, awakening a divine talent that enables you to sever parts of your body to disguise your escape, gradually restoring your injuries. Upon reviewing these entries, Su Yuan realized that they seemed to represent various postures. The first entry was particularly intriguing, a superb skill for masquerading as a strong individual, capable of deceiving others in numerous situations and yielding unexpected benefits. Although the third entry was labeled as a weakling's posture, its life-preserving capabilities were unparalleled, which piqued Su Yuan's interest. However, the unfortunate aspect was that he seemed to have already mastered the abilities associated with it. Mimiki no Oha, the Wanbao Chinquan Cauldron, is quite familiar with that. Changing forms? The 7 Stars Fish Dragon transformation is well within his grasp. Exceptional recovery? His future path of body tempering would undoubtedly achieve this effect. Thus, he promptly dismissed the third entry. The second entry is truly enchanting. The concept of reaching into one's pocket has already delved into the mysteries of array restrictions. With this entry, one could accomplish a multitude of astonishing feats, such as pilfering relics from formidable beings or stealthily seizing treasures from opponents during combat, and so forth. The effectiveness of this entry is remarkably impressive, capturing Su Yuan's keen interest. However, Su Yuan ultimately dismissed it for 2 reasons. Firstly, he possesses a firm belief in his own abilities, convinced that he too could eventually comprehend the intricacies of array restrictions and achieve similar results. Secondly, Su Yuan seldom ventures out or engages in battles, rendering this divine ability rather impractical for him. The remaining entry, unseen and unheard, serves as a method of concealing and calculating, yet it only obscures the act of theft, allowing others to circumvent this behavior in their deductions, which presents its own flaws. Furthermore, Su Yuan is also capable of mastering the art of concealing celestial secrets himself. Thus, the priority of the first entry, the stature of greatness, ascended in importance. His focus was not on the initial description, but rather on the latter aspect concerning the shielding of pressure-type damage. Why did Su Yuan take notice of this entry? It is because he possesses a 6th-tier spiritual treasure of the cave heaven variety, granting him a profound understanding of the power of suppression. When one's strength is significantly curtailed within the same realm, how does it differ from being rendered utterly ineffective? Should the day come when Su Yuan encounters similar tactics, he too would suffer analogous damage, and at that moment, this entry would enable him to shield against such suppressive harm. To Su Yuan, suppression is a form of pressure. Moreover, there are numerous other forms of pressure, such as realm pressure, domain pressure, and treasure pressure, all of which are exceedingly troublesome methods. Currently, Su Yuan lacks any means to counter them. Thus, he ultimately opted for the first entry, the stature of greatness. Chapter 77, The Actions of the Demon Sect, Recently. The skies above the 7 Absolute Sect have been frequently graced by the appearance of the Big Dipper. This phenomenon has garnered considerable attention from numerous star cultivators. Many sects are particularly concerned about the unusual occurrences surrounding the 7 Absolute Sect, especially the demon sects, who are most attentive to the righteous sect's leader. The 7 Absolute Sect. Representatives from the 3 major demon sects, Heavenly Demon Sect, Ghost Fiend Sect, and Corpse Demon Sect, gather to discuss the news. I have noticed that several powerful individuals from the 7 Absolute Sect have returned. Does anyone know what has transpired? Inquired an elder with an eagle-like nose from the Heavenly Demon Sect. My spies within the 7 Absolute Sect have perished without a trace. Those corrupted disciples have been eradicated. It seems they were discovered previously, but did not take action until now. This sudden purge surely indicates something amiss, remarked a cold figure shrouded in black mist from the Ghost Fiend sect, a demon cultivator from the Corpse Demon sect, who appeared much like a righteous Taoist, smiled slightly, and said, I was unable to extract any intelligence from the corpses of the 7 Absolute sect disciples. Elder of the Heavenly Demon sect, with a furrowed brow, spoke, Our sect possesses a golden core elder who once confronted a group of Chi refinement disciples, including the foremost and second disciples of the 7 Absolute sect. Both were equipped with talismans, representing the pinnacle of their sect's potential. The elder was poised to seize the moment, yet suddenly the North Dipper shone brightly, unleashing an assault that grievously wounded him, forcing him to flee in panic. Following this incident, the fluctuations within the 7 Absolute sect have become exceedingly frequent. This matter should serve as a crucial lead. The elder of the Ghostly Fiends sect interjected. Indeed, we must pay heed to the anomalies of the Big Dipper. Our sect's elders suspect that the 7 Absolute sect has introduced a brand new lineage of ultimate skills, specifically one tied to celestial cultivation. Upon his utterance, the expressions of the other two grew grave, as they too harbored their own speculations. Our demonic sect is not adept in celestial cultivation. We will need to summon a master of celestial arts to assist us. Furthermore, we must ascertain who this celestial cultivator is and their level of power. Surely you have not forgotten the ancestral masters of Meridian Opening that emerge periodically from the 7 Absolute sect? The Taoist of the Corpse Demon sect spoke abruptly. The ancestral master of Meridian Opening. Both men stiffened at the mention, though they did not display excessive anxiety. The elder of the Heavenly Demon sect maintained his composure and smiled. We are well aware of the ancestral master of Meridian Opening from the 7 Absolute sect. According to our sect's records, while he is indeed formidable, his strength is not without limits. He typically can contend against 2 opponents and can barely surpass a minor realm. The primary issue arises each time a new inheritance appears, as it allows disciples who find themselves at an impasse to shift or dual cultivate, thus enabling many who are stuck at their bottleneck to break through. As the number of these breakthroughs increases, the strength of the 7 Absolutes sect escalates, leading to a swift acquisition of resources, thereby creating a virtuous cycle. The ancestral master himself is not particularly noteworthy. The elder of the Ghostly Fiends sect nodded. In the past, we lacked experience, but after thousands of years of reflection, we have gained wisdom. As long as we can stifle the momentum of this ancestral master and suppress the new lineage of the 7 Absolute sect, preventing their growth from gaining traction, their so-called resurgence will amount to little more than a facade. The 3 continue to exchange intelligence regarding their respective sects, gradually solidifying several strategies. The elder of the Heavenly Demon sect articulated, Let me summarize our approach towards the 7 Absolute sect from 3 perspectives. Firstly, we shall invite a celestial master to dismantle the ancestral master's techniques. Secondly, we will apply pressure from all directions on the assets of the 7 Absolute sect, constricting their rate of resource acquisition and judiciously reducing the number of disciples from their new lineage. Thirdly, we shall lay an ambush near the 7 Absolute sect to eliminate a transcendent elder, thereby weakening their strength from a higher echelon. What are your thoughts on this plan? Inquired the elder of the Heavenly Demon sect. Perfect, exclaimed the elder of the Ghostly Fiends sect in admiration. Outstanding, detailed, and thoroughly comprehensive. Praised the Taoist of the Corpse Demon sect. All 3 felt that this plan was exceptionally flawless. Above them, Su Yuan's consciousness cast a curious perception. He had just completed the selection of the entries when a substantial amount of reputation points credited to his account. Driven by curiosity, he activated the echo of thoughts and beheld the 3 individuals conspiring loudly in a dimly lit room regarding the joint actions of the 3 sections. As he listened to their conversation, Su Yuan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. His concern did not lie with the plans of the demonic sect, but rather with their accounts of the ancestor of the opening meridian, which seemed to diverge significantly from the records of the 7 Absolute sect. According to the 7 Absolute sect's documentation, the ancestor could battle across a major realm, whereas the demonic sect's version claimed it was merely across a minor realm. The 7 Absolute sect noted that the ancestor could face 5 adversaries simultaneously, all of whom were of higher realms. Yet the demonic sect stated it was only a matter of 1 against 2, and at the same realm. Logically speaking, the one who knows you best, aside from yourself, is your enemy. It was evident that the 3 from the demonic sect could not all be mistaken, Thus, the truth likely aligned with the records of the ancestor as the demonic sect depicted. After all, if others could match his strength without any advantages, would that not render his own enhancements futile? Regaining his focus, Su Yuan continued to eavesdrop, meticulously noting down the locations of the ambush designed by the three. The three cultivators of the transformation realm were still sneering, yet Su Yuan had already sentenced them to death. His true self swiftly turned and dashed towards the main peak. Gu Qingzhu was engrossed in watching the recorded sermon delivered by Su Yuan, thoroughly captivated. Suddenly, he saw Su Yuan rush in hastily. Su Yuan, what's the matter? Gu Qingzhu quickly shut off the sermon recording and tucked away the jade stone. Suane's lips twitched. He had not anticipated Gu Qingzhu's cunning in recording the entirety of his sermon, something he had overlooked. Ahem. I was merely considering the future of the sect, and intended to explain. Gu Qingzhu's face flushed, feeling that such actions were disrespectful to Su Yuan. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. I was delivering a public sermon, with no intention of hiding anything. You may replicate it and distribute it to the disciples. Gu Qingzhu's expression brightened. Su Yuan, my respect for you flows like an unending river. The contribution value shall be allocated at 60% for me, 30% for the sect, and 10% for you and the other disciples involved. Su Yuan added. Gu Qingzhu's expression stiffened, and he stammered. This seems acceptable. He patted his pocket, feeling an inexplicable pang of regret. His initial plan to accrue contribution values had just diminished. He was utterly perplexed as to how Su Yuan could discern his plan, even down to the distribution details. With a sigh, he inquired, by the way, what brings you here? Oh, I witnessed a secret gathering of the demonic sect and uncovered their conspiratorial schemes. This is a memory stone, within which I have recorded the portions of memory I observed. The rest shall be for you to handle. Su Yuan placed the stone down and departed with a flourish. Gu Zhongmen's countenance changed instantly as he grasped the memory stone and began to examine it. His perspective shifted immediately to a vantage point above a room, where he beheld three familiar figures below: the vulture, the fog-shrouded, and the mad demon. These three formidable demonic entities had unexpectedly gathered together. Gu Qingzhu's expression turned grave. He realized the gravity of the situation. Such an alliance among the three sects was a rare occurrence, as the demonic factions were often steeped in mutual suspicion, seldom cooperating, and, at times, even undermining one another. Thus, despite the apparent balance of power between the righteous and the demonic, the latter often appeared somewhat inferior. The current union of the three most powerful demonic sects altered the dynamics significantly. As Gu Qingzhu pondered this, he lifted his gaze only to discover that Su Yuan had mysteriously vanished. A flicker of annoyance crossed Gu Qingzhu's lips. He opened his mouth, realizing that Su Yuan had no reason to linger. Although he was a master of the meridian opening, his strength was still confined to the golden core stage. Even if he could transcend, he would merely reach the nascent soul level, clearly insufficient to engage in the battles among the transformation gods. Gu Qingzhu had indeed overheard the trio's disparagement of the meridian opening masters, yet he chose to ignore it. The true master stood before him. Was he unable to discern which accounts were authentic? He was not blind, after all. Hastily, he made his way toward the secret realm. Soon, several elders of the transformation god stage arrived, convening to deliberate on how to counter the demonic sex conspiratorial alliance. Meanwhile, Su Yuan returned to his cave dwelling. Yet his concern regarding the demonic sex plans was far from nonchalant, contrary to Gu Qingzhu's assumptions. He focused on two pivotal points. The first was the potential interference or even sabotage by the Star Cultivator Master against his endeavors. His 7 stars shining bright was a system attribute. What purpose would summoning a Star Cultivator Master serve? A smile graced Su Yuan's lips. It was a matter of informational disparity. No one was privy to his true capabilities. They attempted to confront him based solely on superficial appearances, which appeared rather comical. Therefore, he was not overly concerned. However, the second point caused him to frown. It was evident that the demonic sect intended to encroach upon the 7 absolute sect's assets, particularly those related to the 3 absolute peak. The 3 absolute peak had already begun to take over the resources allocated from the other 7 peaks, and numerous disciples had been dispatched to guard these holdings. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yuan proceeded towards the 7 stars altar and commenced his calculations. As he reactivated the 7 stars altar, he distinctly felt his connection with the Big Dipper grow even more profound. His comprehension of the Big Dipper deepened, enhancing the effect of the 7 stars shining bright attribute. Su Yuan discovered that his divination skills had ascended by more than one level. A wealth of information flowed from the Big Dipper, and inexplicably, he grasped the essence of the 7-star divination technique. Thus, it dawned on him. The Big Dipper illuminated the heavens, and wherever its starlight reached. All was known to the Big Dipper, with clarity on both present and past events. Combined with the developmental patterns of phenomena, one could naturally deduce glimpses of future changes. This was the essence of the 7-star divination secret technique. Su Yuan was enlightened. He understood now that the ancient text claims about predicting the past and future through celestial shifts and star movements were utterly nonsensical. The essence lay not within the stars themselves, but within the boundless starlight they emitted. Thus, his understanding of the Big Dipper deepened, and naturally, his skills in divination advanced by leaps and bounds. A plethora of information entered Su Yuan's consciousness, allowing him to gain a substantial grasp of the potential dangers that the 7 Absolutes sect might encounter in the future. Chapter 78. The Misunderstanding of the Star Master. Before the celestial star mountain, the middle-aged eagle nose adjusted his attire, his expression serene as he proclaimed, "I am the Taoist eagle, here to pay respects to my friend of the celestial star. I humbly request an audience." Strangely, this voice resonated within the mountain, yet only the celestial star ancestor, a cultivator of the transformation stage, who was meditating within, could hear it. He furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "A vulture? What brings him here?" Celestial star, an independent cultivator of the transformation stage, had established a neutral force known as Celestial Star Peak, where he sheltered numerous wandering practitioners and passed down the lineage of star cultivation. It was commonplace for practitioners from demonic sects to seek his services. But the personal visit from the vulture indicated that matters were more intricate than they seemed. "Please, Taoist eagle," Celestial Star beckoned. With a flick of his feather duster, a beam of starlight was summoned from the mountain, allowing the vulture to ascend calmly. In the next moment, he materialized before Celestial Star. "Greetings, Taoist Celestial Star." The vulture smiled. "A rare guest indeed, Taoist eagle," Celestial Star replied, as he waved his duster again, causing starlight to cascade from the heavens, filling 2 cups with a celestial tea that mirrored countless stars, as if the entire cosmos resided within. "Please enjoy the tea." The vulture, unperturbed, took a moment to examine the teacup, confirming its safety before drinking deeply. Instantly, he felt his mind clear and his magical energy pure. "Excellent tea," the vulture exclaimed in admiration. "If consumed regularly, it bears no effect. You may visit once every decade," Celestial Star implied, suggesting the vulture should not frequent his abode. The vulture, unfazed, chuckled, "Let us discuss the enjoyment of tea later. I have come today with a task, and I wonder if I might request the assistance of Taoist Celestial Star." "What is it?" the Celestial Star ancestor inquired directly. "It seems the 7 Absolute sect has gained an additional star cultivator, capable of harnessing the power of the Big Dipper. I hope to enlist your help, Taoist Celestial Star, to disrupt or influence this individual. If we could cause them to perish in the attempt, that would be even better." Upon hearing this, Celestial Star frowned. "I am aware of the recent anomalies surrounding the Big Dipper. However, with so many star cultivators in the world, why target the 7 Absolute sect?" Clearly, he was raising the stakes. The vulture smiled slightly. "For the successful disruption or shielding of their starlight perception, I offer 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Should you inflict serious injury, the payment will be 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, and if you manage to eliminate them, it shall be 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones, along with a supply of celestial materials of transformation grade." Celestial Star fell into contemplation before responding. "I shall first analyze the difficulties involved and see if I can pinpoint the target. The cost of this divination will be 100 high-grade spirit stones." The vulture's eyes brightened. "Excellent." He promptly produced 100 high-grade spirit stones and placed them upon the table. The venerable Taoist, Tianxing, nodded, glanced at the sky, and spoke. "Please wait a moment." The old demon of the bald eagle inclined his head in agreement. The two awaited the ascent of the moon to its zenith. By then, Taoist Tianxing had arrived before a mystical altar. At the center of the altar stood a 5th-grade, mirror-like spiritual treasure, known as the Tianxing Mirror, the personal treasure of the venerable Tianxing, upon which the majority of his techniques were cultivated. He gazed upward, where a myriad of stars twinkled in the night sky. There exist numerous sects of star cultivation, such as the 3 enclosures for symbols and 28 mansions, as well as the 36 heavenly stars of the Tian Gang and the 72 earthly stars of the Deja. Star cultivators typically select a particular star from a certain sect to cultivate. The Big Dipper, part of the purple tenuity star system within the three enclosures, represents an extraordinarily powerful system of star cultivation. Each star possesses remarkable strength, and the interconnected 7 stars wield unparalleled might. His own cultivation focused on the Tiankue star, one of the 36 heavenly stars, known as the leader of the Tiangang. In truth, the specific star chosen is of little consequence, as mortal star cultivators cannot reach the zenith of the stars. Thus, the potential strength displayed ultimately depends on the practitioner's own cultivation, rendering the comparison between the Big Dipper and Tiankue insignificant. A beam of starlight surged upward, directly targeting the Tiankue star. The art of divination commenced. Starlight shimmered, and the Tiankue emerged into the world. Rays of starlight cascaded down, revealing the results of the divination. The venerable Tianxing closed his eyes, and in a vague sense, it seemed he beheld an image from the past. 7 beams of starlight descended upon the 7 absolute sect, and a familiar figure flickered past. Ah, it is he. The venerable Tianxing raised an eyebrow. The old demon of the bald eagle, who had been waiting nearby, shifted his expression and remarked with a smile. It appears that Taoist Tianxing has identified the target. Indeed, the other party has not concealed their celestial secrets, and their techniques appear rather immature. Yet they have undeniably gained the recognition of the Big Dipper, becoming a star cultivator. Tianxing mused, his fingers tracing thoughtfully, his demeanor slightly dazed. The old demon's expression darkened as he produced 100 top-grade spirit stones and tossed them to Tianxing. The latter deftly accepted the stones, shaking off his stupor. That individual is none other than Nangong Xianwen. Previously, he pursued the path of fire. I never expected him to now embark on the path of star cultivation. Although he is merely at the beginning stages, with his transformation into the divine, he will prove to be quite formidable. The old demon's expression shifted, furrowing his brow. Is it truly him? Are you certain? I suspect that a master of the opening pulse from the 7 absolute sect has emerged. He cannot possibly be that master. Is there another star cultivator present? Tianxing paused. Then his expression cleared in realization. No wonder the old demon had sought him out personally. This was the underlying reason. In the past, the 7 absolute sect had frequently seen the emergence of opening pulse masters. The previous one had just stepped into the realm of refining the void before another master appeared, shaking the world once more. Having seen the emergence of 6 or 7 masters in succession, the demonic path was in turmoil, while the 7 absolute sect ascended from an ordinary sect to the pinnacle of righteousness. Now, with another master's emergence, it was no wonder the demonic faction was in a state of urgency. Tianxing slowly shook his head. I have just performed a divination. In nearly a century, the Big Dipper has only acknowledged a star cultivator once, and I have not divined any signs of concealment. It can be practically confirmed that the 7 absolute sect has but a single star cultivator. To comprehend the challenges of becoming a star cultivator is to recognize the rarity of such an achievement. Only a handful exist across the entire continent. It is improbable for the 7 absolute sect to produce 2 star cultivators in a short span. Indeed, the bald eagle nodded thoughtfully. However, how could it be that fellow Nangong is involved? The bald eagle hesitated, inquiring whether the elder could contend with him. The elder Tianxing chuckled softly, asserting that Nangong was merely a novice in the realm of star cultivation. The disparity between them was akin to comparing a robust adult to a mere child, and he could easily triumph with a mere wave of his hand. His tone brimmed with unwavering confidence. There was simply no contest. He was a seasoned expert, while Nangong was but a fledgling, still toiling in the mud while he soared in the skies. The bald eagle nodded and inquired if Elder Tianxing would accept the task. While he could not guarantee wounding or killing, he was willing to attempt to disrupt or influence Nangong's path of star cultivation for a fee of 30,000 spirit stones. Tianxing replied nonchalantly, "Ah, my friend, you are raising the stakes." "Not at all. Dealing with the transformation stage being does entail some risk," Elder Tianxing replied. "Very well. I trust you will handle this matter with care. Additionally, our 2 associates from the demon sect have enlisted the assistance of 2 star cultivators. I advise you to remain vigilant." "Oh, it appears the demon sect is making significant moves this time," Elder Tianxing remarked. He remained indifferent to the conflict between the righteous and the demonic, as the strength of either side bore little impact on his own influence. Such dealings were shrouded in secrecy, and none would be privy to his covert involvement. After lengthy discussions, the bald eagle left behind the necessary materials and remuneration before departing. Engaging a star cultivator is a straightforward transaction. The expenses incurred by the star cultivator are covered by the task commissioner, as per custom. Hence, star cultivators often find themselves quite affluent, with both the righteous and demonic factions keen to avoid offending them, for switching allegiances would be undesirable for either side. Meanwhile, the misty hidden demon and the mad Taoist had also secured the support of a star cultivator, indicating the utmost seriousness with which the demon sect approached this endeavor. Simultaneously, Nangong Xianwang, engrossed in discussions with his peers, furrowed his brow. He gazed skyward. The 7 stars of the northern dipper twinkled faintly, invoking a sense of unease within him. "What troubles you?" inquired a nearby female transformation stage elder. "I sense a celestial disturbance. Someone is divining my fate," Nangong Xianwang replied, his expression growing serious. Although this was his first encounter with such a phenomenon, he recognized it from his studies. "Wait, celestial disturbance? Is this not a technique of the star cultivators?" Another elder questioned, perplexed. "Oh, I just became a star cultivator half a day ago," Nangong Xianwang said, adjusting his hair. "I never anticipated that I would possess such talent in star cultivation. Truly, the path of fire has already consumed so much of my time. What am I to do?" The onlookers exchanged glances, astonished by Nangong Xianwang's accomplishment. "You have actually become a star cultivator? Remarkable. Unbelievable. Is this even possible? How long have you been transitioning?" "I am aware that without a century of cultivation, one cannot even enter this realm." "Ah, such must be the nature of talent." Nangong Xianwang sighed, his expression turning grave as he remarked, "It is likely that the masters of the demon sect have summoned a star cultivator to deduce my movements. I fear I may have been exposed. I wonder if Master Su has also been revealed? Theoretically, Master Su is the true lineage. Why would they deduce me instead? Is it possible they cannot reach Master Su in their divinations?" One of the group articulated a profound insight. Nangong Xianwang, uncertain, replied, "Surely not. Su Yuan has only recently developed this unique skill. It should be challenging for him to evade the scrutiny of other star cultivators." Their conversation took place within a formation that shielded them from the starlight, temporarily obscuring the heavenly secrets. "What shall we do?" "In due time, the star cultivator summoned by the demon sect will deduce our actions. Nangong, can you conceal our movements?" Nangong Xianwang's face darkened. "I have only just embarked on the path of star cultivation, having only reached the 9th volume. I have yet to begin studying the latest volumes 10 through 18. What can I conceal? Perhaps we should consult Master Su. If he can discreetly deduce the spies of the demon sect, he may also be able to veil our actions." Everyone turned their gaze towards Nangong Xianwang. "You want me to ask?" he inquired. "Have we prepared the offerings for the master? I dare not approach without a gift." Chapter 79, Little Kai's Lavish Feast. At the entrance of Cave 6, upon arrival, Nangong Xianwang was met by a curious silver-white fox gazing up at him. "Are you the one the master has been waiting for? Follow me." The little fox, Xiao Li, exclaimed. Nangong Xianwang was taken aback, responding somewhat perplexedly. "Does he know I am coming? How long have you been waiting here?" Xiao Li complained. "I've been waiting quite a while." "You are indeed slow?" Nangong Xianwang smirked slightly. "This is rather absurd." "What?" Xiao Li asked, puzzled. "Lead me to him," he instructed. Xiao Li nodded eagerly and skipped towards the cave atop the mountain. As Nangong Xianwang followed the little fox, he noticed a clearer resonance with the Big Dipper in this location. They ventured deeper into the cave until they arrived at a towering structure perched on the edge of a cliff. He observed that at the pinnacle of the tower stood a 7-star altar, which he recognized from studying Su Yuan's teachings. However, this altar was exponentially more intricate than what he had learned. Apart from the general outline indicating it was a 7-star altar, the details belonged to an entirely different realm. The moment he stepped into the cave, he beheld a figure enjoying tea. As he instinctively attempted to use his spiritual sense to probe Su Yuan, he was met with an overwhelming wave of spiritual pressure surging towards him. In an instant, he felt an oppressive force emanating from every corner of the universe, leaving him breathless, his complexion rapidly reddening. Su Yuan glanced at the actively engaged presence of the great being, marveling at the astonishing pressure he could command at will. Could this level of pressure belong to the realm of void refinement? The notion of a higher realm being merely a lesser one is indeed an exaggeration. This thought simultaneously emerged in the consciousness of both Su Yuan and Elder Nangong. Su Yuan swiftly retracted his oppressive aura and remarked, "Elder Nangong, It is rather impolite to intrude upon another's affairs without caution. Once the pressure dissipated, Elder Nangong felt the atmosphere clear, and he absent-mindedly wiped the sweat that had inexplicably appeared on his forehead, exclaiming in astonishment, "What was that just now?" "Nothing of consequence. You have come regarding the concealment of heavenly secrets, have you not?" Su Yuan inquired. Suppressing his inner doubts, Elder Nangong nodded. "It seems we cannot escape your foresight. We intend to adopt a counter-strategy to ambush those 3 old demons of the transformation stage. Should we succeed in eliminating them, the strength of the righteous path will surpass theirs, presenting us with a remarkable opportunity." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan gazed at the stars above and replied, "I'm uncertain whether we can withstand the combined might of the 3. 3? Who are they?" Elder Nangong's eyes widened. "Tianxing, Nansheng, and Guha," Su Yuan stated directly. "Those 3 old wretches." Elder Nangong gritted his teeth. He fell into silence for a moment before saying, "Then we shall give it our utmost effort. Even if discovered, the plans of the demonic sect will struggle to proceed. Regardless, we have already secured an invulnerable position." "Indeed, be cautious," Su Yuan nodded. Elder Nangong acknowledged this and produced a storage bag. "This is the annual offering we agreed upon. Please take a look." With a simple gesture, the storage bag fell into Su Yuan's hands. As he probed within with his consciousness, he discovered 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, equivalent to 100 billion low-grade spirit stones, along with several hundred vials of elixirs. You may select 1 5th-tier spiritual treasure from the sect's treasury. The ancestors have left behind 1 or 2 5th-tier treasures, which are the foundation of our sect and should not be taken lightly, but you may choose one for your use." Elder Nangong added. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. "With my current cultivation, I cannot refine a 5th-tier spiritual treasure. My previous ability to refine a 6th-tier treasure was merely a stroke of luck. The Wanbao Qinquan Ding was utterly damaged, making the refinement difficulty comparable to that of a magical artifact. I'm not certain I can truly refine a genuine 5th-tier treasure. Simply inform me or the sect leader when you require one." Elder Nangong replied. "Very well, I understand this matter now. With so many spirit stones, I can finally devote myself to proper cultivation. You may proceed with your plans. I will continuously analyze the situation," Su Yuan said with a jovial smile. Elder Nangong regarded Su Yuan with a profound gaze before nodding. "Good. I shall take my leave now." He bowed and departed. Shali approached with curiosity, asking, "Su Yuan, are you about to begin your cultivation?" Su Yuan, puzzled, responded, "When did I ever suggest that I was starting to cultivate?" Chiou liezikta. A hint of confusion flickering in her fox-like eyes. "I have not seen you cultivate for a while, and assumed it was due to a lack of spirit stones. But now that you possess spirit stones..." Su Yuan shook his head and waved to Xiao Kai, who was frolicking with the spirit fish in the distance. "Xiao Kai, come here." Little Kai, with a look of curiosity, approached and joyfully circled around Su Yuan, her large eyes reflecting admiration. Su Yuan gently patted her head, saying, "Little Kai, are you hungry? You've endured quite a bit following me. From today onward, you may devote your full efforts to cultivation." Little Kai's eyes sparkled with delight as she wagged her tail. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Su Yuan drew in Little Kai along with 35 spirit fish from the river into the shimmering vessel. "Little Li, come in too." "All right." Thus, both the human and the fox entered the celestial treasure. Su Yuan, accompanied by Little Li, arrived at the edge of the Silver Spirit Lake, where Little Kai and the others had already returned to the water. Little Kai curiously gazed at Su Yuan. With a mere thought, the core of the 6th-tier spirit treasures restriction was swiftly transported to the center of Silver Spirit Lake, where a grand formation unfolded in layers above the lake. Consequently, the entire Silver Spirit Lake transformed into a primal pool. This primal pool, enhanced by the ancestral master and in conjunction with the spirit treasure, was of a higher caliber than the one in the Primal Pool Valley, significantly amplifying the effectiveness of the formation and accelerating the refinement of spiritual energy. "Little Li, activate the core formation." The little fox immediately sprang into action, manipulating the formation to draw in vast amounts of spiritual energy from the 6th-tier spirit treasure, converting it into spiritual liquid that flowed into Silver Spirit Lake. However, due to the limited spiritual energy within the treasure, it quickly became depleted. At that moment, Su Yuan calmly poured forth a tremendous quantity of spiritual stones, lower grade, mid grade, and upper grade, into Silver Spirit Lake, along with hundreds of bottles of cultivation elixirs, all of which were drawn into the formation and ground into powder. An immense volume of spiritual energy was transformed into rich spiritual liquid, all amalgamating within the silver spirit lake. Little Kai let out a cheer, opening her mouth wide to begin absorbing the lake's water. A significant amount of spiritual liquid was drawn into her body, converting it into her own spiritual power. Meanwhile, the spirit fish, steeped in the highly concentrated spiritual liquid, began to succumb to a state of intoxication, easily breaking through their bottleneck to evolve into a second-tier spirit fish under the nurturing of such potent spiritual liquid. Su Yuan was willing to absorb so many spirit fish, not only because they could not consume much spiritual liquid, but also to keep Little Kai company, ensuring she would not feel lonely. Unlike Little Li, Little Kai possessed a truly childlike heart. Without companions, she would undoubtedly feel isolated, which would hinder her growth. As he himself could not always be with her, the presence of these spirit fish became crucial. Observing the spirit fish under Little Kai's influence, Su Yuan noticed them radiating a tricolored light as their essence rapidly transitioned towards the second tier. Meanwhile, Little Kai continued to exude a powerful attraction, fervently absorbing the spiritual liquid from the lake, transforming it into her true essence. Simultaneously, threads of true essence emerged within Su Yuan, simultaneously enhancing his soul, physical form, and true essence. His cultivation level surged at an astonishing rate. He calmly sat by the lakeside, sipping tea, allowing the true essence within him to churn while his physique and soul ascended steadily. The fish-shaped external device began to exert its influence. Shally sat nearby, diligently attempting to manipulate the array, her face contorted in frustration as she exclaimed, "Sing, this is not right. Let me take control of the array." Su Yuan shrugged. "I am at the foundation establishment stage. I am powerless to manage a sixth-tier spiritual treasure." Shally paused, her mind racing for a counterargument, yet finding none. She could only continue her efforts with a sense of resignation. Little Kai fluttered over, nuzzling Shally's cheek with her head. Shally's face brightened with a smile. "All right, Little Kai. I am more than willing to assist you. I was merely lamenting Su Yuan." Little Kai joyfully released a few colorful bubbles before swiftly returning to the silver spirit lake to absorb the spiritual liquid. Su Yuan remained composed, sipping his tea. Being criticized did not faze him, for no outsiders were present. Moreover, he felt justified in nurturing Shally and Little Kai, even at great cost to himself. As for the automatic enhancement of his cultivation, that was merely a reward for his diligent efforts, a serendipitous consequence. He found solace in admiring the silver spirit waterfall, whose cascading waters, akin to falling starlight, never failed to leave him in awe. At this moment, time began to flow slowly. The actions of the demon sect unfolded with precision and speed, while the elders of the seven absolute sect were also covertly at work. The realm of cultivation appeared placid, yet beneath the surface, tumultuous currents surged. Seated by the lakeside, while sipping his tea, Su Yuan's mind was flooded with vivid scenes, giving him an intimate understanding of the demon sect's maneuvers. Due to the disparity in information, the demon sect remained oblivious to the fact that mentioning him would catch his attention. Thus, many of their actions unfolded before him as though transparent. He occasionally compiled this intelligence and relayed it to Nangong, Xianweng, and others, enabling continuous adjustments to their plans and steadily increasing their chances of success. With the enemy in the light and himself in the shadows, the advantage lay with him. Before long, 3 months had slipped by. On this day, the night sky was clear, devoid of clouds, with the stars revealing their true forms, shimmering brilliantly across the heavens. Surrounding the various outposts of the seven absolute sect, mines, fisheries, timberlands, markets, and shops, demon sect cultivators were poised for action. Chapter 80. The operation begins. As a message spread among all the demon sect cultivators, an instant later, they all sprang into action simultaneously. Kill! 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 With a thunderous roar, a multitude of specters, demons, and corpse monsters surged forth from their concealed positions, charging towards the outposts of the seven absolute sect. The mountains and fields were teeming with these malevolent beings, their murderous intent, resentment, demonic energy, ghostly aura, and the stench of decay rising into the sky, casting a terrifying shadow over the city. An enemy attack. Within the outpost, the disciples of the seven absolute sect sounded a piercing alarm, and throngs of disciples rushed to their designated defensive positions. Columns of light from various formations ascended, creating a massive protective barrier that enveloped the outpost entirely. Before long, the clash of weapons erupted as countless demonic cultivators unleashed a torrent of spell attacks and magical artifacts, accompanied by a horde of monsters, all directed towards the defensive formation in a fearsome onslaught. Boom! 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 Enormous explosions of magic reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The intensity reached its zenith from the very outset. There was no probing, no dialogue. The engagement commenced with unrestrained fervor. Yet, contrary to the demon's expectations, the formation did not shatter in response. The internal cultivators appeared to have anticipated this, swiftly activating the formation and steadfastly absorbing the initial wave of surprise assault. Instantly, some demonic practitioners sensed an unsettling shift in the tide. However, with the arrow knocked, they had no choice but to release it. A multitude of monstrous entities crashed against the formation's barrier, some being drawn into the formation's interior, where they faced a combined onslaught from the disciples of the Seven Absolute Sect, while others were repelled, colliding with their own comrades. Despite the stronghold successfully withstanding the initial barrage, the depletion of spiritual energy from the defensive formation was alarmingly rapid. They needed to exert more effort. Their reserves of spirit stones were undoubtedly insufficient. A calm Yuanian demon cultivator commanded his brethren to press the attack. He glanced towards the interior of the stronghold and noticed a crimson light soaring into the sky. A smirk curling at the corner of his lips as a distress signal was successfully dispatched. Across the territories of the Seven Absolute Sect, dozens of large enterprises sent out calls for aid. Such a massive sudden assault was certain to draw the attention of a divine transformation elder. Suddenly, within the Seven Absolute Sect, a 7-star pagoda erupted, releasing 7 beams of starlight, ascending into the clouds. Nangong Xianwang immediately employed a divination secret technique, seeking to discern the current events. Yet, at that moment, concealed starlight surged upward from 3 different directions above the Seven Absolute Sect. Several celestial bodies in the sky suddenly blazed brightly. The Big Dipper shone resplendently, casting down beams of starlight. Surrounding the Big Dipper, 3 additional stars also flared to life, shifting and descending light columns to form a triangular assault, intercepting the light of the Big Dipper. The radiance of the Big Dipper swiftly dimmed, retreating into the celestial veil, while the other 3 stars grew ever brighter, completely obscuring the constellation. Concurrently, 3 beams of multicolored starlight traced the original path of the Big Dipper, hurtling towards Nangong Xianwang with lethal intent. Cross-domain star assassination. Nangong Xianwang wished to abandon the divination, but it was already too late. The 3 beams of starlight struck him instantaneously, penetrating through numerous formation restrictions, directly entering his primordial spirit. Nangong Xianwang's complexion paled as his breath faltered momentarily. He forcefully expelled a mouthful of vital blood, which ignited, transforming into pure life energy to shield his consciousness and suppress the incoming assault. With this single strike, he sustained severe injuries. Ignoring the pain, Nangong Xianwang slammed his palm onto the 7-star pagoda, causing it to collapse with a thunderous roar. Ceasing to channel the starlight of the Big Dipper, on the summit of Tianqing Mountain, the venerable Tianqing ancestor raised the corner of his mouth in a smirk, so fragile. Indeed a novice among star cultivators, it was now his turn to devise a counter-strategy against the Seven Absolute Sect. In an instant, he summoned the Tian Kuei star's platform, and starlight surged forth, ascending into the heavens. His fingers danced through intricate gestures as he employed the celestial divination technique, awaiting the outcomes of the Tian Kuei star's predictions. The other 2 celestial bodies also shone with a more resplendent brilliance, indicating that the other 2 master star cultivators had also taken action, though unaware of each other's identities. The trio collaborated in unison, their 3 beams of starlight interweaving in a triangular formation, weaving a network of celestial light to formulate strategies against the Seven Absolute Sect. At that moment, the previously concealed Big Dipper suddenly reignited with celestial luminosity. The brilliance of the Big Dipper eclipsed the radiance of the 3 stars. What audacity! Daring to challenge us again? Tianqing ancestor scoffed. The previous encounter had already served as a lesson, and this time, Nangong would face the full brunt of their assault, risking severe injury or even demise. The celestial bodies hovered in confrontation above the firmament, their continual movement capturing the attention of countless star cultivators across the realm. This was a battle among star cultivators, an extraordinary spectacle seldom witnessed, drawing keen interest. Within the cave of the sixth sect, Su Yuan's aura surged. He glanced at the system panel. Name, Su Yuan region. Chinka continent, level. Renowned, 112W100W. Realm, Peak of Foundation Establishment. 99-100 Pinnacle of the Venus Realm. Entry 1. Work and rest balance. Current rest time. 92 days. Entry 2. Natural law. Entry 3. 7 stars shine bright. Entry 4. Resonance of thought. Entry 5. Formidable presence in the span of 3 months. Shao Kai fervently absorbed spiritual energy, achieving the pinnacle of the second stage, subsequently entering a unique state of bloodline awakening, enveloped in a spectrum of colors. Breaking through a bottleneck. Through Shao Kai's feedback on true essence, Su Yuan was forcefully elevated from the early stage of foundation establishment to its peak, traversing from the Golden Sand realm through the Golden Bean realm, the Golden Pearl realm, until he reached the zenith of the Venus realm. Attaining this level also marked the completion of his energy accumulation within the foundation establishment realm. Within his Dantian, a golden treasure cauldron housed 7 celestial bodies and 2 dark stars, operating under the celestial chart of the Big Dipper. Should anyone gaze upon the heavens and behold the Big Dipper, they would discover that the movements of these golden stars mirrored precisely those above. On the Venus star, 3 celestial bodies manifested intricate patterns of heaven and earth, representing the essences of gold, wood, and fire. Moreover, a continuous stream of star pattern laws flowed throughout the entire 7-star formation. Beneath Su Yuan, the platform of the Big Dipper was being activated. The 6th-tier cave treasure anchored at the celestial axis was being fully supported by Xiao Li's efforts, though the Wanbao Qian Ding was damaged. Its essence as a 7th-tier spiritual treasure effortlessly suppressed the flickering light, providing robust energy to the platform. The 9 stars convergence sword was diligently channeling its power, with starlight swirling along its blade, continuously refining itself and gradually elevating its rank as a spiritual artifact. Beside him, the venerable Nangong was meditating to heal his wounds. The attribute of Might of the Great was successfully activated, infusing him with a formidable pressure that enhanced his control over the 7 stars altar, akin to an increase in his strength by several folds. Su Yuan glanced at the interface and promptly activated Balance of Work and Rest, followed by second activation. At that moment, his comprehension surged, and his mastery over the altar escalated instantaneously. Echo of Thoughts was triggered, simultaneously invoking 3 thoughts, dividing his consciousness, with 3 emanating above the 3 altars. In the next instant, Might of the Great was activated. A colossal pressure descended, instantaneously oppressing the divine transformation cultivators casting spells at each altar. The expressions of the 3 divine transformation cultivators, including the celestial star ancestor, shifted dramatically. The pressure appeared from nowhere, suppressing their strength by approximately 30%. What was happening? The celestial star ancestor's expression changed. He immediately realized something was amiss. However, the change occurred too swiftly. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper in the sky suddenly brightened several-fold. 7 beams of starlight, imbued with extraordinary celestial power, suppressed the brilliance of 3 stars. No, this was not Nangong. The response speed of the Big Dipper had evidently accelerated by more than 100-fold. The celestial star ancestor's pupils contracted. Outsiders marvel at the spectacle, while insiders discern the subtleties. Star cultivation is a path that requires little in terms of cultivation level, but demands profound comprehension of celestial phenomena, as it essentially utilizes the stars to achieve specific goals. Whether foundational or divine transformation cultivators, the power offered to the stars is negligible, serving merely as a catalyst. The strength of a star cultivator is determined by the response speed of the corresponding stars. The faster the response, the stronger the resultant power. This unfamiliar cultivator's star cultivation realm was on an entirely different level compared to the earlier venerable Nangong. This is bad. Without hesitation, the celestial star activated his self-destruct mechanism. The altar beneath him erupted with destructive force, incinerating the entire structure and leaving only a 5th-tier spiritual treasure flying back into his hand. The celestial star gazed at the ruined altar, a flicker of pain flashing in his eyes, Some of the materials used were of the 5th tier, and their value was considerable. Yet, he felt fortunate for his decisive action, avoiding further repercussions. Wait, why was that peculiar pressure still present? The celestial star's expression changed dramatically as he raised the celestial star mirror. 7 beams of starlight traversed endless distances, charging towards him. The 7 stars fell, erupting with a thunderous explosion. The formations of Celestial Star Mountain crumbled inch by inch, numerous structures sustaining damage, while cultivators cried out in despair, evading the residual shockwaves. Meanwhile, at the center, the Celestial Star Ancestor faced the brunt of the core attack from the falling stars, the terrifying force creating a massive crater at that location. The Elder of the Celestial Stars lay upon the ground, his celestial mirror marred by numerous fissures, yet miraculously intact. This was a manifestation of the might of the heavens and stars, compounded by the backlash of his own formidable spell. The combined force rivaled the full power of a mid-stage transformation god practitioner. This exemplifies the perilous nature of combat among star cultivators, where the backlash can augment an opponent's celestial attacks, rendering their potency formidable. The Elder steadfastly maintained his spiritual platform, his mind clear and unclouded, devoid of distracting thoughts. The inexplicable oppressive force vanished abruptly following his onslaught. He exhaled, realizing during the destruction of the altar that the pressure remained, indicating that his adversary did not rely solely on celestial alignment for targeting. Rather, they employed a curse-like method for sensing. Thus, he remained vigilant, and indeed, he evaded the ensuing targeting without further strikes descending upon him. This was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. However, his apprehensions were unfounded. Without the amplification of the backlash, Su Yuan's long-range attacks posed no substantial threat to a transformation god practitioner. Yet, this lesson was sufficient to instill in the Elder a lasting caution against provoking the 7 Absolutes sect in the future. Similarly, 2 other locations faced analogous encounters. The Masters of Star Cultivation proved to be astute individuals, executing decisive maneuvers. They harbored a profound wariness of Su Yuan, yet wisely refrained from contemplating his presence. In that moment, Su Yuan found himself unable to pinpoint the locations of the 3 practitioners. His thoughts swiftly redirected, focusing on the ambush circle of the transformation god practitioners, where combat had commenced. Chapter 81. Encirclement and counter-encirclement in the Pig Demon Forest, a terrain typically used for chi refinement and foundational cultivation. The area was abundant with pig demons, featuring relatively even ground despite the dense forest, which posed minimal danger. Many practitioners above the Golden Core stage traversed the Pig Demon Forest to save considerable time. Yang Pingji, an elder of the 7 Absolute sect from the Peak of Techniques, was presently navigating through the Pig Demon Forest, hastening towards several vital mineral sites of her sect. Her demeanor, while calm, bore an undercurrent of urgency, as if eager to render assistance. Yet, beneath her exterior, a chilling calmness resided. Her gaze inadvertently swept over several inconspicuous spots, her innate magical artifact primed for activation. The initial wave posed the greatest peril, as she would confront the encirclement of 3 adversaries of equal standing. Without preparation, this would be exceedingly dangerous. However, with readiness, she held confidence in withstanding the onslaught. As she soared above a particular section of the forest, the 3 malevolent transformation god practitioners lay in wait, silently poised. To avoid drawing the attention of the 7 Absolute sect's transformation god cultivators due to fluctuations in their formation, they refrained from setting up any arrays. Yet, they were confident that, through cunning and strategy, they would execute their ambush flawlessly. As Yang Pingji flew over a certain area of the forest, the 3 malevolent practitioners simultaneously struck. Thousands of celestial demons manifested in the sky, transforming into a tempest of demonic shadows, plunging downward. Demonic technique, celestial demon dance. Surrounding the forest, 4 flying corpses lunged forth with lightning speed. Corpse technique, 1,000 miles in a day. Upon the earth, an ominous darkness ascended, instantly transforming the surroundings into a realm of shadows. The arcane art of the ghostly realm unfurled. The 3 formidable demonic cultivators unleashed their most ruthless strikes. In the blink of an eye, Yang Pingji found herself ensnared in a lethal predicament. Her gaze sharpened, and in the next moment, a long cherry-red spear materialized in her grasp. With a fierce determination, she invoked the self-destruct of her fateful treasure, the devastating ultimate strike. In an instant, the spear shattered in the middle, and a torrent of rich blood erupted from Yang Pingji's mouth, cascading onto the spear's tip, merging her essence with the spear. She clung to its point. The spearhead coalesced a formidable spirit force, surging forth with incredible velocity to collide fiercely against one of the flying zombies, creating a vast rift in its golden form. As Yang Pingji, along with the spear's tip, soared past, she tore through the encirclement of the three adversaries. Fleeing 10 miles in the blink of an eye, the trio of demons, Vulture, Mad Demon, and Misty Shadow, stood momentarily stunned, evidently unprepared for such a decisive response. The speed of her evasion, the rapidity of her tactical thinking, and her resolute decision-making surpassed their wildest expectations. Pursue. Yet how could the three demonic cultivators allow Yang Pingji to escape so easily? Her treasured artifact lay in tatters, her lifeblood nearly depleted, her strength diminished to but a fraction of its peak. If they did not strike now, when would they? The three accelerated their pursuit, swiftly closing the distance to Yang Pingji. Vulture sneered, "Ah, the illustrious Yang, your reflexes are commendable, but today you shall fall into our grasp. I have yet to savor the essence of a Yang family maiden." His laughter echoed, but to his dismay, neither Yang Pingji, nor the Mad Demon, nor the Misty Shadow responded. Vulture's grin faltered slightly as he could not help but exclaim, "Why do you not cooperate? Hurry, chase her down." The verbose meet their demise. The Misty Shadow retorted, "Indeed, let us not squander words." However, the Mad Demon's gaze flickered with realization, sensing something amiss. He activated a contingency plan. A fleeting wave of spirit energy emanated from the injured zombie's head, a remnant of their earlier ambush. The Mad Demon then declared, "We are too close to the Seven Absolute Sect. We must resolve this swiftly." Vulture's expression darkened, as if implying that only he acted unsteadily. The trio hastened towards Yang Pingji. Without hesitation, she struck her chest multiple times to invigorate her lifeblood, igniting her spirit within. A surge of even more potent spirit force emanated forth, manipulating the very elements to amplify her speed, allowing her to widen the gap repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 miles had been traversed. As Yang Pingji soared over a mountain peak, her gaze met a specific spot below, and in an instant, she darted past. The three demons followed suit without delay. Then at that moment, the heavens and earth inverted. The mountain stood on its head. The expressions of the three demonic cultivators shifted dramatically. They turned pale, surveying their surroundings in horror. The cosmic upheaval of the four symbols' grand formation commenced. Four divine transformation cultivators sat firmly at each cardinal point, and four beams of light soared skyward, connecting heaven and earth, instantaneously crafting an independent spatial array. The inversion of the heavens and earth signified the formation of the array. The very fabric of reality began to press upon the three divine transformation demons, rendering their visages as pale as death. In addition to the four principal array masters, there were precisely 8 other divine transformation cultivators, their gazes frigid as they fixed their eyes upon the trio. In total, 12 divine transformation Tao cultivators. Among them, the Vulture discerned several other righteous sect elders. This was a meticulously premeditated ambush. But how could this be? The Vulture's fingers trembled as he gazed at the distant Yang Pingji, whose complexion was ashen yet composed as she meditated to mend her wounds. He sensed that his doom was imminent. It was not the enemy's treachery that instilled fear, but rather the dread realization that the enemy might be even more ruthless. This was no mere performance. It was a true self-destruction of one's life-bound treasure. Even with prior preparations, such an act would undoubtedly incur severe damage to one's essence, requiring an extensive period for recovery. Did she not wish to transcend her limits? The Vulture turned to his two companions. "My friends, it seems we must fight to the death, even if we perish here. We cannot allow the righteous cultivators to find ease. 1 kill would suffice, 2 would be a profit." The deranged mage's eyes gleamed with coldness, his tone laced with madness. "It is but a death." The Misty Shadow Old Demon echoed in response to the Vulture. The three exchanged resolute glances, their eyes filled with determination. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The clash of divine powers erupted in a fierce and brutal melee within the array. 12 divine transformation cultivators besieged 3. fortified by the array, a situation that was tantamount to certain death. To strive for a mutual demise? Utterly impossible. 2 hours later, the tumult within the array subsided. The righteous cultivators commenced the gathering of spoils. Suddenly, one divine transformation cultivator's expression shifted. Aside from the vulture, both the misty shadow and the deranged mage's storage rings had vanished. Upon hearing this, Yang Pingji sighed. I was too hasty, revealing a flaw. They were naturally suspicious. You performed admirably. They likely escaped with only a few fragmented souls or remnants of their essence. Even if they managed to possess others, the future threat would be negligible. Our initial objective has been achieved. A senior elder from the Seven Absolutes sect chuckled. Instruct the disciples at each outpost to counterattack. Another elder proclaimed. Very well. In an instant, these divine transformation elders dispatched messages far and wide. The Seven Absolutes sect's outpost, which had been desperately holding out, awaiting rescue, suddenly witnessed its protective array radiate with brilliance, casting a resplendent glow that drove away the surrounding malevolent entities. Within the outpost, where only a few hundred disciples had been stationed, suddenly surged 2,000 to 3,000 cultivators, comprising not only disciples of the Seven Absolute sect, but also those from other righteous sections. Counterattack! Counterattack! Let's annihilate these demonic scoundrels. They surged forth from the outpost, charging towards the demonic cultivators. Curse be it, the plan has gone awry. Retreat. The demonic commander, upon perceiving the emergence of several nascent soul cultivators surrounding him, wasted no time and fled, disregarding his subordinates below. Among those nascent soul cultivators, 2 continued to pursue the demonic commander, while the remaining 2 directly engaged the demonic golden core cultivators. A clash of equals? Apologies, but this is a massacre. The conflict between righteous and demonic factions has never adhered to any true rules. This is a meticulously orchestrated counteroffensive, resulting in devastating losses for the 3 major demonic sections. In a certain area of the pig demon forest, a zombie's head soared into a shadowy cave. From the eyes of a zombie, a feeble primordial spirit emerged. Cough, cough. The frenzied demonic priest coughed violently, releasing pure primordial energy that exacerbated his injuries. Yet, a flicker of relief shone in his eyes. Thankfully, he had a contingency plan. The flying zombie he had sent forth bore a fragment of his consciousness, initially meant as a backup, which had now fortuitously saved his life. Furthermore, he had left his main storage ring with this fragment. Though his main body lay destroyed, and the fragment had also suffered injuries, he remained unscathed in terms of life. He hastily summoned his storage ring, producing a medicinal pill that his primordial spirit consumed. The spirit, akin to a physical body, possessed numerous meridians within, and the pill's potency spread, mending the spirit's injuries. Who could have leaked our plans? Could it be that cultivator Nangong? No, it cannot be so powerful. Then who? That ancestral master who opens the meridians? He couldn't help but murmur to himself. Suddenly, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere around him. Warily observing his surroundings, he noticed nothing amiss apart from the howling winds. A vague sense of unease gripped him, prompting the frenzied demonic priest to swiftly relocate his fragment. However, Su Yuan had already locked onto his position. A tremendous pressure descended upon the fragment of the frenzied demonic priest. This overwhelming force instantly caused the fragment's speed to plummet. The movement speed of a primordial spirit far surpasses that of a physical body. Yet it was of no consequence. The pressure's influence was widespread. Even at the peak of his strength, the pressure reaching the level of refining the void would impose a 30% suppression on the frenzied demonic priest, and now, as merely a fragment, especially a wounded one, its power was reduced to a significantly low degree. The frenzied demonic priest, in terror, scanned his surroundings, yet could not locate the source of the oppressive force. Senior, please spare my life. I am willing. His words were cut short. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper blazed brightly in the sky. 7 beams of starlight transformed into 7 star swords, intertwining with the essence of fire, earth, and metal, infused with the celestial realm's aura, descending with the might of thunder. Their momentum was fierce. Their speed was swift. The fragment, locked in by the oppressive force, had nowhere to evade. The frenzied demonic priest drew forth a treasure from his storage ring to defend himself. Yet, in his current state, where the essence of his spirit has grown feeble, how long can he endure? With the continuous descent of starlight and the shattering of treasured artifacts, the sword approaches him. And the devastating force emanating from the star sword exacerbates the injuries of the divided spirit. Ultimately, the mad sorcerer does not succumb to Su Yuan's long-range tactics, but rather perishes as a result of his own injuries. The once tumultuous forest soon descends into silence, as all the beasts of the wild sense the commotion and retreat, daring not to make a sound. Chapter 82. The Demon Lord difficult to slay. Su Yuan remains in a state of mental resonance. His consciousness flits between various thoughts, seeking the whereabouts of the misty old demon. However, to his astonishment, the misty old demon no longer utters his name. Su Yuan gestures with a hand seal, connecting with the heavens and earth, once more communing with the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper through his divine sense. He employs his divination technique again. After a prolonged search, Su Yuan furrows his brow. Has he vanished? He cannot deduce his presence. The outcome of his divination reveals a black mist sinking into the ground, disappearing from sight. It appears to be a form of earth escape technique. This misty old demon possesses a mastery of earth escape. Beneath the earth, the starlight of the Northern Dipper struggles to penetrate, making it difficult to deduce the situation. The adversary has not brought him up again, and he cannot utilize his mental resonance to locate him. Su Yuan plunges into contemplation. He should also be in a severely injured state, unable to flee far, perhaps hiding beneath the earth to recuperate. Su Yuan is determined not to let this transformation master slip away. Clearly, my weaknesses are still quite apparent. With a sigh, Su Yuan acknowledges the strength of the Northern Dipper, but realizes his lack of means to confront threats beneath the surface. This is an aspect he must address in the future. At this moment, with ample time for balancing work and rest in his cultivation, he is reluctant to waste it and begins to devise escape techniques. This is another shortcoming he has identified. His speed is too slow. However, this flaw is relatively easier to rectify. The radiance of the stars represents the swiftest in the world. Based on the essence of the stars and the foundation of the 7-star flowing light step, and referencing the flight techniques demonstrated by numerous transformation masters, it is not difficult to comprehend a method of stellar escape. Under the effect of balancing work and rest, the overall framework of the escape technique rapidly takes shape and gradually becomes more substantial, yet he soon encounters a bottleneck in his creation. Without hesitation, he activates balancing work and rest 3 times, sacrificing tenfold duration for a boost in comprehension, swiftly breaking through the previous bottleneck and continuing to refine the escape technique. At last, before the time allocated for balancing work and rest concludes, he successfully creates the 7-star escape technique. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan beckons, and a 6th-tier spiritual treasure, the floating flask, lands in his palm. Subsequently, the 10,000 treasures cauldron also flies into his sleeve. The 9-star conjunction sword radiates brilliance as he steps onto the flying sword, swiftly ascending into the skies. The 7 stars encircle him, resembling a grand formation of the Northern Dipper soaring upwards, resonating with the celestial Northern Dipper above. Su Yuan's figure rapidly ascends, gaining speed with each moment. In the blink of an eye, he soars into the clouds, vanishing without a trace. As Nangong Wang observed Su Yuan preparing to depart, his expression shifted dramatically. He immediately rose to pursue Su Yuan, intending to protect him. However, as he soared into the air, Su Yuan's trace had already vanished from sight. What kind of escape technique is this? Nangong Wang gazed incredulously at the still bright Big Dipper in the sky. At this moment, Su Yuan had already ascended to the heavens above. He pinpointed the direction of the pig demon forest and then plummeted back toward the earth. Above the pig demon forest, a streak of starlight, imbued with astonishing power, descended and struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Ugh! Su Yuan emerged from the pit, his face covered in dirt, forcefully expelling the soil from his mouth. This escape technique requires refinement, he mused while surveying the sky. The principle of his 7 stars escape technique relied upon the guidance and projection of the Big Dipper, resulting in a direct ascent and descent. We took off. He shot into the air like a rocket, and upon descent, he fell like a cannonball, swift as a meteor. The issue, however, was that within the pig demon forest, there was no constellation diagram to provide him with a reference point, nor was there a mental echo to guide him. Consequently, as he landed, he miscalculated the distance, failing to gauge the height properly, and was unable to halt his descent in time. Fortunately, his robust physique left him unscathed. Su Yuan took to the skies again, oriented himself, and flew toward a specific location. Activating the 7 stars flowing light step, his figure shimmered in the air like a star, moving swiftly, albeit not as rapidly as with the 7 stars escape technique. Before long, he reached the site of the last fall of the mad demon Taoist. Extending his hand, a storage ring flew into his grasp. A smirk played on Su Yuan's lips. Indeed, one cannot slay without claiming the spoils. It feels rather uncomfortable otherwise, and at last. It is in my possession. A curious voice emerged from the floating light jar in his right hand. Su Yuan, how did you know there was a storage ring here? Su Yuan replied with a smile. This is, after all, my trophy. Little Li was somewhat puzzled, having not witnessed Su Yuan engage in battle, thus questioning how he could possess any spoils. Su Yuan waved his hand and continued his flight toward another location. Soon, he arrived at an ordinary spot within the pig demon forest, precisely where the fog concealment old demon had vanished. After pondering for a moment, he found a stone, struck it with his sword to create a smooth surface, and inscribed several lines of text upon it. Following this, Su Yuan quietly departed. He visited several locations within the pig demon forest, leaving behind a few lines of text at each. Subsequently, he soared into the sky, transforming into a speck of light that vanished at incredible speed. Having looted and departed, Su Yuan was exceedingly prudent. 3 days later, the pig demon forest returned to tranquility, everything reverting to its original state. At a certain moment, a concealed shadow emerged from the ground. The fog concealment old demon surveyed the sky, noting the absence of any ambush formations, and breathed a sigh of relief. At long last I have survived. Upon my return, I shall unearth the identity of the traitor who leaked our secrets. Cursed be it, there must be a mole among us. He muttered a few expletives and took a few steps forward. His consciousness soon spotted an enormous stone inscribed with several lines of text. Instinctively, he focused his mind upon it. I am a misty concealment master. The disclosure of demonic sect secrets has led to its downfall, resulting in grievous losses. I am ashamed of the sect's nurturing and am filled with regret. Regret. The misty concealment elder's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. What lowly slanderous trickster devised such an insult? He concealed himself in the shadows, his gaze fixed ominously upon the stone. Without need for speculation, it was clear that the stone harbored some lingering method. Should he choose to destroy it, he would undoubtedly provoke divine retribution. Yet, to simply walk away unscathed left him unsatisfied. After observing his surroundings for a considerable time, he found no traces of formations. The stone appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary rock, leaving him in a state of deep conflict. Who could be this despicable scoundrel? Cunning. Too cunning. The misty concealment elder cursed this individual vehemently in his heart, and had he known the name, he would have undoubtedly condemned their ancestors for generations. I should not be fooled. With a grim countenance, he turned and departed. After flying a distance, he encountered another stone, similarly bearing inscriptions. Coward. Trash. Depart just like that. The verdant mountains remain, and firewood will not be lacking. Ha ha ha. The eyelids of the misty concealment elder twitched. It was as if they were calling him out by name. He scoffed coldly. His concealment skills surpassed those of his peers, and to think such childish tactics could draw him out was nothing short of absurd. Would a venerable master like him be provoked by mere words? He disdainfully shook his head, yet he etched this vile affront into his memory, vowing to exact retribution once he regained his strength. Suddenly, a streak of sword light surged toward him. The misty concealment elder's expression shifted as he beheld a divine transformation cultivator slicing towards his direction. Forced to reveal his primordial spirit, he swiftly evaded the attack. Ha! You truly are here. The divine transformation elder's eyes gleamed brightly as they locked onto the misty concealment elder. Flee. The misty concealment elder transformed into a shadow and swiftly retreated into the distance. At this moment, he was left with only a fragment of his primordial spirit. His power diminished to nearly nothing. Yet the speed of his spirit's escape was remarkable. Unencumbered by a physical form, he could unleash a surge of speed 100-fold. Though fleeting, it was sufficient to evade pursuit. He rapidly widened the distance, then transformed into a wisp of black mist, concealing himself once more. Yet, his primordial spirit's injuries intensified, and he felt a further depletion of his inner essence. Hiding in dismay, he could not help but feel anxious. Alas, had he known, he would have seized the opportunity to leave. Who said that the most perilous places are the safest? He had been deceived. Had I known, I would not have paid heed to that nonsensical stone. Such trivial tricks managed to ensnare me for a time, revealing that my state of mind is still lacking. With a sigh, Wu Yin could not help but curse the individual responsible for penning such drivel. Suddenly, an alarm bell rang within his heart. Before he could react, a terrifying beam of gunfire pierced the earth, striking fiercely at Wu Yin's primordial spirit. With the divine ability, primordial spirit transformation into mist, Wu Yin's primordial spirit dissipated into vapor, a portion vanishing entirely, while another part reformed into its original shape. Without hesitation, he employed the technique of primordial spirit escape. Swiftly burrowing beneath the ground, he shifted his position multiple times underground, yet it felt as though he had been marked as he continued to be attacked. His primordial spirit growing increasingly frail, Wu Yin realized he was near death. Yet, before his demise, he yearned to uncover who had discovered their plans, and which scoundrel had penned the slanderous words. Upon escaping to the surface and encountering a large stone, his heart skipped a beat. The stone bore an inscription: "No path to heaven, no door to earth. I, the celestial star, invite you to your demise." What? Celestial star? As his heart trembled, several waves of assault erupted around him, obliterating Wu Yin into nothingness. His primordial spirit dissipated, and a ring fell to the ground. Several divine transformation cultivators appeared nearby, their expressions peculiar. His death was most frustrating. This could be considered the spoils of Master Su. Let us return it. The cultivators collected the ring and made their way back to the Seven Absolute Sect. Much later, at the location where Wu Yin had initially concealed himself, a shadow emerged and once again coalesced into Wu Yin's nascent soul. Indeed, his primordial spirit had devolved into a nascent soul, yet he remained alive. He gazed at the stone that had first slandered him, letting out a cold laugh. Did you think I was finished? I possess the golden cicada's shell escape. At that moment, a powerful pressure descended, freezing his already battered nascent soul in midair, further suppressing his strength to less than 100. The 7 stars in the sky ignited, their starlight transforming into swords that descended from above. Boom! A massive pit erupted in the ground. The starlight danced around for a moment, confirming that the ancestor Wu Yin had been completely vanquished before finally dissipating. Chapter 83. Completely refining the Wanbao Qinkuan cauldron. Within the floating light vessel, Su Yuan refined the storage rings of the mad demon Taoist and ancestor Wu Yin, pouring out their contents to form 2 small hills beside the Silver Spirit Lake. The treasures of the divine transformation old demon were exceedingly abundant. Not to mention the vast quantity of spirit stones, a plethora of rare materials below the 5th rank were present. There were hundreds of 3rd-rank treasures and over 1,000 2nd-rank spirit artifacts. The other treasures were also absurdly numerous. A single storage ring concealed the accumulated treasures of a divine transformation cultivator over several millennia, beyond counting. This is the essence of divine transformation. Currently, within the known territories, there exists a select group of the most exceptional monks. Su Yuan rummaged through their possessions and discovered merely 1 5th-tier spiritual treasure and 2 4th-tier artifacts. The number of treasures above the 4th tier was significantly diminished, although ample materials were available. These were the only finished items. The 5th-tier spiritual treasure was a soul-gathering banner, astonishingly containing 9,000 ghostly entities within. This artifact presumably belonged to the fog concealment old demon, bearing numerous cracks, indicating it had sustained damage. As soon as it was retrieved, the soul-gathering banner exhibited signs of agitation. Shaoli, prepared for such an occurrence, applied the suppression power of a 6th-tier spiritual treasure, rendering it immobile. The other 2 artifacts consisted of a tower and a bell. The tower was a corpse-raising tower, while the bell was a soul-mourning bell. Su Yuan glanced at them briefly, then dismissed them from his thoughts. His focus remained on the soul-gathering banner, and he pondered aloud, "How shall I handle this? I am unable to refine it, so it appears I must surrender it to the sect." At that moment, the universal treasure cauldron floated over. Su Yuan, it began, beside my ability to absorb divine essences to elevate my tier, I can also absorb the essence of spiritual treasures to mend my injuries. Furthermore, I can inherit a portion of the functions from the refined treasures. If you have no use for these spiritual treasures or artifacts, why not entrust them to me for refinement? The tone of the universal treasure cauldron was laden with anticipation and trepidation. Su Yuan regarded it with a peculiar look. I don't recall you ever mentioning that you could refine existing treasures. Only now do you reveal this capability. Could it be that this function is rather dubious? Xiaoli leapt into Su Yuan's embrace, baring her teeth at the universal treasure cauldron. You are far too untrustworthy. I have long suspected that you are not a reliable spiritual treasure. The universal treasure cauldron replied urgently. There was a reason for my silence. Although I am severely damaged, the difficulty of refinement remains considerable. That is why I advised you to utilize divine essences for the refinement process. However, having now successfully undergone half of the refinement, and with you acquiring a batch of treasures, it seemed appropriate to disclose this now, as mentioning it earlier would have served no purpose. Is that so? Xiaoli's expression was one of skepticism. Su Yuan chuckled. There's no need for haste. The universal treasure cauldron gazed longingly at the multitude of artifacts piled like small mountains. Su Yuan inquired further. So, to clarify, you actually do not require divine essences to restore yourself to the 7th tier? Refining and absorbing other treasures suffices? Upon hearing this, the universal treasure cauldron responded without hesitation. Precisely. However, absorbing divine essences remains my primary method for elevating my tier. Refining treasures is less cost-effective, but it can indeed facilitate a swift recovery of my tier. What does less cost-effective mean? Su Yuan asked, puzzled. Xiaoli warned, Su Yuan, it is certainly a trap. For instance, if I were a low-grade 7th tier spiritual treasure, I would need to absorb approximately 100 low-grade 7th tier treasures just to ascend to a mid-grade 7th tier treasure. The universal treasure cauldron's tone was somewhat sheepish. What? 100 treasures? Just to elevate one minor tier? Su Yuan was left dumbfounded. No wonder this old fellow had been reticent about mentioning this ability. He was likely concerned that Su Yuan would dismiss him upon hearing this. Su Yuan then cast his gaze towards the 2 heaps of spoils and soon spotted a cauldron among them. The essence of true energy manifested into a colossal hand. Extracting the object and scrutinizing it closely, Xiao Qian remarked, a low-grade 3rd-tier treasure furnace. It can be utilized for alchemy as well as artifact crafting. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, a commendable furnace. Do you desire it? With palpable joy in his voice, Xiao Qian replied, I do wish to have it. No need to rush, Su Yuan chuckled. Xiao Qian rolled his eyes in response, while the nearby Xiaoli laughed heartily, her tail wagging animatedly. Su Yuan then grasped the small furnace to commence its refinement. A torrent of true energy surged into it, and after a protracted half-hour of sustained effort, he successfully refined the furnace. He examined the cauldron before him and glanced at the despondent little bowl not far away, his mind swirling with contemplation. At that moment, he suddenly perceived an anomaly. The special abilities now possessed by the Wanbao Qingquan were solely the alteration of aura and the spirit liquid for fasting. Functionalities derived from numerous fasting pills. What are the capabilities it previously acquired from other treasures? Why had none manifested? Even if damaged, it should not have been so utterly diminished. At least the primary abilities of the Wanbao Qingquan should remain intact, still capable of absorbing divine essences and refining treasures. Thus, the truth became evident. He was no longer the original spirit of the Wanbao Qingquan. He was, in fact, the former master of the furnace. Su Yuan's mind raced with this realization. For some reason, he had usurped his own spirit, becoming the new spirit of the Wanbao Qingquan, which explained his childlike speech juxtaposed with a tone that bore the weight of age. This also clarified why the Wanbao Qingquan appeared as a blank slate, stripped of its former capabilities of refining other treasures, retaining merely the most fundamental 2 abilities. After all, the core had changed. His urgency to refine treasures and restore its former glory stemmed from his refusal to accept his fate, intending to seize an opportunity to escape once restoration was achieved. As long as complete refinement had not occurred, he still had a chance to embody the vessel anew. As Su Yuan pondered this, he also grasped why Xiao Qian had suddenly become anxious. It likely realized that Su Yuan's strength exceeded its expectations. Previously, Su Yuan was merely at the foundational stage. Refining a 7th-tier spiritual treasure, even a damaged one, was beyond his immediate capabilities. Yet now, Su Yuan's cultivation was surging upward, instilling panic in Xiao Qian. Su Yuan observed the Wanbao Qingquan discreetly. Up to this point, Xiao Qian had not revealed its spirit, but instead hid within the core under the pretense of injury, clearly fearful of exposure. Moreover, previously, when refining a multitude of low-tier items, it was evident that doing so would expedite the refinement of the Wanbao Qingquan. Yet, Xiao Qian had recommended crafting higher quality items. While the restoration speed of the spiritual treasure increased, the refinement efficiency decreased. A 7th-tier spiritual treasure spirit should surely comprehend the balance of benefits and drawbacks. Alas, dear old 6, now reduced to mere spirit, could hardly stir the waters. The reason he suddenly contemplated this notion was that he had witnessed firsthand the formidable nature of a deity transformation cultivator, a master of a 7th-tier spiritual treasure, who was typically expected to be of a level beyond the void refinement stage, in the realm of integration. Wasn't this an even greater challenge to vanquish? Su Yuan mused for a moment before activating the cauldron and commencing his endeavor to forge a weapon. The Wanbao Qinquanding floated over, curious, and inquired, "What are you planning to create?" "I shall forge a low-grade 1st-tier gathering spirit pearl," Su Yuan replied with a smile. "Oh, that should be quite simple." Little Qian nodded. "Once the gathering spirit pearl is elevated by a tier, it will acquire a spiritual resonance. This is indeed a worthwhile undertaking." "I concur," Su Yuan responded with a smile and a nod. He cast several fire-attributed spiritual ores into the cauldron and ignited them with his true essence to forge. Drawing from his experience in alchemy, he found the process of weapon crafting to be even more intuitive. Under his meticulous control, the spiritual ores gradually transformed into a pearl. Su Yuan's consciousness guided the true essence, intricately inscribing the gathering spirit formation within the pearl. In a mere breath, a gathering spirit pearl was successfully forged. As he opened the cauldron, the pearl soared out, accompanied by a stream of spiritual resonance that simultaneously entered the Wanbao Qinquanding. Little Qian exclaimed now. The Qinquanding also possesses the effect of gathering spirit energy, albeit faintly. You might want to attempt forging a low-grade 2nd-tier spiritual pearl for more pronounced effects. There's no rush. Su Yuan waved his hand with a smile. He could sense that his mastery over the Wanbao Qinquanding had deepened further. Its current exhibited tier remained at the upper echelon of the 1st tier, steadfast and unchanged. This situation suited him perfectly. Having successfully forged once, Su Yuan became increasingly adept. This time, he introduced a multitude of materials of various attributes into the cauldron for refinement. Under the searing flames, the impurities of these spiritual ores were gradually eradicated, rendering them pure. 5 large clusters of material essence had now formed. Then, under his conscious manipulation, he separated some from the wood, earth, water, and metal attributes, allowing each to independently coalesce into pearls, inscribing the gathering spirit runes within. Thus the wood, earth, water, and metal gathering spirit pearls were all meticulously crafted. With a casual gesture, these 4 spiritual pearls flew forth, each releasing an equal measure of spiritual resonance that merged into the Wanbao Qinquanding. Little Qian remarked in surprise, indeed, the gathering spirit pearls of different attributes provide complete spiritual resonance, but that is where it ends. You are now able to forge mid-grade gathering spirit pearls. Not necessarily, Su Yuan countered, shaking his head. From the 5 clusters of already refined spiritual or essence, Su Yuan extracted 2 types of raw materials for fusion, subsequently consolidating them with the gathering spirit formation. Soon, 10 dual-attribute gathering spirit pearls emerged from the cauldron, each contributing an equal share of spiritual resonance. Little Qian fell silent. Next, 3 types of materials were fused together, resulting in another 10 pearls soaring forth. Little Qian's eyelids twitched. It appears to have recalled the previous myriad of essence-absorbing pills, realizing that Su Yuan was about to undertake something monumental. Indeed, as Xiao Qian had anticipated, after gaining experience, Su Yuan began experimenting with various materials to concoct an entirely new type of spirit-gathering pearl. There exists an abundance of low-tier crafting materials. Any combination thereof would yield a novel variety of spirit-gathering pearl. Simultaneously, there are numerous types of spirit-gathering runes, and with a simple permutation, one can create more intricate and diverse runes. Furthermore, the properties of materials extend beyond the 5 elements to include wind, thunder, lightning, yin, yang, ice, darkness, and more, allowing for even greater combinations. These materials need not be of equal quantity. A surplus of one type and a scarcity of another is permissible, fostering spontaneity and freedom in creation. Due to the low-tier nature of the inferior spirit-gathering pearl, the selection options are vast, the crafting speed is swift, and the success rate is nothing short of impeccable. There is no need for deep contemplation, thus preserving the delicate balance of rest and work. Thus, Su Yuan, within the celestial cave, devoted himself to the crafting of spirit-gathering pearls, unperturbed by other matters. This continued for 2 full months. One day, upon the completion of a full attribute spirit-gathering pearl, a divine resonance infused into the primordial cauldron of 10,000 treasures. The core restrictions within the cauldron were wholly refined by Su Yuan. Chapter 84. Refining the 10,000 treasures, restoring the 5th tier of the primordial cauldron. At the moment the primordial cauldron of 10,000 treasures was completely refined, a sigh filled with enigmatic significance echoed in Su Yuan's ears. Peering within the core of the cauldron, he saw a young man with a resolute visage and flowing white hair, smiling as he offered a respectful bow. "Please cultivate me." "Master." Surprised, Su Yuan remarked, "You are no longer pretending? It seems I have been seen through long ago." "Indeed," replied Lao Qian. Su Yuan shook his head. "I merely speculated, and you have not concealed much," appearing rather unperturbed. "I have merged with the tool spirit, becoming one with it. I have forsaken the path of solitary cultivation. Ultimately, spiritual treasures must rely on cultivators, and your potential is unparalleled in my lifetime. Following you, my future shall undoubtedly be brighter," Lao Qian declared. Understanding dawned upon Su Yuan. "I see. You have refined all those spiritual tools and treasures." "Thank you, Master. Please, call me Su Yuan. I am unaccustomed to being addressed as Master. However, when you truly make your appearance in the outside world, I expect you to maintain the decorum." Very well." The primordial cauldron of 10,000 treasures levitated on its own, settling above a small hill, then suddenly expanded, unleashing a powerful suction that drew it down upon the hill. In the next moment, a multitude of first-tier magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, and array discs were all drawn into the colossal vessel. Xiao Li's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Su Yuan, it has rebelled. Why has it suddenly consumed all your spoils?" Su Yuan chuckled. "No worries, I allowed it. It has been completely refined by me and has truly become my right-hand ally." Xiao Li exhaled softly, dismissing her concerns as she leaped into Su Yuan's embrace. Finding a comfortable position to rest while her gaze fixated on the Wanbao Ding. The Wanbao Ding commenced its process of refining an immense quantity of treasures, rapidly transforming various first-tier pills, talismans, and magical artifacts. In mere moments, its grade ascended to the pinnacle of the first tier, effortlessly breaking into the second tier and evolving into a second-tier mid-grade spirit tool. Subsequently, it unleashed a surge of attraction, drawing a multitude of second-tier treasures into its vessel, where it began refining second-tier spirit tools, pills, talismans, and more. Remarkably, within half a day, the Wanbao Ding reached the apex of the second tier and seamlessly entered the realm of third-tier artifacts, ultimately stabilizing at the superior grade of the third tier. Then, with a forceful inhalation, the Wanbao Ding absorbed all the third-tier treasures into its bowl. Hundreds of third-tier artifacts underwent rapid decomposition under the potent refining of the Wanbao Ding, transforming into nourishing sustenance. These third-tier artifacts were rare, with a cultivator of the golden core stage possessing only a handful, each valued at least several tens of high-grade spirit stones, all of which were assimilated. Conventionally, the refining speed for third-tier treasures would be slower. However, having regained its former state, the Wanbao Ding exhibited even greater power and accelerated its refining speed. Third-tier treasures seemingly evaporated, vanishing into nothingness, serving as stepping stones for the Wanbao Ding, which ascended rapidly to the pinnacle of the fourth tier. Due to its restoration, the vast number of treasures allowed it to achieve such elevated grades. In the aftermath, only a pile of spirit stones and raw materials remained, along with 2 fourth-tier artifacts and a fragment of a 5th-tier spirit treasure. The spiritual essence of the corpse-raising tower and the soul-seizing bell had reached a commendable level, causing the 2 fourth-tier artifacts to tremble in place. Lao Qian paused and inquired, "Su Yuan, shall we absorb these 2? "Go ahead. They're artifacts of the demonic sect. They will be of no use to our sect." Su Yuan replied nonchalantly. Thus, Lao Qian wasted no time, directly absorbing the 2 fourth-tier artifacts, successfully restoring its grade to the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Next, Lao Qian's attention turned to the 5th-tier spirit treasure. The soul-gathering banner thrashed violently. Su Yuan scoffed. "What use do I have for a demonic spirit treasure?" Xiao Li, assist Lao Qian in suppressing and refining it. "Yes, Shaoli responded, albeit with a hint of confusion. Lao Qian? A youthful figure with white hair emerged from the Wanbao, Qinkuan Ding. Smiling at Shaoli, I beg your assistance, little fox. Wow, you look so old. Xiaoli exclaimed in surprise. White hair was quite fashionable in the past. You wouldn't understand, little fox. Lao Qian et lai. Shaoli pouted, but proceeded to help Lao Qian suppress the soul-gathering banner. At that moment, Su Yuan also activated his imposing aura, exerting a powerful coercive force upon the soul-gathering banner, which rendered the artifact, devoid of a master, completely submissive. The Wanbao Qinkuan Ding absorbed the entirety of the soul-gathering banner within itself. As the soul-gathering banner vanished, the grade of the Wanbao Qinkuan Ding continued to ascend. 3 days later, it soared to the mid-grade of the 5th tier, its form transforming into a magnificent and precious golden ding. The precious cauldron swiftly transformed into a tower-like structure, then morphed into a bell shape, and finally took the form of a banner. This spectacle brought a spark of inspiration to Su Yuan. Such an extraordinary ability. He extended his hand, and the Wanbao Qinkuan Ding fell into his grasp, shifting according to his will. Su Yuan, there are still 9,000 Yin souls within. How shall we address this? The Qinkuan Ding could command them. Yet without the replenishment of ghostly power, they would gradually weaken. Yin souls, you say? Su Yuan sighed, pondering that they were likely fallen cultivators from the righteous path. I shall find a way to guide them to the afterlife later. I can directly assist them in passing on. I wonder how those 2 demonic cultivators possessed such a plethora of Buddhist artifacts capable of guiding souls. After refining them, I have acquired the ability to assist in souls, enabling their passage to reincarnation. Old Qian, Su Yuan remarked, momentarily taken aback by the presence of the Buddhist artifacts he had overlooked. Then let us proceed with the guidance. Excellent. The Wanbao Qinkuan Ding transformed into a banner, its surface gleaming in gold, resembling not a soul-collecting banner, but rather a banner of the human emperor. 9,000 ghostly figures writhed upon it, bearing their fangs, exuding a fearsome malevolence. Yet, as a beam of golden light illuminated them, the dark mist and demonic aura surrounding these souls gradually evaporated, their once grotesque visages softening into serene expressions, even a flicker of clarity emerging in their eyes. Once the purification of the souls was complete, Old Qian lifted the restrictions. The first soul to ascend from the banner was a middle-aged cultivator, who bowed gratefully to Su Yuan before vanishing as if drawn by an unseen force, presumably entering the cycle of reincarnation. Alert! Fame value 555. Su Yuan was taken aback and inquired, what was the original realm of that Yin soul? Golden Core realm. Why do you ask? Old Qian replied, nothing. Su Yuan shook his head. One by one, the souls flew forth from the banner, each offering Su Yuan gestures of respect, be it a bow, a salute, or expressions of gratitude, before disappearing from sight. A series of alert sounds echoed in Su Yuan's ears. Alert! Fame value 666. Alert! Fame value 44. Alert! Fame value 7. With the latest alert, Su Yuan began to grasp the patterns of fame accumulation. Those of the Golden Core realm could yield 3 instances of fame value, while those at the Foundation Establishment realm could garner 2, and those in the Qi refinement stage could only receive 1. Thus, the total of 666 points of fame value comprised the sum of 6, 60, and 600. No Yuan-Ing souls remained within. They had likely been exhausted in battle, leaving only the Ing souls of cultivators at or below the Golden Core realm, yet at least they were all from the late stages of Qi refinement. As Su Yuan observed his fame value soaring, a complex expression crossed his face. It could truly be said that good deeds beget good fortune. He suddenly uncovered an effective method for acquiring fame value. Targeting the members of the Gosha sect would yield substantial rewards, all while maintaining a low profile. In that moment, his fame value skyrocketed to 485 million, with experience exceeding the halfway mark. In this single wave, the value surged by over 300,000. Incredible! Su Yuan was filled with joy. Indeed, the rewards for vanquishing the divine transformation were substantial, as if resonating with his elation. The colorful cocoon floating in the center of Silver Spirit Lake finally began to change. Su Yuan immediately turned his gaze in that direction. He beheld the vibrant cocoon shattering inch by inch. Subsequently, an exquisitely beautiful spirit fish soared forth from its confines. The 9-colored celestial fish glided through the sky, leaving behind trails of resplendent rainbows that lingered in the heavens. Little Kai's eyes sparkled with colors, and most importantly, the intelligence reflected within them had evidently intensified. As it joyfully exclaimed, "Su Yuan, I have broken through." Little Kai fluttered over in delight. Su Yuan reached out to catch it, but the fish's head collided with his chest. Instantly, Su Yuan was propelled into the air like a cannonball, crashing against the stone wall beside the waterfall, leaving behind a large, character-shaped hole. A hush fell over the scene. Shally stood slightly farther away from Little Kai. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yuan crawled out from the cavity, his face covered in dirt, appearing somewhat disheveled. Little Kai exclaimed, "Su Yuan, are you all right?" It hurriedly flew back to him. "Stop." Su Yuan's expression changed, and he shouted. Only then did Little Kai halt, a blush appearing on its fishy face. "I just broke through and couldn't control my strength." Su Yuan's body trembled, and the dust covering him dissipated. He remained entirely unscathed, his aura undisturbed. Lao Qian's eyes twitched, inwardly remarking, "This fellow possesses an exceptionally resilient physique. It is indistinguishable from that of a demon beast. Indeed, he is a king among demon beasts." After playing with Little Kai for a while, it suddenly declared, "I want a name too." Su Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, "Then you shall be called Su Si. Does it sound similar?" Little Kai inquired. Si signifies talent. Henceforth, you shall be the most talented, 9-colored celestial fish. This sounds splendid. Little Kai immediately responded. Xiao Li and Lao Qian exchanged glances, both displaying peculiar expressions. Was there truly a second 9-colored celestial fish here? Chapter 85. The Sect Renaming. 7-Star Sect. Su Yuan, deep in thought, departed from his cave dwelling and began to meander around the mountain peak. Upon turning a corner, he spotted a disciple at the 5th level of Qi refinement, leaping from one of 7 stone pillars to another. The pillars were arranged to resemble the Big Dipper, and he was continuously maneuvering among them. At that moment, his rhythm faltered and one foot slipped, causing him to plummet from midair. Thud! The soft mud below cushioned his fall, inflicting minimal harm. He reached up to wipe the mud from his face, spat a couple of times, then jumped back onto the stone pillar to practice the 7-star flowing light steps. Su Yuan observed closely from the side. After a full 3 hours, the disciple finally ceased his efforts, his face bearing multiple scratches, looking rather disheveled. He exhaled deeply and approached Su Yuan. "Senior brother, your perseverance is remarkable. You watched me practice for 3 whole hours." This disciple was genuinely surprised by Su Yuan's dedication. Practicing for 3 hours is far more exhausting than merely standing by. Your determination surpasses mine," Su Yuan replied with a smile. "Alas, determination alone is futile if one lacks comprehension. Even with the path to the heavens laid before me, I remain unable to cultivate." He cast a fleeting glance at the 7 stone pillars, a hint of melancholy evident in his expression. Su Yuan remarked, "You are studying Elder Su's ultimate technique, aren't you?" "Indeed. All the disciples on the peak are currently learning it. Many have come here before, but they eventually mastered it and left. Now, I am the only one left to languish here," the disciple sighed. Su Yuan touched his face, confirming that his appearance had not changed, and curiously asked, "Do you not recognize me?" "Oh, is senior brother quite famous?" "I have just transferred from the art of the absolute peak," he replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Su Yuan looked up at the sky and said, "While practicing the 7 stars flowing light step, you should not merely focus on the 7 pillars beneath your feet. Lift your gaze to the heavens." The disciple was taken aback and looked up. The constellation of the Big Dipper shone brilliantly in the sky, with beams of starlight occasionally cascading down into the peak, as if numerous disciples were channeling the celestial light. He stared blankly at the Big Dipper. The insights he had gathered over the past few months seemed to ignite at that moment, a spark of understanding surging within him. Instinctively, he leaped onto a stone pillar. This time, he did not glance below. Instead, he kept his eyes fixed on the Big Dipper. He began to execute the 7 stars flowing light step. Initially clumsy, but soon he moved with grace. No longer glancing at the stone pillars, his steps became remarkably steady. At a certain moment, a beam of starlight was drawn toward him by his movements, appearing before him. Inspired, he took a bold step forward, detaching from the stone pillar. Yet he did not fall. Rather, he continued to tread upon the starlight. Subsequently, more starlight descended, and with every step he took, he landed perfectly upon the luminous trails. As if his movements resonated with the starlight of the Big Dipper, he advanced above the treetops, and the pattern of the Big Dipper began to form beneath his feet, echoing the constellation in the sky. If it succeeded, I've finally succeeded. Ha ha ha. After months of arduous practice, I have entered the threshold, he exclaimed with exuberance. Suddenly, recalling something, he turned to look in Su Yuan's direction, only to find that Su Yuan had already walked away, leaving only a silhouette behind. He hurriedly followed, calling out, "Senior brother, what is your name?" "I am Lin Quan. Thank you for your guidance." With his back turned, Su Yuan waved his hand, and his voice carried back. "One must not only keep their feet on the ground, but also gaze at the stars. Once you complete the first volume, you shall know who I am." As Su Yuan's figure vanished around the corner, Lin Quan noticed something amiss with the robes of the figure. Startled, he lost his balance and tumbled from midair. Crack! My leg. Notification. Fame value 5. Su Yuan glanced at the system panel, puzzled. Having journeyed so far only to receive a hint. Isn't the system's message supposed to be instantaneous? Su Yuan murmured. He continued to traverse the 3 absolute peaks, observing numerous disciples immersed in his unparalleled teachings. As beams of starlight from the Big Dipper frequently descended from the heavens, the constant twinkling of the stars above facilitated a deeper understanding of the profound skills. Wait. Su Yuan looked up and noticed that the starlight was not only falling upon the 3 absolute peaks, but also upon other peaks in abundance. As midnight approached, starlight could be seen cascading over the entirety of the 7 absolute sect, converging into a river of light that flowed from the celestial Big Dipper to the earthly realm of the sect. Su Yuan soared into the air, and from a distance, the spectacle of the falling star river appeared even more magnificent. Stunned, Su Yuan realized that this extraordinary phenomenon indicated a multitude of practitioners within the 7 absolute sect diligently cultivating his methods, a number far beyond his expectations. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the source of this celestial bounty. At various locations within the sect's spiritual fields, formations of the Big Dipper were manifesting, with beams of starlight descending and nurturing the growth of the spiritual plants. Each plant was imbued with the formation of the Big Dipper. And given the vast number of spiritual plants within the sect, it was no wonder the starlight was so abundant. Yet, the spiritual plants could not absorb all of the starlight, causing the ethereal light to spill throughout the sect, illuminating every corner with flickering points of light, creating a dreamlike, otherworldly ambience. Elder Gu flew over and stood beside Su Yuan, both admiring the magnificent scene of the sect. "Su Yuan, you have finally emerged from your seclusion," Elder Gu Qingzhu remarked. "Oh, is there something afoot?" Su Yuan Ingguiyev. "Nothing of great import, merely a suggestion regarding the sect's name. Should we consider a change?" Elder Gu coughed softly and said, "According to tradition, it ought to be renamed the 8 Absolute Sect." No. Su Yuan immediately shook his head. "I have a fondness for the number 7. Changing it to 8 makes me quite uncomfortable." Elder Gu chuckled wryly. 7 can remain. "But perhaps we should reconsider the term absolute. Star would be more fitting." Su Yuan paused. 7-star sect? Elder Gu pointed towards the inner sanctum of the sect. "Currently, the entire sect is engaged in learning your unparalleled skills. Even disciples from other peaks are participating. In truth, there has always been an unspoken divide among the peaks. Albeit suppressed by the elders, yet it posed a lingering risk. However, with your unparalleled skills serving as a bridge, the disciples have become far more harmonious, gradually uniting the entire sect as one. Thus, the 7 Absolute Sect is now a thing of the past. The future will be the 7-star sect. Moreover, the name 7-star sect is quite befitting of your unparalleled skills, instantly evoking the sect's specialties." Su Yuan's expression turned peculiar as he replied, "Elder Gu, have you considered that such a name change might provoke our ancestral founder to come after me?" Master Gu waved his hand and remarked, "The ancestral founder has left behind a legacy, and it has long been advised that for a sect to thrive over time, it must continually innovate and not remain stagnant. In fact, the unique skills of each peak have diverged significantly from the past. They have long been updated and transformed, and you are merely taking another step forward." Su Yuan sighed. "I presume the Elder Council has already deliberated on this matter. You may proceed as you see fit." There's one more thing." Gu Qingzhu coughed lightly, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. "What is it?" Su Yuan Ingguiyev. "Passive. It concerns the 7 uniquenesses of our sect. 6 of them can seamlessly transition to your unique skill, but the sole exception, the thunder uniqueness, seems to be out of place. Could you perhaps delve into the essence of the thunder law and integrate it into your unique skill?" "What?" Su Yuan's eyes widened. "Do you think my unique skill can be created haphazardly? Is it not?" Gu Qingzhu replied, her expression laden with confusion. Su Yuan is liebstwicht. And he shook his head helplessly. I'm not skilled in everything. Everyone has their shortcomings. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingzhu suddenly realized, is it a lack of spirit stones? Su Yuan paused, staring at Gu Qingzhu in astonishment. Mention a specific amount, and I will seek reimbursement from the Thunder Peak's leader. He is eager to integrate into the collective of the Seven Stars sect. Gu Qingzhu chuckled. Su Yuan sighed. My unique skill is typically derived from comprehending the mysteries of the cosmos. Currently, there are no celestial wonders of the thunder attribute for me to grasp. Celestial wonders of the thunder attribute? Gu Qingzhu pondered deeply. I recall that one of the transformation ancestors from Thunder Peak is still cultivating in the Thunder Sea. After a moment of contemplation, her eyes sparkled. I will use the sect's communication methods to contact him. Such extraordinary phenomena must exist there. The ancestral elder can accompany you for deeper understanding. There is no need for such trouble. If that elder truly discovers the sacred ground of the Thunder Path, simply invoking my name will suffice. I can perceive the celestial wonders from afar, and should be able to glean some insights. Su Yuan interjected. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingzhu had an epiphany. She finally understood how Su Yuan was able to vanquish the mad demon priest and the misty old demon. Such prodigious abilities were nothing short of miraculous. I understand now, just wait and see. Master Gu swiftly ascended towards the main peak. Wait. Please remember to inform the leader of Thunder Peak that just 10,000 premium spirit stones will suffice. Nothing excessive. Su Yuan called out. Master Gu smiled knowingly. No problem. It's a trivial matter. Su Yuan shook his head. Before Master Gu could venture far, a streak of light also descended from the Dan Peak. Tao Yao Yao appeared beside Su Yuan. Peak Master Tao. Su Yuan guided. Be guided. Tao Yao Yao shot him a glare. Sister Tao, what brings you here? Su Yuan asked again. With a smile reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, Tao Yao Yao said, Do you still remember the alchemy conference we discussed earlier? Ah, indeed, I recall such a matter. Su Yuan nodded. He had previously contemplated transforming into a wandering cultivator to seize the position of leader. However, with a superior method of acquiring fame now at his disposal, and having successfully refined the Wanbao, Qingquan Ding, his desire to participate had waned. Would you like to assume the role of the chief examiner? Tao Yao Yao suddenly inquired. What? Su Yuan was taken aback by her words. You want me to be the chief examiner? Are you jesting? He exclaimed in astonishment. Tao Yao Yao calmly nodded. I'm absolutely certain that you have refined more flawless pills than I have consumed to the finest grade. You're more than capable of taking on the role of chief examiner. Isn't it customary for someone of great renown in the alchemical arts to serve as chief examiner? Su Yuan questioned, perplexed. In our 7-star sex domain, we make the rules. Tao Yao Yao replied with poise. Chapter 86. The Alchemical Conference commences. The Alchemical Conference was drawing near. Talented alchemists from various regions were hastening their way to the 7 Absolute sect. Following the 7-star sect's robust counteroffensive against the demon sect over 2 months ago, the latter's arrogance had been significantly diminished. Consequently, the atmosphere within the cultivation community had become considerably more tranquil. Many uninformed cultivators believed that the 7 Absolute sect had employed such formidable measures in preparation for the alchemical conference, garnering much admiration from fellow practitioners. On the Sanjue Peak, the atmosphere grew lively. A multitude of alchemists, all under a century old, had arrived at Sanjue Peak to await the commencement of the conference. Is this truly the Sanjue Peak of the 7 Absolute sect? Quite impressive indeed. I have heard that several masters of alchemy reside here, along with the Grand Master of the discipline. I wonder if I shall have the opportunity to meet them. Friend, do you know who the chief examiner for this conference is? I do not. Such confidential information could not possibly be disclosed at this time. If one were to know the identity of the chief examiner, they might predict the topics and seize the opportunity to shine at the conference. Keep dreaming. Zhou Wuyo, a disciple of Sanjue Peak, was currently guiding a talented alchemist. My name is Li Qinglian, at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. May I inquire your name, junior brother? The alchemist asked with a smile. Zhou Wuyo replied. I am Zhou Wuyo. Li Qinglian inquired with curiosity. Have you reached the 6th level of Qi refinement? How long have you been in the sect? About 2.5 years, Zhou Wuyo responded. Oh, quite impressive. As a disciple of Sanjue Peak, have you begun your journey in alchemy? Zhou Wuyo hesitated before replying. I am currently capable of refining first-grade superior pills. What? Li Qinglian expressed astonishment. You have already managed to refine first-grade superior pills, and you have only been in the sect for 2.5 years. Furthermore, your cultivation has reached the 6th level of qi refinement. Zhou Wuyo sighed. What does my meager cultivation amount to? It is merely a mediocre achievement in the realm of alchemy. He thought of Su Yuan, who was now a golden core elder. He felt he could not compare. The 6th level of qi refinement was nothing significant. May I assess your bone age? Please, go ahead. Li Qinglian placed his palm on Zhou Wuyo, seemingly sensing something. Zhou Wuyo maintained an air of calmness, allowing her to sense his aura. Li Qinglian exclaimed in astonishment. You're only 18 and a half. Have you truly been part of the sect for 2.5 years? Can you really concoct a first-tier high-grade elixir? May I witness your skills? Zhou Wuyo, feeling somewhat helpless, led Li Qinglian to a dedicated alchemy room, recognizing her as a valued guest. Under her watchful gaze, he skillfully produced a batch of first-tier high-grade, gathering qi pills. Li Qinglian was captivated, noticing that Zhou Wuyo's alchemical techniques were exceptionally refined, showcasing a level of mastery and spiritual strength that far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators of his realm. Once the elixir was completed, Li Qinglian could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, "You must be a genius alchemist from Sanjue Peak, right? To be relegated to the role of a guide is truly an underestimation of your talents." Taken aback, Zhou Wuyo shook his head. "What are you saying? There are countless individuals with skills akin to mine since the emergence of Su Yuan's exceptional teachings, which provided a thorough and intricate explanation of alchemical techniques, especially regarding first-tier elixirs. Zhou Wuyo, despite not being an innate talent in alchemy, had nonetheless achieved the status of a first-tier high-grade alchemist. Li Qinglian pressed further. "Who is your master?" Zhou Wuyo hesitated, reflecting for a moment before confirming there were no confidentiality restrictions within the sect. He replied, "I learned from Elder Su Yuan's alchemical legacy, though I am not his disciple. I was fortunate to receive his guidance on several occasions." Recalling the days spent listening to Su Yuan tackle complex problems, he realized how rare that opportunity had been. "Su Yuan?" Li Qinglian murmured, lacking any particular impression. In her mind, she had conjured an image of an ethereal elder, though she had never seen Su Yuan. In the 7 Absolute sect, those referred to as elders were typically cultivators of the golden core level or higher, likely a reclusive master of alchemy. It was not just Li Qinglian. Other alchemists visiting the 7 Absolute sect for the first time could not resist inquiring about their disciples. From various students, they heard mention of an elder named Su Yuan. Nearly every qi refining disciple was engaged in studying Elder Su's alchemical teachings, leading to a spontaneous spread of Su Yuan's reputation among the alchemists. Though unseen, his name had already circulated widely. Occasionally, Su Yuan would hear notifications of rising fame. As he focused his thoughts, vivid scenes unfolded before him, leaving him speechless. He had not anticipated that his reputation would inexplicably rise, and his fame points had seen a slight increase. He pondered deeply. These alchemists hailed from various regions and were all prodigies in their field. If he could leave a profound impression on them, the subsequent spread of his name could lead to a significant boost in fame points. Furthermore, Su Yuan believed there was no need to shy away from renown in the realm of alchemy. With this thought in mind, Su Yuan formulated a plan. On this day, the sun shone brightly as 108 talented alchemists gathered in the expansive plaza of Sanjue Peak. Among the audience gathered around, many alchemists from various sects were keenly observing the grand assembly. Numerous cultivators had even taken out recording stones to capture the event, eager to disseminate the happenings once the gathering concluded. 108 alchemists entered in an orderly fashion, each seated within a small barrier formation, their expressions solemn as they awaited the arrival of the chief examiner. As the appointed hour arrived, the skies suddenly tore open to reveal a portal of space. An elderly man with flowing white hair emerged slowly from within. Upon stepping through the portal, the old man coughed repeatedly, appearing frail and burdened by the weight of years. A divine sense from a cultivator of the transformation stage reached out towards the elder. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from the old man, sweeping across the entire venue with astonishing speed. Everyone's countenance shifted dramatically. This included the cultivators from other sects and the transformation stage practitioners of the 7 Absolute sect, all gazing at the elder in utter astonishment. Could this be a formidable expert of the void refinement stage? It seemed implausible. An ancient monster, a superlative being, had indeed emerged at the Alchemy conference. The Seven Absolute sect had concealed an extraordinary powerhouse. Truly, they were the leaders of the righteous path. Gu Qingzhu stared, wide-eyed, at the elder, his body trembling as he turned to Nangong Xianwang, seeking an explanation. Nangong Xianwang's lips twitched. He recognized the familiar pressure and aura. He gestured to Gu Qingzhu, signaling him not to worry. Su Yuan, having shed his former skin, remained undaunted, unconcerned about revealing his identity. Assuming the guise of the elder, Su Yuan retracted his overwhelming aura and coughed once more, gracefully walking to the center of the square. The venue fell into an eerie silence. All eyes fixed upon Su Yuan. He regarded the assembled crowd with calmness and proclaimed, "I am surnamed Su, having long secluded myself in closed-door meditation. My skills in combat are rather lackluster, and I possess only a modicum of alchemical knowledge. Today, sensing that my lifespan is nearing its end, with less than 300 years remaining, I felt compelled to take on the task of hosting this gathering, hoping to engage in mutual learning and discussion with all of you, and perhaps imbue some vitality into my remaining years." A transformation stage cultivator responded, "Senior Su, your noble intent is commendable." Su Yuan waved his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon my emergence, I suspect some may find it difficult to remain composed. With my time drawing to a close, I sincerely hope no one stirs trouble within my sect during the next few centuries. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to put on a dazzling display of fireworks for certain individuals with this old, worn-out body of mine. His words sent a wave of tension through the visiting cultivators from various sections. A transformation stage practitioner muttered under his breath about the dangers of provoking such an ancient being, whose life was at its twilight. Many exchanged glances, reaching a silent consensus. The Seven Absolute sect must not be provoked for the next 300 years. Fortunately, he was merely an alchemist of the void refinement stage, posing no significant threat. Su Yuan finally spoke. "Very well, let us commence today as Grand Assembly. Having devoted millennia to the study of alchemy, I shall take this opportunity to impart some insights into the art of pill refinement, though I shall reserve my discourse for the conclusion of our gathering. This assembly will be divided into 3 segments. The first segment will showcase a contest of prodigies, wherein all those under the age of 100 may exhibit their talents and strive to demonstrate their prowess. The strongest among you shall earn the title of champion of the alchemical conference. The second segment will be a forum for exchange, where all may freely share their experiences and insights into alchemy. The third segment will find me humbly presenting my own reflections on alchemy, during which I shall also concoct a pill, which I will distribute to the champion and the 3 individuals who share their insights most generously. I hope that each of you will put forth your utmost effort during the first 2 segments, allowing me to witness the current advancements in the field of alchemy." Su Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. The first assessment is exceedingly straightforward. With a grand gesture, he opened a spatial portal, from which a colossal cauldron emerged. The aura emanating from this 5th-tier cauldron caused many cultivators to change their expressions in astonishment. This was indeed a 5th-tier cauldron, possessing its own space within. You may enter to refine pills. Numerous spiritual flames are available within, and the cauldron as spirit will provide you with the most suitable environment for alchemical work, along with an abundance of materials. You shall have 7 days to concoct your elixirs. Upon successful refinement, the spirit shall evaluate your efforts. The more pills you produce, and the higher their quality, the greater your score will be. Ultimately, the individual with the highest score shall claim the title of champion. Su Yuan smiled at the over 100 alchemical prodigies. "Do not fret about revealing your unique techniques or secret skills. I have no interest in your so-called extraordinary methods. Moreover, the outside world shall not witness your refining process, though they will be able to see your scores and rankings. I hope you will surprise me." The alchemical prodigies relaxed slightly. They believed that a venerable figure such as Su Yuan would indeed have no interest in their particular skills. Therefore, this contest was an opportunity to showcase their learning, and the promised rewards were quite enticing. Chapter 87. The grand showcase of alchemical mastery. Over 100 alchemists entered the cauldron in succession. Upon entering, Li Qinglian found herself in an independent alchemical chamber. A white-haired youth in a spiritual form was scrutinizing her closely. Realizing her situation, Li Qinglian immediately clasped her hands in salute. "I pay my respects to the spirit elder." "Call me Elder Qian," the youth replied. "Ah, yes, Elder Qian," she responded. Elder Qian nodded, saying, "What type of spiritual flame do you desire? I can provide any common 2nd or 3rd tier flames." He had refined many cauldrons and a considerable number of spiritual flames, and in preparation for the alchemical conference. He had even ventured to the Pill Summit to refine additional flames. Li Qinglian was taken aback. Any flame will do? Indeed, and if you lack a cauldron, I can provide one as well, Elder Qian said. I would like a third-tier clear spirit wood flame, Li Qinglian stated. Not a problem. With a wave of his hand, a cluster of clear spirit wood flame rose in the center of the alchemical chamber. Li Qinglian took out her alchemical cauldron and placed it before her. Upon a brief attempt, she discovered that the spiritual fire was remarkably gentle and easily manipulated by her consciousness, as though she had already refined it. This rare spiritual fire had been a subject of her contemplation to refine previously, and she was pleasantly surprised to have the opportunity to use it here. If you rank within the top 10, I shall personally gift you a flame. Old Qian remarked with a faint smile. Is that truly the case, Elder Qian? Li Qinglian's spirit surged with excitement. It is not expensive. It merely holds a value of a few million spiritual stones, hardly a premium item. Truly, as expected of a fifth-tier spiritual treasure spirit, quite extravagant. She continued to practice with the pure spirit wood fire, her enthusiasm unabated. Suddenly, Old Qian interjected. Scores have already been awarded. The rankings are now open. With a wave of his hand, a luminous screen materialized before Li Qinglian, displaying the rankings. 1. Zhang Yichuan, 5 points. 2. Qiu Ku, 3 points. 108. Li Qinglian, 0 points. A sense of urgency welled up within Li Qinglian. Elder Qian, could you provide the materials? I require wood soul fruit and silver heartgrass. No sooner had she spoken than the necessary herbs appeared before her, in ample quantities sufficient for 3 uses. Without hesitation, she seized the materials, discerning their potency with a quick inspection. She quickly realized that the spiritual herbs from the 7 Absolute sect possessed over 10% greater potency than those found outside, necessitating an adjustment in the quantities, a test in itself. However, this was a challenge she readily embraced as she began to infuse the materials and concoct the elixir. Old Qian observed openly, meticulously recording every detail of her alchemical process, selecting materials, refining herbs, merging them, and timing the condensation of the elixir, all meticulously noted. Meanwhile, Su Yuan stood quietly, eyes closed, observing the scenes of the alchemical processes. He noted that the alchemical geniuses from various sects and factions truly possessed remarkable skills. Most were foundation-building cultivators, yet capable of refining third-tier elixirs. This was a feat of transcending ranks in alchemy, and every individual present could accomplish it, each with unique alchemical techniques that Su Yuan had never encountered before. Although he had studied the alchemical techniques from the Sanjue Peak, which were profound, they could scarcely compare to the comprehensive legacies of the entire cultivation world. Each faction's heritage possessed its own merits, and these talents represented the youthful embodiment of such traditions. While Su Yuan might not comprehend all he witnessed, it did not hinder his desire to observe. Alchemy is a vital path in cultivation. Though he found it easy to progress, one must prepare for unforeseen obstacles. Thus, seizing this opportunity to learn from others' alchemical skills was of utmost importance. Is it unethical to learn from others? He was not stealing knowledge. After all, Old Qian was observing openly. If the other alchemists had no qualms, he felt no reservations either. In the expansive square outside, a grand luminous leaderboard materialized, showcasing the real-time performances of 108 alchemists. The names flickered rapidly, instilling a palpable tension among the onlookers. This year's alchemical competition indeed tests one's prowess, endurance, success rate, speed, and the selection of medicinal herbs. All must be meticulously considered. I recently noted a particular rule. If a specific elixir is refined repeatedly, the score awarded will progressively diminish, thereby demanding a deeper foundation from the alchemists. Thus, such a competition can truly be deemed fair. Being judged by the spirit of the artifacts is far more impartial than human evaluation. It challenges the most solid skills of the alchemists, ensuring that those who partake in it will find satisfaction in the results. Moreover, with the esteemed Elder of the Void presiding over the event, the luck in alchemy to be gained by the victor will be significantly magnified. Each participant must showcase their true capabilities. Amidst the discussions, it was evident that this year's alchemical contest exceeded everyone's expectations. Yet it undeniably offered greater fairness and a more vivid display of the alchemist's talents. Listening to the chatter, Su Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. This was precisely his intent, to thoroughly extract every ounce of potential from these alchemists. If one were to refine a singular elixir repeatedly, it would lack excitement. Rather, the creation of a diverse array of potions would unveil a wealth of alchemical experience. Su Yuan diligently etched the myriad scenes of alchemical practices into his memory, silently accumulating insights into the art. He did not merely observe once. This time, he engaged in repeated viewings, particularly of distinctive refining techniques, striving for precise recollection. As time drifted by, for the alchemists laboring over their cauldrons, this was a formidable trial, each one racking their brains to concoct superior elixirs. They were largely unconcerned with matters beyond alchemy. Should their true essence wane, Elder Qian would provide a restorative elixir that swiftly replenishes their vitality. Likewise, if their spiritual awareness dwindled, a corresponding elixir would rapidly restore it. In essence, they resembled ceaseless machines, tirelessly refining potions, while the ever-updating leaderboard loomed over them, intensifying their pressure. Seizing a moment of respite between the refinement of elixirs, Li Qinglian cast a glance at the leaderboard, only to find her ranking had plummeted to 12th place. A shift in her expression was palpable. She had been 7th just a moment ago, and despite completing the refinement of an elixir, her rank had decreased. After a moment of hesitation, she glanced at the impassive Elder Qian and resolved to employ her sect's secret alchemical techniques. For the sake of both the Qingling would fire and her standing in the alchemical tournament, coupled with the fact that Elder Qian, as an artifact spirit, had no interest in learning her alchemical legacy, what was there to deliberate? If others truly wished to learn, they would not so brazenly stand beside her. Resolute in her decision, she immediately activated her technique, and the pathways of her inner circulation underwent a remarkable transformation. The meridians seemingly forming the shape of a grand furnace in that very moment. Old Qian felt a stirring in his heart, noting her transformation and subsequently conveying it to Su Yuan. A wave of joy surged within Su Yuan. True talent had indeed arrived. The incantations cast by Li Qinglian underwent a remarkable change. Each spell resonated with the very fabric of heaven and earth, drawing forth the spiritual energy from the surroundings, which swiftly converged into the alchemical furnace. The elixir within seemed to undergo an extraordinary metamorphosis at that moment, its potency significantly enhanced. Su Yuan felt a flicker of delight. This method of alchemy was indeed exquisite. Which sect's secret technique was this that had so effortlessly revealed itself? He held Li Qinglian in high regard, finding her a delightful fool of a disciple. As the final incantation was completed, the furnace opened, and a third-tier low-grade elixir, inscribed with 2 patterns, soared forth, releasing an enchanting fragrance that permeated the air. A rich essence emanated from the elixir, seamlessly merging into the Wanbao Qinquanding. Once fully refined by Su Yuan, the Wanbao Qinquanding could absorb the essence of treasures crafted by others, a phenomenon imperceptible to outsiders, truly wondrous. Upon Li Qinglian's collection of the elixir, her ranking surged dramatically, propelling her to the forefront. It was now the 4th day. Her sudden rise immediately attracted the attention of other talented alchemists. Had someone finally begun to take this seriously? A surge of 3,000 points in one breath. What great elixir had she concocted? One genius exclaimed in astonishment. Beside them, Old Qian elaborated a third-tier low-grade Mingwang elixir with 2 patterns. The genius was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression grew serious, clearly realizing that if he did not exhibit some skill soon, he would likely find himself absent from the ranks of the top 10 in this competition. Without further hesitation, he commenced the crafting of a new batch of elixirs, conjuring a unique wave of energy within his sea of consciousness, forming an alchemical furnace from his divine awareness. Streams of spiritual force flowed into the furnace, catalyzing a beneficial transformation in the properties of the spiritual herbs. Witnessing this scene, Old Qian was left astounded. He had never anticipated that such a visualization technique for alchemy existed. By employing the image of the immortal furnace and nurturing his divine awareness over time, one could enhance the characteristics of spiritual herbs, rendering alchemy remarkably potent. Not only this particular alchemist, but others also exhibited their unique skills, unveiling various special alchemical methods that left Su Yuan in awe. His eyes were opened wide. These alchemical techniques were typically well-guarded secrets, cherished by their respective sects. Yet here they were laid bare before him. Could it be that no one feared he might attempt to learn from them? Or perhaps the reputation of the alchemist at the void refinement stage was too formidable, prompting these alchemists to wish to showcase their abilities? Or was it that his actions were so swift that the elders could not relay their guidance to these juniors in time? Regardless of the reason, Su Yuan paid little mind. He was eager to absorb their alchemical wisdom. In truth, it is exceedingly challenging for an ordinary individual to deduce the secrets of alchemy merely by observing the alchemical processes of others. If it were that simple, would the transmission of such secrets truly require decades of study? Even the most explicit written teachings demand centuries of dedication to yield significant accomplishments. If one could comprehend the arcane arts solely through observation, what extraordinary insight would that necessitate? Chapter 88. The Synthesis of Knowledge, the 7-Star Alchemy Technique. The week-long competition has finally concluded. 108 talented alchemists emerged from the cauldron, each displaying signs of exhaustion as they appeared in the plaza. Upon their exit, they all gazed upwards at the rankings suspended in midair. To their astonishment, the top position was held by Li Qinglian. This revelation prompted many to pound their chests in disbelief. It was Li Qinglian who had taken the initiative, seizing the advantage with her swift decisions, ultimately securing the prestigious title of the foremost alchemist. I actually claimed the first place in the grand competition. Is this truly real? Li Qinglian exclaimed joyfully. Her sect's elder also displayed a countenance of delight, exclaiming, "Well done. Splendid work." Su Yuan rose, regarding Li Qinglian, and said, "Congratulations, Li Qinglian. You have successfully attained the title of champion in the Alchemy Conference. As a personal reward, I present to you a 4th-tier spiritual flame, and I hope you will surpass me in the future." With a flourish of his hand, a wisp of spiritual flame soared from the cauldron, drifting towards Li Qinglian. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Li Qinglian graciously accepted the spiritual flame, expressing, "Thank you, Elder Su, for your generous gift." Furthermore, the top 10 alchemists were also to receive rewards of spiritual flames. 9 third-tier spiritual flames materialized from the cauldron, flying towards the remaining top 10 alchemists. The crowd erupted in expressions of gratitude. While third-tier spiritual flames are not exceedingly rare, those provided by Su Yuan were of a particularly precious variety, making them quite valuable. However, for the Wanbao, Qinkuan Ding, the essence of spiritual flames had already been nurtured through spiritual stones. This was the innate ability of Cauldron. As long as there were sufficient spiritual stones and a seed of spiritual flame, it could continuously produce spiritual flames. This explains Su Yuan's generosity. Nodding in approval, Su Yuan surveyed the assembly and continued, "Next, we shall embark on a 3-day alchemical symposium, where everyone is welcome to express their insights and experiences in alchemy. At the conclusion of these 3 days, the spirit of my cauldron will select 3 individuals who have contributed the most profound and insightful discussions to receive a reward. Who would like to begin?" "I will," came an immediate response. Su Yuan smiled, turning to the speaker, an elder from Li Qinglian's sect. Truly, a testament to the adage that a capable disciple reflects a worthy master. Soon, under his guidance, this elder of the transformation realm ascended to the central platform to share his alchemical wisdom. In my opinion, the essence of alchemy lies not merely in the proportions of medicinal properties, but rather in the harmonious combination of the spiritual attributes of heaven and earth. Su Yuan nodded appreciatively, recognizing the depth of this alchemical insight. With this elder breaking the ice, one by one, alchemists stepped forward to recount their experiences, with some engaging in spirited debates over differing viewpoints, creating an atmosphere rich with intellectual exchange throughout the conference. A multitude of individuals gathered in a small circle, engaging in discussions regarding a specific alchemical issue. Su Yuan stood upon a platform, silently absorbing the collective wisdom of the crowd's experiences in the art of alchemy. Although none were willing to divulge their most profound insights, it sufficed for Su Yuan. This grand assembly persisted for 3 days. Upon the conclusion of the discussions, the Wanbao Qinkuan Ding selected 3 cultivators, recognizing them as the most contributive participants. Among them was the venerable elder of the Zhangjian Pavilion, Li Qinglian's sect, known by the title Xuejian. This elder exhibited an admirable lack of reticence, generously sharing a wealth of alchemical knowledge, earning widespread admiration. The 3 chosen cultivators, alongside Li Qinglian, seated themselves before Su Yuan, granted the privilege of observing his alchemical process from close proximity. Su Yuan declared, "As this alchemical conference nears its conclusion, I have greatly benefited from these discussions. Seizing this opportunity, I shall personally concoct an elixir. Upon completion, I will share some of my own insights into alchemy. Should there be any inaccuracies, I kindly ask for your understanding. The audience looked on with eager anticipation. At that moment, Su Yuan directed his gaze towards the system panel. Name, Su Yuan. Region, Chinka Continent. Level, Renowned, 535W100W. Realm, Pinnacle of Foundation Establishment, 99-100 Pinnacle of Golden Star Realm. Entry 1, Balance of Work and Rest. Current rest time, 101 days. Entry 2, Tao follows nature. Entry 3, 7 stars shine bright. Entry 4, Heart's echo. Entry 5, Presence of the mighty, late stage of refining void pressure. Upon introspection of his Dantian, Su Yuan observed that among the 9 golden stars, only 3 bore engraved Tao patterns, while 6 remained devoid of such inscriptions. He resolved to inscribe an alchemical Tao pattern upon one of them. During the transition to the golden core, one could imprint Tao patterns upon the golden core, which would serve as the foundation for cultivators' practice. Some opted for spell patterns, transforming spells into their innate abilities. Others inscribed sword patterns, directly converting the golden core into a sword pellet, capable of shattering myriad laws with a single strike. The majority, however, inscribed situational Tao patterns, integrating the foundational Tao into the golden core, enabling a future transformation into a profound realm. Presently, he chose to inscribe patterns of wood, fire, and metal, which were evidently of a higher order than spell patterns and superior to situational Tao patterns. Furthermore, he intended to incorporate the 4 paths of elixirs, formations, talismans, and artifacts into the golden stars, along with the elements of water and earth to rectify any deficiencies. Ultimately, he aimed to unify all insights under the domain of celestial realms. Thus, the foundation of his golden core would be as steadfast as the stars themselves. Flawless in its perfection, countless thoughts traversed his mind, and ultimately, Su Yuan activated the entry, Balance of Work and Rest. First activation, second activation, third activation. His comprehension surged tenfold, then several dozen times, and then hundreds of times. In that moment, Su Yuan felt himself transform into a true genius of cultivation. The myriad perplexities that had arisen during his previous idleness were effortlessly resolved in an instant. For the past 10 days, various experiences and techniques of alchemy have been transformed into resources, serving as the fuel for Su Yuan's insights into the path of alchemy. Coupled with his prior hands-on experience in refining elixirs, his mastery of alchemy has soared at an astonishing pace. The 4 observers nearby, upon witnessing Su Yuan close his eyes in concentration, chose not to disturb him. The perception of time for cultivators diverges from that of ordinary mortals. It is merely a moment of meditation, and they are patient enough to wait. After half an hour, Su Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, radiating brilliance, a flame igniting within them. Countless experiences of alchemy coalesced into a singular essence, seamlessly integrating into his unique techniques. In the next instant, Su Yuan sprang into action. He rose abruptly, his foot striking the earth, causing a cascade of starlight to emanate from beneath him. The onlookers instinctively retreated, making way on the ground. Before their astonished eyes, intricate formations rapidly etched themselves into the earth, the star lines connecting with the swiftness of a dragon, gradually taking the shape of an alchemical furnace. Under the collective gaze of shock, the formations on the ground converged, culminating in a radiant explosion that soared toward the heavens. At this moment, the Big Dipper in the sky also erupted with extraordinary brilliance, illuminating robust pillars of starlight. The descending star pillars met the ascending radiance, merging in midair to forge a celestial alchemical furnace of mountain-like proportions. All present stood in silent awe, their mouths agape at this astonishing transformation. Su Yuan remained composed, gazing into the Wanbao, Qinquanding. After absorbing various elixirs, it now contained a substantial amount of spiritual liquid, particularly from the high-quality elixirs provided by talented alchemists. These elixirs transformed into spiritual liquid, ready to be utilized once again as materials for alchemy. With a wave of his hand, Su Yuan summoned 365 types of spiritual liquid from the Wanbao, Qinquanding, which soared into the sky like colorful ribbons, entering the celestial alchemical furnace. He ascended into the air, instantly creating 365 afterimages, each performing intricate alchemical gestures that swiftly merged into the celestial furnace. One extraordinary method of alchemy. It was truly madness. A technique employing the heavens as a canopy, the earth as a base, and the power of the stars as the furnace. Each alchemical gesture was profound, each one resonating with complexity. One must capture this moment for future study. At this instant, all were left in profound admiration of Su Yuan's prowess. How was this achieved? Sect leader Gu could only express his astonishment. El de Nangong senza familiar fluctuación. A remnant of his long years guarding the immortal Seed Valley. It was a spatial disturbance. He surmised the principles underlying Su Yuan's display. Yet the fact that the ancestral master's secret realm had indeed been refined by someone was utterly absurd. At this moment, the starry river above the seven-star sect seemed drawn by Su Yuan's will, redirecting its course to converge upon his alchemical furnace. Whether it is the practitioners diligently cultivating the seven-star supreme arts or the spiritual plants absorbing the power of the seven stars at this moment, they all lost the radiance of the Big Dipper, their attention entirely captivated by the direction of the alchemical furnace. Countless beams of starlight converged, tracing luminous paths across the night sky. The celestial alchemical furnace grew increasingly solid, as within it, 365 varieties of spiritual elixirs coalesced into a vibrant, kaleidoscopic potion under the refinement of star energy. A multitude of alchemists, entranced, fervently endeavored to commit this profound spectacle to memory and insight. The scene of alchemical creation was indeed unforgettable. At this juncture, Su Yuan's true essence was being consumed at a terrifying rate. Yet the array within his primordial pool also restored itself with equal ferocity. Every few seconds, he expended the entirety of a golden core as power. But the natural array withstood this drain, showcasing the formidable essence of his foundational cultivation, enabling him to exhibit an impressive semblance of immense magical prowess. A little over an hour passed. Su Yuan finally activated an alchemical formula, directing it into the celestial furnace. Subsequently, the entire furnace erupted with a thunderous explosion, akin to a nine-colored firework illuminating the heavens. The onlookers' expressions shifted, fearing the furnace had detonated. However, upon the vanishing of the celestial furnace, 9 orbs remained, enveloped in starlight, radiating a resplendent spectrum. A wave of enlightenment surged within Su Yuan as various insights from the alchemical process transcended into a higher understanding of the Tao of alchemy. The seven stars alchemical technique was thus perfected. The Wanbao Qiankuan Ding rejoiced, inhaling deeply as it absorbed the profound essence from the 9 elixirs. Although the quality of the spiritual treasure remained unchanged, its progression increased significantly. At an opportune moment, Li Qinglian inquired, "Old Su, what kind of elixir is this?" Su Yuan, upon hearing her, coughed lightly, his complexion pale, and replied, "This is the 7-colored celestial elixir. It possesses no fixed tier. Practitioners of the transformation stage and below may consume it to elevate their realm. Even those at the transformation stage can advance a minor level. Of course, I recommend nurturing it within one's body to enhance foundational cultivation." With a wave of his hand, he gathered the 9 elixirs. Then he proclaimed, "I shall auction one here on the spot. Those interested may place their bids. I am in dire need of spirit stones, thus I must trouble you all to spend." Elder Shuejian understood the implicit meaning and responded, "Senior, the 2 7-colored celestial elixirs you graciously bestowed upon me and my disciple. We shall pay for it the auction price." The other 2, equally speechless, echoed similar sentiments. Feigning annoyance, Su Yuan remarked, "I said I would reward you. You are making it difficult for me." Shuejian smiled, saying, "To have the opportunity to procure Senior Su's elixirs is already an unparalleled fortune. How can we accept such treasures without offering something in return? We feel quite uneasy." Su Yuan sighed. "Very well, a token offering of spirit stones will suffice." Chapter 89. Astonishing elixirs, exorbitant prices. Curiosity regarding the effects of the elixirs permeated the crowd. Su Yuan pondered momentarily before casually flicking his wrist, causing a 7-colored celestial elixir to glide gracefully before Li Qinglian. "Swallow it and see how it works. This is my first attempt at concocting this newly formulated elixir, so I cannot guarantee its effects," Su Yuan stated calmly. Upon hearing that it was a newly developed pill, Li Qinglian's expression shifted. She glanced at Elder Shuejian, who remained impassive, offering no counsel. With a serious demeanor, Li Qinglian replied, "Very well, Senior Su. This pill has been crafted by the venerable Elder Lian Xiu, and it is Elder Shuejian who will be financing it for me. With two formidable cultivators from the immortal realm present, what could possibly go wrong? She settled into a cross-legged position and promptly ingested the seven-colored star pill. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This pill was the culmination of various secret techniques, ingeniously combining the effects inspired by the nine-colored celestial fish, the Big Dipper, and the 10,000 treasures Qian Kuan cauldron, all forged through the powers of heaven and earth, as well as array formations. While he had speculated on its efficacy, he could not ascertain its true results. Li Qinglian was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, possessing a high-grade firewood spiritual root, and her foundation was of superior quality. The moment she consumed the pill, the spiritual energy in the surroundings began to rapidly converge towards her. Su Yuan, sensing this, casually set up a spirit-gathering array. Elder Shuijian immediately produced spirit stones to encircle Li Qinglian, alleviating her concerns about any potential scarcity of spiritual energy. Everyone present was filled with curiosity regarding the extraordinary nature of this pill. Li Qinglian's aura began to surge swiftly. The onlookers maintained calm expressions. Given the dramatic process of alchemy, such effects seemed entirely reasonable. However, they soon noticed that the rate of her aura's ascent appeared to accelerate further. An experienced cultivator remarked, "It seems that this pill also enhances physical strength. This young friend's physique is indeed growing stronger." Not only was her physical form improving, but her consciousness was also expanding alongside a rise in true essence. This was a comprehensive enhancement, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, within a mere 2 minutes. Li Qinglian effortlessly broke through to the late stage of foundation establishment, as if the intermediate bottleneck had simply vanished. Elder Shuijian exhibited a look of astonishment. Wait. It seems that the quality of Xiao Lian's true essence has improved. Has her foundation truly undergone enhancement? His words prompted many powerful figures to probe with their consciousness. And they indeed confirmed that the quality of Li Qinglian's foundation had elevated from superior to peak quality. This was extraordinary. Enhancing one's foundation was notoriously difficult. Typically, the quality would be set at the moment of breakthrough from qi refining to foundation establishment, with subsequent improvements requiring rare materials. Yet here she was able to enhance her foundation directly through a single pill. Given that the foundation influences the quality of the golden core, a peak foundation would undoubtedly allow for a higher potential in golden core quality. Li Qinglian's ascent in cultivation continued. Half an hour later, her aura reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. The onlookers exchanged glances. This singular pill had saved an immense amount of cultivation time, and crucially, from the fluctuations in her aura, there was no indication of an unstable foundation, with the quality of her foundation even experiencing further enhancement. Many cultivators have already revealed expressions of intrigue. Suddenly, Li Qinglian's face displayed a look of inner conflict, but she quickly solidified her resolve, her aura rising once more. What? Is she attempting to directly break through to the golden core stage? How perilous! She has only just reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment and has yet to stabilize her cultivation and refine her state of mind. And she chooses to break through so recklessly? Elder Shuijian, might you intervene with your disciple? An acquaintance among the transformation stage cultivators advised from a distance. Elder Shuijian, however, remained composed, stating, "This is her own decision. The path of cultivation must be walked by her alone." Su Yuan was equally astonished, not expecting Li Qinglian to choose to condense her golden core at this moment. Li Qinglian turned her focus inward, her true essence beginning to converge upon the residual medicinal power of the seven-colored star core. Remarkably, she used this medicinal potency as if it were a rare treasure, intending to refine it into her golden core, making it a part of herself. Her Tao foundation resembled a flickering flame, integrating directly into the center of her true essence, commencing the formation of the golden core's embryonic shape. A substantial amount of true essence coalesced into the core, its surface uneven and pockmarked. A flame ignited from within, refining the golden core into a smoother form, as streams of colorful light emanated from the core, etching vibrant patterns upon her skin. Indeed, it was feasible. A surge of joy filled Li Qinglian's heart as she pressed on with the condensation of her golden core. 2 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the aura surrounding Li Qinglian underwent a profound transformation. She had successfully breached the golden core realm, but there remained the trial of the inner demons. Someone murmured. At that moment, a shadow darkened Li Qinglian's forehead, as wisps of black mist appeared seemingly from nowhere, infiltrating her sea of consciousness, subjecting her to the tribulation of inner demons. The onlooker's expressions turned solemn. This trial was indeed the most formidable, which was why many cultivators ventured out to hone their skills. Only through sufficient experience could one cultivate a resilient mindset to confront their inner demons. As anticipated, Li Qinglian's brow furrowed deeper, and a pained expression surfaced, suggesting she might not overcome this ordeal. Elder Su Yuan sighed, recognizing that failing to conquer the inner demons could lead to a regression in cultivation or, in serious cases, madness and death, such as the arduous path of cultivation. Yet, at that moment, a radiant beam of seven-colored light ascended from Li Qinglian's dantian, illuminating her forehead, causing the wisps of black mist to evaporate in the brilliance of the colorful light. The anguish on Li Qinglian's face gradually transformed into serenity, her chaotic aura stabilizing. Moreover, her aura continued to rise, ultimately resting at the mid-stage of the golden core realm, signifying a significant elevation in her cultivation level. Finally, Li Qinglian opened her eyes, a look of joyous relief illuminating her features. Is this the effect of that pill? Incredibly miraculous. It can safeguard one's thoughts, resist the inner demons? Elder Su Yuan hurriedly inquired. Little Yin, what just transpired? Li Qinglian, still haunted by lingering fears, expressed, I initially believed that I was succumbing to my inner demons. Yet, at that moment, clarity suddenly enveloped my mind, rendering those demons utterly illusory, allowing me to effortlessly shatter their grasp. Elder Su Yuan nodded thoughtfully, inquiring, what is the quality of your golden core? Golden cores are typically classified into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower, each containing 3 grades, culminating in a total of 9 grades. Generally, only a superior foundational cultivation can attain a middle-grade golden core, while an exceptional foundational cultivation may aspire to reach an upper-grade golden core. Li Qinglian's face illuminated with delight as she exclaimed, Elder, I have achieved an upper-grade golden core. Grade 7. She summoned her golden core, revealing it before the assembly. Its size and refinement met the criteria for Grade 7, and its resplendent, multicolored glow was uniquely captivating. Elder Su Yuan marveled, I never anticipated you would have the opportunity to attain an upper-grade golden core. If you diligently refine it during this stage, you might elevate to Grade 9. A future transformation into the divine realm seems promising. Should it be a middle grade, the utmost potential would merely be a rise to Grade 7, with a chance for the nascent soul, yet the path to the divine realm would remain elusive. However, entering the upper grade alters the outcome entirely. Refining to Grade 9 significantly enhances the likelihood of transformation. It can be said that Li Qinglian has defied fate due to a single elixir. Moreover, at less than a century old, her lifespan is abundantly promising. The advantages are indeed self-evident. The onlookers cast envious glances at the remaining elixirs floating in Su Yuan's hands, their eyes brimming with desire. For these represented the finest elixirs for cultivating golden cores. They could elevate quality and help overcome inner demons, akin to possessing 2 or 3 rare heavenly treasures. Su Yuan cleared his throat and declared, Since you have all witnessed the elixir's effects, I shall commence the auction. The starting bid for the first elixir is 1 exceptional spirit stone. Immediately, bids began to pour in. 100 exceptional spirit stones. The value surged to a staggering 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Typically, a set of resources for golden core cultivation would be valued at a mere few million spirit stones. Yet the opening bid skyrocketed to 100 million. No one found this exorbitant. Given the circumstances, this elixir could undoubtedly guarantee a breakthrough in the golden core realm while saving vast amounts of cultivation time, propelling an ordinary cultivator into the ranks of genius. With prospect for divine transformation, it was tantamount to artificially creating a budding divine being. Naturally, those with descendants eager for such an opportunity were unwilling to let it slip by. Moreover, alchemists are indeed affluent. 500 exceptional spirit stones. The elder of the Tianyi sect, a divine transformation master, made his move. The value instantly escalated to 500 million. 800 exceptional spirit stones. Another divine transformation rogue nearby called out. 2,000 exceptional spirit stones. The Tianyi sect's divine transformation master responded decisively. Whispers of speculation circulated among the crowd. Isn't that the true monarch Yi Han of the Tianyi sect? I've heard he has recently fathered a child. but the child's talent is lacking, and he has been seeking ways to enhance it. No wonder he bids so fervently. Who doesn't he have a beloved friend or relative? Such an elixir is nothing short of divine. It can reshape one's foundation, something I've never even heard of. As the bidding intensified, with Su Yuan present, no one dared to utter harsh words. It became a contest of wealth and endurance. Ultimately, the elixir was sold for an astounding price of 99,990 exquisite spirit stones. This staggering sum was acquired by the esteemed Knight Cold, the true monarch of transformation. Whether the esteemed ancestor Knight Cold felt any pangs of regret remains unknown, but Elder Snow soared as face turned ashen. This price utterly surpassed his initial expectations. He had wagered that the elixir could not possibly fetch more than a few hundred exquisite spirit stones. Yet, this valuation far exceeded his imagination. Furthermore, he would have to pay double. Lacking sufficient spirit stones of his own, he would need to borrow from his fellow cultivators. Li Qinglian also gasped in astonishment, realizing that she had barely just broken through to the golden core stage and was already burdened with a heavy debt. Elder Snow Sword transmitted a message to Li Qinglian. Do not worry, my dear disciple. Just focus on refining pills within the sect to repay your debt. If you commit to 300 consecutive years of alchemy, you shall be free of it. Li Qinglian's expression stiffened, and she nearly retched the elixir. It was far too costly for her to afford. Perhaps if she expelled it, she might manage to regurgitate some residue. However, this was merely a fleeting thought, as the elixir's effects were extraordinarily remarkable, a rare opportunity indeed. Even if it meant dedicating 500 years to alchemy to repay her debt, it would still be worth it. After contemplating, she mused that 300 years might not suffice. She would need to commit to 500 years of alchemical practice to settle her debts. Elder Snow Sword reiterated. Upon hearing this, Li Qinglian's head spun, and she fainted. Chapter 90. A new entry for staying at home. The conference concluded smoothly. Subsequently, Su Yuan shared additional insights into alchemy, and during the session, everyone listened intently, their focus surpassing that of all previous moments. Su Yuan imparted his alchemical wisdom for 3 hours before gracefully departing, leaving the crowd with expressions of either fervent excitement or profound disappointment. These individuals swiftly departed from the Seven Stars sect, and news traveled rapidly throughout the cultivation world. Su Yuan's reputation soared, a master of the void refinement, on the brink of his lifespan's end, at the zenith of alchemy, a prodigy of unparalleled skill. As the effects of the elixir administered to Knight Cold's child were revealed, yet another wave of astonishment rippled through the community. A mere low-grade, spiritual root cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage had miraculously achieved the 6th rank of the Golden Core. Although it was merely the 6th rank, given the individual's original aptitude, they could have only achieved the 1st rank at most. The 1st rank could barely attain the nascent soul, whereas the 6th rank held the potential for reaching the nascent soul and even a glimmer of hope for transcending to the transformation stage. These are not comparable. Within Cave No. 6, Su Yuan listened with satisfaction to the system notifications. Ding, reputation value, 88. Ding, reputation value, 1. Ding, reputation value, 24. Ding, reputation value, 3. Delightful. Su Yuan felt a profound sense of contentment. Several days had passed since the alchemical conference, and the increase in reputation value had gradually begun to dwindle. He opened the system panel to inspect his status. Name, Su Yuan. Region, Qingku Continent. Level, Renowned, 1285 w 10.00. Realm, Peak of Foundation Establishment, 99-100 Peak of the Golden Star Realm. Entry 1, the balance of work and rest. Current rest period, 18 days. Entry 2, the way follows nature. Entry 3, the 7 stars shine brightly. Entry 4, the echo of thoughts. Entry 5, the posture of great power. Entry 6, awaiting selection. Indeed, taking a risk proved worthwhile, as he instantly garnered a remarkable 800,000 points of reputation. Su Yuan was in high spirits. His audacity to undertake this endeavor was significantly bolstered by the posture of great power entry. This entry served 2 pivotal functions. Firstly, it bestowed upon him the ability to exert the pressure of the void refinement stage, thus rendering others incapable of prying into his circumstances, or rather, dissuading them from doing so. Secondly, it offered protection against the cunning of the Old Six. With this entry, the possibility of being ensnared by Old Six was virtually eliminated. Should any void refinement entities attempt to infiltrate, he would exert the pressure of the combined body stage, not merely that of the void refinement stage. Each entry was of immense utility to him. Hence, he needed to exercise caution in selecting this sixth entry. Little Kai, come here and sprinkle some colorful light on me. Su Yuan called out to the playful, nine-colored celestial fish. My name is Su Si. Little Kai floated over, grumbling in discontent. I know. I've grown accustomed to it. I'll be more mindful next time. He gazed at Little Kai with anticipation, as Little Kai spat out a spray of vibrant colors. Enveloped Su Yuan. The five elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, swirled around him, evoking a sense of awe. He could not help but marvel. This fish truly possessed a lineage. Having just transcended to the third stage, it instinctively comprehended 5 distinct realms. This was akin to a cheat. Perhaps it was simply the advantageous conditions of the Silver Spirit Waterfall-esque breakthrough. In the midst of this quintessence of realms, Su Yuan felt an unparalleled comfort and then activated his system. 3 lines of text materialized before him. Seize the opportunity. You possess a keen ability to uncover treasures. Each time you discover and collect a treasure, you will gain a trivial increase in fortune. Respond to crisis. You are adept at detecting perilous situations. Each time you identify a crisis and alleviate it, you will gain a slight extension of life. Seek to equal the virtuous. You have an eye for talent. Each time you recognize a genius and take them under your wing, you may absorb a portion of their cultivation to enhance your own. 3 entries appear before Su Yuan, leaving him pleasantly surprised. Treasures, crises, and geniuses, corresponding to fortune, lifespan, and cultivation. Su Yuan fell into contemplation. Each of these entries was imbued with enticing allure. It could be said that any choice would be advantageous, yet only one could be selected. Su Yuan began to analyze. Fortune held immense importance for cultivators. Without it, progress is nearly impossible. With fortune, the acquisition of treasures becomes an attainable dream. As for cultivation, the choice was even more straightforward. Selecting this entry would allow for effortless enhancement while resting at home, and the more disciples he recruited, the stronger he would become. However, the recruitment of exceptionally talented individuals is not without its consequences. Each additional disciple inevitably introduces a multitude of causal threads, and the progeny of one's disciples also remain entangled in this web. The moment one takes on a disciple, an endless stream of troubles ensues. In comparison, the cultivation contributions of the disciples seem rather insignificant. Should one opt for the third option, it could be said that the path of immortality is fraught with trepidation. Thus, Su Yuan's gaze ultimately settled on the second option. The latter half of this choice promised the extension of one's lifespan, a direct fulfillment of one of the primary objectives of cultivating immortality. Securing this option would undoubtedly be advantageous. Moreover, the preceding ability to perceive danger is paramount. The greatest fear lies in the unexpected, where one might face peril unbeknownst to them. In such instances, the capacity for danger perception becomes invaluable, serving as a warning signal. Once aware of impending threats, one can make more informed choices about whether to advance or retreat. The first half of the option ensures safety throughout the cultivation journey, while the latter half guarantees the prolongation of one's immortal life. When combined, they present a genuine possibility of achieving eternal life. With a prolonged lifespan, one can gradually cultivate towards ultimate success. Life presents myriad choices. Yet who can discern the optimal solution? Attaining one's desires is sufficient. With a resolute gaze, Su Yuan's intention clicked on. Heed danger. Accept fate. In that moment, an inexplicable force surged within him, invigorating his spirit. Ding lifespan 10. Ding lifespan 8. Ding lifespan 5. Ding lifespan 4. Su Yuan was taken aback. Lifespan 18,327. He raised an eyebrow. The theoretical lifespan limit for foundational cultivation is 300 years, yet he had now elevated it to 327 years. As the lifespan notifications appeared, fleeting images of Zhuge Jian and Nangong Huiyu flashed through his mind. The moment the option activated, it astonishingly accounted for his prior act of saving the 4 individuals, granting him an unexpected 27 years of life. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a gift of 27 years of life, and it was freely given. The efficacy of this option was indeed remarkable. He promptly rose to conduct various experiments. After half a day, he returned with contemplative insights. As anticipated, he aided a rabbit in evading a deathly fate, yet did not receive a lifespan notification. He even ventured outside his sect, exploring the vicinity, and upon rescuing a child from drowning, still received no lifespan alert. He pondered the meaning of heed danger, accept fate, realizing that the danger likely pertains to his own peril, and most extending to individuals or forces closely associated with him. If this were the case, it would require the disciples of the Seven Stars sect or his family to encounter misfortune for him to receive a lifespan notification. Su Yuan was unfazed by the situation. Such occurrences were numerous. As long as the lifespan he acquired exceeded the lifespan he consumed, in a certain sense, he could already be considered immortal with the acquisition of this attribute. With a lifespan secured, he could devote himself to cultivating and comprehending the great Tao. When his lifespan dwindled, he could invoke celestial punishment from afar to obtain more time, living in unparalleled ease. His heart found tranquility at last. In this moment, he no longer felt the need to struggle with whether to venture out for training or to gather resources. With this attribute, he could comfortably remain within the sect without ever leaving. No matter how splendid the outside world might be, he could content himself with a cup of tea in solitude. This attribute was a perfect match for work and rest balance, allowing him to accumulate even more time for rest, thereby unleashing even greater effects in his cultivation. This was the very outcome he had desired from the outset of his practice. Previously, concerns over his lifespan had compelled him to strive courageously and take risks for notoriety. But now, there was no need. He could simply recline in peace. Content. Su Yuan cast his fishing rod within the confines of his cave abode, where a river flowed with fish. Although many were still ordinary fish, even in a place rich in spiritual energy, without the opportunity to change their fate, they remained as mere mortal creatures. He fished with calmness, entirely unconcerned with matters of cultivation. However, whenever Su Yuan attempted to reel in a spirit fish, Little Kai would pop up to knock his hook aside, allowing the fish to escape their destined fate. Little Kai stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. Su Yuan, not the least bit irritated, chuckled, "There's so many fish in the world. You can't possibly keep track of them all. I want to interfere, but you cannot eat spirit fish in my presence. Spirit fish are beginning to develop intelligence." Little Kai, leaning against Su Yuan, playfully pleaded, "Please don't eat the spirit fish, all right? What about the ordinary fish?" Su Yuan Wayith. Ordinary fish are inconsequential. Big fish eat small fish. They are merely food. With a flick of her tail, Little Kai effortlessly caught an ordinary fish from the river. "Quick, help me cook it. I want to eat grilled fish. It smells so good." Little Kai whined. Su Yuan, taken aback, replied, all right, I'll grill it for you." As he grilled the fish by the riverbank, the enticing aroma soon attracted Shaoli, who plopped down beside Su Yuan, eagerly awaiting the grilled fish. Su Yuan suddenly realized that he had transformed into a servant. Glancing at the 35 spirit fish, some of which had acquired the elusive 9-colored celestial fish, he flicked his wrist and produced 5 pills. "Su Yuan, what are these pills? They smell delightful." Little Kai exclaimed, filled with anticipation. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "They're not for you. They won't have any effect on you." He turned to Lao Qian, asking, "Can you refine these 5 pills to produce a liquid with the same effect?" "No, but if there were 100, then perhaps." "Lao Qian Zipli, we'll discuss it later," Su Yuan declared, tossing the 5 pills into the school of 35 spirit fish. Little Kai looked on in confusion as the spirit fish immediately began to compete fiercely for the 5 pills. Amidst the fierce competition, 5 ethereal fish ultimately emerged victorious. They eagerly devoured the spiritual elixirs, and their auras began to surge dramatically. 2 hours later, the presence of 5 third-tier magical beasts radiated forth. Su Yuan promptly imparted to them the transformation secret arts, grounded in the 7-star absolute techniques. Before long, several young acolytes appeared by the riverbank. With a mere wave of his hand, 5 robes of the acolytes' order gracefully draped over them. 3 young men and 2 young women, thus, made their splendid debut. The 5 newly transformed acolytes immediately knelt reverently before Su Yuan, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Master. From now on, you shall be named Su Da, Su Er, Su San, Sulan, and Su Yuan decreed." The 2 young women promptly responded in bright voices. "Sulan, Suju, thank you for the names, Master." Satisfied, Su Yuan turned to summon 2 more acolytes, envisioning a perfect pairing with Su Mei and Su He. The remaining 3 acolytes froze in place, momentarily taken aback. "Why are you not expressing your gratitude to your master for the names?" "Xiao Kai At Monits." Finally, The three acolytes came to their senses. Suda, Su Air, Su San. Thank you for the names, master. They lowered their heads, exchanging glances filled with melancholy, pondering why their names felt so arbitrary. Chapter 91. The hidden function of the entries. 5 years swiftly passed. Su Yuan calmly sipped his tea, engrossed in an ancient text. Beside him, In Jiuzong smiled as he introduced, this batch of books was excavated from an ancient relic, which previously housed an intact barrier. We initially believed it to be a promising site, only to discover a collection of miscellaneous texts within. Our Yin family managed to acquire these works, which you now see before you. Although they contain little in the way of cultivation knowledge, they recount the customs, traditions, and legendary tales of the ancient era. I hope Elder Su finds them to his liking. Su Yuan nodded appreciatively, saying, Your Yin family indeed possesses remarkable resources, even uncovering such ancient texts. It must have cost a considerable number of spirit stones. Haha, our Yin family delights in collecting texts. Since they're just what you need, I have brought them to you. A few spirit stones are of no consequence. In Jiuzong replied, with a cheerful demeanor. Su Yuan acknowledged. You have done commendably these past years. Since establishing contact with him, the Yin family had continuously provided him with texts. Over the years, the quantity had gradually diminished. Not due to a lack of enthusiasm on their part, but because the available literature had been largely exhausted. This latest batch was particularly precious, having been sourced from ancient ruins. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a token from his pocket and handed it to In Jiuzong. The latter received it with utmost reverence. This is my 7-star token. Should your Yin family encounter dire straits, you may activate this token, and I shall intervene. Su Yuan di Marcachueli. In Jiuzong's eyes brightened at these words, and he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder Su. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. You may return to your affairs. Disciple takes his leave. In Jiuzong replied promptly, then carefully stowed the token in his storage pouch before hastily departing. Upon returning to the family, the token was entrusted to the head of the Yin family, where it was solemnly placed in the most sacred location, under the vigilant guardianship of the family elders. This token served as the Yin family's ultimate safeguard. Possessing it was sufficient to ensure their tranquility and security, even proving to be more advantageous when dormant than when activated. Indeed, the surrounding families, upon receiving the news, began to adopt a more favorable attitude towards the Yin family, whose influence inadvertently multiplied several-fold. Within the confines of the 6th cave dwelling, Su Yuan dedicated several days to perusing all the ancient texts. And the final volume he held was a legendary tale. As he gazed at the tome, he could not help but marvel. This particular text, originating from ancient times, had become almost mythical by the present day. It was said that when the world was first created, the Chinka continent was merely a fragment of an enormous landmass. Following a cataclysmic battle between mortals and immortals, the continent shattered and sank into the sea, leaving behind only a small piece that transformed into the Chinka continent. Su Yuan was taken aback. The Chinka continent was not insignificant, surpassing the combined area of countless blue stars. To refer to such a vast land as a mere fragment was beyond his comprehension, leading him to dismiss it as merely a legend. He stroked his chin, fingers lingering on the phrase battle between mortals and immortals, pondering whether this referred to conflicts among mortals or those between mortals and deities. Suddenly, his system panel illuminated with the entry for responding to crisis, flickering as if awaiting his activation. Su Yuan furrowed his brow. This was the first time the responding to crisis entry had autonomously exhibited a transformation. He had always believed it to be a passive entry, but it appeared capable of being actively triggered. Without further deliberation, he focused his thoughts on the entry. In an instant, a flash of lightning crossed his vision. Ascension. A ruse. A mournful voice seemed to transcend time and space, echoing from a distant past. This voice penetrated Su Yuan's consciousness, threatening to unravel his very essence. At that moment, the entry might of the great flickered, shielding him from the oppressive force of the voice. In a moment of disorientation, he regained clarity, only to find that the ancient text in his hands had ignited spontaneously, without flame. Observing the self-igniting tome, Su Yuan recalled the imagery revealed upon the activation of the entry and realized he had uncovered a momentous secret. At this juncture, he noticed a new thread extending towards the heavens within the echo of thought entry. Without hesitation, he chose to activate it. His consciousness surged forward, as if forcibly accelerated, soaring beyond the 9 heavens. The earth beneath him diminished in size as he traversed through the celestial realms, arriving in an expanse fraught with thunder. In the very heart of this tempestuous realm lay a solitary island, upon which rested a colossal figure made of stone. This giant lay in slumber, enshrouded in lightning. With each breath, arcs of thunder erupted from its form, spreading outward and gradually coalescing into a vast sea of lightning. The colossal thunder giant abruptly opened its eyes from slumber, its forehead, as hard as stone, furrowed suddenly. It peered down for a fleeting moment before closing its eyes once more. Su Yuan instinctively quieted his consciousness, gazing at the thunder giant, his mind awash with myriad questions. His awareness subtly invoked the concept of mighty presence. In an instant, he felt his imposing aura surge dramatically, from the realm of void refinement to integration to tribulation to great ascension, until he transcended into an inexplicable tier. It was as if he could sense a certain will of the cosmos gazing upon his consciousness. Without hesitation, he severed the mighty presence. He swiftly exited the state of resonance of thought. In the next moment, the thunder giant opened its eyes wide, glanced at the firmament, and remarked disdainfully, "The heavenly Tao of the mortal realm? What business do you have with me out here?" A certain ambience dissipated, leaving the thunder giant unfazed. It then closed its eyes and resumed its slumber. In Cave 6, Su Yuan opened his eyes, only to realize that he was drenched in cold sweat. What exactly was that existence? A thunder giant loomed above the mortal realm. What was its purpose? The ancient text he had just encountered seemed to have been damaged by it. What information was it concealing? Su Yuan pondered deeply. Ding, lifespan increased by 100,000. Su Yuan widened his eyes, scrutinizing the system notification, and discovered that his lifespan had indeed been extended by a staggering 100 millennia. He was utterly astounded. Was this the feedback from the entry, heed the call of danger? What had I just done? It appeared there had been a crisis, yet it seemed he had done nothing but glance through resonance of thought. Reflecting on this, Su Yuan understood that he had inadvertently evaded some peril, a danger so terrifying that it warranted such a significant extension of life. 100,000 years of lifespan was no trivial matter. As the additional lifespan infused his being, he immediately underwent a noticeable transformation. A profound sense of satisfaction emanated from the depths of his essence. His body seemed to radiate with a unique vitality. A torrent of spiritual energy surged toward him, not converting into true essence, but rather penetrating deep into his bones, permeating his very blood. With a thought, the sixth order cave heaven spiritual treasure, the floating vessel, materialized above him. A sixth order Yuan pool formation activated at his command, and with a wave of his hand, a multitude of spirit stones appeared beside him. Subsequently absorbed by the formation, transmuted into pure spiritual liquid that flooded into Su Yuan's body. An abundance of this spiritual liquid coursed into his bones, initiating an extraordinary metamorphosis. The color of his bones transitioned from white to a lustrous jade, gradually shifting towards golden hues. 3 days elapsed. The metamorphosis of the skeletal structure has concluded. Subsequently, within the golden jade bones, streams of crimson gold blood began to flow forth, gradually replacing the original red blood. Su Yuan transformed into a being of blood, his exterior saturated with the discarded ordinary blood, while the vitality of his flesh steadily intensified. This entire process unfolded autonomously, without any intervention from Su Yuan. The golden red blood commenced the transformation of his flesh, imbuing it with a golden hue. Both his heart and brain became immensely powerful. At the moment the transformation reached its culmination, Su Yuan suddenly felt a profound enhancement in his perception of the spiritual energy permeating the cosmos. The 3 elemental attributes, metal, wood, and fire, seemed to awaken with newfound intelligence, instinctively converging towards him. Simultaneously, he gained a clear perception of other elemental energies, such as water, earth, wind, thunder, lightning, ice, darkness, and light. It was as if the heavy fog before his eyes had been lifted, allowing him to perceive the world with remarkable clarity. What a magnificent vitality! At this moment, Lao Qian finally spoke, inquiring about the sudden surge of Su Yuan's life force, likening him to a divinely born beast, noting that even his innate talents had multiplied significantly. "Oh, it's nothing," Su Yuan replied with a smile. Understanding Lao Qian's implication, his lifespan had inexplicably increased by 100,000 years. This not only signified an extension of his life, but also indicated that to match such longevity, his physical foundation must be equally robust. The system's method of extending life was not merely a numerical addition. It was a genuine elevation of his corporeal essence. What could be the potential of a being endowed with 100,000 years of life? Thus, his innate abilities ascended to the realm of a superlative life form. Perhaps he was still among the weakest of such entities, yet his capabilities were sufficient to overshadow humanity. This marked a transcendence in the realm of life. Su Yuan had never anticipated such an extraordinary opportunity. Crisis. It encompassed both peril and opportunity. Although this crisis was not one Su Yuan had wished to endure, having survived it, he naturally intended to relish the benefits it conferred. The potential of this transformation exceeded my expectations. Su Yuan inhaled deeply, his expression gravely serious. He could only attribute his survival against the thunderous stone giant to sheer luck, as that being had surpassed the limits of the mortal realm. It was evident that he was fortunate to still be alive. Better to remain cautious. The outside world was fraught with danger. As Su Yuan acclimated to his newly transformed body, torrents of spiritual energy surged into him with each breath. Upon opening his eyes to the heavens and the earth, strands of spiritual energy seemed to whisper secrets to him, as if the profound truths of the universe lay before him. He suppressed the impulse to immediately begin cultivating and instead calmly sat down once more, focusing his mind. His demeanor regained an ethereal calmness, as though nothing had transpired. After this trial, his mental state had ascended significantly. Chapter 92, 9-Star Golden Pill Realm. Thunder Sea. Here, one is no longer situated upon the Chinka continent. Instead, one finds oneself in the eastern expanse, within a maritime realm stretching 3 million miles. This region is perpetually graced by the descent of thunder, where one may uncover exceedingly rare materials associated with thunder, witness the seldom-seen thunder beasts and spiritual creatures, and behold the extraordinary phenomena of thunderous nature, thus engaging in the comprehension of cosmic truths. However, such splendor is accompanied by peril, and even those of transcendent cultivation must tread with utmost caution. Otherwise, the loss of life could transpire in an instant. Amongst this tumultuous setting, an elder of the 7-star sect, known as the Thunder Ancestor, resides in seclusion on the Thunder Absolute Peak, dedicating himself to profound meditation. Even upon the emergence of news regarding the new patriarch, he exhibited no inclination to depart. The vast distance serves as one reason, while the other lies in the fact that his current position is deeply entrenched within the Thunder Sea, where any attempt to retreat could pose a grave threat to his life. Thus, he deems it prudent to remain. As the elder continues his practice on a thunderous isle, lightning sporadically cascades from the heavens. He gazes upward, seeking to glean deeper insights into the fundamental principles of the universe. Beyond the realm of perception lies the domain of law. To transcend the void, one must comprehend a trace of these laws. Possessing such understanding allows a practitioner to harness the powers of the cosmos with mere thought, fundamentally altering their essence, an ability befitting the divine. Regrettably, the Thunder Ancestor remains far from grasping these laws, having only achieved a modest mastery of the thunder's essence, with the attainment of perfection still a distant dream. As he reflects on a fleeting bolt of lightning, a contemplative spark ignites within him, and he inadvertently releases torrents of thunderous energy, tracing intricate patterns in the air. At a certain moment, these patterns shatter, and his power dissipates. On the opposite side of the isle, a thunder beast suddenly opens its eyes, unleashing a roar and charging towards the Thunder Ancestor with astonishing speed. Startled from his reverie, the elder swiftly rises, commanding his flying sword to dart away. Fleeing from the beast's domain, he hadn't anticipated that a momentary lapse in vigilance would betray his presence. This place is indeed a sanctuary for cultivation, a missed opportunity. He dares not linger, hastily escaping towards other regions of the sea. Upon glancing back, he is alarmed to see a dual-winged thunder tiger pursuing him, exuding the aura of a high-tier, 5th-grade beast, prompting the Thunder Ancestor to hasten his flight without hesitation. The pursuit ensued for 5 relentless days and nights, with the elder fleeing in a blind panic, inadvertently entering unfamiliar territory. Only when he noticed that the Thunder Tiger had ceased its chase did he realize he had arrived in an unfamiliar part of the Thunder Sea. As he beheld the golden thunderclouds layered above the ocean, spanning less than 100 miles, and the descending golden lightning, his vision brightened. This is the illusory golden thundercloud. He never expected to be so fortunate as to encounter a recently formed illusory golden thundercloud. At this moment, the thunderclouds possess minimal power, still in a state of brewing, rendering it an opportune time for the contemplation of the profound truths of thunder. He cast a glance and was astonished to discover a nearby reef island, a delightful surprise akin to receiving a pillow while dozing off. He alighted upon the island and casually set up a concealed formation, intending to delve into the profound principles of thunder. Alas, it was golden thunder, not fire thunder. He gazed skyward, suddenly struck by inspiration, and retrieved a unique shell. This was the mother and child shell, capable of communication across vast distances, yet inherently fragile and limited in usage. It was a priceless artifact for communicating with his sect. Previously, he had received a message from the sect leader indicating that the new patriarch required insight into the mysteries of thunder. Should he find it, he merely needed to silently chant the name of the patriarch. Recalling this, Lei Yin began to mentally call upon the name of Patriarch Su, the Seven Stars Patriarch. In the sixth cave dwelling, Su Yuan, still absorbing the changes within himself, suddenly turned his gaze toward a specific direction. The resonating mental waves he sensed were exceptionally potent. A formidable cultivator was invoking his name. He activated the mental resonance. His consciousness traversed continents and oceans, swiftly descending upon Lei Yan's head. Su Yuan immediately beheld the distant, illusory golden thunderclouds, his heart lighting up. This was the celestial mystery he sought, and he anticipated that Elder Lei Yan would find it. Su Yuan's true form instantly activated the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. A beam of starlight soaring skyward. Above the sea of thunder, the 7 stars also illuminated the heavens, casting down 7 beams of starlight. Elder Lei Yan observed as the starlight converged before him, coalescing into a humanoid form composed of stellar energy, its ethereal body appearing remarkably delicate, yet vividly alive. Elder Lei Yan was momentarily taken aback and responded, 7 Stars Patriarch? Oh, I am Su Yuan. Then you must be the esteemed 7 Stars Patriarch. Lei Yan replied. Su Yuan, unfazed by the title, smiled and said, Thank you for your summoning. I am in need of comprehending the principles of the cosmos. Your assistance is greatly appreciated. It brings me immense joy to assist the 7 Stars Patriarch. Lei Yan exclaimed. I will trouble you to call upon me from time to sustain my manifestation, Su Yuan added. Lei Yan hesitated for a moment, then summoned a thunder-type spirit turtle from his spirit beast pouch. Master, the spirit turtle exclaimed. Can the spirit turtle invoke your name? Lei Yan inquired. That would suffice. Su Yuan nodded. Then, that simplifies things. Lei Yan affirmed. The spirit turtle, with a puzzled expression, raised its head and called out the name of the 7 Stars Patriarch. I shall now proceed to comprehend these mysteries. We shall converse later, Su Yuan declared before his manifestation vanished. Lei Yin sensed for some time, yet could not ascertain where Su Yuan's manifestation had departed, marveling at the prowess of the patriarch. At that moment, Su Yuan had already activated work and rest in harmony. Over the span of 5 years, he had accumulated a total of 2,000 days of rest time. Instantly, he activated it 4 times, leaving him with merely 24 hours of comprehension time. His insight surged nearly 10,000-fold, complemented by his now transformed physical talents. With the addition of the resplendent Tao of nature and the lofty form of the great power achieved at the level of void refinement, the 7 stars of the Big Dipper shone brilliantly in the sky. At the moment he gazed upon the ethereal golden thundercloud, a multitude of insights flooded his mind. Simultaneously, his true form appeared before the silver spirit waterfall, meditating upon the profound truths of heaven and earth that the waterfall embodied. He aimed to comprehend 2 celestial mysteries in one go. The vast array of texts he had perused over the past 5 years and his contemplations inspired by the silver spirit waterfall coalesced into a reservoir of understanding, transforming in that instant into a staircase leading him toward the heavens. In what felt like a mere breath, he broke through the realm of thunder, soaring skyward, and within 10 breaths, he entered the realm of intent. Shortly thereafter, within a matter of seconds, he transcended into the realms of both water and earth attributes. Thus, he had comprehended 8 realms: metal, wood, fire, water, earth, stars, thunder, and the essence of the sword. In the span of just a minute, he achieved a level of understanding previously attained only after multiple contemplations. With ample time remaining, Su Yuan chose not to delve further into additional realms, but rather to deepen his understanding of the few he had already grasped. The progression of insight into these realms did not unfold as swiftly as Su Yuan had envisioned. A full quarter of an hour passed before the realm of metal was the first to attain minor success, followed by thunder, fire, and wood, with the realm of stars being the last to reach this level. After another 3/4 of an hour, the realm of metal surged ahead once more, advancing into the ranks of major success. A further quarter of an hour saw all other realms achieve the same. Su Yuan mantanda tranquil de mina, his expression serene as he contemplated various paths of the Tao. After yet another hour, the realm of metal reached perfection. At this juncture, only about 6/4 of an hour remained. Su Yuan pondered briefly before resuming his contemplation of the other realms. After a full 3/4 of an hour, the realm of stars finally caught up, attaining the level of perfection. Reaching perfection in a realm signifies a profound understanding of the transformative manifestations of a certain celestial truth, allowing one to contemplate the levels that lie beyond, often referred to as divine intent, which essentially embodies a sliver of the comprehension of laws. This represents the true essence of the heavenly truths, the deeper mysteries of the cosmos unveiled beyond the surface of the realms. Su Yuan contemplated for a moment before turning his gaze back to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. He resolved to forsake the insights offered by the Silver Spirit Waterfall and the ethereal Golden Thundercloud, instead focusing directly on the Big Dipper. Grounding his practice in the foundation of the Big Dipper, he could not relinquish this exploration for the immediate celestial wonders before him. Thus, at that moment, he activated a balance of work and rest 5 times. The remaining 3/4 of an hour were instantaneously compressed into 4 minutes of insight. His target for contemplation was none other than the laws of the stars. The entry 7 stars, shining bright, shimmered as his understanding of the Big Dipper gradually refined and transcended. Within the Dantian, 9 golden elixirs commenced their rotation, their inscriptions transforming into the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, elixir, formation, talisman, and vessel. The arrangement of the golden elixirs mirrored the Northern Dipper constellation, encompassing the 7 stars, including 2 hidden stars, surrounded by the ethereal patterns of sword, thunder, and celestial essence. As 4 minutes swiftly elapsed, Su Yuan gazed at the stars, aspiring to grasp a fragment of the celestial laws. Ultimately, as time surpassed the 4/5 mark, waves of enlightenment surged within Su Yuan, manifesting a unique pattern imbued with the truths of heaven and earth within the Northern Dipper formation in his Dantian. The comprehension of the celestial laws was a success. All essences converged into the celestial laws, rendering the 9 golden elixirs as if they had amalgamated into a singular entity. At this moment, Su Yuan transcended into the realm of golden elixirs. Chapter 93. The Creation of Divine Powers. Seizing the remaining moments for cultivation, Su Yuan promptly delved into the comprehension of divine secret arts. While understanding the essence is foundational, to fully exhibit its might, one requires the augmentation of divine powers. Typically, practitioners who grasp a fragment of the laws are said to have attained the realm of divine intent, signifying a communion with the essence. With a fragment of the law as the general, the power of intent becomes the commander, unleashing capabilities many times stronger, akin to possessing divine consciousness. This is the origin of the term divine powers. The ultimate goal of learning divine powers is to glean the underlying principles of the laws contained within the process of comprehension. Now that Su Yuan had preemptively grasped a fragment of the law, creating divine powers became significantly easier. Divine powers are essentially advanced spells. The distinction lies in that spells primarily draw upon one's own magical energy, whereas divine powers not only mobilize magical energy, but also harness the inherent forces of the universe, amplifying one's magical prowess 10-fold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. Once one can wield divine powers, a qualitative leap in strength is achieved, elucidating the stark contrast between the realms of transformation and the nascent soul. The journey from Shi refining to the nascent soul can collectively be termed as transcending the mundane. Only beyond the transformation realm does one step into the threshold of divinity, transitioning from humanity to the celestial and divine. Why did Su Yuan initially set his sights on the celestial laws? It was, of course, due to the elevated potential of the Northern Dipper, its formidable might, coupled with the effects of the attributes, sufficient to unleash the divine powers to a remarkably high zenith. Inspiration sparked within Su Yuan's mind and centered on the celestial laws. With metal, wood, water, fire, earth, sword, and thunder as branches, he forged the divine power, 7 stars 5 elements thunder sword. This was the exalted version of the 7 stars Xian Zhun sword cannon. Guided by the laws, it was capable of invoking the formidable might of heaven and earth. As he neared the completion of this divine power, the cultivation time drew to a close. Alas, this divine power was still somewhat rudimentary. Regretfully, Su Yuan lamented the brevity of his cultivation time. The 5 years had only yielded 2.5 hours of training, far from sufficient, and it had vanished in the blink of an eye. Only then did Su Yuan turn his gaze to the system panel. Name, Su Yuan. Region, Chinka Continent. Rank, Renown 4, 880, 000, 10, 000. Realm, Pinnacle of Golden Core, 99, 100. Entry 1, Balance of Work and Rest. Current rest time, 0 days. Entry 2, Natural Law. Entry 3, Auspicious Stars. Entry 4, Resonance of Thought. Entry 5, Presence of Greatness. Entry 6, Responding to Crisis. Lifespan, 100, 894 years. Is it truly the case that a single breakthrough elevates one to the pinnacle of the Golden Core? Su Yuan was not taken aback. He had amassed an abundance of true essence, and his comprehension of the cosmos was profound enough to propel him directly to this apex state. The theoretical lifespan limit for the Golden Core realm is 800 years, which means that the additional lifespan from Entry 6 has extended his existence by 100. 094 years, quite remarkable indeed. Turning his attention inward, Su Yuan perceived an ancient golden cauldron within his dantian. The foundation of his Tao, cultivated through the burning with forging gold technique, housing within it a flame that continuously revolved around 9 golden cores. With a mere thought, the 9 flying swords nurtured within his dantian soared to the side of the golden cores, accompanying them. Ultimately, he had transformed the 9 stars converging sword into his own fated magical artifact. This spirit tool resonated perfectly with him, its essence nurtured primarily by his own energy. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was tailor-made for him, although it currently held the status of a spirit tool. A fated magical artifact is one that evolves alongside its cultivator, necessitating initial nurturing from the very beginning. As the 9 swords accompanied the golden cores, the magical power and conceptual essence of the cores began to refine the 9 stars converging sword, gradually enhancing its quality under the influence of the golden cores. This was a process of gradual cultivation, and once Su Yuan was assured of its progress, he relinquished control, allowing it to grow independently. Returning to his senses, he redirected his awareness into contemplating the virtual golden thundercloud. This celestial phenomenon was a rare sight, and with no accumulated rest time, he saw no detriment in pursuing comprehension at this moment. Thus he proceeded without hesitation. As he engaged with the virtual golden thundercloud at his usual level of insight, he suddenly found his mind dulled to its limits. A fleeting change related to golden thunder flashed within the cloud, a transformation he would have grasped instantaneously in a state of cultivation. Yet now he found himself utterly unable to comprehend it. With that insight slipping away ungrasped, he could only strive to catch the next change for contemplation, the previous understanding forcibly interrupted. Despite the transformation of his physical talents and the enhancement from the natural law, entry, he remained far from the ideal state of balance of work and rest in his cultivation. It appeared that elevating the essence of gold to a divine level would require at least 8 years of contemplation. Su Yuan frowned. While 8 years may not seem lengthy, when compared to the effects of the entries, it felt burdensome. His innate talent for gold was unparalleled, yet he still needed 8 years. Even while contemplating the wonders of the cosmos, this underscored the formidable difficulty of grasping the laws. He attempted a rest for 100 minutes to activate the entry for a minute of insight. In the interim, he remained industrious, observing the ethereal golden thundercloud with a heart full of appreciation, accumulating materials for his insights. After 2 such reflections, Su Yuan calculated that the time required for a breakthrough could be compressed to merely 3 years. Nevertheless, this duration still felt interminable. He then assessed the duration of the ethereal golden thundercloud, which persisted for a total of 17 days. However, the thunderfire would need to depart midway to evade the subsequent eruption of the ethereal golden thundercloud, effectively having the time to around 8 or 9 days. What could be achieved in such a scant period? Su Yuan shook his head. There was no time for profound comprehension of the laws, so he settled for casual contemplation. He turned his focus to the wondrous sights accompanying the descent of the golden thunder, attempting to forge a new thunder technique. As 8 days swiftly elapsed, Lei Yin emerged from his contemplation, feeling immensely enriched, having significantly elevated his understanding of the thunder realm and taken a solid step closer to mastery. He bowed respectfully, addressing the 7 stars ancestor. The ethereal golden thundercloud has now reached its midpoint and is about to enter its explosive phase. I must take my leave. Su Yuan gathered starlight, manifesting his form, and smiled. Elder Lei, I am profoundly grateful for the opportunity you provided, which has yielded substantial gains. Lei Yin chuckled heartily. It is through the protection of the 7 stars ancestor that I can devote myself to my cultivation without distraction. My mastery of the thunder realm is on the verge of completion. I am but a step away from a breakthrough, which will undoubtedly enhance my cultivation as well. Su Yuan pondered. That sounds splendid. How long until the breakthrough? Before long, this step would not require prolonged waiting. A mere century would suffice for the breakthrough. A faint smile of confidence graced Lei Yan's face. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan remained silent for a moment before nodding. Then let us anticipate Elder Lei's successful breakthrough. Lei Yan's expression radiated joy, clearly elated at the prospect of breaking through the bottleneck in a century. The difference between minor and major mastery is akin to heaven and earth. Until we meet again, I shall await your return at the sect. Su Yuan nodded, and his starlight manifestation dissipated. Choosing to retrace his steps, Lei Yan headed back the way he had come. The Sea of Thunder was fraught with peril, and venturing into unfamiliar waters posed a deathly risk. The path he had traversed earlier was at least safe, thus he opted for the familiar route. However, midway through his flight, a winged thunder tiger erupted from the sea, lunging towards him. Startled, Lei Yan summoned the thunderous energy surrounding him, forming a protective thunder sphere. He transformed into lightning, striving to evade the impending strike. Yet, this winged thunder tiger had evidently been lying in wait, and its premeditated attack was overwhelmingly potent. A bolt of lightning shot from the tigeress wings, striking Lei Yan directly and obliterating his form. The destructive power of the thunder instantly tore his body asunder, leaving the lower half utterly devastated. Fortunately, Lei Yan had transformed into a lightning form, existing in a quasi-spiritual state, allowing him to retreat several miles and reconstitute his lower body. However, this encounter cost him a significant portion of his magical and spiritual energy. Damn it! Lei Yan's expression darkened. He was ambushed and already disadvantaged, now with such a significant depletion of his spiritual energy and magical power. It was even less likely he could contend with the dual-winged thunder tiger. Humans, who bestowed upon you the audacity to covet my territory. The dual-winged thunder tiger spoke with a voice of human articulation, its eyes glimmering with frigid malice. You have chosen the path to your demise by offending me. Upon uttering these words, the dual-winged thunder tiger awaited a response from Lei Yan. However, after a brief moment, it was met with silence, as the figure of Lei Yan slowly began to dissipate under its oppressive aura. The dual-winged thunder tiger was taken aback, only to turn and see that Lei Yan had seized the opportunity to escape during its speech. Cursed humans, you shall perish. Feeling once again humiliated, the dual-winged thunder tiger pursued relentlessly. Meanwhile, Lei Yan, gravely injured, found his speed considerably diminished, and within a mere quarter of an hour, he was overtaken. The dual-winged thunder tiger, in a fit of rage, unleashed a torrent of lightning, leaving Lei Yan disoriented. Both were primarily of the lightning attribute, and the stronger one could easily suppress the weaker. The pressure on Lei Yan intensified. Master Qixing, help me. Lei Yan could not restrain himself from calling out. His pleas startled the dual-winged thunder tiger, which immediately scanned the surroundings but perceived no sign of another being. Turning back, it found that Lei Yan had once again distanced himself by 1,000 miles. Damn human, huh? How dare you deceive me? The dual-winged thunder tiger's fury surged to unprecedented heights. At that moment, the 7 stars of the northern dipper in the sky suddenly illuminated. Master, save me! Lei Yan exclaimed with joy. The dual-winged thunder tiger scoffed, yet still cast a glance around. Then, as it turned its head, Lei Yan managed to flee a considerable distance, pushing the dual-winged thunder tiger into a frenzied state, clearly feeling its intelligence had been grossly insulted. Yet, it was evident Lei Yan had not deceived it. Su Yuan's consciousness descended once more. He had not anticipated that so shortly after their separation, Lei Yan would find himself in a life-and-death crisis. He initially believed it was merely the swift eruption of the illusory golden thundercloud. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a pursuit by a demonic beast. At this moment, Su Yuan's true form stood atop the summit of a mountain, the Wanbao Qinkuanding transforming into the seven-star altar with a six-tier spiritual treasure, the floating light jar. Anchoring the formation, his expression grew solemn as he infused his magical energy to activate the altar. The seven stars of the northern dipper in the sky resonated instantaneously, as if no distance separated them. When Su Yuan sought to harness the power of the northern dipper, it responded without delay. Zero latency, divine ability, 7-star 5 elements, thundersword. Su Yuan unleashed the nascent divine ability he had just conceived. Streams of magical energy, imbued with the essence of the Tao, surged into the altar, transforming into beams of starlight shooting skyward. These beams of starlight would invoke the power of the northern dipper's stars, multiplying it by several times. And with a slight adjustment to their landing position, they could achieve the effect of cross-border strikes. Chapter 94. Exterminating the Divine Transformation, Great Demon from Afar. The magical energy within Su Yuan surged forth like a floodgate unleashed, frantically pouring into the seven-star altar, thereby drawing forth even more starlight. Within the body, 118 natural formations functioned like supercharging devices, fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to replenish his magical power. An immense amount of mana was continuously transformed into starlight. It did not immediately descend. Both Lao Qian and Xiao Li were filled with trepidation, sensing that the offensive might activated by Su Yuan this time would be extraordinarily formidable. The divine ability, which had initially been activated in an instant, was already powerful, but Su Yuan was persistently brewing and accumulating it, akin to casting a forbidden spell that required a countdown and energy extraction. Su Yuan's consciousness remained vigilant, observing Lei Yin's condition. He refrained from hastily unleashing the divine ability as long as Lei Yin could endure. The first release of the divine ability would be the most threatening, and he aimed to achieve his objective in one decisive stroke. Such a scenario was quite rare in the realm of cultivation. Others would have sought ways to interrupt one brewing a grand move, but Su Yuan, situated far within the seven-star sect, continued to channel starlight toward the Big Dipper. The celestial force he summoned remained in suspense. Furthermore, the divine ability was accumulating above him, inherently possessing remarkable concealment. Particularly, the enraged thunder tiger remained oblivious to the anomalies in the sky. Master, how is it? Can you save me? If not, I shall self-destruct and take it down with me. Lei Yin spoke to the air. The thunder tiger regained some clarity midway, but upon seeing Lei Yin retreat hundreds of miles, taking advantage of its hesitation, its hatred for Lei Yin surged to its zenith. Lei Yin felt helpless. He had truly exerted himself, and even his life-bound spiritual treasure, the Thunder Sword, was showing signs of damage. At this moment, Su Yuan's face had turned red. The divine ability formed from the consumption of mana, equivalent to 100-fold of his own, had coalesced, but his spiritual awareness struggled for precise control. If he misfired, Lei Yin would perish. Fortunately, he swiftly activated work and rest in harmony. After the second activation, his mastery over the divine ability became intuitive. 7 stars, 5 elements, Thundersword descend. In the skies above the Thunder Sea, the Big Dipper suddenly blazed with a brilliance hundreds of times greater. 7 beams of multicolored starlight descended from the heavens, akin to a heavenly punishment, utterly unmatched. The Thunder Tiger looked up, its pupils constricting sharply. The red glow in its eyes swiftly dissipating, transformed into sheer terror. Flee! This was the Thunder Tiger's sole thought. Yet, just as it attempted to escape, an overwhelming pressure abruptly manifested, halting its movements. Subsequently, the pressures of 7 different realms descended for a second time, ensnaring the Thunder Tiger as if it were trapped in a quagmire. When the final law pressure bore down upon it, the Thunder Tiger found itself utterly immobilized. And then, the 7 beams of starlight fell. The starlight like columns, like swords, like thunder, like an ocean. 7 terrifying beams of starlight incited the surrounding heavenly and earthly spiritual energy into a frenzy, drawing countless bolts of lightning from the Thunder Sea, all converging towards the Thunder Tiger. Lei Yin glanced back, and the next moment, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted into brilliance. A thunderous roar echoed through the air, reminiscent of a mighty tempest. Lei Yin was akin to a fragile vessel, propelled far into the distance by the aftermath of a divine clash. As he crashed onto the surface of the sea, it felt as though he had struck the very earth itself, nearly shattering his form. Hastily, Lei Yin ascended from the water and gazed towards the direction of the thunder-winged tiger. There, the ocean had transformed into a colossal vortex, voraciously consuming the surrounding waters to replenish the enormous chasm. Countless bolts of lightning surged within, while starlight coalesced into unique crystals, morphing into rare materials. The raucous thunder tiger had vanished without a trace. Lei Yin glanced at the now normal luminosity of the Big Dipper in the sky, and then at the gradually recovering surface of the sea, momentarily lost in a reverie. He returned to the spot where the thunder-winged tiger had once been, only to find nothing remaining. He dove into the depths of the sea, and, after some time, resurfaced with a pair of somewhat battered wings. "Master, it seems that this is all that remains of your spoils," Lei Yin declared. Su Yuan manifested a starry avatar and examined the wings, letting out a sigh. "In such a state, what use can they serve? You may as well keep them for yourself." Lei Yin gave a slight smirk. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Oh, it still possesses a territory on an island, where I suspect additional resources may lie. Once gathered, I shall present them to you." "That sounds agreeable," Su Yuan nodded. "No need to linger. I shall take my leave." With a nod to Lei Yin, Su Yuan's avatar dissipated once more. Su Yuan exhaled deeply, glancing at the system notification. Ding, fame value, 666,000. Ding, lifespan, 610. A slight enhancement in lifespan and a modest increase in fame. It was not in vain after all. The recent attack had left a significant impact on Lei Yin, yielding over 666,000 fame points. Although Lei Yin appeared composed, a profound astonishment stirred within him. Typically, a mere few hundred fame points would be awarded for normalizing a divine being. This was the result of 4 activations. At that moment, Su Yuan noticed a figure approaching outside the cave. With a wave of his hand, the cave's barrier opened. The esteemed sect leader, Gu Qingzhu, entered first, swiftly making his way to the summit. He glanced at Su Yuan and then at the recently activated altar. What transpired just now? Why is the Big Dipper so brilliantly radiant? Gu Qingzhu inquired urgently. "I assisted Elder Lei Yin from afar in vanquishing a beast," Su Yuan replied. Hearing this, Gu Qingzhu let out a sigh of relief. "I feared something grave had occurred. Just a beast, then? Wait, wasn't that a transformation beast facing Elder Lei Yin?" Su Yuan nodded in affirmation. It was likely a step above Elder Lei Yin in cultivation, but regrettably, the materials were destroyed. Gu Qingzhu, momentarily confused, pondered. What materials were destroyed? As he was lost in thought, Su Yuan added, "I must make a trip to the scripture pavilion. Please wait for me here, Brother Gu." "You are heading to the scripture pavilion? Then I shall not intrude." Upon noticing that Su Yuan was unscathed, Gu Qingzhu had no intention of lingering. Su Yuan nodded and transformed into a beam of starlight, swiftly arriving at the scripture pavilion. "Greetings, Elder Su." At the entrance, Yin Jiuzong hastily bowed in reverence. His voice attracted the attention of many within the pavilion, drawing their gazes. Su Yuan casually sensed his surroundings and recognized several familiar faces. Zhuge Jian, Nangong Huayu, Guyu, Jiyingying, Meng Changle, Liu Ejin, Ye Bufan, Liu Muvan, among others. These individuals were engaged in the comprehension of Su Yuan's 7-star supreme technique. Since the technique bore the imprint of Su Yuan's Tao essence, the difficulty of grasping it was diminished, and the speed of understanding was enhanced. Therefore, accessing his original teachings required contribution points and even necessitated waiting in line. Over 600 manuals were present, each with many disciples queued for their turn. Numerous disciples who had yet to enter a state of comprehension bowed in respect as Su Yuan passed. He acknowledged them with a nod and proceeded to the end of the line of supreme techniques. A group of exceptional spirit root disciples, all filled with excitement, were visibly thrilled to be in such close proximity to Su Yuan. "Master, you have arrived." Guyu eagerly approached, a broad smile on his face. "How many volumes have you comprehended?" Su Yuan inquired, recalling the impressive talent of this particular spirit root disciple. With a confident grin, Guyu proclaimed, "Elder Su, I have comprehended 6 volumes. I am currently working on the 7th, and I estimate that in another 30 years, I shall successfully grasp the 9th volume." Su Yuan's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Your pace is commendable. Elder, I'm a heavenly spirit root. My comprehension ability is not lacking." Guyu replied with a calm smile. Su Yuan nodded and said, "I recall you are following the full manuscript path, correct?" If you had chosen a singular route, you would likely already be on the verge of comprehending the ninth volume. I aim to learn the best and most complete. I am confident I can master it all. Guyu quickly patted his chest, eager to impress Su Yuan, hoping for him to take him on as a disciple. Su Yuan, upon hearing this, wore a peculiar expression. Do you possess a lightning spirit root? A lightning spirit root? What does Elder Su mean? Guyu asked, puzzled. The other disciples were equally taken aback. Su Yuan's subsequent actions clarified their confusion. He called out towards the core of the pavilion's formation, spirit of the formation. I wish to append the supreme technique. Please record it, and let the contribution cost align with others of the same rank. Understood, Elder Su. Please lay out the texts. I shall replicate the copies and transmit them to other scripture pavilions. The voice of the formation's spirit echoed, calm and composed. Su Yuan nodded, appreciating the spirit's understanding. Despite its not-so-high intelligence, the sect leader often lamented about the formation spirit's shortcomings, hoping for assistance in refining the sect's formations. Yet, there was no need for improvement. He opened his storage ring and, with a wave of his hand, produced blank texts. Then, with a flicker of intent, he inscribed the articles with the imprint of his Tao essence, demonstrating to the crowd how Su Yuan's supreme techniques were cultivated, line by line, in a live performance. After the recording was completed, Su Yuan waved his hand casually, causing numerous ancient texts to automatically soar toward their designated locations on the first floor. Each empty space adjacent to these texts manifested 21 volumes of esoteric knowledge, suspended in midair. The formation's spirit controlled the changes within the scripture pavilion's array, elevating stone platforms that cradled the ancient texts. There were 9 volumes of ancient texts on the first floor, which had mysteriously multiplied to a total of 189 volumes. This spectacle left all the disciples present utterly astounded. As Guyu regained his composure, he approached to inspect the collection, immediately encountering a volume titled Analysis of Thunder Techniques, compiled by Su Yuan. His lips twitched upon seeing it, and, as he browsed further, he was captivated by detailed explanation of golden thunder. However, upon inspecting his own spiritual root, his expression fell. Zhuge Jian addressed Nangong Huiyu, saying, Huiyu, perhaps we should refrain from learning too much. It is simply unmanageable. Each volume of ancient texts has increased to 83 over the years. And with today's edition of 21, we now have a total of 104. Nangong Huiyu sighed, acknowledging her own talent, but feeling dwarfed in the presence of Su Yuan's profound works. She resolved to focus on 5 primary texts and 7 supplementary ones, dismissing the rest. Chapter 95, Establishment of the Su Yuan Literary Award. Zhuge Jian observed Su Yuan ascending to the second floor and suddenly called out, Elder, please pause. I have a matter to discuss. Su Yuan, puzzled, turned back and inquired, What is it? Please go ahead. Zhuge Jian spoke earnestly, Elder Su, while comprehending your ancient texts, I encountered considerable challenges. Many disciples with inferior or intermediate spiritual roots are fundamentally unable to access these profound works, which is truly regrettable. Su Yuan nodded, encouraging him to continue. Zhuge Jian pressed on. I frequently teach at the Immortal Seed Valley and have developed a certain understanding of the nuances and characteristics of the Qi refinement stage. I believe I am reasonably adept. I hope that Elder Su will permit me to, after completing your 3 ninth volume texts, use your esteemed works as a foundation, combining my years of learning and teaching experience. I wish to create annotations and derive some more accessible literature from your ancient texts. This endeavor would not only allow me to consolidate my insights and grasp the path to perfection, but also provide future practitioners with more comprehensible ancient texts, granting disciples with inferior and intermediate spiritual roots the opportunity to comprehend your teachings. Zhuge Jian's proposal astonished Su Yuan, and the other disciples in the scripture pavilion turned their gazes toward him with intrigue. Su Yuan scanned the disciples within the pavilion, discerning their spiritual auras, and indeed, all were of superior spiritual roots or above, with not a single intermediate root among them. This was not only due to the lower contributions of disciples with inferior roots, but also because it was genuinely arduous for those with intermediate roots to comprehend his techniques. Su Yuan nodded and remarked, Your proposal is quite commendable. My understanding is relatively high, and the first volume of the ultimate skill has already reached the pinnacle of my simplification abilities. I must admit, I lack in the aspect of simplification. If you could produce a version that is more accessible for comprehension, allowing a greater number of individuals the opportunity to learn, I would wholeheartedly support it. Zhuge Jin was overjoyed and replied, "Thank you for your permission, Elder Su." Su Yuan then glanced at the formation's primordial spirit and said, "Little spirit, did you hear that? Assist me in establishing the Su Yuan Zhua Creation Award. Anyone can provide annotations or expand upon my ultimate skill, and these writings may be included in the scripture repository. Those works that reach the standard of low-grade yellow tier will be rewarded with 1,000 contribution points, 2,000 points for middle grade, and so forth. The contribution points can be deducted from my account." He paused before continuing. "You will be responsible for the review. Any repetitive or valueless entries should not be included, while you will judge the value of the worthy submissions." Upon hearing this, the formation's primordial spirit immediately responded, "I understand, Elder Su. The award has been established. For some works, I am unable to determine their tier. May I delegate the evaluation authority to other elders?" "Yes, proceed as you see fit. Just have the sect leader select the qualified elders." Su Yuan affirmed. "Understood." This exchange left everyone present momentarily stunned. In an inexplicable turn of events, a unique method for acquiring contributions had emerged. The Su Yuan Zhua Creation Award? People pondered this new development. At that moment, Su Yuan encouraged Zhuge Jin, saying, "You're doing well. Keep up the good work." Zhuge Jin, upon hearing this, regained his composure and joyfully replied, "I will summarize and compile diligently." Su Yuan nodded. Not overly concerned, the contribution points were something he could never exhaust. Every disciple who comprehended his ultimate skill contributed to his pool of points. And due to the frequency of engagement, the amount was substantial. These contribution points seemed trivial when exchanged for spirit stones. It was far more satisfying to convert them into reputation points. Establishing an award also served as a means of enhancing his name, requiring no additional effort on his part. This approach, which benefits both the giver and the receiver, was certainly one he would employ, taking from the disciples to give back to them, a continuous cycle. Su Yuan then ascended to the second floor. Zhuge Jin stood up and marveled. Elder Su truly possesses a magnanimous spirit. Nangong Huiyu concurred, saying in this way, "Most individuals will write down their insights one by one, providing different perspectives for future learners. This is also a commendable method of comprehension, and there will be greater gains from the process of organizing the texts." She paused and curiously inquired, "How many books do you intend to write?" Zhuge Jin responded, "I have already envisioned this. Based on those 3 ultimate skills, I can expand into 3 high-grade yellow tier texts, dozens of upper-grade yellow tier texts, and around 100 middle-grade yellow tier texts, with about 1,000 lower-grade texts as well." Nangong Huiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "So many? You're not planning to take advantage of the elders, are you?" Zhuge Jin waved his hand and remarked, "No. The primary issue is that no one has begun to compose books. There exists a significant void in basic content. My work is still grounded in the 3 ultimate teachings. Were it to encompass all ultimate teachings, the resulting text would proliferate even more." Upon hearing this, Nangong Huiyu began to ponder the necessity of drafting materials if he were to expand upon those ultimate teachings. To ensure that even those with inferior spiritual roots could comprehend the content, it would have to be articulated in a detailed, yet simplistic manner. The elements that Su Lao briefly mentioned could easily fill dozens of pages. Consequently, the prospect of writing thousands of volumes seemed entirely plausible. "Hey, does this mean I could earn contribution points without leaving the sect? I should hasten to pen a few books while the number of those in the know remains scarce." He exclaimed, "Huh, you can't even grasp the first volume, and you speak of writing books?" Came the retort. "Do you not understand? I have already comprehended 1/10 of the 7-star mysterious body refining technique. Based on that, writing 10 volumes would be a trivial endeavor. Indeed, let us go together and collaboratively compose a few works. Collaboratively writing a book is indeed a viable path." Su Yuan paid little mind to the murmurs below. Upon reaching the second floor, he was astonished to find several golden core elders engrossed in studying his ultimate teachings, with even a few nascent soul elders engaged in contemplation. Upon noticing Su Yuan, these elders also offered him their respects. Su Yuan's identity as the meridian opening ancestor was no longer a secret, and his standing within the sect was now equivalent to that of the refining void elders. Nangong Xianwang approached with a smile, exuding an aura of peak foundation establishment, one that was significantly stronger than that of an ordinary peak foundation establishment cultivator. This was the reformed essence of Nangong Xianwang, having established a new foundation. Su Yuan glanced at him, astonished. You have reached the pinnacle of the Golden Star realm? Nangong Xianweng smiled and replied, Indeed, over these years, I have delved into the seven-star ultimate teachings, integrating my own insights into the great Tao, which has accelerated my cultivation. I have now mastered 17 volumes and am on the verge of completing the 18th. However, he hesitated before asking, I have not perfected the 9th volume. Thus, I still cannot accommodate the natural formations within my body and must resort to a simplified version. Now that I have reached the peak of the Golden Star realm, I find myself facing the same dilemma. The ultimate teachings state that 9 golden stars must be arranged, yet I currently possess only 1 golden star, 2 golden pearls, and 4 golden beans, totaling 7 cores. No matter how I endeavor, I cannot enhance either the quality or quantity. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan inquired in confusion. How can this be? Could you allow me to take a look? Nangong Xianweng requested. Su Yuan nodded, his consciousness probing into Nangong Xianweng's body, to which Nangong Xianweng offered no resistance, permitting the examination. Su Yuan thoroughly inspected his dantian, then, after a moment of deduction, stated, I understand now. It is a matter of insufficient comprehension of your intent, which prevents you from overcoming the repulsion between the golden cores. This is something I had not previously considered. You can perceive a second realm of understanding. A mutual balance would greatly enhance the situation. Should you grasp a third realm, it would ensure the stability of your dantian. However, a maximum of 7 golden stars can be attained. To attain 9 stars, an understanding of the celestial realms is essential. Nangong Xianweng fell into a brief silence, exchanging glances with an elder of the transformation stage beside him. The elder shrugged, affirming that Nangong had heard correctly. Nangong Xianweng inquired, if only 1 realm is comprehended, is there a solution? That would indeed pose a dilemma. You could initially break through to the golden core realm, and then gradually compensate for the deficiencies in your golden core while in that stage. However, it is still preferable to comprehend 3 realms. Otherwise, you would be limping along. Su Yuan sighed, expressing his helplessness. At that moment, the elder of the transformation stage coughed lightly, stating, in fact, a single golden core is a normal phenomenon. Su Yuan lamented, if that is the case, the content I just created for the 19th to 27th volumes of the Supreme Arts will be difficult to learn. Nangong Xianweng, taken aback, exclaimed, you have already organized the techniques of the golden core level? Su Yuan nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, 189 volumes of Supreme Art cascaded onto the second floor. With another gesture, 936 volumes soared from his sleeve into the third floor's library. The sheer volume of texts left the elders in astonishment. Nangong Xianweng was filled with both joy and trepidation. He then expressed, having nearly exhausted my understanding of the foundational inheritance at the transformation stage, it will become problematic for me to break through quickly. He looked to Su Yuan, seemingly seeking guidance on how to proceed. Su Yuan pondered briefly and suggested, you may choose to delve into one of the branches. Furthermore, there is no need to comprehend up to the 27th volume. Successfully grasping the 19th volume will suffice, though it may prove more challenging. Nangong Xianweng sighed in response. It seems I have no choice but to proceed this way. Su Yuan patted his shoulder reassuringly. Do not be disheartened. If you can cultivate to the transmission of the 27th volume, it would be simpler than directly breaking through to the void refinement stage. Thus, do not pressurize yourself. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xianweng felt a wave of anxiety. The inheritance of the golden core realm was proving to be even more arduous than he had anticipated. In times of uncertainty, he had felt lost. Now, with clarity on the path ahead, he found himself equally disoriented. Chapter 96. The essence of the immortal cultivation system and a natural breakthrough, Su Yuan ventured alone to the 4th level of the scripture repository, where numerous techniques of the nascent soul stage were sealed within arrays. Approaching one particular technique, the array automatically opened for him. He began to browse through the text casually. After reviewing the explanations of how to cultivate in the nascent soul realm from several dozen techniques, he gained a fundamental understanding of the principles governing the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul represents the transformation of the golden core into a human form, allowing a portion of one's soul to enter and assume control, mimicking a form of energy life. This enables a rapid enhancement of spiritual strength, facilitating a deeper comprehension of the profound truths of the universe and the realms of understanding. Prior to the attainment of the golden core, the practice of cultivation serves merely to prepare the soul with a corporeal vessel imbued with energy. By harnessing the fundamental principle of nurturing the soul through the earthly form, one facilitates the metamorphosis of the soul into the nascent soul, thereby forging a closer connection between the individual and the profound truths of the universe. The Yuan Shun, or primordial spirit, represents a further evolution, wherein the majority of the soul is infused with magical power, leading to a profound amalgamation of the two, resulting in an entity where magic and soul coalesce into a singular whole, the embodiment of the primordial spirit. This transformation elevates the soul to a higher echelon, making it more adept at perceiving the universal truths, ultimately granting the ability to comprehend the essence of the laws. Thus, the primary purpose of cultivating the primordial spirit is the pursuit of understanding these laws, in the realm of refining the void. The term void refers to the ethereal and elusive nature of the laws. Refining the void entails assimilating the power of these laws into the primordial spirit, endowing it with the characteristics of said laws, thereby facilitating its further transformation. The stage of unification involves merging the evolved primordial spirit, now imbued with the traits of the laws, with the physical body, allowing the corporeal form to also embody these characteristics, thus enhancing the understanding of the laws. The essence of a person lies in their flesh and blood. The intermediate step of spiritual transformation merely borrows certain attributes from the energy life to facilitate the comprehension of the laws. However, this path is not sustainable in the long run, as humans are not true energy beings. In order for the soul to continue its growth, it requires the sustenance of the physical body. Otherwise, the challenges become exponentially greater. Hence, a return to the physical form is essential, culminating in the state of unification. After this stage, one can effortlessly wield the laws with a mere gesture. The primordial spirit, now protected and nourished by the law-infused physical body, can continue to ascend. And upon reaching a certain level, celestial tribulations will descend. These tribulations further align the primordial spirit and the physical body with the laws, integrating more of the law's power and thereby unlocking even greater strength. The subsequent levels transcend the great vehicle. As Su Yuan regained his focus, he fell into contemplation. He observed his physical form, faint traces of stellar laws subtly circulating within. Due to his longevity of 100,000 years, his body had attained a level akin to that of divine beasts, possessing the innate ability to integrate with the laws without the necessity of merging with the primordial spirit. This led him to ponder, is it still essential to cultivate the primordial spirit? The answer, undoubtedly, is affirmative, as the primordial spirit enhances one's innate talent for grasping the laws. However, he believed that the dissolution of the golden core into an infant was unnecessary. Why not directly utilize magical power to catalyze the transformation of the soul into the infant? Is it not preferable to retain the golden core? Others dissolve their cores into infants due to an inadequate supply of magical power, necessitating the entirety of the golden core along with supplementary energy to sustain the formation of the nascent soul, simultaneously drawing upon the essence of intention nurtured within the golden core to shape an energy being. A crucial aspect of this process is that the foundational base cultivated in the foundation establishment stage is specifically designed to prepare for the transition to the nascent soul. The foundational base nurtured within the golden core, when infused with certain heavenly and earthly treasures, becomes capable of bearing that essence of intention, thus paving the way for the subsequent emergence of the nascent soul. Therefore, the previous cultivation system was a tightly interwoven chain. Yet, Su Yuan possessed an abundance of magical power, and his recovery rate was sufficiently rapid, rendering the dissolution of the golden core for the provision of magical power entirely unnecessary. The essence required for the condensation of the primordial infant was effortlessly drawn forth by him, allowing for its seamless integration. The Tao Foundation, which serves as the vessel for this essence, crafted from spiritual roots and pivotal for transcending the foundational stage, had not initially been infused into the golden core. Instead, it functioned merely as a container for the golden core, specifically the furnace of refined wood and gold. At this juncture, his golden core no longer required the protection of the Tao Foundation. Rather, it could directly embody the essence, thus rendering the shattering of the core unnecessary. Should anyone else manage to cultivate more than 7 golden cores and grasp a sufficient understanding of the essence, they too might bypass the shattering of the core to transform their soul into the form of a primordial infant. Even if fragmentation were necessary, only 1 or 2 cores would suffice. Suddenly, Su Yuan became aware of a significant realization. Wait, while others condense golden cores, they must center their efforts around the Tao foundation. Otherwise, achieving a cohesive form is utterly unfeasible. However, since he commenced his condensation from the realm of golden sands, the golden core formed gradually, thereby eliminating the necessity of employing a Tao foundation in its construction, which allowed the Tao foundation to be rendered superfluous. A revelation dawned upon Su Yuan. No wonder he could condense multiple golden cores while the conventional cultivation system was limited to a single core. The process from the realm of golden sands to the realm of golden stars not only diminished the difficulty of golden core condensation, but also obviated the need for a Tao foundation. As he pondered, Su Yuan instinctively transferred the Tao foundation into his consciousness sea. The Tao foundation, transformed from the spiritual root, automatically integrated with his soul, engendering an intense thirst for magical power. He immediately activated the 9 golden cores, channeling all his energy to facilitate the union of his soul and Tao foundation. The magical power, Tao foundation, and soul gradually fused, and under the subconscious influence of Su Yuan's spirit, began to take on a human form. Su Yuan possessed an abundance of magical power, and his recovery rate was swift, leaving him unconcerned about the consumption of magical power during the condensation process. Yet, the external spiritual energy was insufficient. With a decisive step, he entered the interior of the 6th-tier cave heaven spiritual treasure, the radiant vessel, where the pure spiritual liquid flowed vigorously into his body. The principle of balancing work and rest had already been activated. The brief accumulation of cultivation time was hardly adequate. Seizing this fleeting moment, Su Yuan meticulously reviewed the intricacies of breaking through to the primordial infant stage, ensuring that his advancement would proceed unimpeded. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from his cultivation state, relying on his current capabilities to tackle the challenge ahead. A vast reservoir of magical power surged into his consciousness sea. Su Yuan's soul gradually transitioned toward the primordial infant form. This breakthrough was, to Su Yuan's astonishment, a testament to his profound accumulation. Merely by observing the primordial infant techniques, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind, allowing him to elucidate the subsequent principles of advancement. Consequently, the breakthrough unfolded seamlessly and naturally. At last, within the span of a mere hour, his primordial infant was fully condensed and took shape. Faintly, he sensed a subtle warning from the heavens. It was the harbinger of the heavenly tribulation. Su Yuan even deduced that the impending tribulation stemmed from the transformation of corporeal life into energy life, an act that contravened the laws of the universe, thus necessitating the trial of the heavenly tribulation. Subsequently, in the realms of transformation and void refinement, heavenly tribulations do not manifest. However, in a later stage of tribulation crossing, the transformation from corporeal life to a life governed by the laws of the universe disrupts the celestial order, thereby inciting a second trial of heavenly tribulation. One might even deduce that the metamorphosis of beasts follows a similar principle. It too signifies a shift in the essence of life, transitioning from a non-Tao body to a Tao body, which in turn attracts heavenly calamities. At this moment, Su Yuan's comprehension of the universe deepened significantly, elevating his understanding of the cultivation system to a higher echelon. Viewing cultivation from the perspective of the cosmos reveals that life disrupts certain rules, naturally instigating a chain reaction, rather than indicating any jealousy or intent to annihilate from the heavens towards humanity. Consequently, he could even theorize methods to obscure the heavenly tribulations, delaying their arrival. Nevertheless, the transition from corporeal to energy existence does not severely undermine the rules, suggesting that the potency of the tribulation would be minimal. Thus, Su Yuan had no intention of evading the tribulation. Instead, he departed from the 6th-tier cave treasure and ascended to the skies above his abode. As the cosmos sensed his presence, the dark clouds of tribulation began to gather. Su Yuan gazed skyward, where the principle of Tao follows nature shone brilliantly, and the process of the tribulation forming unfolded before him, revealing varied splendors. This was the universe's reactive test for beings that breach its rules. It likely involved no manipulation by the heavenly Tao, but rather a natural operation of the laws, given that these were the inherent laws of nature. The possibility of comprehension and mastery arose. Elated by this insight, Su Yuan began to contemplate, but soon a wry smile crept across his face. Without the enhancement of the work and rest balance attribute, attempting to intuit the operation of tribulation laws from thin air felt absurdly far-fetched. The depth of it was likely beyond even the comprehension of immortals. Meanwhile, the gathering tribulation clouds above his dwelling swiftly attracted the attention of the majority of elders from the seven-star sect. Gu Qingzhu hurried back to the seven-star peak, specifically to the sixth cave, and upon witnessing Su Yuan and the dark clouds above, her mouth gradually gaped open, her eyes widening in astonishment. This was the tribulation of the nascent soul. Had Su Yuan truly broken through to the nascent soul stage? In the scripture pavilion, the consciousness of the elder Nangong, Xianweng reached out, equally bewildered. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Su Yuan ascend to the fourth floor of the scripture pavilion. How could it be that in the blink of an eye, Su Yuan was beginning his breakthrough to the nascent soul? No matter how extraordinary one was, a process must be observed, right? Others typically seclude themselves for years to achieve such a breakthrough. Had only a few hours passed? 1 or 2 at most. Nangong Xianweng set down the scripture in hand, and, like the other elders, soared to the vicinity of the sixth cave to safeguard Su Yuan while also observing his ascent. Gu Qingzhu inquired of Nangong Xianweng, "Elder Nangong, how many levels do you think Su Yuan's tribulation will be?" Nangong Xianweng responded, "The tribulation for the nascent soul generally comprises a 9-fold heavenly tribulation, albeit an incomplete one, typically resolved with merely a few bolts of thunder. My own experience did not involve a complete 9-fold tribulation. I faced only 6 bolts of heavenly lightning, and it was a harrowing ordeal." He paused for a moment and said, "With Su Yuan's terrifying talent, the 1-9 tribulation should be fully manifested, or even escalate to the 2-9 tribulation." 2-9 tribulation? Wouldn't its power then be comparable to the nascent soul stage? Gu Qingzhu exclaimed in astonishment. Another elder of the nascent soul stage, Yang Pingji, interjected, "That is certainly the case. It will at least be a 2-9 tribulation, though it is likely to be an incomplete 2-9 tribulation, combined with the 9 paths of the 1-9, probably resulting in 12 paths of tribulation. This is akin to the power of the nascent soul's initial stage. That is truly terrifying. Can Su Yuan withstand it?" Gu Qingzhu expressed her concern. "He should be able to," Nangong Xianweng replied, albeit with some uncertainty. The other elders shared a similar sentiment, filled with both anticipation and anxiety. At that moment, Su Yuan was forming seals with his fingers, performing calculations to assess the criteria for evaluating the tribulation's power, as well as the benefits to be gained from overcoming the various levels of tribulation. Chapter 97. The Tribulation Descends. His process of deduction was essentially a quest for answers from the Big Dipper. The Big Dipper would not reveal the answers directly, but would instead search through past stellar images based on his thoughts, providing Su Yuan with corresponding visual matches. Su Yuan would then organize and compute these findings to derive the correct or nearly correct answers. The starlight of the Big Dipper has illuminated the world throughout the ages, recording all that has transpired within it, containing an abundance of information. To uncover the desired information, precise search parameters are essential. Naturally, the higher the authority and the closer the alignment with the Big Dipper, the more abundant and accurate the information one can obtain. The 7 stars shine bright granted Su Yuan exceptional authority, with a perfect alignment, enabling his deductions to be remarkably effective. Upon speculating the principles behind the tribulation's emergence and basing his deductions on this foundation, Su Yuan intuitively received feedback from the Big Dipper, leading him to several conclusions. This included the quality of the foundational Tao integrated within the nascent soul, the quality of his magical power, the strength of his soul, and the depth and breadth of the profound truths of heaven and earth. A brief calculation revealed that with his current nascent soul strength, he would face 12 strikes of heavenly thunder. The power of these heavenly strikes would reach the level of the nascent soul's initial stage. This refers to the intensity of the tribulation at the moment it descends. The cultivator can continuously weaken the strength of the heavenly thunder through direct confrontation. And once sufficiently diminished, defensive measures can further mitigate the damage, rendering the impact significantly less severe. The heavenly thunder is a singular attack. Unlike cultivators, it does not continuously supply energy. Therefore, the so-called power of the nascent soul's initial stage, heavenly thunder, is not as formidable as one might imagine. The benefits accrued after overcoming the tribulation are straightforward. They enhance one's ability to perceive the profound truths of heaven and earth. the stronger the tribulation one withstands, the easier it becomes to comprehend the truths of the universe thereafter. Su Yuan glanced at the 5th and 6th tier spiritual treasures he possessed, falling into deep contemplation. With these 2 treasures for protection, coupled with his own strength, it seemed that resisting the tribulation of the nascent soul stage would not pose a significant challenge. Thus, he began to devise methods to enhance the intensity of his tribulation. Among the foundational qualities of his Tao, the potency of his mana, and the strength of his soul, there was little he could alter in a short span. What he could modify were the profound truths of heaven and earth he could integrate. Su Yuan immediately infused his understanding of the stellar realm into his nascent soul foundation. As the intensity of this comprehension reached a rudimentary level, the calamity clouds expanded once, resulting in a surge of thunderbolts to 14. When the stellar realm advanced to a minor completion, the calamity clouds expanded a second time, increasing the thunder to 15. Upon elevating the stellar realm to a major completion, the skies unleashed another expansion of the calamity clouds, reaching a total of 17. Ultimately, Su Yuan infused the perfected level of the stellar realm into his nascent soul. The calamity clouds above revealed a complete dual-layered formation, signifying the imminent birth of a comprehensive 2/9 tribulation. At this juncture, the tribulation had attained the level of a 2/9 calamity, and the clouds had begun to brew the impending thunder. Su Yuan steadied himself, awaiting the descent of the thunderbolts. This series of actions left the elders observing nearby utterly astounded. What? A complete 2/9 tribulation. Nangong Xianweng's expression shifted dramatically. His face contorted in disbelief. How could this be possible? Gu Qingzhu was equally flustered. Does this mean the power of the lightning tribulation will reach the pinnacle of the transformation stage? Yang Pingji's countenance grew grave. Indeed. Activate the sect's mountain protecting formation. Stand ready to support Su Yuan, and remember, allow the formation's spirit to operate autonomously. Do not interfere manually. Understood. Gu Qingzhu nodded, fully aware that tribulations cannot be aided by human hands. Nonetheless, the formation itself was not a true living being and could provide limited assistance. However, the potential harm the tribulation posed to the formation spirit was significant, possibly even eradicating its sentience. Thus he felt compelled to enforce the command as the sect leader. He promptly communicated with the formation spirit, instructing, "Spirit of the formation, I command you to shield Elder Su Yuan when he can no longer endure the tribulation. Sect leader, please place the sect leader's token into the core of the formation." The voice of the formation spirit resonated calmly. "Just wait." Gu Qingzhu scoffed, hastily returning to the sect's grand hall. Yet, before he could place the sect leader's token within, he discovered that the mountain protecting formation had already been activated. The formation was active and in a standby state. "However, I believe it will not be necessary," the formation spirit's voice echoed. Gu Qingzhu's expression darkened. "If the formation can be activated without the sect leader's token, why must you always require it for activation?" The formation spirit fell silent, offering no response. Gu Qingzhu quickly realized that he had been outsmarted by the formation spirit all these years. Its intelligence was far beyond the rigid facade it had previously displayed. Though his face darkened, a sense of relief washed over him. The spirit's words assured him that Su Yuan would not be in danger. Standing beneath the tribulation, Su Yuan felt no sense of oppression from the impending storm. He observed that the surrounding elders were all striving to withstand an unseen pressure, and it dawned upon him that the aura of the great power had shielded him from the tribulation's formidable weight. He remarked on the absence of any sense of oppression from the heavenly tribulation. Had he not been gazing upwards, he might have believed that others were undergoing the tribulation instead. However, an idea suddenly struck Su Yuan. He gazed at the great power entry on his panel, glanced once more at the ominous clouds of the tribulation, and discreetly activated this particular entry. To his astonishment, an ethereal aura of celestial might began to rise around him. Is this really possible? Su Yuan widened his eyes, feeling the pressure enveloping him. It was the pressure of the tribulation, yet at that moment, it transformed into his own. Moreover, this pressure surpassed that of the second-tier tribulation in the heavens, reaching the level of the third-tier tribulation. Su Yuan chose to keep this celestial majesty concealed, pondering a question: what would happen if he exerted this pressure once the thunder struck? As he contemplated, the thunderclouds had completed their preparation. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, the first minuscule bolt of lightning descended. The power of this tribulation was barely sufficient to reach the threshold of the early Yuanying stage, easily withstood by anyone at that realm. Su Yuan felt no desire to resist. When the bolt approached him, it encountered the celestial might generated by his great power. For a brief moment, the lightning paused in midair. Su Yuan was taken aback. It seemed he could manipulate the movement of the lightning. Instinctively, he guided the bolt to alter its trajectory slightly. Remarkably, he succeeded. He even managed to slow its speed with ease. However, the command to attack remained unbroken, and the lightning continued its course toward him. Su Yuan allowed the bolt to strike him. At the moment the lightning made contact with his body, he felt as if he had fully acquired the ability to control it, using the bolt to refine his own being while preventing any destruction. His physical form was already robust, and in just a few breaths, the lightning was expended, enhancing his corporeal strength ever so slightly, though he hardly perceived the change. The onlooking cultivators merely witnessed Su Yuan effortlessly enduring the initial bolt, even using it to temper his body, yet no one expressed any extraordinary surprise. For such a scenario was entirely expected. Given the prowess of a 7-star ancestor, withstanding the first bolt was a matter of course. The tribulation continued unabated. The second and third bolts followed in quick succession. Su Yuan persisted in enduring them with his physical form. Each bolt, upon contact with his body, was entirely under his control, as though it had already fulfilled its predetermined purpose, leaving the tribulation indifferent to the subsequent effects of each bolt. It was initially a rather ordinary phenomenon. The heavenly thunder had struck its target, and the sheer force of the celestial lightning was sufficient to provide a significant challenge to the tribulation survivor. Subsequent alterations required no further concern. However, once the heavenly tribulation relinquished its control, Su Yuan's divine might assumed command, rendering the subsequent damage from the heavenly thunder utterly ephemeral. In such a context, what threat could the tribulation still pose? His physical form had already attained considerable strength. Thus, he guided the heavenly thunder into his sea of consciousness, instructing it to refine his own primordial spirit. After undergoing a careful refining process by the heavenly thunder, his primordial spirit began to grow rapidly, exhibiting a tendency to transform into a solar deity. This metamorphosis, typically undertaken by the divine spirit during the god transformation stage, had commenced prematurely for Su Yuan. He had not anticipated such a development. The significance of the term formidable presence was escalating exponentially. Su Yuan could confidently assert that anyone aware of it would struggle to maintain their composure. The heavenly thunder continued to descend, and by the time the 9th bolt struck, its intensity was alarmingly formidable. Yet, when this bolt, capable of shattering a peak primordial spirit, landed upon Su Yuan, it vanished without a trace, as though his body possessed a remarkable ability to absorb the lightning entirely. In truth, Su Yuan had redirected the heavenly thunder into his sea of consciousness, transforming it into a sphere of lightning, awaiting the refinement by his primordial spirit. However, the speed at which his primordial spirit could refine the energy did not match the velocity of the descending thunder, leading Su Yuan to furrow his brows in contemplation. A critical issue arose. Once the tribulation concluded, would his formidable presence not also cease to exist? At that moment, the heavenly thunder would undoubtedly become wild once more. Realizing this, he roused himself and promptly retrieved the universal treasure cauldron. Old Qian quickly absorb and refine this heavenly thunder. Su Yuan Kemandith. What? Heavenly thunder? You want me to refine it? Old Qian exclaimed, bewildered. Are you seeking to extinguish my essence? Do not worry. All this heavenly thunder is under my control and will not harm you. Su Yuan reassured him. How is that possible? Old Qian rolled his eyes, glancing at the heavenly thunder that now hovered before him. The once ferocious lightning now appeared remarkably docile, akin to a harmless stray cat by the roadside. Old Qian was taken aback. Is this really heavenly thunder? Chapter 98, Refining Heavenly Thunder. Hurry up, stop dawdling, Su Yuan urged. Oh, right. Old Qian responded promptly. At this moment, Old Qian's mind was still struggling to comprehend. He had never heard of heavenly thunder being controllable. Typically, it was merely utilized to refine one's physique. Yet, Su Yuan's manipulation left him utterly perplexed. The universal treasure cauldron began to operate autonomously, consuming the heavenly thunder. However, these bolts are not treasures. They are raw materials and cannot be refined. It remarked. Such a hassle? I can handle it. Su Yuan casually inscribed a rune within the celestial thunder. transforming it from mere raw material into a singular thunderous bomb. Although this rune offered no enhancement, it fundamentally altered the essence of the material, elevating it to a treasure. Do not be deceived by the apparent simplicity of inscribing this rune. For others, such an endeavor would be nearly impossible, as the celestial thunder would obliterate any such markings. Yet under Su Yuan's command, the thunder harmoniously acquiesced to this rune. Old Qian was awestruck, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Su Yuan, I am left utterly speechless. You must be a reincarnated, celestial being." He hastily began to refine this treasure of thunder. The Wanjia Qian Kuan Ding swiftly absorbed and refined the celestial thunder, as it offered no resistance, and instead cooperated seamlessly, rendering the process remarkably effortless. The Wanjia Qian Kuan Ding transformed into a thunder pool, within which the power of lightning began to brew. At this moment, the 10th bolt of celestial thunder descended. Su Yuan caught it effortlessly and then immediately cast it into the Wanjia Qian Kuan Ding. This action caused Old Qian's eyes to bulge in astonishment. Not only Old Qian, but all the elders witnessing the tribulation were left breathless. The nonchalant and effortless manner in which Su Yuan grasped the celestial thunder, manipulating it with ease, was utterly captivating and astounding. What manner of sorcery is this? Gu Qingzhu had returned and, upon witnessing this spectacle, knelt in reverence. I have heard the legends of celestial beings plucking stars from the sky, yet I never imagined Master Su would demonstrate the art of seizing celestial thunder. How outrageous! Indeed, it was remarkable. After a moment of silence, the elder Nangong responded. The array's spirit then interjected, "I told you, there was no need for my intervention." Its tone carried a hint of relief, clearly indicating its previous uncertainty regarding the outcome. Observing this singular feat, even a fool would recognize that Su Yuan was destined to traverse the tribulation successfully. The Wanjia Qian Kuan Ding rapidly consumed the treasure of thunder, its rank swiftly ascending. The 10th bolt of thunder, theoretically equivalent to a 5th-tier treasure, was perfectly suited for refinement by the Wanjia Qian Kuan Ding. Subsequently, Su Yuan continued his methodical approach. With each bolt of thunder that descended, he caught it with one hand, inscribing another rune to signify that it was a refined treasure rather than mere celestial thunder, before delivering it to the Wanjia Qian Kuan Ding for further refinement. Meanwhile, his nascent soul was still engaged in refining the energies of the initial bolts of thunder, albeit at a slower pace, which paled in comparison to the efficiency of the Wanjia Qian Kuan Ding. This was unavoidable. One was a nascent soul requiring meticulous refinement, while the other was a spiritual treasure, a 7th-tier artifact still in the process of restoration, easily refining 5th-tier celestial thunder. As the 18th bolt of thunder approached, Su Yuan felt that there was an insufficiency in the amount of celestial thunder, far too little for his needs. Observing the impending, dissipating tribulation, he contemplated briefly, reaching out to sense his nascent soul. At this moment, the primordial infant had matured significantly, transforming from its initial infantile form into that of a 7- or 8-year-old youth. Thus, in that fleeting instant, he transferred a fragment of the celestial law he had comprehended from his golden core to the primordial infant. The infusion of the celestial law into the primordial infant's being instigated a profound metamorphosis. The essence of the primordial infant underwent a remarkable evolution, elevating its energy from the realm of conceptual existence to that of the law itself. Although merely a trace of the law, the fundamental disparity was indeed beyond comparison. The ominous clouds that had initially intended to dissipate in the sky seemed to sense an extraordinary force, swirling once more with renewed vigor. Above the 2 layers of ominous clouds, a 3rd layer materialized. Within the roiling tempest of dark clouds, flashes of heavenly lightning began to dance and surge, each bolt exhibiting the formidable power characteristic of the refining void realm. This sight rekindled the anxiety of all who had previously relaxed. What was transpiring? Gu Qingzhu inhaled sharply, taken aback. This phenomenon had never been chronicled in any texts. Logically, the second tribulation of the heavenly calamity was the highest standard for the primordial infant's tribulation. How could a 3rd tribulation arise? Nangong Xianweng found himself engulfed in confusion. Could Master Su still endure this? Gu Qingzhu's gaze shifted toward the array spirit, which had fallen silent. Should a wave of tribulation occur, it would fight with its last breath. However, the heavens were aware that the lightning would not be limited to a single strike. Su Yuan calculative. foreseeing a total of 3 bolts of heavenly lightning to descend. Old Qian, trembling with trepidation, cautioned Su, take it easy. Absorbing these bolts should restore you to the 6th tier, right? Su Yuan It is possible, but it feels rather precarious. Old Qian gulped anxiously, clearly encountering the unprecedented scenario of a 3rd tribulation arising from the primordial infant realm. With a calm demeanor, Su Yuan reassured him, fear not, everything is under control. He sensed the oppressive force surrounding him intensifying once more, reaching the level of the 4th tribulation. The presence of the great being continued to exert its influence. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a thigh, plummeted from the heavens, arriving instantaneously before Su Yuan. However, as the lightning approached, its velocity diminished dramatically due to the overwhelming might of the presence of the great being. With a swift motion, Su Yuan reached out, sustaining a minor injury to his fingertip in the process, and seized the bolt of lightning, subsequently passing it to the Wanbao Qiankuan cauldron. Old Qian, in a daze, received the precious lightning for refinement, and with the aid of this terrifying force, the Wanbao Qiankuan cauldron finally restored itself to the 6th tier of low-grade spiritual treasures. The notion of recovering a treasure S rank through the tribulation's lightning had never crossed Old Qian's mind. It felt like a dream. As anticipated, the 2nd bolt of refining void-level lightning was also successfully captured by Su Yuan and handed to Old Qian for refinement. The Wanbao Qiankuan cauldron stabilized at the 6th tier, progressing towards the middle tier. Soon, the final bolt of the heavenly calamity would be upon them. At this juncture, outside the 7-star sect, an elder of the heavenly demon sect, at the late stage of the transformation god realm, had arrived swiftly at the outskirts of the 7-star sect, observing the impending heavenly tribulation above with keen interest from beyond the protective mountain formation. Could this truly be the legendary Sanjue heavenly tribulation? This elder, known as Master Tianling, was one of the renowned transformation god elders of the heavenly demon sect, his prowess formidable and not to be underestimated. Under his command, 2 transformation god righteous cultivators had previously perished, earning him a formidable reputation. Upon witnessing the dark clouds of tribulation, Master Tianling was momentarily taken aback. The Sanjue heavenly tribulation was an exceedingly rare occurrence, for the nascent soul tribulation could not reach the thresholds of Sanjue, while tribulations for those in the tribulation crossing stage typically began at the threshold of Sijio. Thus, the Sanjue tribulation, theoretically existent, had never manifested within the realm of cultivation, until today. This unprecedented situation left him perplexed, leading him to ponder 2 possible conclusions. Either the weakest tribulation crossing powerhouse in history was present, or the most formidable nascent soul prodigy had emerged. A jolt ran through Master Tianling. He could hardly fathom the existence of a tribulation-crossing cultivator within the 7-star sect. Such a revelation would imply that the sect had given birth to the most powerful nascent soul cultivator ever recorded in the annals of the cultivation world. Though this hypothesis seemed utterly far-fetched and difficult to accept, it was the most plausible answer based on the circumstances. He recalled the recent news of the 7-star sect's legendary ancestor reappearing. Previously, he had dismissed the significance of this so-called 7 stars ancestor. But the current situation clearly exceeded the expectations of the demonic sect. Should this 7 stars ancestor rise to prominence, a calamity loomed over the heavenly demon sect. With this thought, Master Tianling felt an urgent need to return and report the developments to the various factions of the demonic sect. Yet he was still compelled to witness the outcome. If the adversary could not withstand this tribulation, it would be the best possible result. He resolved to withdraw as soon as a definitive conclusion was reached. Meanwhile, Su Yuan gazed intently at the heavenly tribulation as the final, fearsome bolt of thunder, as thick as a barrel, descended under his watchful eyes. Demonstrating his remarkable skill once more, he reached out with one hand to grasp the heavenly thunder. His palm charred, but merely suffering superficial burns. He entrusted the thunder to the Old Qian for refinement. Hurry, we must act swiftly. Once the tribulation dissipates, I will lose control over this thunder. Su Yuan, Old Qian, taken aback by this revelation, felt a sense of urgency and propelled the myriad treasures within the Qian Kuan Ding to accelerate the refining process. However, the tribulation clouds, having fulfilled their purpose of delivering the lightning, began to gradually dissipate. Su Yuan fixated on the clouds, observing their retreat with increasing concern. Let the final portion of the thunder go unrefined, he declared. What shall we do with the remaining thunder? It is too rampant. Even if I attain a 6th-tier low-grade spiritual treasure, without the continuous supply of mana from a void refinement cultivator, I cannot withstand it. Old Qian exclaimed hastily. Simply cast it in any direction outside the sect. Su Yuan replied nonchalantly. His gaze shifted towards the direction beyond the sect, when suddenly, a robust thread of thought captured his attention. Following this thread, he beheld a mysterious cultivator lurking in secrecy. As the ominous clouds began to dissipate, a flash of white light emanated from the cultivator, signifying the manifestation of fame points granted by living beings. Ding, fame points, 88,000. 88,000 fame points? And he is a demonic cultivator enveloped in malevolent energy? Upon witnessing this, Su Yuan casually extracted a portion of unrefined heavenly thunder from the Wanbao, Qianquan Ding, and hurled it in that direction. At this moment, the heavenly spirit elder, still in shock over the fact that a nascent soul could survive the treacherous 9 heavens tribulation, noticed a powerful bolt of lightning hurtling swiftly towards him. Simultaneously, an unimaginable celestial might descended upon him, forcing him to kneel upon the ground, utterly immobilized. It felt as if he were enduring yet another tribulation. He could only watch in horror as the bolt of lightning approached. What is this? Do not come any closer. The sole thought that remained in the heavenly spirit elder's mind was this, before he was completely enveloped by the lightning. Chapter 99. Transformation of Divine Combat Power. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted on the mountainside outside the sect, leaving behind a massive crater. Su Yuan swiftly materialized above this newly formed pit. Peering down, he extended his hand, and a charred finger shot forth from the depths of the crater, with a ring tumbling off and landing in Su Yuan's grasp. Upon inspecting the pit's bottom, he found no other items remaining. Utilizing Mind Echo, he sensed not a trace of the heavenly spirit elder's aura. Is that it? Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that a portion of the final heavenly thunder from the 9 heavens tribulation could effortlessly annihilate a being of divine transformation. In truth, had the opponent possessed the means to retaliate, the outcome might have been different. However, Su Yuan's ambush, coupled with the oppressive might of the majestic presence from the 9 heavens tribulation, left the heavenly spirit elder with no opportunity for resistance. Thus, a formidable being of divine transformation met their end in such a manner. Fortunately, this storage ring is of commendable quality. Su Yuan gazed at the storage ring with satisfaction. Not only did it reach the 5th tier, but it was also crafted from exceptionally durable materials. Furthermore, by consciously avoiding the attacking arm, Su Yuan had ensured its preservation. Merging his consciousness within, he found that the original spiritual imprint quickly dissipated after the ring lost its master, allowing Su Yuan to effortlessly initiate its preliminary refinement. Upon inspection, he discovered a 5th-tier spiritual treasure, a 4th-tier spiritual treasure, and a collection of ordinary materials. Not finding anything particularly surprising, he promptly tossed the storage ring, along with all its contents, into the Wanbao, Qianquan Ding. Refine it. Enhance my foundation. The old Qianquan Ding unceremoniously commenced the refinement. The raw materials, spiritual plants, and books were sorted and stored within the internal space of the Wanbao, Qianquan Ding. Such trivial matters required no instruction from Su Yuan, as it was capable of handling them autonomously. Su Yuan inquired, "What additional functions have you acquired after refining the heavenly thunder?" "I am capable of simulating a thunder pool, which can transform ordinary lightning into essence of thunder. This essence may be utilized for body tempering, divine forging, alchemy, artifact crafting, and so forth," Old Qian stated. "Does this mean the characteristics of heavenly thunder are completely absent?" Su Yuan inquired, surprised. "Indeed, the celestial might contained within dissipates upon refinement. However, my essence has consequently increased. This enhancement does not merely elevate my current tier. Rather, it raises my ultimate potential, which is immensely beneficial." Old Qian explained. "Is such an advantage truly possible?" Su Yuan nodded in understanding. "Moreover, I have refined the spiritual treasures from the 3 sects, the heavenly demon sect, the ghostly fiend sect, and the corpse demon sect, unexpectedly extracting a function for crafting Dao soldiers." Old Qian revealed another capability. "What do you mean by that?" Su Yuan asked, astonished. "I can forge a cultivator into an obedient Dao soldier to command." Old Qian elaborated. "With the soul control banner to command souls, the corpse controlling tower to manipulate corpses, and the heavenly demon pool to summon spirits, These combined create a Tao soldier. Isn't that a bit sinister? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. That is indeed a method of a demonic sect. However, a change in appearance renders it acceptable. After all, it is merely for dealing with demon cultivators, waste repurposed, Old Qian remarked. But at present, I lack a corpse to forge. Su Yuan glanced at the severed finger, contemplating, could this suffice? Old Qian fell silent. Do you harbor some misunderstanding regarding corpses? Why not give it a try? Su Yuan suggested. Very well. Old Qian tucked away the severed finger, internally lamenting Su Yuan's absurd directives. Crafting a Tao soldier from a mere finger? What was he thinking? After surveying the area and confirming the presence of only one demon cultivator, he returned to the sect. In Cave 6, the 11 elders of the transformation stage present in the sect gathered, along with Gu Qingzhu, totaling 12 individuals seated around Su Yuan. Prompted by the elder Nangong Xianwang, Gu Qingzhu, acting as a representative, nervously inquired, Elder Su, what is your current level of strength? Gazing into the expectant eyes of the crowd, Su Yuan chuckled wryly. I have merely broken through to the nascent soul stage. Why do you make it seem as though I have already attained the void refinement stage? At his words, the initial expressions of disappointment on their faces swiftly transformed into relief. Perceiving their thoughts, Su Yuan asked, did you believe that upon reaching the void refinement stage, I would depart from the sect? Gu Qingzhu nodded in response. In the past, those who opened their meridians and attained the void refinement stage often ventured far afield, ultimately departing from the Qing continent, leaving no trace. Hence, we were concerned that you might also leave. It is not our intention to impede your journey. But it all seems rather sudden. Su Yuan waved his hand reassuringly. Rest assured, even if I were to break through to the void refinement stage or beyond, I would not abandon the sect. Huh? Gu Qingzhu responded, taken aback. Su, our sect currently cannot provide for cultivation beyond the void refinement stage. That requires resources of a law-level nature. When the time comes, should you find cultivation challenging, you may indeed have to leave the sect. Nangong Xianwang interjected. To say nothing of resources at the level of laws, even resources at the level of realms are sorely lacking in our sect. If it were not for the need to safeguard our sect, we too would venture out to seek resources. Otherwise, progress in cultivation would be exceedingly slow if we remained confined within our walls. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan glanced at the numerous transformation elders and remarked, at present, I believe I possess the strength of the transformation stage. Here in the sect, I can assist in its protection. Should you wish to venture out for training and resource acquisition, you may do so in batches without the necessity of remaining here constantly. At this juncture of reaching the transformation stage, everyone yearned to advance further, yet the sect required guardianship, necessitating the presence of transformation cultivators. Su Yuan's words ignited a spark of hope among the transformation elders. Many were stirred by the prospect, but their excitement soon tempered. However, Gu Qingzhu hesitated at the thought of a single transformation warrior. With a wave of his hand, Su Yuan declared, in the realm of transformation, I can confront 5 opponents simultaneously and emerge victorious. Thus, the safety of the sect remains assured. Gu Qingzhu's eyes gleamed at this proclamation. He glanced at his storage ring and retrieved the biographies of ancestors, discovering that the descriptions within perfectly aligned with Su Yuan's demonstrated prowess. The value of this tome was undoubtedly on the rise. Upon hearing this, the transformation elders were equally taken aback. If that is the case, I hereby apply to venture out for training. It seems a secret realm at the transformation level is soon to be unveiled, exclaimed the ancestor of Sanjue Peak. I was the first to propose this, so do not contest with me. The ancestor of Sanjue Peak retorted swiftly, you have already ventured out for training once. Do you not remember how you lost an arm in the process? It is my turn now. Enough, enough. Our young friend Gu is still present. We must maintain some decorum. I shall review your applications to leave the sect, the ancestor of Sanjue Peak said. I apologize, but the application materials from both of you are insufficient and have been rejected. The group of transformation elders erupted into another spirited debate, their excitement palpable, likely stemming from their prolonged confinement within the sect, yearning for a change of scenery. Su Yuan, taken aback, mused, additionally, I shall open the floating light's secret realm, which houses a silver spirit waterfall. This waterfall is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, containing the essences of 18 realms. It can aid transformation cultivators in their training and comprehension of the realms. While stationed within the sect, you may all enter to contemplate its mysteries. With a cough, the ancestor of Sanjue Peak conceded, Since our applications were rejected, I shall remain within the sect. It is equally beneficial. The ancestor of Sanjue Peak nodded in agreement. Then let Ancestor Xian proceed. We shall wish him victory and a safe return. Hold on. Let us deliberate further on this matter. Elder Sanjue hesitated. The transformation elders resumed their animated quarrel. Su Yuan found himself momentarily bewildered. How had these dignified and composed transformation elders suddenly transformed into such comical figures? However, it did not take long for Su Yuan to comprehend the underlying reason. Once his prowess surpassed that of these venerable transformation masters, the necessity for restraint dissipated, rendering their esteemed reputation of little consequence. Gu Qingzhu shrugged at Su Yuan, wearing an expression of nonchalance. The 11 transformation elders directly entered another chamber of Su Yuan's abode, engaging in deliberations regarding who would depart and who would remain. Gu Qingzhu stayed by Su Yuan's side, sipping tea together with him. By the way, Su Yuan, what prompted your recent excursion from the sect? Gu Qingzhu casually inquired. You seem to venture outside the sect rather infrequently, and I am merely curious. Oh, I happened upon a demonic cultivator lurking outside, and I conveniently dispatched him. Su Yuan multiplies. Oh, Gu Qingzhu responded calmly. What was his realm? Well, probably late-stage transformation. I didn't get a clear look. He was referred to as the Celestial Spirit Master, and I discovered his token within his storage ring, Su Yuan remarked, casually tossing a token onto the table. With a resounding clatter, the 11 transformation elders, who had been conferring in the adjacent room, rushed out, gathering around the table to gaze at the token, their expressions turning blank. Nangong Xianweng promptly inquired, Master Su, is it truly the Celestial Spirit Master? Did he leave behind anything? I fear he may have some contingency plan. Perhaps I should venture out to eradicate the evidence. Su Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation, then retrieved a charred finger from the wanbao, Ding. Well, this is all that remains of him. Do you think it holds any value? I was contemplating refining it into a Dao weapon, but alas, it was unsuccessful. The assembly fell silent, staring at the finger, which resembled a piece of charcoal. Had it not been for Su Yuan's explanation, they might have mistaken it for mere charcoal. In an instant, they grasped the profound significance of the situation, realizing its substantial implications. I believe we can accommodate 2 more slots, someone suggested. The absence of one Celestial Spirit Master has significantly alleviated our pressure. The 11 transformation elders exchanged glances and returned to the neighboring room to continue their discussions. Soon, the deliberations concluded. Among the 11 transformation elders, 5 opted to embark on external training. 2 chose to guard the sect's assets, while 4 remained to protect the sect. The 7 elders selecting to venture out promptly departed, preparing for their journey. The remaining 4 elders who stayed within the sect accompanied Su Yuan directly into the floating secret realm to contemplate the silver spirit waterfall. Yet, only Nangong Xianweng lingered beside Su Yuan, continuing to enjoy tea. Curiously, Su Yuan asked, Aren't you going to contemplate the realm? Nangong Xianweng waved his hand dismissively. My second primordial spirit is currently immersed in the study of the 19th volume of the Ultimate Techniques at the Scripture Pavilion. I cannot be absent. Su Yuan, perplexed, inquired. Should your main body also engage in contemplation? Cultivating requires a balance of work and rest. Nangong Xianweng replied calmly. However, I am preparing to incorporate the contents of volumes 28 through 36 into the Scripture Pavilion. Are you certain there is still time to enjoy tea here? Su Yuan, still puzzled, pondered this. Chapter 100, Unexpected Developments. Nangong Xianweng was taken aback as he spat out his tea. You have volumes 28 to 36? Didn't you just place volumes 19 to 27? He exclaimed. Indeed, but having just broken through to the Yuaning stage, I can now naturally compose new texts, replied Su Yuan. After a moment of silence, Nangong Xianweng clasped his hands and said, Farewell, I shall return for tea another time. He departed without further adu. Gu Qingzhu scratched his head and inquired, Should I also consider learning? Perhaps you should refrain. Your path is already set. Wait until you break through to the Huashun stage before you contemplate a change, Su Yuan advised. Gu Qingzhu coughed lightly and remarked, Su Yuan, I am truly grateful for your trust, but I fear I may find it exceedingly difficult to break through to Huashun. Su Yuan was astonished. How could that be impossible? Isn't the Yuan Shin merely an evolved Yuaning? There is no fundamental difference. The requirements from the heavens and earth are not particularly high. Gu Qingzhu's lips twitched. For a Yuaning to transform into a Yuan Shun, it requires not only magical power but also a transition from yin to yang. Initially, One must exit the body to endure the ravages of the yin winds and the trials of malevolent energies, gradually enhancing the strength of the Yuan. This is followed by the purifying influences of lunar and solar energies, the tempering of the 5 elemental forces, and finally, the refining of the spirit through special thunderbolts. Only after surviving such ordeals can one achieve the state of yang transformation, setting aside the matter of magical power. The special resources needed are quite a task for Yuan to gather. Is it really that complex? Su Yuan used. Essentially, it is merely to strengthen the Yuan, and the materials can be substituted. Old Qian? Su Yuan called out. A white-haired youth materialized before him. Master. Old Qian bowed in acknowledgement. Fetch a portion of thunder essence for him. Su Yuan commanded. Old Qian cast a sidelong glance at Gu Qingzhu, then tossed a vial of pure liquid essence to him. Gu Qingzhu looked quizzically at the liquid. What is this? This is thunder essence, which enhances the growth of both Yuan Ying and Yuan Shun and facilitates the yang transformation. Take it back and try it out. You may also assist me in testing its effects, Su Yuan suggested. What? You have used it? Gu Qingzhu asked excitedly. I have not, Su Yuan affirmed. Ah, it's not dangerous, is it? Gu Qingzhu coughed nervously. It shouldn't be lethal. Su Yuan pondered briefly before responding. Then I shall take it back for further study. Gu Qingzhu said hesitantly. Just let me know the results once you have them. Su Yuan replied, as Gu Qingzhu left with the thunder essence. That lad has struck it lucky. This thunder essence could save him a decade of arduous practice. Old Qian scoffed. Su Yuan smiled nonchalantly. If this thunder essence truly facilitates the easy transformation of Yuan Ying to Yang, it will undoubtedly increase his chances of breaking through to Huashan. He will certainly seek me out again. You are quite astute. Old Qian's eyes gleamed. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. These matters are trifling. I intend to enter seclusion for a while, so do not disturb me. Understood. Old Qian nodded solemnly. As the old man Qian observed, Su Yuan returned to his chamber, reclined upon his bed, covered himself with a quilt, and closed his eyes. Soon, a melodious snore began to resonate, echoing throughout the room. Is Su Yuan in seclusion? Isn't he merely asleep? Old Qian was momentarily taken aback. As time swiftly passed, 7 days elapsed. Su Yuan stretched languidly, sprang up, and felt invigorated. The exhaustion from his recent breakthrough and the fatigue of vanquishing formidable foes had dissipated in the embrace of ample slumber. His demeanor was exceedingly relaxed. Ever since his arrival in the realm of cultivation, a persistent anxiety had lingered within him, fearing the emergence of powerful adversaries that might sever his path of ascendance. Now, having finally attained the prowess of the divine transformation and possessing 2 6th-grade spiritual treasures, along with an extraordinarily robust physique and 6 protective attributes, his heart could finally find solace. At this moment, he could recline and patiently await the rise of his renown, free from concerns over his reputation points. From now on, he could diligently accumulate a harmonious balance of work and rest. Exiting his room, he was immediately greeted by Xiaolon. My lord, would you care for a meal? She inquired. Yes, please prepare something, Su Yuan replied with a nod. Xiaolon promptly descended to prepare the food. Not far off, Su Ju timely approached with a pot of tea, pouring it for Su Yuan before instinctively positioning herself behind him to knead his shoulders. My lord, allow me to relieve your shoulders, Su Ju whispered. Su Juan nodded. Delighted, Su Ju diligently massaged his shoulders and back, demonstrating an impressive proficiency as if she had practiced many times before. Su Yuan turned his gaze towards the spiritual field, where Su Da, Su Air, and Su San, the fish demons, were busily aerating the soil and removing pests from the spiritual plants. Nearby, Shao Kai splashed water from the river, drenching a group of spiritual fish, who continuously evaded her playful sprays, though they were often caught in her delightful onslaught. Shao Kai laughed heartily, playfully scolding the spiritual fish, thoroughly enjoying herself. Su Yuan chuckled softly, noting that Shao Kai's spirited nature still bore the essence of childhood. Was she not still in her juvenile phase at the 3rd tier? Taking a sip of tea, he glanced at the system panel. Name, Su Yuan region, Tianyuan realm, level. Renowned across the continent, 1420W1, realm, mid-stage nascent soul, 1100 attribute 1, harmonious work and rest. Current rest time, 7 days, attribute 2. Natural law, attribute 3. 7 stars shining bright, attribute 4. Resonance of thought, attribute 5. Presence of greatness, attribute 6. Responding to danger, lifespan, 103. 503 years, attribute 7. Unselected Su Yuan was taken aback. When did my reputation points increase so significantly? He invoked the resonance of thought, and to his astonishment, countless threads connected to him, their multitude leaving him utterly astounded. He promptly activated several strands of energy. Vivid scenes materialized before him. Within an ordinary tea house, a cultivator exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this truly the case? The patriarch of the Seven Stars sect has survived the 99 heavenly tribulation? Indeed, it is true. The ominous clouds of the tribulation were visible for miles. Numerous cultivators have captured it on recording stones. The evidence is irrefutable. But it could not possibly be that patriarch of the opening veins, could it? Are you foolish? At this time, who else could invoke the 99 heavenly tribulation besides that patriarch? In a certain location of the heavenly demon sect, someone sighed, the celestial spirit has indeed confirmed his demise, and the slayer is none other than him. It is unimaginable that he could defeat a late-stage transformation god cultivator so soon after breaking through to the nascent soul. How terrifying! Nearby, another person interjected sharply, "Do not speak of him. Silence yourself." The individual's expression changed, and he quickly recited a calming incantation to dispel his previous thoughts. Soon, the vivid imagery faded away. Su Yuan gradually regained his focus. The news of his survival through the 99 heavenly tribulation had spread, as had his slaying of the celestial spirit. Consequently, his renown surged dramatically. Su Yuan had anticipated this. Many were now fixated on him due to the monumental nature of the 99 heavenly tribulation. Such an event could hardly remain concealed. As for the revelation concerning the celestial spirit, he remained uncertain as to how it had been disclosed. He glanced at the entry for, "In times of crisis, one is called upon," and noted its unwavering stability, which brought him immense tranquility. With this entry in place, he felt remarkably composed. He then focused his thoughts on entry number 7. 3 lines of text appeared. "World traveler, you have ascended to the pinnacle of the continent. Discovering a dead end ahead, you unexpectedly awaken a latent ability, allowing you to traverse realms at random. Heaven's guardian, you have ascended to the pinnacle of the continent. Upon encountering a dead end, you comprehend the will of heaven and earth, becoming the earthly avatar of the heavenly path, growing alongside the cosmos in life and death. Thief of heaven and earth, you have ascended to the pinnacle of the continent. Upon discovering a dead end ahead, you obtain celestial authority, enabling you to seize the creations of heaven and earth, sustain yourself, sever the heavens and earth, and wage war upon the world." Su Yuan scrutinized these 3 entries, his brow furrowing. Had he truly reached the pinnacle of the continent? Surely not. He remained at the nascent soul stage. With the transformation god and the void refinement still ahead, at least someone must have attained the void refinement stage before. This entry seemed to presuppose that at this moment, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the continent, possibly equating to the void refinement stage. Yet, it was clear he had not yet arrived there. While this detail was inconsequential, the entries themselves were of great significance. Each was remarkably unique. One offered him the role of a guardian of the world. Another positioned him as a destroyer, while the last labeled him a mere traveler of the world. To be candid, Su Yuan held no interest in becoming either a guardian or a destroyer. Both paths were fraught with peril. Thus, without much deliberation, he opted for World Traveler. This entry could remain dormant. Should he encounter true danger, he could activate it and swiftly retreat. The moment the World Traveler entry integrated into the system panel, several entries suddenly illuminated. Resonance of thought, command in crisis, 7 stars shine bright, and cross-boundary traveler. Su Yuan was taken aback by this. He first directed his gaze towards the entry of resonance of thought. At the moment of activation, half of his consciousness immediately engaged with cross-boundary traveler, a potent spatial transmission ability that instinctively transported this fragment of his awareness to a distant world. When his perception regained clarity, he looked down to see a golden dragon struggling in a pool of blood, surrounded by several dragons locked in combat with a colossal white-winged bird. Upon raising his head, Su Yuan beheld 3 radiant suns suspended in the sky, while the Big Dipper continued to twinkle in the heavens. The light of the stars shone brightly even in the daytime, appearing clearer than on the Chinka continent. In the distance, towering mountains loomed, ancient trees reached for the sky, and wisps of mist surged through the peaks, accompanied by powerful roars of beasts that sent shivers down one's spine. Looking down again, the golden dragon had indeed grown significantly. yet its form was strikingly familiar. Little 36? Su Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, aided by the starlight. The golden dragon managed to lift its head and glanced around. Master? Chapter 101. Have we arrived in the celestial realm? Su Yuan then turned his attention to the other dragons battling the white-winged creature, which were the very same spiritual fish that had transformed into dragons after leaping over the dragon gate. Judging from their auras, they had astonishingly reached the god transformation realm. Their rate of advancement exceeded even his own. He glanced at the white-winged beast, which was also a creature of the god transformation realm, yet its intelligence seemed severely lacking. Its eyes filled with a brutal, murderous intent. Such a situation was rare on the Chinka continent. Typically, any beast reaching the Golden Core realm possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans, with most capable of assuming human form. It was unexpected that this god transformation beast still appeared to lack awareness. Su Yuan condensed his essence into a manifestation using starlight and cheerfully remarked, Little 36. It seems you are in peril. Do you require assistance? Master. Little 36 was taken aback, and upon truly seeing Su Yuan's familiar visage, he was momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure and nodded, saying, Master, please help us. This foul bird has gone mad. Su Yuan nodded in response. He raised his gaze to the Big Dipper. Here, he felt a heightened ease in mobilizing the constellation, as if a veil had been lifted, rendering it more distinct. Simultaneously, he sensed that the essence of the world was far more concentrated than on the Chinka continent. Under normal circumstances, this would enhance the power of any divine abilities he wielded, yet the stability of this realm's space rendered the resultant effects considerably diminished. Beginning his incantation within the sixth cave abode, Su Yuan transformed the Wanbao Qianquan cauldron into a 6-tier, 7 stars altar, thereby tightening his connection to the Big Dipper by over tenfold. He summoned the essence of his nascent soul, communicating with the stellar laws to cast the divine ability, 7-star, 5-element thundersword. A cascade of starlight erupted from the altar, soaring into the heavens, vanishing without a trace. Su Yuan was uncertain whether his attack could transcend dimensions. If it could, it would signify that the Big Dipper above him and the one in another realm were indeed the same celestial bodies, possessing sufficient rank and formidable power. After several breaths of concentration, Su Yuan completed his incantation. The Big Dipper above his true form flickered briefly before falling silent. Simultaneously, in another world, the Big Dipper above, Su Yuan's consciousness blazed with brilliance. As 7 beams of starlight descended, they swiftly coalesced the surrounding spiritual energy and the forces of nature into 7 formidable sword lights. With every moment, the power of these sword lights intensified. The foolish bird, instinctively aware of danger, felt its murderous intent wane slightly, and a flicker of clarity flashed in its eyes as it warily scanned its surroundings. However, it remained oblivious to the peril descending from the sky. The nearby dragons, not being dim-witted, seized the opportunity to launch their attacks, diverting the foolish bird's attention. Infuriated, the bird prepared to strike back. But at that moment, the assault had already reached its target. The 7 sword lights, swift as lightning, struck the great white-winged bird, piercing through its body and pinning it to the ground. Countless bolts of thunder erupted from the sword bodies, unleashing a cacophony of elemental forces, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, rampantly wreaking havoc within the giant bird's form. The celestial power cascaded from above, continuously fueling the 7 sword lights. The white-winged giant emitted a tragic cry as its formidable life force plummeted by half upon being struck. As the subsequent energies ravaged its being, its vitality swiftly waned, leaving it on the brink of death. At this juncture, clarity returned to the bird's eyes, and it gazed upon Su Yuan's avatar with unmistakable fear and a desperate plea for mercy. A series of notifications rang in Su Yuan's ears. Ding, fame value, 008. Ding, fame value, 007. Ding, fame value, 007. Ding, lifespan, 700. Ding, lifespan, 871. In a continuous stream, these alerts indicated an increase of 8,000 years to his lifespan. While his fame value had barely risen by less than a point, Su Yuan turned his attention to the system panel. Name, Su Yuan. Region, Xian Yuan Realm. Level, Obscure, 05100. Realm, Qi Refinement to Divine Transformation, 20,100. Entry 1. Balance of work and rest. Current rest time, 7 days. Entry 2, natural law. Entry 3, 7 stars shining bright. Entry 4, resonance of thought. Entry 5, form of the mighty. Entry 6, responding to danger. Lifespan, 111,610 years. Entry 7, world traveler. Entry 8, to be unlocked. Su Yuan fell into deep thought. The colossal bird succumbed to its fate amidst his contemplation. My lord, 7 true dragons encircled him, bowing their heads in reverence. Each dragon was an imposing figure, stretching 70 to 80 meters in length. However, upon closer inspection, Su Yuan discerned that their scales bore a remarkably juvenile quality, akin to that of young dragons. He noticed the injuries that marred their bodies. With a swift motion, he summoned the brilliance of the Big Dipper from the heavens, casting its light upon them, allowing their wounds to gradually mend. A satisfied smile graced Su Yuan's lips as he inquired, "What is your current situation? How did you find yourselves in conflict with that bird? What transpired after you leaped over the dragon gate?" Little 36, the dragon, displayed a look of vexation and replied, "We are uncertain. After traversing the dragon gate, we arrived in this desolate forest, teeming with formidable beasts. For years, we have evaded danger here, and after much effort, we finally claimed a mountain peak, only for that bird to inexplicably appear and engage us in a fierce battle." The other dragons chimed in, expressing their collective frustration. A smirk crossed Su Yuan's face as he queried, "How have you ascended in rank so swiftly?" "Rank? I am a loss. We believe we have reached the second realm." The golden dragon responded with confusion. "You have achieved the transformation stage by standard measures. You are now on par with the elite forces of the Chinka continent." "Ah, elite forces? Here, we can only huddle together for warmth." Little 36 continued, "When we passed through the dragon gate, we received a legacy of techniques that outline the path to reclaiming our dragon lineage. There are 4 realms: refining essence into chi, transforming chi into spirit, returning spirit to void, and merging void with Tao. Upon our arrival, we directly attained the pinnacle of refining essence into chi, and we have only just broken through the bottleneck to reach the transformation stage." Su Yuan pondered in silence. This indicated that Little 36 and the others had merely recently overcome a single bottleneck. Their cultivation had not significantly advanced, yet their rank was equivalent to the transformation stage in the Chinka continent. Should they complete all 4 realms, they would directly ascend to the immortal realm, wouldn't they? Another dragon interjected, "By the way, we previously heard mention of a place called Transformation Dragon Island." Transformation Dragon Island? Is it merely an island? Su Yuan's consciousness soared into the sky, gazing into the distance, where the horizon seemed endless. Shaking his head, he descended and remarked, "I suspect you are now in the immortal realm." Little 36 was astounded. This is the immortal realm? He had believed he was in a unique, secret domain. Yet he had directly arrived in the immortal realm. "Indeed, Su Yuan affirmed. Then has my lord also entered the immortal realm?" "Not yet. My true form remains in the mortal realm. I sensed your imminent danger and intervened to assist you." Shaosan 36 was utterly astonished, exchanging glances with several of his companions, all of whom sensed the profound implications of the statement. "Well, now that you have escaped peril, I must take my leave. If you ever miss me or find yourselves in danger, simply call my name. If I am free, I shall descend in my avatar. However, be advised that the prowess of my avatar is limited, so tread carefully," Su Yuan declared. "Master, are you leaving already?" Shaosan 36 lamented. They were individuals whom Su Yuan had nurtured from mere mortals into spiritual beings, ultimately evolving them into true dragons. To them, Su Yuan was akin to a parent, which made their attachment to him all the more profound. Before I depart, I have compiled my insights on cultivation during this period. I observed your combat skills were rather rudimentary. Hence, I shall convey my teachings to you for thorough study," Su Yuan mused. With a flicker of thought, the starlight of the Big Dipper transformed into 7 beams of starlight, which were infused into the minds of the 7 dragons. The principle behind his impartation of knowledge drew from the art of divination, as starlight could encapsulate vast amounts of information, effortlessly conveying the essence of his teachings to the dragons. As the dragons entered a state of comprehension, Su Yuan's gaze shifted to the lifeless white-winged giant bird. "Is the flesh of a divine-grade, white-winged giant bird delectable?" He pondered, gliding towards the massive creature. Utilizing starlight as a blade, he severed a sizable chunk of meat, which, although substantial, was merely a fragment compared to the bird's towering 100-meter frame. At that moment, Su Yuan contemplated a bold endeavor. He enveloped the piece of meat with his consciousness and turned his attention to the system panel. The entries, World Traveler, Resonance of Thought, and 7 stars shine bright, illuminated simultaneously. Su Yuan's consciousness began to return to his true form. When he beheld his corporeal self, he noticed that half of his consciousness was enveloping the large piece of meat as it surged towards him. Releasing his grasp on the meat, his consciousness returned to his body, and the chunk of flesh landed in his hand. The surging vitality of blood unmistakably indicated that this was indeed a piece of sanguine flesh, rich with the potent energy characteristic of divine-grade essence. Su Yu, who was massaging Su Yuan's shoulders, was taken aback by the overwhelming malevolent aura emanating from the flesh, causing her complexion to pale. She quickly sought refuge behind Su Yuan. Yet, upon inhaling the iron-scented air, an inexplicable glimmer of desire flickered in Su Ju's eyes, an instinct that resonated from the depths of her bloodline. Even Xiao Kai, who had been frolicking nearby, turned hastily, rushing to Su Yuan's side, exclaiming, "Master, that piece of flesh in your hand smells incredibly delicious. May I devour it?" Xiao Kai's mouth watered profusely. Su Yuan chuckled, weighing the 1-meter-high chunk of meat in his hand, and said, "Such a hefty portion. Can you consume it all by yourself?" "Of course I can." Xiao Kai drooled, and as saliva dripped from the corners of her mouth, it transformed into a vibrant spiritual liquid, which, upon touching the ground, caused a wild grass to sprout forth, swiftly evolving into a spiritual herb. Upon witnessing this, Su Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "The mere extraction of even the smallest fragment from a high-level being is a rare treasure for lower-level entities." Chapter 102. The Concept of Harvesting Across Worlds. Su Yuan tore off half of the flesh from the remnants and tossed it to Xiao Kai. With a joyful flick of her tail, Xiao Kai opened her mouth and devoured the meat chunk whole. "Sister Li, quickly open the door. I must enter seclusion," Xiao Kai called out eagerly. A spatial portal materialized out of thin air, and she dove right in. As the portal vanished, Xiao Kai disappeared without a trace. Soon after, an influx of pure energy surged within Su Yuan's body, diffusing throughout him. He immediately felt his magical power rising rapidly. To his astonishment, he discovered that Xiao Kai's rate of refining the flesh was dozens of times faster than that of spirit stones. Su Ju, too, looked longingly at the remaining flesh. Su Yuan replied, "You can't consume this. You'll burst if you do." Su Ju displayed a look of regret. However, with some preparation, it should be edible. Perhaps just a sip of the broth. As he spoke, Su Yuan summoned the Wanbao Qinkuan cauldron, which instantaneously transformed into a large cooking pot. After tossing the meat inside, he instructed Lao Qian, "Please help me stew this." Lao Qian sighed. "What a laborious fate." Su Yuan, speechless, reassured him, "Rest assured, you will have the chance to relish treasures in the future." Curiously, Lao Qian inquired, "What exactly is this meat? How did it appear out of nowhere?" Su Yuan smiled faintly. "This meat fell from the heavens." He pointed skyward. Lao Qian scoffed, "You can fool Xiao Kai, but what purpose does it serve to deceive me?" He busied himself with stewing the broth. Su Yuan remained speechless. He had spoken the truth, for the celestial realm is indeed above us. At that moment, Su Lan entered, carrying a table laden with dishes. "Master, please enjoy," she said eagerly, glancing curiously at the simmering broth, its enticing aroma causing her to swallow. "Delicious," Su Yuan remarked, admiring the visually appealing and fragrant spread of chicken, roast goose, spiritual vegetables, and a jug of spiritual wine. "Well done, Xiaolan." Su Lan beamed, casting a slightly provocative glance at Su Ju, who continued to massage her shoulders, ignoring her. As Su Yuan savored the meal, he pondered deeply. He had not anticipated that the combination of the attributes, World Traveler, Echo of Thought, and 7 stars shining bright, would indeed enable him to transport items across realms. Upon attempting once more, he discovered that within this realm, he could not achieve the effect of item transportation, as the attribute, World Traveler, could not be activated. This seemed absurd, yet it illustrated that system attributes function akin to immutable rules. They either work or they do not. Su Yuan's thoughts immediately began to flourish. With the assistance of 7 true dragons, he could frequently venture into the celestial realm, where he could acquire invaluable resources to enhance his cultivation speed. He could remain comfortably at home while treasures descended from the heavens. However, the resources the 7 true dragons could provide, being confined to his territory, were rather limited. The celestial realm was exceedingly advanced, where the stages of ascension had been simplified into 4 levels. This meant that his current strength was merely at the penultimate stage within the celestial hierarchy, which was indeed insufficient. Su Yuan pondered how he might compel beings from other worlds to call upon his name, thus allowing him to descend into those realms and obtain greater resources, and more importantly, gain renown. He gazed skyward, and once again, the Big Dipper caught his eye. It seemed that both the celestial Yuan realm and the heavenly Yuan realm could perceive the Big Dipper. He wondered if it had the same effect in other worlds. If so, a solution might be at hand. Su Yuan was well aware that he was not alone. Countless star cultivators across the globe regarded the Big Dipper as their guiding constellation. This held true for his world as well as others. These star cultivators could derive insights through celestial divination. If he could devise a way to leave a portion of his cultivation methods imprinted upon the Big Dipper, would the star cultivators in other realms be able to inherit this knowledge? And under the recitation of a specific title, could they activate the resonance of Su Yuan's consciousness? He recalled the last time when the immortal Nangong sought the recognition of the Big Dipper. At that moment, his own awareness inexplicably soared to the constellation. If, at that time, he had inscribed his teachings upon the Big Dipper, would that have been feasible? Su Yuan whispered to himself, contemplating the transmission of celestial methods from the cosmos. He murmured about the invasion of outer deities, the gathering of offerings, and the bestowal of blessings. His expression taking on a peculiar aspect. Although unintentional, the combination of these phrases seemed to shift toward a strange direction. How absurd. He merely wished to acquire some resources and fame. Su Yuan had previously considered the implications of enhancing his renown within the celestial Yuan realm when viewing his system panel. But elevating one's reputation in the celestial realm was a daunting task. Perhaps increasing his renown in other worlds would prove simpler and more controllable. Even if he were mistakenly labeled as a malevolent deity, could they truly come from another realm to wreak havoc at his doorstep? It indeed presented an intriguing prospect. With this thought, he glanced toward the direction of the scripture pavilion. It appeared that Guyu, Zhugejian, and a few others had already met the standards for celestial recognition. With a surge of determination, Su Yuan summoned Suda. Please fetch Guyu, Xie Yingying, Zhugejian, and Nangong Huiyu for me, he instructed. Suda nodded in agreement. Understood, my lord. And so, Suda, wielding Su Yuan's subordinate token, transformed and departed from Cave No. 6 for the first time. Suda was quite pleased, wandering curiously within the sect. Along the way, some disciples, noticing this unfamiliar golden core cultivator, gazed at him with intrigue until they spotted the token hanging from his neck, which led to their astonishment. Was this truly a spirit beast? Before long, Suda arrived at the scripture pavilion. Just as he pondered which disciple the elder was seeking, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Following the energy, he quickly approached a nearby cultivator. The male practitioner was absorbed in comprehending Su Lao's profound techniques when he suddenly felt an unusual stir from the spirit fish in his arms, awakening him from his reverie. Puzzled, he took it out. The spirit fish turned its head, glancing to the side with an expression of surprise. Guyu turned to look and was taken aback to see a robust man radiating an aura indicative of a golden core cultivator. He hurriedly bowed and said, Guyu pays respects to the elder. Suda waved his hand dismissively. I am not an elder. I am merely the spirit pet of the elder, or rather, a young one. He glanced at the spirit fish and remarked, 13, it has been a long time. Have you already broken through to the 2nd tier? Little 13 replied in human speech, Elder brother, have you reached the 3rd tier? How are the other siblings faring? Suda chuckled, I now go by Suda. Indeed, I have achieved the 3rd tier, thanks to the elixirs bestowed by the elder, allowing me to make a significant leap. For others have also reached the 3rd tier, while the rest of our siblings have approached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, not far from the 3rd. Little 13 was taken aback. So soon? All of them? Indeed. Suda sighed. The elder possesses boundless resources, and you indulge yourself daily. Why have you ventured out? You're still merely at the early 2nd tier, and your bloodline is rather mixed. Sai, what are the others? Surely they cannot be faring worse than you? Little 13 fell silent, offering no reply. Guyu, listening to the exchange between the fish and the man, gradually grasped the situation. This golden core cultivator was actually a transformed spirit fish of Elder Su. Moreover, he appeared to be the 2nd brother of 13. He recalled 13 mentioning that their group of spirit fish had previously been at the 1st tier. How had they suddenly advanced to the 3rd tier? The powerful aura emanating from Suda did not seem to belong to someone newly entered into the 3rd tier. This made little 13s accompanying him seem like an enormous sacrifice. What brings you to me? Guyu finally inquired, taking a deep breath. He patted little 13 to offer some comfort. Little 13 seemed disheartened, its expression filled with melancholy. Sudar replied calmly. I come on behalf of the elder to convey an invitation to you, Guyu, as well as to Xie, Yinging, Zhuge Jian, and Nangong Huiyu, to visit the elder's cave abode. You are Guyu, correct? Please summon the others as well. Guyu nodded, understood. He promptly took out the token and called the 3 others. They hurriedly arrived, each bowing in respect to Su De. Observing this, Su De appeared indifferent. Glancing at the 16th sister nestled in Xie Yingying's arms, he sighed once more. Come with me. With a simple wave of his hand, Su De summoned a force that lifted the 4 individuals beneath him, and a white cloud ascended, carrying them towards the direction of the 6th cave dwelling. To Zhuge Jian and Nangong Huiyu, this spectacle was of little consequence. However, for Xiao Shisan and Xiao Shilu, it was profoundly astonishing. The abilities displayed by Su De were exceedingly remarkable. Had he been aware of their thoughts, he would have surely chuckled, for he had mastered the art of cloud summoning and rain falling, and his skill in this technique had unwittingly advanced. Upon their arrival in the courtyard, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, causing their mouths to water as they gazed at the large cauldron in the center. Su Yuan greeted the 4 with a cheerful smile, exclaiming, What perfect timing! This pot of 5th-grade beast meat is just about ready. You are in for a treat. Zhuge Jian, astonished, inquired, Master, is this truly 5th-grade beast meat? Do not be overly surprised. I was fortunate enough to acquire it, just to satisfy a craving. However, your cultivations are still too low. A bowl of soup will suffice for you. Su Yuan chuckled, then with a wave of his hand, 4 stone bowls appeared before the 4, and with another gesture, 4 streams of broth flowed into their bowls, transforming into a rich soup with only a thin strand of meat floating within. Xiao Shisan emerged from Guyu's pocket, his eyes filled with longing as he gazed at the meat strand in the bowl. Su Yuan glanced at Xiao Shisan, but paid no heed. He retrieved a large piece of meat and placed it in his bowl, devouring it hungrily. The natural array's restrictions activated, and his internal meridians began to operate automatically, swiftly refining the beast meat within his stomach. The potent and pure energy surged into his meridians, spiritual aperture, and dantian, quickly transforming into mana. The energy's purity exceeded Su Yuan's expectations. Even a slight refinement allowed for direct conversion into his mana, requiring no further condensation or compression, but rather needing to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for dilution. If one were to consume such beast meat daily, the accumulation of mana for Yuanying and Huashan cultivators would undoubtedly save a significant amount of time. Why are you all just staring? Eat. Su Yuan gachueli instructive. The 4 disciples exchanged glances. Thanks to Elder Xie, Guyu lifted a strand of meat and offered it to Xiao Shisan, who eagerly devoured it, while he himself cautiously sipped from the broth. In the next moment, the rich flavor of meat filled his palate, and as the soup slid down his throat into his stomach, the abundant spiritual energy rapidly spread throughout his being. His expression shifted, and he promptly seated himself in a meditative posture, commencing his refinement. The other 3 followed suit. After sipping the broth, they entered a state of cultivation, wisps of white vapor rising from their heads, a sign of the dissipating spiritual energy due to inefficient absorption. Su Yuan gestured for Su Lan and the others to partake in the soup as well, and they joyfully served themselves. Subsequently, Su Yuan casually poured the majority of the broth from the cauldron into the river flowing through the cave, allowing the energy within the broth to disperse swiftly, coursing downstream with the water. Within the waters, the ethereal fish began to voraciously consume the river, while numerous mortal fish were fortunate enough to sip the diluted broth, their essence swiftly ascending to that of the ethereal fish. In the mountainous forests of the cave, many creatures seemed irresistibly drawn to the energy of the river, flocking to its banks to drink. As the animals quenched their thirst, the spiritual essence in their eyes began to flourish. The spiritual energy of the broth rose above the cave, obstructed by the formation, and ultimately coalesced into a small patch of spiritual clouds. After a period of brewing, it commenced to descend in a gentle, drizzling spiritual rain, nourishing the plants within the cave. Su Yuan observed as numerous peak 2nd-tier ethereal fish in the river surged with energy, on the verge of ascending to the golden core realm. He stood in awe, retrieving some spiritual liquid from the Wanbao Qingquan Ding, transforming it into radiant streams to infuse those fish preparing to break through. After 2 or 3 hours, The ethereal fish leaped from the river, rolling on the ground before transforming into youthful boys and girls. Greetings, esteemed master. Greetings, esteemed master. One after another, the ethereal fish morphed into spiritual children, bowing deeply to Su Yuan. He smiled with satisfaction, noting that these fish, now at the pinnacle of the second tier, had reasonably advanced to the third tier, spurred by the energy of the colossal birds from the celestial realm and the absorption of their bloodline power. You shall be called Su He, and you shall be Su Mei. He designated the two girls with the most vibrant spirits as his attendants, subsequently assigning the other boys and girls to assist Su De with farming. Soon night fell. Zhuge Jian and his companions had finally refined a pot of broth, their energies full and overflowing with spiritual essence. Had they not been consciously suppressing it, they would have all broken through to the foundation establishment stage right then. Su Yuan gestured towards the stone bowl before them, saying, "Store it away. You may refine it slowly at your leisure." Zhuge Jian quickly and carefully sealed the stone bowl and the remaining broth, for such broth was akin to rare treasures of heaven and earth. Guyu glanced at the diligent boys and girls working in the distant spiritual fields and sighed in exasperation. He longed to be a disciple under Elder Su, for the benefits here were immensely great. At this moment, Zhuge Jian spoke up. "We are grateful for the Elder's gifts. May I inquire if there are any commands? We are willing to brave fire and water at your behest." Su Yuan chuckled lightly. "Not all. The matter is quite simple. I require you to sequentially communicate with the Big Dipper, seeking their recognition, while simultaneously invoking my name, as if aligning my aspirations with those of the Big Dipper. Do you understand?" The four paused, then nodded in agreement. "We understand. Prepare yourselves," Su Yuan instructed, leading them to the tower, where he transformed the Wanbao Qingquan Ding into 4 7-star altars, prompting them to commence their operations. Zhuge Jian was the first to attempt this. At the moment he reached out to the Big Dipper, seeking their acknowledgement, he also called upon Su Yuan's name in his heart. Su Yuan stood nearby, attentively observing the resonance of thoughts. At the instant when 7 stars shine bright and mind resonance activated simultaneously, he promptly activated the resonance of thought. In an instant, half of his consciousness traversed an unfathomable distance across space, arriving at the distant Polaris star. As Su Yuan expanded his awareness, he beheld the vast, boundless celestial bodies below, and upon looking up, he saw the other 6 stars of the Big Dipper, equally vast and expansive. However, Su Yuan recalled the purpose of his ascent. He directed his consciousness to harness the stellar forces of the Big Dipper, attempting to leave behind his martial legacy upon the terrain of Polaris Star. At the moment his thought ignited, countless starlights converged upon Polaris Star, controlled by Su Yuan, and began to coalesce into celestial scripts upon the ground. Su Yuan's heart trembled. It was indeed feasible. Polaris Star resembled a benevolent elder, allowing him to inscribe upon its surface at will. The celestial scripts rapidly formed, while time slipped away with each passing breath. Just before his consciousness was to return, Su Yuan bestowed a token of recognition upon Zhuge Jian, and shortly thereafter, the plea from Nangong Huiyu followed suit, enabling his consciousness to linger on Polaris Star for several more breaths. Su Yuan worked against the clock, swiftly refining the celestial scripts, which embodied the foundational symbols of the Way of Talismans, a script imprinted with the principles of heaven and earth, from which any sentient being, regardless of their spoken language, could derive martial teachings. The 4 Qi refinement practitioners beseeched him in succession, granting him a mere 60 breaths of time. When the 60 breaths elapsed, his half-consciousness was forcibly returned to the realm of mortals. Su Yuan experienced a moment of disorientation before regaining clarity. He gazed once more at the Big Dipper, which appeared unchanged from days past. Yet, when he looked toward Zhuge Jian and the others, he discovered that they had astonishingly begun their foundation-building breakthroughs. Clearly, they had received feedback from the Big Dipper, compelling them to advance. Observing this, Su Yuan raised a hand, summoning the surrounding spiritual energy to aid them in their breakthroughs. One by one, their auras surged, stepping into the foundation-building realm with remarkable stability. Moreover, after entering this realm, their auras did not wane, but continued to rise. Within their bodies, golden sand began to coalesce. Zhuge Jian, having accumulated the most, ultimately reached the late stage of the Goldbean realm, establishing an exceptionally solid foundation. Once the 4 had successfully broken through, they were overwhelmed with joy, expressing their gratitude towards Su Yuan. "Indeed, your progress has exceeded my expectations. You may now return and contemplate your realms further, preparing to embark on the foundational teachings of your cultivation. Su Yuan remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Jian's previously joyful expression suddenly froze. Disciple takes his leave, Zhuge Jian said, cupping his hands in respect. Su Yuan nodded with a smile, signaling their departure. As the four exited Su Yuan's cave, they immediately sensed a rapid decline in the concentration of spiritual energy. Xie Yinging exclaimed, I hadn't noticed earlier. But the concentration of spiritual energy within Elder Su's cave is at least dozens of times greater than that of the outside world. I find myself beginning to envy those spiritual beasts. The joy of the four individuals after their breakthrough has considerably faded, and one by one they have departed. Shaking their heads, within the cave dwelling, Su Yuan continues to gaze at the sky, where the Big Dipper still sparkles, showing no signs of change. He promptly reaches out to the constellation, seeking some form of divinatory insight. The moment he establishes that connection, a unique beam of starlight descends from the heavens, instantaneously entering Su Yuan's consciousness. Startled, Su Yuan turns inward to examine his mind. See, there, beside his nascent soul, he perceives an extraordinarily intricate, square, illusory seal. With a solemn expression, Su Yuan carefully probes this seal with his spiritual awareness. In the next instant, a message is conveyed to his consciousness. The celestial pivot is immortalized, the position of heaven and earth. Su Yuan quickly comprehends the nature of this seal. It represents the position of heaven and earth. This so-called position signifies a certain status within the cosmos, such as that of human emperor, celestial sovereign, or immortal monarch, each a form of status. Those who possess such a position naturally attract fortune, suppress it, and even acquire certain powers. However, the position itself does not directly confer strength. Rather, it is the bearer of the position who can spawn divine ranks, allowing other beings to draw upon the power of the position holder, thereby gaining the fortune of the divine and enhancing their own destiny. The one who obtains a divine rank becomes a deity, still under the control of the position holder, with only the position holder enjoying freedom and autonomy. Su Yuan has unexpectedly acquired a celestial position, Lord of the Big Dipper. The name is quite illustrious. Yet Su Yuan's outward power shows no significant change, though his essence indeed transforms. Suddenly, Su Yuan realizes he can perceive streams of various colored auras flowing around him. Some purple auras emanate from his body, while other colored auras flow towards him. Once the recognition of the heavenly position is solidified, the purple auras no longer dissipate, but instead coalesce upon the Lord's seal, rendering it more refined. Simultaneously, the diverse auras gathering around him begin to flow with increased velocity. Fortune. Su Yuan's gaze sharpens as he recognizes this as the fortune of a cultivator. He looks up to see a purple flower of fortune blossoming above his head, graded at the 3rd tier, indicating that his fortune is of the 3rd tier purple. He now understands that the fortunes of beings are categorized into 9 colors: black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple, with purple being the most esteemed, embodying nobility and respect. Most individuals possess only white fortune. The fortune manifests in cloud form, and when the fortune cloud reaches its zenith, it can give birth to a fortune lotus. The 1st tier is the lowest, yet already possesses an immortal aspect, with higher grades signifying greater potential and destiny. At present, Su Yuan's fortune stands at the 3rd tier purple. Chapter 104. Fortune's Spiritual Treasure, Suppressing Fortune. Su Yuan gazes once more at the skies above the 7-star sect. He beheld a colossal crimson cloud of fortune, enveloping the entire 7-star sect within its embrace. This crimson cloud, akin to the one he had encountered previously, intermittently absorbed streams of fortune, while simultaneously allowing some to spill forth. Numerous threads of fortune floated toward him, merging into his own cloud of fortune, while a significant portion of the fortune he had previously released flowed toward the 7-star sect. However, due to the suppression of the cosmic order, this portion ceased to flow above the 7-star sect. Consequently, the sect's fortune transformed into a unilateral benefactor for Su Yuan, naturally spilling outwards as well. Fortunately, the fortune cloud of the 7-star sect continued to rise overall, with the fortune absorbed surpassing that which was dissipated. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened as he regarded his spiritual treasure. Contemplating for a moment, he summoned the 6th-tier cave treasure, the radiant sun and moon vessel. Shaoli materialized at the vessel's mouth, perplexed. What is it? Master, you have summoned my true form. A subtle smile graced Su Yuan's lips. I shall borrow your essence to subdue the fortune of the seven-star sect. What? Shaoli was bewildered, struggling to comprehend Su Yuan's words. With a decisive throw, Su Yuan sent the radiant vessel soaring into the air. In mere breaths, it expanded to a size of several hundred meters, capturing the attention of the sect's disciples. Gu Qingzhu emerged from the Grand Hall, gazing in astonishment at the vessel hovering above the sixth cave of Seven-Star Peak, exclaiming, "What is Su Yuan up to now?" Unperturbed by the gazes of others, Su Yuan maneuvered the radiant vessel into the cloud of fortune. With a focused expression, he invoked the cosmic order from his sea of consciousness and proclaimed loudly, "I, the ancestor of the Seven-Star sect, Su Yuan, now utilize the sixth-tier cave treasure, the radiant sun and moon vessel, to subdue the sect's fortune. Let the heavens witness." His voice resonated, echoing throughout the sect and beyond, permeating every corner under the actual jurisdiction of the Seven-Star sect. Countless beings, astonished, looked skyward. The disciples of the Seven-Star sect gazed up in surprise and joy, while cultivators from various demonic sects were taken aback, startled by the sudden voice that filled the air. What is this? A sixth-tier cave treasure, witnessed by the heavens? Such audacity! What is happening? Where is this voice coming from? Who speaks to me? As numerous cultivators within the sect's domain pondered in confusion, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred in the sky. A massive golden cloud coalesced above the Seven-Star sect. After a brief pause, a beam of golden light descended, illuminating the radiant vessel above the sect. The vessel instantly absorbed the golden light, its aura surging dramatically, nearing the threshold of seventh tier, achieving the true limit of sixth tier, with a breakthrough to seventh tier only a step away. Meanwhile, another golden ray shot towards Su Yuan. This time, Su Yuan was genuinely astonished. Heavenly merits? How could there be heavenly merits? At the moment when Su Yuan attained the status of celestial being, he simultaneously acquired a wealth of cosmic information, including the celestial merit. This merit is a divine energy granted by the heavens to those who have rendered service to the world, possessing numerous effects such as enhancing cultivation, stabilizing realms, refining the body, cleansing sins, and elevating spiritual treasures. As one who possesses the status of a celestial being, he found it relatively effortless to obtain celestial merit, which came with an introduction to its nature. However, he had not anticipated that merely by suppressing the sect's fortune with a sixth-tier spiritual treasure, he would directly acquire celestial merit. Gazing at the orb of celestial merit in his hand, Su Yuan glanced at the floating light pot. Why not offer it all? He directed the orb of golden light into the floating light pot. Upon receiving this golden orb, the core of the spiritual treasure swiftly generated a brand new prohibition, and the inherent array restrictions unexpectedly multiplied, resulting in a qualitative transformation of the spiritual treasure's core. The aura of the floating light pot surged dramatically, propelling it into the realm of a seventh-tier spiritual treasure. At the moment the floating light pot settled upon the auspicious clouds of the Seven-Star sect, the previously fluctuating clouds immediately coalesced, their hue shifting from crimson to orange. At the center of the clouds, an ethereal first-grade orange lotus began to gradually materialize. Su Yuan was filled with joy upon witnessing this, as it signified that the Seven-Star sect possessed the potential to ascend to the ranks of celestial sects. The auspicious clouds of the Seven-Star sect retained only a singular channel of fortune that flowed towards Su Yuan, with the remaining fortune no longer dissipating. Furthermore, the fortune that had originally been coalescing towards the Seven-Star sect surged rapidly. Suspended within the auspicious clouds, the floating light pot was tempered by the power of fortune, beginning to elevate at an exceedingly slow pace. As the fortune of the Seven-Star sect gradually increased, so too would the rank of the floating light pot, binding it irrevocably to the sect. Should the Seven-Star sect face destruction, the floating light pot would similarly decline in rank or even face annihilation. This is the essence of the path of fortune. One rises together and one falls together. Su Yuan hovered in midair, observing the disciples within the sect. He noticed changes in the personal clouds of fortune above the heads of these disciples. For instance, the sect leader Gu Qingzhu, who previously bore an orange cloud of fortune, now, under the illumination of the Seven-Star sect's auspicious energy, witnessed his cloud rolling and transforming, skipping the yellow stage to become a green cloud, which had also condensed significantly. This indicated a substantial enhancement in Gu Qingzhu's fortune and potential. Not only Gu Qingzhu, but each disciple experienced varying degrees of elevation, with some leaping through 3 colors and others rapidly increasing the number of their clouds of fortune. The changes among the disciples, in turn, accelerated the rise of the sect as fortune, hastening the flow towards Su Yuan. These successive transformations were visible only to Su Yuan. The rest merely marveled at the dramatically altered floating light pot in awe. With a thought, Su Yuan made the floating light pot vanish, only to reappear once more in his hand. With a face filled with excitement, Shaoli exclaimed, "Master, what have you done? My rank has ascended. I have actually reached the 7th tier. How astonishing! Now that I have attained the 7th tier, that old man Qian will no longer dare to underestimate me." Not far away, the old Qian also manifested atop the Wanbao, Qiankuanding. Gazing at Su Yuan with a look of bewilderment, he murmured, "What has happened? Why has the floating light vessel suddenly advanced?" He looked at Su Yuan with anticipation. "Can I also attain this?" Su Yuan shook his head, replying, "It is not possible. This opportunity belongs to Shaoli. It has always been intertwined with the 7-star sect. For the techniques of the 7-star sect are derived from the floating light vessel. The connection between the two is profound, enabling it to become the sect's pivotal treasure." Although old Qian still struggled to comprehend Su Yuan's words, he grasped the general meaning. He was deemed unworthy. Shaoli elevated its head proudly, stating, "I can feel myself growing stronger by the moment. Are you envious?" Old Qian scoffed. "As long as I refine enough treasures, my rank will surely rise as well. I will surpass your speed effortlessly." Upon glancing at old Qian, Su Yuan was unexpectedly struck by the sight of a cloud of fortune above the Wanbao, Qiankuanding, particularly a cerulean cloud of fortune. No ordinary sight. Indeed, as cerulean fortune is exceptionally noble, with the ability to transform misfortune into fortune being merely its most basic trait. Moreover, within the cloud of fortune, there bloomed a 3rd-grade azure lotus, signifying that the Wanbao, Qiankuanding possessed at least the potential to become a celestial artifact. Then, as Su Yuan observed the connections of fortune threads linking to the Wanbao, Qiankuanding, realization dawned upon him. It was indeed due to his influence that such fortune had befallen the Ding. Had it been in the hands of another, its fortune could not have reached such heights. The transformation of fortune stirred profound insights within Su Yuan. Notably, this series of events had reverberated throughout the entirety of the Chinka continent, prompting numerous sects and cultivators to discuss the 7-star sect and its founder, Su Yuan. More significantly, all beings within the influence of the 7-star sect became aware of Su Yuan's name at this moment. Among the myriad of mortals in the human dynasty, many had previously been ignorant of Su Yuan's renown, yet upon hearing his name, numerous households began to enshrine tablets dedicated to the 7-star patriarch. Simultaneously, various creatures in the mountains and forests also learned of Su Yuan's name, and his reputation began to spread amongst the beasts. Consequently, Su Yuan's fame soared rapidly. In his ears, the notifications of increasing fame resonated in a continuous stream, which he temporarily silenced. Checking the system panel revealed that his fame was escalating at an astonishing pace. Though 100 million points of fame is considerable in the face of such formidable beings, filling it is merely a matter of time, and not a lengthy one at that. The density of the threads resonating with his thoughts surged exponentially in an instant. A vast multitude of beings were disseminating Su Yuan's name. At this moment, Su Yuan's reputation had truly resounded throughout the Chinka continent. Su Yuan had long anticipated this development. With the addition of the World Traveler entry, he had gained numerous alternatives. Should he choose, he could abandon the Tianyuan realm and venture into other worlds. Consequently, his actions became somewhat more conspicuous. Merely a few days later, an aura of breakthrough emanated from various locations within the Qixing sect. Many disciples who had been ensnared by the bottleneck in their cultivation experienced a loosening of this constraint during their meditative states. Their minds became clearer, their thoughts more vibrant than ever before, and the once stagnant barriers to their progress were successfully shattered under these circumstances. Moreover, the disciples engaged in external training found their chances of acquiring resources significantly increased. While each individual's transformation may have been modest, collectively, the prowess of the Qixing sect surged at an astonishing pace. The effects of fortune, as observed by Su Yuan, filled him with immense astonishment. Even more amusingly, the activation frequency of responding to danger diminished considerably, resulting in a notable decline in the probability of disciples encountering peril. Just as Su Yuan was scrutinizing the influence of fortune, a distant thought finally connected with him. Both World Traveler and 7 stars shine bright, illuminated in succession. Su Yuan promptly activated Echo of Thought. Chapter 105. Reversal of the Heavenly Gang. In the Black Demon Realm, beneath the pitch-black night, secrets lay hidden from prying eyes. Dozens of demonic beings, endowed with spiritual energy, conspired stealthily in the basement of a certain dwelling. They were manipulating an altar, adorned with offerings commonplace in the Black Demon Realm, such as magic crystals imbued with pure demonic energy, blood from demon kin rich in vitality, and meticulously condensed bone orbs from skeletal demons, along with various magical artifacts and treasures. Master, can we truly succeed? Can we genuinely attract the blessings of the righteous deities? One of the demon-eyed beings, suffused with significant spiritual energy, hesitated to inquire. We are praying to the evil god, not the righteous deities. Do you wish to summon those repugnant magical guardians? A resolute demon-eyed being bellowed. We are the dark disciples bringing forth shadows to the Black Demon Realm. Only the star demon god can rescue our tainted bodies and cleanse our souls. He continued, even if the star demon god were a righteous deity, what of it? As long as we are granted power, we can annihilate this filthy world and reshape the cosmos. Ha ha ha! Master is indeed wise. The eyes of all the demon-eyed beings sparkled with a clarity that starkly contrasted with the prevalent malevolence of the Black Demon Realm. On the streets, a cadre of skeletal demons stealthily encircled the dwelling. Captain, according to reports, a group of righteous disciples is conducting a divine prayer ceremony inside. If we capture them, we could acquire a substantial amount of demonic power. A skeletal demon, infused with malevolent energy, communicated. There may be the leader of the Starry Sky sect among them. A disgrace to the demon-eyed beings and the remnants of the righteous path. Su Daba, what a ridiculous name. The names of heretics are always so convoluted. Another skeletal demon exclaimed with excitement. The zealots pose a significant threat and must be eradicated. Otherwise, they will jeopardize the safety of our demonic township. Their madness knows no bounds, as they ruthlessly slaughter our kin and employ terrifying formations to distill the flesh and blood of our kind into ethereal essence. This essence, upon mere contact, inflicts harm upon our very beings, and they audaciously utilize it for their own cultivation. Truly a horrifying prospect. The captain of the skeletal demons spoke gravely. After a moment of contemplation, he added, although we are 4th-tier demons and can easily handle these zealots of approximately 3rd tier, we must remain vigilant against the invasion of this ethereal essence, as it possesses a corrosive potency. The cleansing will be exceedingly arduous. Understood. The skeletal demons, their demonic nature surging, bore an unmistakable purity of malevolence in their eyes, all of them adept practitioners of dark arts, confident in their ability to deal with the zealots. Their concern lay not in the confrontation, but rather in the possibility of the zealots retreating. These rodents of zealotry would only scurry and hide. They cautiously approached the reported dwelling, gradually forming a surrounding perimeter, determined not to let a single zealot escape. In the basement, a gathering of the evil-eyed demons was underway. They bore a semblance to humanity, but possessed a singular, ominous eye filled with malevolence upon their foreheads. Naturally endowed with the ability to perceive souls and uncover hidden truths, these inherently wicked beings were also insatiably curious about the legendary realm of ethereal essence. Some among them even sought to discover methods of refining ethereal essence from demonic energy. However, such pursuits were clearly frowned upon in the realm of dark magic. A few of the evil-eyed demons had indeed devised techniques to create ethereal essence from demonic energy, and even crafted nefarious formations to refine the flesh and blood of demons into pure ethereal essence. Consequently, these demons found themselves at odds with their own kind and were relegated to the shadows. Suda, radiating an exceptionally pure aura of ethereal essence, appeared regal, as if the righteousness flowed through his evil eye. As the leader of the zealots, he had ascended to the 4th tier, far surpassing the surrounding acolytes. Prepare for the sacrifice to the celestial demon. Shuda commanded. Yes, the zealots took their positions within the formation, their expressions grave as they summoned their inner ethereal powers to infuse into the array. The star formation activated. Standing at the center of the array, Suda, through the barriers of the dwelling, beheld the myriad stars in the night sky. After a moment's reflection, he decided to attempt a different celestial body this time. His evil eye scanned the heavens and ultimately settled on the central star of the Big Dipper for the sacrifice. Do not question the rationale behind this choice. It was merely a random selection. As the formation commenced, a radiant pillar of ethereal essence surged skyward, piercing through layers of demonic energy, connecting with the starlight that streamed down from the celestial bodies above. You are the true deity who wields the power of the stars. You are the source of ethereal essence, the sovereign of all existence. Your devoted follower, Suda, presents to you the most exquisite of offerings, beseeching you to bestow your blessings and illuminate the path for your faithful followers. Suda, while skillfully employing the stellar cultivation technique to commune with the celestial bodies and unravel arcane secrets, uttered incantations that even he himself found hard to believe. On the surface, he appeared to be performing a ritual, yet in truth, he was merely conversing with the stars. The 7 stars of the northern Dipper illuminated the sky, and the celestial inscriptions inscribed upon the pole star seemed to resonate with a mysterious energy, transmitting messages across the vastness of space in an instant. Ashudaprayad, enveloped in starlight, a multitude of texts materialized in his mind, revealing to him a fragmented legacy of the 7-star cultivation method. With closed eyes, he immersed himself in the teachings of this ancient art, murmuring 7-star Tao sovereign, imparting the teachings to the heavens. At that very moment, a thought shot forth to the 7 stars, traversing boundless realms, and was sensed by an individual within the Chinka continent of the heavenly origin realm. In the next instant, a consciousness traversed the vast expanse, descending upon the altar. Su Yuan had arrived. As he expanded his perception, he beheld a peculiar assembly of beings below, prostrating themselves before him. Taken aback, he shifted his position only to realize that these individuals were not truly aware of his presence, but rather gazed upwards. Following their line of sight, he discerned the starlight from the northern Dipper piercing through the structure, illuminating the altar where a righteous-looking, yet bizarre, figure stood. Su Yuan summoned a flicker of starlight, piecing together the events that had just transpired. The starlight had recorded everything, and the recent occurrences were easily deduced, allowing him to comprehend the intentions of these peculiar beings. They were, astonishingly, venerating a fictitious star demon. Su Yuan's expression turned quizzical as his consciousness soared through the building, revealing an exotic town in another realm. The streets were teeming with grotesque demon entities, skeletal fiends, lesser demons, great demons, malevolent-eyed demons, and crawling corpses, alongside a few high-ranking beings, such as shadow demons and celestial demons, all of which left Su Yuan awestruck. Yet, what astonished him most was the suffocating aura of demonic energy that permeated the surroundings, a stark contrast to the purity of spiritual energy. The spiritual essence emanating from the peculiar beings earlier struck him as strange, lacking in purity and appearing rather muddled, hardly worthy of his attention. In retrospect, he marveled at the sheer audacity of those who could cultivate even a modicum of spiritual energy in such a demonic environment. Truly, those capable of manifesting a full body of spiritual essence were nothing short of prodigies. Returning to the basement, Su Yuan nodded appreciatively at Su Da's relatively pure spiritual power. Su Da, immersed in the enchanting teachings of the 7-star supreme method, was utterly captivated. However, just then, the ceiling of the basement exploded with a thunderous roar. The entire structure was reduced to ashes, exposing the scene within the basement. Had it not been for the protective array guarding the space, the devoted practitioners engaged in the ritual would undoubtedly have met a dire fate. Su Da's expression changed drastically as he glanced around at the surrounding 4th-tier skeletal demons, his demeanor shifting between fear and uncertainty. It truly is the Lord of the Starry Sky, Su Da. Ha. This time there's nowhere for you to escape. The captain of the skeletal demons laughed heartily, his voice brimming with delight. Damn it, how did I get exposed? Could there be a mole among us? Su Da cast a fleeting glance at the frightened disciples, yet he understood that this was not the moment for hunting traitors. He searched for a safe escape route, but soon realized that powerful magical formations had been laid out around them, leaving them trapped like fish in a barrel, facing certain death. Why? I have just received a mysterious inheritance, and now I am to perish here. Su Da felt despair creeping in, but he quickly turned his gaze to the Big Dipper in the starry sky, his eyes filled with determination. Brothers and sisters, I have communicated with the Taoist of the 7 stars. Now, everyone, summon your full magical power and activate the sacrificial formation. The Taoist of the seven stars will soon descend to liberate us and bestow upon us great strength. Do not lose hope. The disciples, realizing they were at the end of their rope, heeded his words, regardless of whether they believed their leader was deceiving them, and poured their spiritual energy into the formation as if desperate for a miracle. Su Yuan shouted fervently, Taoist of the seven stars, master of the celestial river, eternal brilliance of the stars, savior of all beings, revered by the Big Dipper, ruler of the starry realm. Unconcerned with the chaotic words spilling from his lips, he sought the Taoist's aid. The skeletal demon observed this with a sneer. Su Yuan, spare us your deceptive nonsense. Stars and celestial deities? You may fool your foolish disciples, but do not deceive yourself. He waved to his subordinates. Capture them, close the net, and annihilate them. Yes, the 12 fourth-tier skeletal demons revealed their brutal intent. The onlooking demons applauded, celebrating the impending victory of the demon guard. In the next moment, 12 enormous skeletal arms descended towards the altar. The magical formation above the basement shattered, about to crush the so-called celestial altar. Just as despair etched Su Yuan's face, the Big Dipper in the sky erupted with blinding starlight. Countless beams of starlight cascaded down, illuminating the skies above the demon town. Chapter 106, Taoist of the Seven Stars. Title upgrade. The starlight shone brightly, as if the entire cosmos was enveloped in radiance. Multicolored beams coalesced in air, forming a colossal ethereal figure towering dozens of miles high. As the starlight gradually solidified, the figure took on a more defined shape. This being had 3 heads and 6 arms, each head displaying a different visage. The front face was formless, lacking nose and mouth, grasping a mysterious phantom vessel, within which countless stars seemed to swirl. The left face was gentle, cradling an ancient treasure cauldron, radiating brilliant spiritual light. The right face was fierce, holding 7 treasure swords, exuding a menacing aura, with sword energy slicing through the air. At this moment, the inhabitants of the demon town widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions reflecting sheer horror. In the basement, 12 skeletal figures relentlessly struck the altar. This action seemed to capture the attention of the 3-phased demonic apparition, whose grotesque right face slightly turned, revealing eyes that sparkled like 7 stars. In an instant, these transformed into 7 sword shadows, darting towards the basement. The brilliance of the swords arrived before their launch, directly shattering the 12 skeletal figures, sending them hurtling back. The onlooking demons suffered greatly, with those struck by the skeletal beings either dead or grievously wounded, their anguished cries echoing through the air. The momentum of the sword light did not diminish. It surged towards the 7 skeletal demons. These 4th-tier skeletal demons had no time to react before being struck by the sword light, their life force extinguished in the blink of an eye, dead beyond revival. What is this? The skeletal demon captain exclaimed, his face paling in disbelief as he glanced at the 3-phase apparition. Su Yuan, filled with joy, immediately prostrated himself. The leader of the 7-star sect pays homage to the 7-star Taoist. Our followers have prepared precious magical items for your enjoyment. The massive face of the left-phase apparition turned slightly, its gentle smile soothing Su Yuan's anxious heart. A beam of starlight descended upon the offerings, and in the blink of an eye, the starlight vanished, along with the offerings themselves. In the Tianyuan realm, besides Su Yuan's true form, a collection of inexplicable items materialized, including the flesh and blood of demons and various magical artifacts. He stored them away and pondered what to present to Su Yuan. His gaze fell upon the Wanbao Qianquan cauldron. I recall there is a 4th-tier spirit treasure, the soul-gathering banner. Can you reassemble it? Indeed, I can condense a sub-banner, which, upon its transformation, will nourish me. Old Qian replied, puzzled. Do you intend to pursue souls? That is unnecessary for you at this moment. Yes. Quickly produce a soul-gathering sub-banner, and let us rename it the 7-star banner. For what purpose? It will consume my essence, Old Qian muttered. Yet he proceeded to expend his essence and spiritual energy to forge a soul-gathering banner. No, the 7-star banner. Produce more the 3rd-tier ones. The 3rd-tier ones are no issue. I can provide as many as you require, Old Qian replied calmly. Thus, Su Yuan found himself in possession of numerous 7-star soul-gathering banners. Although these were intended for demon cultivators, they nonetheless operated on spiritual energy, allowing orthodox cultivators to utilize them, albeit with a tinge of moral conflict. The demon cultivators of Chinka continent were merely inferior spiritual cultivators, fundamentally distinct from the demon practitioners in other realms. Su Yuan enveloped these 7-star banners with his consciousness, also including some spirit stones, activating his ability as a world traveler. In the black demon realm, after collecting the offerings, the gentle left-phase apparition's hand glimmered as the treasure cauldron shone, appearing to radiate with hidden treasures. In the next moment, the gathered brilliance transformed into dozens of luminous streams, appearing upon the altar, revealing numerous banner-shaped treasures rich with spiritual energy. Each banner bore the emblem of the Big Dipper, exuding an aura of profound mystery, accompanied by pure spirit stones that emitted a highly corrosive essence of pure spiritual energy from the perspective of the demons. Upon witnessing this, Su Yuan was overwhelmingly elated. He gratefully expressed his thanks for the bestowed grace. The formless figure before him slightly bowed its head, seemingly casting an inscrutable gaze. And a beam of starlight shot forth from the vessel, swiftly merging into Su Yuan's consciousness. In that instant, a wealth of information flooded into his awareness. Su Yuan immediately comprehended what offerings would be required to appease the 7 Stars Taoist in the future, as well as the methods to utilize and refine the 7 Stars banner. The previously fragmented teachings of the 7 Stars technique were, at that moment, completed. After accomplishing all this, the triadic celestial shadows seemed to fulfill their mission, gradually dissolving into ethereal wisps. Farewell, Taoist! Su Yuan's expression shifted. He promptly gathered the treasures from the altar and called out to the other fervently excited disciples. Follow me. He led the way through the underground passage. The other disciples hastily followed suit, not daring to delay. The captain of the skeletal demons' expression darkened. He watched the fading celestial shadows with trepidation, knowing he could only helplessly observe the disciples of the Starry Sky sect, now self-identified as the 7 Stars sect, depart. This was a significant dereliction of duty, yet he deemed his own life more precious. Nearby, 7 of his colleagues remained inert, their fate uncertain. Fortunately, he had merely relied on his status to voice his concerns without taking action. Otherwise, he might have met his demise there as well. As the starlight dissipated, the night sky returned to its dimness. However, the anguished cries of the injured demons surrounding the basement jolted many demons back to reality. The 7 Stars Taoist? Hush! Do not speak. That is an evil deity. The fact that those righteous disciples could genuinely communicate with the benevolent deity was astonishing. I just witnessed some mysterious treasures appearing on the altar. I wonder what they were. It is said that the lifespan of righteous disciples exceeds that of others in the same realm by several times. I wonder if that is true. Do not speak recklessly. You want to die, demon? A clamor erupted throughout the town. The events unfolding here spread with astonishing speed, reaching the demon royal city within just a couple of hours, capturing the attention of the demon emperor. The emperor did not take lightly the news emanating from that town, for he had also seen the lingering image of the triadic celestial figures. Instead, the emperor regarded it with utmost seriousness, ordering a manhunt for the remnants of the righteous sect throughout all demon cities, regardless of whether they were from the Starry Sky sect, the 7 Stars sect, or any other sect. They were all to be pursued, particularly Su Yuan, the leader of the 7 Stars sect, who was classified as a high-priority fugitive. Simultaneously, he decreed that all towns were to prohibit the dissemination of the 7 Stars sect's teachings and discussions regarding the 7 Stars Taoist, covertly classifying the Taoist among the ranks of either benevolent or malevolent deities, and thus warranting strong resistance. Yet within the realm of the dark demon world, where the minds of demons were twisted, the more something was forbidden, the more they yearned to engage with it. Some demons secretly began to revere the 7 Stars Taoist, causing the name of the Taoist to gradually penetrate the hearts of the demons. Su Yuan's consciousness traversed the dark realms of the black demon world through a series of thoughts, deepening his understanding of this place. It was a mortal realm saturated with demonic energy, where the highest cultivation level was the 8th tier. Once one surpassed this threshold, ascension to the demon realm was possible. The 8th tier demons were akin to those in the tribulation realm, requiring them to undergo the demonic tribulation and forge their demonic bodies, much like spiritual cultivators. As Su Yuan observed casually, his true focus lay upon the system panel. Name, Su Yuan. Region, Black Demon World. Level, Renowned, 712 w 1000. Realm, mid-5th tier, 50,100. Entry 1, balance of work and rest LV2, 310 current rest time, 31 days. Entry 2. Natural Law LV2, 310. Entry 3. 7 stars, shining LV2, 310. Entry 4. Echo of Thought LV2, 210. Entry 5. Presence of a Great One LV2, 210. Entry 6. Responding to Crisis LV2, 210 Lifespan, 111, 815 years. Entry 7. World Traveler. Entry 8. Awaiting Unlock. A peculiar expression crossed Su Yuan's face. He had not anticipated that acquiring fame in this alternate realm would lead to the enhancement of his attributes. The second level of balance of work and rest effectively doubled his cultivation results. For instance, his previous 10 days of rest could be transformed into 1 day of cultivation time upon activation. Now, even at level 2, it remained a conversion of 1 day. But both his comprehension and cultivation results were now enhanced twofold. The second level of natural law allowed him to grasp the principles of heaven and earth with doubled efficiency, facilitating his understanding of nature henceforth. The second level of 7 stars shining sharpened his perception of the Big Dipper, enhancing all related Taoist arts to varying degrees. Even the celestial status of the Lord of the Big Dipper seemed to have solidified considerably in its essence. With the second level of Echo of Thought, he could more effortlessly lock onto targets, and Su Yuan could even project his thoughts into the minds of others, enabling remote communication between them. The second level of Presence of a Great One allowed him to simulate not only oppressive might, but also an aura. In summary, the enhanced effects of these attributes were undeniably advantageous. Within the Black Demon world, his fame escalated swiftly due to his act of conjuring an air of mystery. By masquerading as a Taoist master, this information reached the higher echelons of the world, and their acknowledgement of Su Yuan's identity undoubtedly propelled his fame to new heights. However, this rapid ascent was met with severe suppression, making it exceedingly difficult to further elevate his fame, as the pressure came from above. Su Yuan demandó un concerneth. For this interdimensional venture had primarily enlightened him on the effects of gaining fame in another world. Thus, his future endeavors would now have a reliable reference point. Merely possessing data from a single world is insufficient. With a thought, Su Yuan's consciousness instantly transcended into another realm. As life forms activated within the Dark Demon realm, another world simultaneously communicated with the Big Dipper. Upon activating this alternate world, Su Yuan discovered he had arrived in an exceedingly diminutive realm. The entirety of this world encompassed merely the size of a secret domain, inhabited by several 100,000 human beings, who were innately attuned to the starlight and cultivated their powers by harnessing stellar energy. Remarkably, the most formidable among them were only at the 3rd tier of strength. Su Yuan expended some effort to swiftly elevate his reputation. Consequently, his name resonated throughout the world. However, his status escalated from relatively well-known to globally renowned in an instant. Upon achieving this level of fame, his reputation points reached their maximum capacity. Among the experience points for various attributes, only the first 3 received an enhancement, while subsequent attributes were deprived of the opportunity to gain experience, let alone unlock new ones. The exploration of the 2 worlds further deepened Su Yuan's understanding of the attribute system. He contemplated his future direction. It seemed that worlds of a caliber akin to the Dark Demon realm were scarce, while numerous lesser realms like the Star Spirit realm abounded. Perhaps I could send disciples of the 7 Stars sect to disseminate my renown, alleviating the need for my personal endeavors. After all, exhausting nearly a month in such a small world as the Star Spirit realm was quite taxing. Chapter 107. The Attention of the Thunder Giant. In the Tianyuan realm, beyond the 9 heavens, the Thunder Giant stirred slightly in his slumber. It appeared he sensed something. Abruptly opening one eye to gaze down upon the realm below, he beheld the fortune clouds above a certain sect's stronghold in the heart of the Chinka continent, along with an ethereal lotus at its center. Due to the obscuration of the sect's fortune clouds, the Thunder Giant could not instantly discern Su Yuan's fortune cloud. However, upon sighting the luck lotus, a frown creased his brow. What is this? How did a sect with the potential of an immortal sect suddenly emerge in the Tianyuan realm? A displeased expression crossed his face, and a flash of lightning flickered in his eyes as he surged downward. The will of the heavenly Tao in the Tianyuan realm manifested, mitigating the intensity of his lightning. The Thunder Giant let out a cold chuckle, yet his mirth quickly froze. An ethereal manifestation of a 7th-tier spiritual treasure emerged from the fortune cloud, blocking the diminished lightning, leaving the sect's fortune cloud entirely unaffected and steadfast. The Thunder Giant was genuinely astonished this time, Both eyes wide open, he rose to his colossal stature. Every movement he made stirred the surrounding sea of thunder. And at the moment he fully stood, the thunderous ocean he breathed forth cascaded down to the realm below. The will of the heavenly Tao manifested in the Tianyuan realm, striving to thwart the destructive forces of the thunder ocean upon the world. Nonetheless, remnants of power seeped into the realm, surfacing upon the eastern seas of the Chinka continent, where the tempestuous thunder sea was destined to grow even more ferocious. As the thunder giant sought to approach the nine heavens, chains of law materialized instantaneously, impeding his advance. With a derisive glance at the chains, the thunder giant scoffed, "This trifling heavenly Tao of the mortal realm, so feeble. If not for my concern that your annihilation would invoke the retribution of the great Tao, I would have obliterated you long ago. There will be no need to wait for your natural demise." Clearly, the thunder giant held the heavenly Tao of the Tianyuan realm in disdain. The will of the Tao, devoid of wisdom, could not respond, instead adhering to its established regulations, preventing beings that exceeded the Tao's limitations from entering the Tianyuan realm. Perched above the nine heavens, the thunder giant furrowed his brow, gazing at the ethereal first-grade fortune lotus. Should it truly give rise to a celestial sect, not only would the Tianyuan realm evade natural dissolution, but might even rebound, thwarting the completion of his mission. What an inconvenience! The thunder giant, troubled, contemplated a course of action to dispatch beings within the Tao's constraints to eradicate the potential sect. Yet, such an endeavor resembled offering resources to the Tianyuan realm. Should these beings fail to return, it would merely serve to enrich the realm. Scanning the entirety of the Tianyuan realm, the thunder giant found no practitioners at the void refinement stage. He was certain that had any appeared, he would have been alerted by now. However, that seventh-grade spirit treasure was evidently tantamount to a half-formed void refinement being. A predicament indeed. With a disdainful snort, the thunder giant turned and approached the opposite side of the ethereal island, where a teleportation array awaited. Activating the array, he waited briefly until a small stone giant, brimming with thunder, materialized upon the array. Lei Meng pays homage to the clan leader. The diminutive thunder giant immediately knelt, his demeanor radiating utmost respect. The thunder giant grunted, dismissing the younger being. Mid-stage void refinement? Perfectly capped at the limit. Your task is to eliminate that sect. Do you understand? He gestured towards the world below, marking the location of the Seven Stars sect. Upon hearing this, Lei Meng promptly understood, declaring, "I shall exert every effort to fulfill the task. Go." The thunder giant grasped Lei Meng and cast him towards the Chinka continent. Lei Meng transformed into a sphere of lightning, hurtling directly into the Tianyuan realm. The will of the heavenly Tao manifested, forming a network of law chains. However, Lei Meng effortlessly navigated through this net and entered the Tianyuan realm. The thunder giant sneered, useless beings, fully aware of the enemy, yet failing to obstruct. He derided the heavenly Tao of the Tianyuan realm, which still offered no response, leaving him feeling rather bored. He shook his head and fell asleep, for in his view, Lei Meng had already reached the mid-stage of the void refinement realm, making the task of dealing with a mundane sect lacking such a cultivation level seem exceedingly effortless. The real challenge lay in how Lei Meng would return. He was indifferent to this. Even if he could not return, it mattered little, as it was merely an ordinary clansman of the void refinement realm. Upon entering the Tianyuan realm, Lei Meng immediately sensed a drastic reduction in the oppressive force of heaven and earth, causing his form to expand dramatically from 5 meters to an astonishing 500 meters. He even felt capable of effortlessly taking on human form, as the restrictions imposed by the universe seemed non-existent. Is this truly the mundane realm? The spiritual energy here is far too sparse. The essence of heaven and earth is exceedingly thin. Initially, Lei Meng felt quite content, but soon he recognized the limitations of the mundane realm. If he remained in such a place, his cultivation could not progress further. Thus, he felt an urgent desire to return home, contemplating the need to conclude his matters before departing. With this resolve, he determined the direction of the Seven Stars sect and flew towards it. At this moment, 5 months had already elapsed since Su Yuan's last cross-realm experiment. During this period, Su Yuan had done little more than fish, sip tea, and read, and before he knew it, 5 months had gone by. On this day, the weather was splendid. Su Yuan quietly observed the system panel, where his fame value paused at 99,999,000 for a brief moment before finally advancing to 1. Ding, level up. Ding. Current fame level has reached the upper limit of the Tianyuan realm. Su Yuan's eyes brightened as he opened the system panel. Name, Su Yuan. Region, Tianyuan realm. Level, world-renowned. 1, E1. Cultivation stage, mid-stage of Yuaning, 80 to 100. Entry 1, work and rest balance, LV2, 310 current rest time, 182 days. Entry 2, natural law, LV2, 310. Entry 3, 7 stars, shine bright, LV2, 310. Entry 4, resonance of thought, LV2, 210. Entry 5, form of greatness, LV2, 210. Entry 6, responding to crisis, LV2, 210 lifespan, 120,005 years. Entry 7, world traveler. Entry 8, awaiting choice. At last, he had achieved it. Su Yuan smiled faintly and clicked on Entry 8, causing 3 lines of text to reappear before him. Time corridor. Forge a time corridor within the soul, allowing for the resimulation of experience scenes. Mirror space. Create a mirror space within the consciousness, capable of recording and replicating the essence of living beings. Destruction necessitates re-recording. External avatar. Condense an external avatar within the Dantian, possessing 100% of one's cultivation, but unable to inherit entries. It can be reconstituted upon destruction or the end of its lifespan. 1 or 2 or 3. The emergence of these 3 entries plunged Su Yuan into deep contemplation. Upon reaching Entry 8, Su Yuan found himself in a state of profound indecision, for each entry proved to be immensely valuable. The first option was remarkably intriguing. From its description, it appeared capable of chronicling past experiences. He envisioned a practical application, recording the mysterious wonders of the universe. His urgency to comprehend the ephemeral nature of the illusory gold thundercloud stemmed from its fleeting duration, prompting him to hastily seek understanding. Were he able to document this phenomenon, he could later revisit it after a period of well-deserved rest, thus enhancing his insights significantly. The second entry evoked thoughts of combat trials. Given that this was a mirrored space born from consciousness, it represented an opportunity for mental fortification. By capturing the essence of a mirror, he could hone his combat skills and refine his martial techniques through simulation. The third entry was quite straightforward. It directly facilitated the cultivation of an external avatar. By sending this avatar to engage in battle or to experience nature, he could do so without reservations, effectively merging the advantages of the previous 2 entries. Which entry to choose? Su Yuan found himself in a genuine quandary. Ultimately, he opted for the time corridor. While opportunities to enhance his combat experience would arise, and he could independently cultivate his external avatar, the time corridor was a fleeting opportunity that, if missed, would be irrevocable. Furthermore, this entry harmonized well with the themes of work and rest, natural law, echoes of the heart, 7 stars shining bright, and world traveler. He could meticulously document all his experiences from other realms and focus on deepening his understanding, thereby greatly enhancing the efficiency of work and rest. He would no longer be torn between immediate comprehension of extraordinary phenomena and accumulating rest time. The moment he successfully selected the entry, he felt as though a mysterious temporal corridor had been unveiled within the dimensions of his soul. From that instant, everything he experienced began to be automatically recorded along this corridor. Every entity within his perceptual range, be it the movements of the wind, sunlight, flora, rivers, spiritual beasts, or humans, was meticulously chronicled. Su Yuan attempted to capture a segment of time recently recorded in the time corridor. It was as if he were transported back to moments prior, reliving his recent experiences with the ability to accelerate or decelerate the passage of time, allowing him to observe his past actions with greater ease. He witnessed a spiritual rabbit stealthily approaching a mystical field, only to be driven away by a young boy transformed from a spiritual fish. This scene had previously escaped his notice, leaving no trace in his memory. It was automatically inscribed in the time corridor. Regrettably, the revisited scene could not be re-encountered within the time corridor. It was akin to a transient temporal image, enabling him to reflect upon his past. Perhaps the primary utility of this entry lay in refining one's mindset. Yet Su Yuan believed that utilizing it to comprehend the profound truths of the universe was the true path. Su Yuan's mind activated the mind resonance, transporting his consciousness to another location within the Tianyuan realm. There, a disciple of the Qixing sect unexpectedly mentioned Su Yuan, causing his consciousness to descend upon that very spot. He surveyed the surrounding mountains and forests, waiting silently for a brief moment. Once sufficient time had passed, he retracted his consciousness, returning to his corporeal form. He then activated the time corridor once more. To his astonishment, upon arriving at that recent moment in time, the time corridor branched into two distinct paths, one reflecting the scene of Su Yuan's physical body, and the other depicting the surroundings of his other conscious state. The two temporal reflections remained separate until the mind resonance ceased, at which point they reformed into a singular time corridor. Encouraged by this revelation, Su Yuan continued to experiment, and, to his delight, he discovered that the time segments within the time corridor could be cut and pasted together. This newfound ability allowed him to concentrate on and comprehend significant moments in time with greater clarity. The results of his experiments filled him with satisfaction. The time corridor entry became one of the perfect pieces in his repertoire of abilities. Chapter 108. The arrival of a powerful foe. While contemplating how to further utilize his abilities, Su Yuan noticed that in times of crisis, duty calls. Entry on the system panel suddenly illuminated, its brightness reminiscent of the moment he faced the thunder giant. What was happening? Su Yuan's expression shifted as he focused on the entry, immediately sensing an impending danger approaching from afar. In which direction? He swiftly activated mind resonance, continuously honing in on the source of the threat. Racing along that trajectory, he soon found himself hovering above a mortal, witnessing a flash of lightning in the sky. The bolt moved with incredible speed, and within it, a towering stone giant, standing a mile high, was rapidly fleeing, its trajectory aimed squarely at the Qixing sect. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened as he quickly switched through mind resonance, and after several attempts, he confirmed that this being was indeed headed for the Qixing sect. This entity bore a striking resemblance to the thunder giant he had previously glimpsed high above in the heavens, a powerful being far beyond the mortal realm. Through the activation of Mighty Presence, he discerned that this thunder giant was a mid-stage cultivator of the void refinement realm. Why had the thunder giant set its sights on him? Su Yuan suspected that his actions in crossing realms had caught the attention of the thunder giant, or that his previous dealings with fate had been noticed. Regardless, he could not allow this enemy to succeed. Given its speed, the giant would arrive in a mere quarter of an hour. Su Yuan mantan nakang diminer, refraining from panic. At that moment, however, he received a series of urgent mental messages from Elder Lei Yan. He diverted a portion of his consciousness to him and witnessed Elder Lei Yan, a look of sheer terror on his face, fleeing rapidly into the distance. Su Yuan was equally astonished by the scene unfolding before him. In the heavens above, it appeared as though a colossal chasm had been torn open, unleashing an immense ocean of thunder that cascaded down towards the vast sea below. Help! Master! The sky is collapsing. This is truly the end. Elder Lei Yan exclaimed in sheer terror. Su Yuan, too, found himself overwhelmed by astonishment, as if the very firmament had indeed fallen. The spectacle of the thunderous ocean pouring into the sea was so grand that it left him in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Su Yuan's voice resonated directly within Lei Yan's mind, a manifestation of his second-level thought-echoing ability. I have no idea. I was deep in meditation when suddenly a thunderous roar shattered my eardrums. I hurriedly emerged from my retreat only to witness the heavens collapsing into a sea of thunder. It's utterly absurd. At this moment, Elder Lei Yan hastened to escape the deluge of the thunderous ocean, which was nothing short of calamity. Su Yuan, witnessing this, urged, "You must flee quickly. I am facing peril as well, for a formidable enemy is poised to attack the Seven Stars sect. I can offer you little assistance, but it seems the thunderous sea, while immense, will take a moment to descend. Hold on a bit longer. Once I resolve this issue, I will assist you. Keep recalling my name. Do not cease." With a wry smile, Elder Lei Yan summoned his spirit turtle companion to chant, while he himself dashed toward safety. Meanwhile, Su Yuan activated the work-rest balance technique. With 4 activations, his comprehension skyrocketed by thousands of times, and his cultivation efficiency surged correspondingly. In the sanctum of his being, Su Yuan plunged into the Wanbao Qianquan cauldron, absorbing the essence of thunder within to refine his nascent soul. His nascent soul began to grow at an astonishing pace. Under Su Yuan's mental command, the Wanbao Qianquan cauldron instantaneously transformed into a 6th-grade 7 stars altar, amplifying the connection with the Big Dipper and unleashing an astonishing gravitational force. The 7 stars radiated brilliance as a star column several hundred meters wide descended from the heavens. Within his dantian, 9 golden pills formed the Big Dipper formation. immediately drawing in the starlight from the celestial 7 stars. Countless beams of starlight converged into his dantian, where they were absorbed and refined by the 9 golden pills, transforming into golden pill energy, which was swiftly assimilated by his nascent soul, filling it rapidly. The floating light gourd also arrived, establishing a 7th-grade Yuan pool formation, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and converting it into spiritual liquid for Su Yuan's cultivation. A massive vortex of spiritual energy formed within a radius of 100 miles, with Su Yuan seated cross-legged at its core. Such an extraordinary scene of cultivation instantly stirred the entire 7-star sect. Cultivators soared into the sky, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed towards Su Yuan's abode. Gu Qingzhu swiftly flew outside Su Yuan's dwelling and was left speechless by the sight of him fervently absorbing spiritual energy. What is happening? Why has Master Su suddenly begun cultivating with such ferocity? Gu Qingzhu pondered in bewilderment. Nangong Xianweng hurriedly arrived, his voice urgent. We must immediately retrieve the sect's stock of spirit stones. A sense of foreboding gnaws at my heart. It feels as though a calamity is approaching. Su Yuan must sense it too. He is evidently on the verge of sudden breakthrough. Gu Qingzhu's expression changed as she swiftly raised her hand, activating a storage ring. An avalanche of spirit stones cascaded into Cave 6. The natural formation, set by the 7th-tier floating pot, resembled an immense grinding mill, pulverizing the spirit stones into fine powder. Countless strands of spiritual energy were rapidly compressed, distilled into an extraordinarily pure essence, surging into Su Yuan's body. Gu Qingzhu inhaled sharply, pondering whether Su Yuan's physical form could endure such an influx. Yet, Su Yuan's physique was as robust as a mountain, capable of withstanding the onslaught of both starlight and spiritual energy, as well as the essence of thunder. His body, with a lifespan of over 120,000 years, was unleashing astonishing potential. Unbeknownst to those around him, these transformations were merely puppeteered by a fragment of Su Yuan's consciousness. His primary focus lay in comprehending the overwhelming thunderstorm above. The skies seemed to collapse, an utterly terrifying spectacle. Upon activating the natural way, he was astonished to behold chains ensnaring the ocean of thunder. These chains appeared profoundly mysterious, imbued with the secrets of the cosmos, mystically halting the descent of the thunderous sea. It was no wonder the thunderstorm's fall seemed slow. A network of chains was obstructing its plunge. Moreover, under the influence of the natural way, the thunder appeared far more formidable than it seemed, infused with a plethora of thunderous varieties, emanating an intense aura of thunderous laws. The scene was overwhelmingly terrifying, magnificent, and enigmatic. Waves of comprehension surged into his mind, propelling his understanding of the thunderous realm to breach the threshold of the laws in mere moments. He gazed at the chains of law, too refined for him to grasp extensively, prompting him to redirect his focus back to the colossal sea of thunder. Gold, water, fire, earth. The myriad types of thunder were beyond counting. Su Yuan was astonished by this opportunity. It was as if the mysteries of the thunder laws were laid bare before him. His understanding of the thunder laws was gradually ascending, simultaneously awakening a glimmer of insight into the laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Thunder, wielding the power of divine retribution, destruction, and the capability to annihilate all. Su Yuan navigated the ocean of thunder along a trajectory defined by the laws of thunder, embarking on the path of thunderous annihilation. He abandoned the exploration of other attributes of thunder and concentrated solely on the aspect of destruction. With each fragment of understanding, he felt his mastery over the thunder laws strengthening incrementally. With each additional insight into the thunder laws, the potency of his potential attacks multiplied significantly. Time sped by, and his training period was but a fleeting moment, lasting less than 2 breaths. At the final moments of his cultivation, Su Yuan adjusted the divine abilities he had previously created, infusing them with his newfound comprehension of the thunder law. In a mere instant, his cultivation time concluded. The enhancement rate of his nascent soul plummeted from a rocket-like ascent to a tortoise's crawl, and due to the excessive absorption speed, signs of fragmentation began to appear in the nascent soul. Su Yuan promptly ceased the absorption of spiritual energy, redirecting it into the floating light pot and the all-treasure universe cauldron. The terrifying scene of cultivation above his body dissipated, restoring tranquility. Several god transformation stage cultivators hurried over, their expressions tense as they looked towards Su Yuan. At that moment, he emanated an overwhelming aura, having remarkably reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Gu Qingzhu inhaled sharply. Master, have you truly completed the cultivation of the nascent soul? With just a bit of Yang Thunder's baptism, you can transform into a primordial spirit. This is astonishingly swift. Su Yuan nodded, explaining, the growth of the nascent soul is in essence a process of adapting to the energies of the universe. I merely expedited this process. After a brief silence, Gu Qingzhu inquired, can I also accelerate my progress? Upon hearing this, Su Yuan shook his head. No. Your rapid cultivation would lead to a superficial power, adversely affecting your future growth. My foundation lies not in the nascent soul, but in the golden core. Gu Qingzhu was bewildered, struggling to comprehend the implications. Suddenly, Su Yuan turned his gaze towards the entrance of the sect, his expression grave. That being is approaching. Prepare yourselves and safeguard the sect. It was only then that Nangong Xianwing asked, what kind of enemy are we facing? A creature at the void refinement stage. Su Yuan responded. The group collectively gasped in shock. Gu Qingzhu, with a serious demeanor, asked, Master, can we contend with it? Should we activate the seed plan immediately? Clearly, Gu Qingzhu had already braced himself for the potential annihilation of a sect. Stay calm. As long as I am here, you need only protect the sect. I will handle this creature. Su Yuan reassured them. He was far from anxious. If necessary, he could utilize the world traveler to transport this thunderstone beast into the abyss of black magic. Chapter 109. Walking into the trap. In the sky, a raging thundercloud stretched for hundreds of miles, hurtling towards them from a distance. At its center loomed a terrifying entity, towering several hundred meters high. Its body was composed entirely of ice-blue crystals, the surface adorned with mysterious patterns, with arcs of thunderous energy coursing both within and around the crystals. Its dark green crystalline eyes revealed an air of arrogant superiority as it gazed down upon the gathered human cultivators at the entrance of the Seven Stars sect, brimming with a savage intent to kill. Thundermang harbored no inclination to communicate with beings of the mortal realm. With a colossal stone arm, it struck forward, unleashing the tempestuous thunderclouds upon the Seven Stars sect. Without even glancing at the outcome of its attack, Thundermang turned and soared into the sky, evidently believing that this strike would suffice to obliterate the sect. The 100-mile-wide thundercloud, fierce and unbridled, descended with the force of a mid-stage void refinement thunder spirit, wielding power that reached the very limits of this realm. Lei Meng had already begun to accelerate, his form soaring into the sky. However, after a brief flight, the anticipated sound of thunder did not resonate, causing Lei Meng to pause mid-motion. He turned his gaze towards the direction of the Seven Stars sect. There, a colossal jade cauldron expanded to a radius of 10 miles, seemingly erupting with an astonishing gravitational pull that voraciously consumed the thunderclouds spanning hundreds of miles. The furious lightning before the jade cauldron appeared to transform into a docile kitten, offering no semblance of resistance whatsoever. Old Qian laughed heartily, proclaiming, after devouring the heavenly thunder, I have gained the ability to become a thunder pool. I initially thought I would only be able to condense a small amount of thunder essence. Yet I never anticipated such mastery over the power of thunder. All this lightning shall serve as my sustenance. With white hair, Su Qian was diligently controlling the Wanbao Qiankuan cauldron to absorb the thunderclouds. At the base of the cauldron, a pool of thunder essence had already formed. The raging thunderclouds had become the finest raw material, and the refined thunder essence could greatly benefit numerous Yuanian cultivators. Su Yuan also aided in propelling the Qiankuan cauldron, his mana continuously refining the thunder. In merely a few breaths, the vast thunderclouds were successfully processed by the combined efforts of one person and one treasure. The Wanbao Qiankuan cauldron shrank down, landing once more in Su Yuan's hands. A sound of satisfaction emanated from the cauldron. Burp, I'm full. Su Yuan glanced at Lei Meng in the sky and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, Thank you for your generous gift, my friend. Safe travels. I won't see you off. Lei Meng paused midair, feeling his pride severely wounded. Unable to restrain himself, he glanced up at the sky, only to quickly lower his head again, his expression darkening as he glared at Su Yuan. This human had caused him to lose face before the clan leader, and he vowed to extract this human soul, subjecting it to the torment of eternal thunder punishment in the endless thunder abyss. Meanwhile, Su Yuan was engaged in deducing the essence of the being before him. Streams of starlight descended from the heavens, providing him with precise, predictive results. Gradually, Su Yuan gained a comprehensive understanding of the entity before him. He mentally compiled the primary data: name, Lei Mao; race, Thunder Spirit Giant; cultivation level, mid-stage refining void; life gate, Thunder Source Core; understanding of laws, Thunder Law, just beginning, 129, 600; divine abilities, Thundercloud Manifestation, Thunder Escape, Gui Water, Thunder, Thunder Domain; weapon, Thunder Hammer, low-grade Spirit Treasure, 7th rank; physical strength, comparable to mid-grade Spirit Treasure, 7th rank. As Su Yuan continued to deduce, he grasped the adversary's information. The opponent's cultivation level was exceedingly high, with formidable physical defenses, possessing a 7th rank Spirit Treasure, and wielding powerful divine abilities, though slightly lacking in the comprehension of the laws. When he had recently pondered the Thunder Law, he discerned that the complete essence encompassed 129, 600 profound truths. The opponent had comprehended 9, indicating a mere initiation. In contrast, during his recent understanding of the heavenly tilt Thunder Sea, Su Yuan had specialized in the characteristics of thunder annihilation, unraveling a total of 72 profound truths, thus stepping into the threshold of the laws. His physical form is equally formidable, belonging to the realm of superlative life with a lifespan of 120,000 years, rivaling that of his opponent. He possesses 2 7th-tier spiritual treasures, and although the Wanbao Qingquan has yet to attain its full 7th-tier potential, its intrinsic nature remains intact. The most significant disparity lies in the quality of their spiritual power. The peak of the nascent soul stage is 2 grand realms inferior to the pinnacle of the void refinement stage. However, due to the superior quality of his spiritual power compared to others of the same realm, what appears to be the power of a nascent soul peak actually possesses the quality of a mid-stage transformation god, thereby merely crossing 1 grand realm. It remains uncertain whether insights into the laws can compensate for the gap in spiritual power. If such compensation is indeed possible, it would imply that the essence of cultivation lies primarily in one's understanding of the Tao, with spiritual power being secondary. These contemplations transpired in the blink of an eye. In a fit of rage, Lei Meng turned, conjuring a colossal hammer in his grasp, and with a single step, he swiftly arrived outside the 7-star sect. With a mighty swing, thunder raged across the skies. Su Yuan snorted coldly, transforming the Wanbao Qingquan into a 7-star sword. Utilizing his own spiritual power, he summoned the sword and unleashed his enhanced divine ability. The 7 stars, 5 elements, Thunder Sword. As the sword was cast, 6 sword shadows accompanied it, and 7 flying swords formed a sword formation, while countless bolts of lightning surged within, ultimately coalescing into a gigantic thunder sword. The thunder essence stored within the Wanbao Qingquan provided energy support, causing the power of the thunder sword to escalate rapidly. The colossal thunder hammer and thunder sword collided midair. Boom! Countless bolts of thunder erupted upon contact, sending both spiritual treasures reeling. The overwhelming force radiated across a 100-mile radius, tearing a fine spatial crack in the sky. The moment the crack appeared, an incredible suction emerged, drawing all the exploded thunder into the rift. Even the thunder hammer and Wanbao Qingquan were compelled towards the spatial fissure. Fortunately, the rift existed only for an instant, sparing both treasures from being engulfed, though it startled both Lei Meng and Su Yuan. Lei Meng hastily retreated several dozen miles, while Su Yuan, grasping the Wanbao Qingquan heard Lao Qian's terrified voice, "A spatial rift. That's a spatial rift. It frightens me to death. If we get caught in the chaos of the spatial turbulence, my life will be forfeit." Su Yuan had not anticipated the emergence of a spatial rift. Their attacks had evidently reached a level of equal strength. Su Yuan had not utilized any tangible abilities, relying solely on his comprehension of the laws, and managed to contend on par with his opponent despite being a grand realm lower. The enhancement provided by the understanding of laws in battle is truly terrifying. Regaining his composure, Lei Meng sneered, "The human race of the lower realms. I was merely careless just now. This time, I shall concentrate my attack. You are doomed." In the blink of an eye, his form diminished from 500 meters to 5 meters, the thunder hammer shrinking in tandem, yet its power grew even more formidable. The diminished Lei Meng appeared more agile, flickering in the air as he swiftly approached Su Yuan's side. proficient in close combat, the moment he drew near to Su Yuan. A domain of thunder, uniquely has enveloped the area within a 5-mile radius. Under this divine ability, his adversaries were subjected to the oppressive laws of thunder and lightning, rendering their movements exceedingly sluggish. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Lei Mang's eyes. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was hindered, he prepared to unleash a devastating strike of thunder. The plan was flawless. However, just as he closed the distance, Su Yuan took a step back and entered a spatial portal. How can you still move? Lei Mang furrowed his brow, realizing that his domain had not constrained his opponent. Nevertheless, he dismissed the concern. A secret realm portal? Trying to escape? Lei Mang scoffed, charging forward without fear. In an instant, the space shifted, and both Su Yuan and Lei Mang found themselves entering a 7th-tier cave treasure. You dare to enter? Su Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. What is there to fear? Lei Mang replied defiantly. Yet, as he sensed his surroundings, his expression changed dramatically. Wait, is this inside the treasure? Indeed, you got it right. It seems you are too lazy to gather intelligence, unaware that I possess a cave treasure. Shall we suppress him? Understood. A silver fox materialized in midair. Its small face taut as it commanded suppress. Within the treasure, a multitude of restrictions materialized out of thin air, swiftly forming a colossal formation that forcefully suppressed Lei Mang. In an instant, he felt his strength diminished by 30%. Although Lei Mang's expression darkened, he remained composed. Meanwhile, Su Yuan did not halt his actions. The presence of the mighty, at that moment, a pressure that should have belonged to someone in the mid-stage of integration enveloped Su Yuan. Gazing at Lei Mang, he transferred this pressure onto him, delivering a formidable warning from their realms. Under the weight of this integration pressure, Lei Mang's power waned by another 30%. Simultaneously, the Big Dipper in the sky radiated brightly, and a cascade of starlight enveloped Su Yuan, augmenting his strength by 70% in an instant. All these transformations occurred within the blink of an eye. At this moment, Su Yuan addressed Lei Mang. Now, we can engage in a fair battle. Lei Mang's countenance darkened ominously. Despicable. Su Yuan frowned. You dare to call me despicable? He maneuvered the floating pot to the center of the 7 stars sex formation. Commanding the formation's spirit, activate the formation. The spirit promptly complied. From the 7 peaks of the 7-star sect, beams of light surged towards the heavens, converging in midair to form a vibrant 7-colored ribbon, which swiftly passed through the floating pot and descended upon Lei Mang. Lei Mang's strength was once again suppressed to a fraction of its former self, as the 7-colored ribbons transformed into vibrant chains that hindered his movements. Panic finally set in for Lei Mang. The power he could muster now barely reached 1/10 or 1/12 of his peak capabilities, while his adversary's strength continued to escalate. In this shifting balance, he found himself in peril. How could this happen? Lei Mang realized that his current predicament was indeed dire.